Chapter 231. Jiang Qi, a child with a big heart, knew what Xiao Fei was thinking the moment he saw him. He quickly stretched out his chubby, white hands, covering the two puppies with one each. Then, blinking his eyes, he looked up at Xiao Fei and said, "Uncle Xiao, I can let you choose first, but you have to understand that this is my limit. I can't back down." Xiao Fei was stunned, and once again, he was amused by this little scoundrel. "Even his limit," he said with a sullen face. "You choose first." He wanted both, and choosing either one would be unfair to the other. "You're the adult, you go first. You're the child, you go first. You go first. You go first." Song Huanyan, standing at the doorway, peeked in, her lips twitching. Childish. Of course, this was Xiao Fei's words. He was so grown up, yet he was still arguing with a child. Luckily, Xiao had just fallen asleep, or else she would have seen it, and would have joined in. Before the two could settle the argument, Bai Yang arrived to fetch Chi. Dark clouds had covered the sky during the thunderstorm, but now that the rain had passed and the clouds had dispersed, the sky was bright. However, the brightness only lasted for a moment. It was almost 7 o'clock and dark was approaching. What? Lioli gave birth? Bai Yang was overjoyed to see the two puppies. He wanted to touch them, but Xiao Fei stopped him. "Stop it! Take your kids away!" Chi glared. "Uncle Xiao, you're destroying your bridges." He had been so desperate to get Lioli pregnant that he almost tied her and Xiaowu to his house. Now that Lioli had given birth, he was just going to throw her away. "That's too much." Xiao Fei tapped him on the forehead. "What do you mean by destroying your bridges? Look at you. If you don't go back, your mother will be here. The two puppies are newborns and still need a nurse. Even if we separate them now, it's pointless. Don't you agree?" "That's right." Chi patted Xiaowu's head and told him, "Take good care of Lioli and our two puppies. I come see you tomorrow morning." Except for the time before the apocalypse when Xiaowu was sick and went to the vet, this was the first time he'd been separated from his little master at night. Seeing Chi get up and walk out, Xiaowu instinctively stood up and tried to follow. However, halfway through, he accidentally stepped on his pup with his front paw. He heard a squeaking sound, and the brown puppy, its eyes closed, squirmed weakly under his feet, moving its head and whimpering. Xiaowu quickly lifted his front paw and set it aside, frantically lowering his head to lick the pup. Soothed, the pup whimpered twice before quieting down. Xiao Fei, still crouching beside him, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but hiss. "How can you take care of them if you're so careless? Honestly, if only puppies had poop, pee, and nurse, he'd have wanted to bring them to his bed and raise them. Now," looking at the unreliable new parents before him, he could only steel his heart and sigh as he left the utility room. From the moment he saw the two puppies, Xiao Fei had forgotten Wei Lichuan's repeated requests to leave one for him. Leave? Leave with what? He thought the rain would stop and the storm would calm down. All that remained was dealing with the accumulated water, and the few frantic animals that hadn't yet regained consciousness. But no one expected that about half an hour after the thunderstorm subsided, a massive, dark cloud would suddenly appear in the already darkening sky, like a looming black cloud, drifting in from the south. And it was a vast, endless mass. "Guards, bad luck. It's a flock of birds." The soldier who first spotted the black cloud through a telescope immediately reported it to Wei Lichuan. At the same time, on the second-floor rooftop where Yunqi village was located, Renbin's hand, holding the telescope, trembled. "Oh my god, how could there be so many birds? The animals are gone, and now the birds are here? No, birds aren't allowed to come to their Yunqi village. Bai Yang, quickly tell my sister-in-law, there are a lot of birds here. Ask Feng Bao if it's..." Before Renbin could finish his words, Bai Yang had already jumped downstairs and rushed out. He also had a telescope in hand, and had just seen it clearly. It was indeed birds, a huge flock of birds. The number was incredible. To be honest, I encountered mutant birds attacking humans before, but that was always outside Yunqi village, even outside Pingching. And here, I haven't seen them once. Except for bats, they're not birds. Bai Yang felt that this might have something to do with Feng Bao's long absence. After all, this creature hadn't left the house since its egg hatched. Every day, he watched over its two little parrots, strolling around the yard like free-range chickens. If it kept walking like this, he wondered if its wings would grow back. These thoughts flashed through Bai Yang's mind as he passed through Yunqi village and quickly entered the Baigua orchard. Sister, come down quickly." Bai Yang entered the house through the back door and ran into the main room, which had two doors, calling out to Bai Li, as she headed towards the pet room in the front yard. It was almost evening, and Feng Bao, with her quick temper, hated being woken up at night. However, tonight, there was no need to call out. Feng Bao seemed to have sensed something was amiss and, with her husband, the white-black phoenix, whooshed out the moment Bai Yang opened the door. "Hey! Feng Bao?" Two figures, one white and one yellow, flashed before Bai Yang's eyes. Before he could see what was happening, the couple had spread their wings and soared into the air, disappearing in a flash. When Bai Li and the others came down from upstairs, they saw Bai Yang standing alone at the door of the pet room, staring blankly up at the sky. "What are you trying to do, making so much noise so late at night?" His two cries had startled the entire building. Thinking something had happened, everyone rushed out of their rooms, even the old man and the old lady. Seeing him standing there in silence, Bai Xianqian was immediately furious. "What's going on?" Bai Yang pointed a finger toward the sky and said, "Feng Bao and Bai Jun are flying. A large flock of birds has arrived from the south. They should be approaching Pingjiang Bridge now. They might have crossed over." Bai Li was stunned and hurried upstairs. On her rooftop balcony was Jiang Minglang's high-powered telescope, which not only allowed for far-reaching vision, but also clear vision. More importantly, these two features remained effective even at night. Bai Yang, having thought of this, hurriedly followed his sister upstairs. The others, worried about Feng Bao, also went upstairs to see what was happening. At this moment, a flock of birds, flying from the south, was about to pass Pingjiang and reach Pingcheng, when they suddenly heard a resounding bird cry from high above. "Ah!" The flying birds seemed to pause in midair. Just as they were about to move forward, the same cry echoed again, even louder than the first, with a piercing to the eardrums. Through the telescope, Bai Li saw Feng Bao standing on the transformed Bai Jun, with two birds, one large and one small, blocking the flock. Without time to think, she hurriedly said to Bai Yang, "Quickly inform Lao Wei, ignore the birds in the sky. Don't shoot, not a single one." The main concern was that Lao Wei's men might accidentally injure Bai Jun. After all, Bai Jun's transformation was incredibly large, drawing considerable attention. They were afraid that Lao Wei's snipers would mistake him for the flock and target him first. They were allowed to use walkie-talkies in this area, and since Bai Yang was on duty tonight, he carried one. After removing the phone, he tuned into Wei Lichuan's frequency, and said hurriedly, Old Wei, this is Bai Yang. If you hear me, please answer. If you hear me, please answer." Soon, Wei Lichuan replied, "Bai Yang, what's up? Inform your men, ignore the birds in the sky. Don't shoot. Don't shoot." Wei Lichuan paused. He didn't seem to expect Bai Yang to say this. However, although his snipers were already in position, they weren't prepared to fire at this moment. After all, with the example of the white tiger across from Pingjiang, they now adhered to the same principle. No matter if it was an animal or a bird, as long as it didn't attack them, they would never provoke it. It's not impossible for people, animals, or birds to coexist peacefully with each other. Wei Lichuan, however, was now puzzled. He held a telescope in his hand, staring at the enormous, ostrich-like bird blocking the flock's path, wondering, who could this be? They had been watching the flock since it appeared, so they were certain this suddenly appearing giant bird wasn't part of the group from the south. Judging from the direction it appeared from, this ridiculously large bird seemed, as if, to be from Pingcheng. Although he had doubts, he was almost certain. From Pingcheng? Wild? Just as this question arose in his mind, Bai Yang's voice came over the intercom beside him. After hearing his request, Wei Lichuan's initial thought of wild quickly gave way to domesticated. Slightly overwhelmed, he asked Bai Yang, "No, when did your family get such a large creature?" There were cats, dogs, horses, and even a parrot. Although it couldn't talk, it was said to be incredibly clever. The crows lined up on the Bai family's wall were supposedly the parrot's tricked-out protection. Wei Lichuan's rumors were all just Jiang Minglang's random jokes. But he didn't know, he still thought it was the truth. Because Bai Jun's transformed body was so large, and the gradually darkening sky obscured the light, Wei Lichuan didn't notice the small parrot perched on the giant bird's back through the telescope. Luckily, he didn't notice. If he had, he would have felt even more heartbroken. Bai Yang glanced up at his sister, thinking, how can this be their pet? This is their Feng Bao's. Look at their Feng Bao. Not only is she amazing, but she's also amazing at finding a husband. She even managed to bring a son-in-law directly into their family. Wei Lichuan classified Bai Jun as their pet, and Bai Yang didn't deny it. This was a good thing. They would avoid it in the future if they saw it, so as not to hurt it. But in the air, the situation wasn't as relaxed as their conversation. The two green, Eagle-sized birds leading the other side seemed a little unimpressed by Feng Bao's claims. Although they had stopped moving forward, they didn't retreat. The two crows chirped in the air, their conversation unclear, but the air was tense. Bailey clutched the binoculars in one hand and the railing with the other. She was deeply worried about Feng Bao and Bai Jun. After all, there were only the two of them, and the entire flock of crows at home couldn't get through. But the enemy's numbers were countless. Even if Bai Jun was large and could fight 100 alone, this flock of birds numbered tens of thousands, not just 100. He wouldn't need to fight them, just the pressure of his body could crush them to death. But Bai Li's worries were proven to be unnecessary. She had never understood how Feng Bao controlled the flock. She had always just called a few times, and the birds would automatically follow her. As for the purpose of her calls, she had no idea. The negotiations failed, and she encountered two birds that refused to listen. A conflict ensued, and the next scene surprised Bai Li. Feng Bao leaped from Bai Jun's back and soared high into the air. Then, a cry, even louder than before, echoed again. The call not only resonated throughout the sky, but could even be heard clearly in Yunxi village and Baiguan, some distance away. But to them, the cry was merely a bird's cry, but to the flock, it seemed like a disaster. Because of that cry, the birds in the opposite flock seemed to be attacked by sonic waves, and one by one, they fell to the ground like dumplings. Some fell into the Pingjiang River, some onto the Pingjiang Bridge, and still others fell to the other side of the river. In short, every bird seemed to have fainted, falling from the sky one after another. Even more outrageous, Bai Jun seemed unable to bear the thought of his wife's orders being disobeyed. With a flap of his two enormous wings, he flew straight towards the two leading green birds. The light was holding him back, and before Bai Li could even see what was happening, Bai Jun had already twisted the neck of one of the green birds and bitten its head off. The other green bird, not caring about the pain in its head, turned and ran. But Bai Jun clearly didn't want to let it go. He spat out the head he had bitten off and flapped his wings to chase after it. Another sharp cry echoed, and more birds fell from the sky. The soldiers guarding Pingjiang Bridge stared up at the sky with wide eyes, confused as to what was happening. Did these birds come all the way from the south just to die right in front of them? Are they that polite? A young soldier swallowed secretly and asked his comrade, "Do you think they're edible?" Before the apocalypse, they roasted sparrows, they were delicious. But whether these mutant birds were edible wasn't up to them. Thankfully, the team's cook was quite skilled and could determine whether mutant animals were edible. Pick up two, and give them to the cook so he can try them. There were too many, it would be a shame to just throw them away. More importantly, some of the mutated birds were now larger than chickens, naturally carrying more meat. It would be a shame to just dispose of them like that. While the soldiers on the bridge were trying to figure out how to cook the bird shot down by Feng Bao, Bai Li was still nervously staring at her little parrot in midair. She had never imagined that her Feng Bao's greatest skill wasn't controlling the flock, but its sonic attack. Chapter 232. The birds in the sky continued to fall with a clattering sound, and it took a full quarter of an hour before they stopped. The soldiers guarding the Pingjiang Bridge had been staring up at the sky, their necks almost sore, when the birds finally stopped falling. The once dense, countless flock of birds was now reduced to less than a quarter, scattered in panic. "Get the sacks! Quick!" After nearly 3 minutes of silence, someone suddenly shouted, and everyone reacted. They jumped from their positions, grabbed the large sacks that the cook had delivered 3 minutes earlier, and swiftly jumped onto the bridge to retrieve the birds. Not only did they pick up the birds on the bridge, but they also used iron hooks to scoop up those that had fallen into the river. As for those that had fallen on the other side of the Pingjiang River, they gave up trying to retrieve them when they saw a few green eyes. Elsewhere, watching Feng Bao and Bai Jun wreak havoc in the sky, Bai Li lowered her binoculars with lingering fear. Who could have imagined that the little parrot she bought for 100 yuan back then would become so powerful? Bai Yang also watched for a while, his voice filled with emotion. He even turned to his grandfather and told him to keep Feng Bao as a treasure. She's truly the king of birds. And Bai Jun, with these two little ones at home, they're not afraid of anything flying. The crisis averted, the Bai family descended from the rooftops and returned to their rooms for sleep. After nightfall, Yunxi village and Baiguan, despite the turmoil and baptism of the evening thunderstorm, were now completely silent, without even a bark of a dog. Little Jiangqi had performed a remarkable feat today. 90% of the cats and dogs he frozen had regained consciousness after thawing, becoming normal family pets once again. The remaining 10% that hadn't recovered could only be cleaned up. After being taken home by Bai Yang and given a good bath, Chi-Chi collapsed onto the bed, exhausted and fell asleep. Bailey had originally wanted to wait for Jiang Minglang, but unfortunately, her eyes had a mind of their own. She leaned against the headboard, reading a book for less than 5 minutes before her eyelids closed on their own, automatically shutting out the outside world. When she opened her eyes again, it was already 7 o'clock the next morning. She turned her head to look at the seat next to her. The thin blanket and sheets were slightly wrinkled, indicating that someone had returned the previous night. Bailey let out a soft sigh. Jiang Minglang hadn't been busy all night in Chongbei, which probably meant the situation there was under control and not serious. What she didn't know was that even if the situation was serious, Jiang Minglang would have rushed home to sleep after making arrangements. After all, he wasn't omnipotent. He did his best to do what he was supposed to do. The rest was none of his business. After all, as the deputy base commander, there was no need for him to keep an eye on them all night. By the time she finished washing up and went downstairs, the group, who had been training since 5:30, had just finished their 2-hour session and were gathered on the flagstones at the backyard entrance to the White Orchard, looking at the 2 large sacks of plucked birds that Wei Lichuan had his soldiers deliver. Our cook made a delicious soup with 5 birds last night. So rest assured, it's safe to eat and has no side effects. The young soldier who had delivered the birds was delighted, and he chatted endlessly with them about their cook's cooking methods, frying, roasting, or boiling them, and they were all delicious, practically the same as normal bird meat from before the apocalypse. Renbin and the others were practically drooling. Although they never lacked food, who could complain about having too much meat, especially healthy meat? Bai Xiangtian brought 2 baskets of fruit to the 2 young soldiers, but they refused. No need, uncle. Our captain said these birds were yours to begin with. We're only able to get half thanks to you. With that, the 2 of them scurried off. However, before they even left the Yunqi village gate, one of the young soldiers suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. Confused, the other soldier turned around and called out, "What are you doing? Let's go!" A strange look crossed the young soldier's face, but then a broad smile broke out, and he ran even faster. "What's wrong with you? You're so fast, then so slow. Hurry up, there's something good going on." Bai Yang, who was whispering to Qiao Fei about crickets, hadn't realized his words had been overheard by the hearing psychic, who had just left. "Old Qiao, look how loyal old Wei is. He caught a bird and plucked its feathers before sending it to me. So would you reconsider and give him a puppy? Let's put it this way. Birds and puppies don't go together. TSKU. Otherwise. Did you ask your nephew to give his to old Wei? How dare you argue with a kid?" Of course. The young soldier rushed back to the team and rushed into Wei Lichuan's office, shouting, "Captain, Captain, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Wei Lichuan's hand trembled, as he was lighting a cigarette. The lit match suddenly burned his lower lip, instantly burning it. It seemed as if the remaining beard had caught fire. He quickly dropped the match and jumped up, rubbing his chin and cursing, "Gu Xiaomi, you didn't even knock on my door, you." "Calm down, Captain, calm down. I have 2 pieces of news for you too." Gu Xiaomi dodged and held up 2 fingers, controlling his captain with one sentence, from Baihui Garden. Wei Lichuan pointed his index finger at him. "I deal with you later, tell me." 2. Which one do you want to hear first?" "The good one." Gu Xiaomi grinned, revealing a pair of bright white teeth. "The fire-type dog Captain Qiao keeps at home has given birth." Wei Lichuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he hurriedly asked, "When did it give birth? How many puppies? Male or female?" Gu Xiaomi shook her head. Wei Lichuan glared. "You know nothing about anything. You're a pig. You heard the baby was born, and you didn't even bother to stay and find out? What good are you?" "Yes, there's some bad news. Do you want to hear it?" "Let it go. Captain Qiao doesn't seem to be giving you the puppies anymore." Wei Lichuan, He wanted to beat Gu Xiaomi to death. Bang, bang, bang. Bao Xiaolin, still frowning in her sleep, was awakened early in the morning by a knock on the door. She scrambled to her feet and looked around bewilderedly. Before her eyes cleared, the knock started again. It wasn't particularly loud, just a regular triplet, and there was a pause after each knock. This showed that the person outside was quite polite. Bao Xiaolin was now fully awake and aware of where she was. She hadn't expected to find herself sleeping on the floor. Next to her was a 1.5-meter wooden bed. Yaya, clutching her lunch bucket, was still sound asleep, completely unfazed by the knocks. It's not the child's fault for not being vigilant. It was the first time in 6 months that she slept in a bed, and in such a pristine house. Not to mention, she'd seen Chi-Chi's father before bed. In Yaya's heart, Uncle Jiang, a soldier, gave her a sense of security. Not to mention, Uncle Jiang had promised her and her daughter that they see Lizzie and Chi-Chi again in a few days. With her body relaxed, coupled with her injuries and exhaustion from traveling, she must have fallen into a deep sleep. Bao Xiaolin wiped her face with her hand, then got up and went to open the door. "Hello, Sister Bao, it's me, Lao Sheng." The door opened, and Bao Xiaolin saw it was the young man who had brought them here last night. She hurriedly said, "Sorry, Xiao Sheng, I fell asleep and didn't hear you knock." It's okay. I just came to bring you breakfast. This is soy milk and steamed buns. They're sold in the hospital cafeteria downstairs, but since you just arrived, you can't buy them without points. This is my bracelet. It has points in it. Keep it for now. Also, if the wound becomes infected or there are any other problems, go to the nearby hospital and see Dr. Chen. I contacted him, and he takes special care of you. Last night, Jiang Minglang didn't let Bao Xiaolin and her daughter stay in the temporary housing for survivors. Instead, he specifically arranged for them to stay in the hospital's family quarters, because it's closer to the city center and safer. Last night, Lao Sheng didn't go home. Before Jiang Minglang left, he specifically instructed him to bring breakfast to them in the morning. This was truly unexpected for Bao Xiaolin. When I sent them here last night, I brought them 2 bags of food and 2 bottles of water. I thought they would have to rely on those 2 bags of dry food to survive for a few days, and then go look for Lizzie and Chi-Chi. Unexpectedly, Jiang Minglang even arranged for breakfast to be delivered, a thoughtful gesture that left her speechless. Old Sheng didn't enter the house, nor did he stay long. Bao Xiaolin thanked him profusely, and he quickly left. Although the situation last night was under control, a careful count showed that quite a few people had died. To be on the safe side, they had to check every area today to ensure that all those who died in the thunderstorm were burned. The injured were gathered in one place for unified treatment. So he was actually quite busy today. But no matter how busy he had to personally attend to the boss's orders, and he also stopped by the hospital cafeteria for breakfast. After Old Sheng left, Bao Xiaolin first closed the door, then carried the still-warm soy milk and steamed buns to the dining table. Tears welled up in her eyes as she placed them on the table. Throughout their journey, mother and daughter had lived in constant fear, never having had the luxury of eating or drinking properly. And along the way, they had lost their most important family members. Her parents, and the one she always looked down upon, her ex-husband, Yeya's father. At the beginning of the apocalypse, Yeya's grandmother turned into a zombie. The man, a mama's boy and a parasite, lost his way. After a few days of confusion, he decided to go look for Bao Xiaolin and Yeya. But somewhere along the way, he got the news that everyone in the neighborhood had left, gone back to their respective hometowns. So the man drove all the way to Bao Xiaolin's parents' house. He arrived home earlier than Bao Xiaolin and Yeya did. And his arrival deterred the neighbors, who had intended to steal her parents' food. Although it was a bit of a showpiece, his tall figure still looked a bit threatening. Those who didn't understand him naturally wouldn't dare to act rashly. So when Bao Xiaolin brought her daughter home and heard her parents tell her about what had happened during that time, she wasn't sure how to face her ex-husband. Especially since the idiot had burst into tears the moment he saw Yeya. If it had happened before the apocalypse, Bao Xiaolin would have kicked him away and cursed, "Don't embarrass me." But now it was the apocalypse. Seeing even a friend alive, let alone one's own flesh and blood, would make her want to burst into tears. So she simply gave him a complicated look and said nothing. Soon afterward, mutant animals suddenly increased in number in Connecticut, often attacking humans at night. Add to that the water supply problem, and everyone realized their area was no longer habitable. Bao Xiaolin hadn't unloaded her car, ready to evacuate at any moment. But they hadn't decided where to go. Finally, her father, taking the advice of her third uncle, decided to head west to seek refuge with a cousin from their family. No one could have imagined that this decision would cost their family 3 lives. Her parents and Yeya's father were each torn to pieces by mutant animals in that so-called western base. It wasn't that they couldn't escape, they were captured and used as shields. That's why she tried every possible way to get out of the western base and run this way. It turned out that her gamble was right, truly right. After a long cry, Bao Xiaolin wiped away her tears, feeling the pent-up anger dissipate somewhat. She poured some water and washed herself briefly, then went to the bedside, lifted Yeya's clothes, and examined the wound on her arm. At the same time, after Bailey came downstairs, she turned and went to the pet room in the front yard to check on Feng Bao and her family. The wooden door was wide open, and the bird food and water were fresh. This was the old man's daily morning ritual, a task no one could replace. Bailey ignored the water and bird food, peering inside to see the family of 4. Perhaps having exerted considerable energy fighting last night, Fengbao still lay in her nest with her eyes closed and her head tucked in. Bai Jun lay with her, and the couple slept. The 2 little parrots, however, had woken early and were playing around the room, chasing each other. Seeing Bailey, they ignored her and went about their business. Bailey sighed and turned to head backyard. The bird meat that Wei Lichuan had sent was immediately distributed by Bai Xiangtian, who only kept 2 medium-sized ones for himself. The main reason was that they had no shortage of meat, and the mutant bird. Bailey was pregnant, so it was better not to eat it, just to be safe. Bailey herself didn't have a strong desire for meat. If it weren't for the nourishment her unborn child needed, she actually preferred her grandmother's noodles. "What time did you get back last night?" Bailey ran into Jiang Minglang at the backyard door and immediately asked, "How's the situation in the north?" "Not serious, is it?" According to the statistics last night, 69 people died from madness, and nearly 300 were injured. "Huh? So serious?" Bailey was about to ask for details when she heard Jiang Minglang continue. "Yesterday, before the rain started, I ran into Yaya and her mother, whom you've been missing, outside the city." "Bao Xiaolin?" Bailey was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly asked, "They just arrived in Pingcheng yesterday. How are they doing? Are they injured? Oh, and you didn't bring them back? Where are they staying?" Jiang Minglang laughed. "You're asking so many questions in one go. Which one should I answer first?" Chapter 233. Considering the chaotic situation outside, Jiang Minglang ultimately didn't let Bailey go out to see Bao Xiaolin and Yaya. In fact, ever since the temperature rose and her pregnant belly became more prominent, she hadn't left Yunqi village. With Bailey's abilities, leaving the village might not be a problem, but what if, those who drown are often skilled swimmers? Not to mention Jiang Minglang, even Bailey herself wasn't one for adventure, she was extremely cautious and conservative. So, rather than going out, she preferred to stroll around her own little plot of land. Furthermore, she'd been feeling sleepy since becoming pregnant, making her even less inclined to go out. So, in Pingcheng, outside of Baiguan and Yunqi village, almost no one outside knew Bailey was pregnant. You couldn't blame the couple for being cautious. Their abilities were now known throughout bases large and small. Even Chi-Chi was frequently discussed, and his water abilities were now widely known. If they knew they were expecting a second child, I wouldn't say it would cause a sensation, but at least the second baby in their belly would definitely be the focus of everyone's attention. This was not what Jiang Minglang and Bailey wanted. "Don't worry, I arranged for them to stay in the hospital's family quarters. They're well protected and relatively safe there. Besides, there's old Sheng, he visit from time to time. After these 2 days, when things are settled, I bring them back." He knew that, given his wife's close relationship with Bao Xiaolin, she would definitely want to bring them to Yunqi village to recuperate. But Jiang Minglang thought for a moment and told Bailey frankly, Bao Xiaolin and Yaya came from the western base. She said she couldn't stand it there, so she secretly escaped with Yaya. As you know, everyone entering the base must register, especially those with special abilities. Although the network isn't back online yet, it's being repaired. All special abilities are first entered into the computer. If she escapes, she's worried she'd be registered there. While it's easy to conceal their identities, we still need to observe them for a while to ensure there are no problems before we can let them move in. He added, although Pingcheng is only a small base, it started off well, and has long been a prominent figure among the 4 major bases. The base commander's message is that, aside from Kyoto base, anyone coming from the east, west, and southern bases must be clearly documented and questioned to prevent the 3 major bases from accusing us of poaching their personnel. Bailey had calmed down from her initial joy. After listening to Jiang Minglang's explanation, she understood even more clearly that Bao Xiaolin's matter couldn't be rushed. She had been overthinking things, feeling that since she had traveled so long to Pingcheng, she couldn't wait to see her friend. In reality, there was no need to rush. Since she had arrived, and the mother and daughter were both fine, they would eventually see each other. There was no need to rush. But why had she taken Yaya to the western base? How far was it? And where were her parents? Are they gone? Even then, Bao Xiaolin and her daughter, whom Bailey had been concerned about, were rushing downstairs to the hospital. Bao Xiaolin hadn't expected Yaya's wound to become infected and fester, resulting in a fever and unconsciousness. Yes, she hadn't been woken by the knock on the door just now, not because she was too soundly asleep, but because she had already passed out from the fever. Bao Xiaolin suddenly felt overwhelmed with self-blame. The mother and daughter had come all the way from the remote western base, and Yaya had always walked on her own. never once complaining of being tired and asking her mother to carry her. Her understanding heartbroken her. Just like yesterday, when her arm was bleeding while waiting in line, she hadn't said a word. She was useless, having failed to take good care of her daughter. Before picking Yaya up, Bao Xiaolin touched the food bucket lying next to her. It hadn't woken since falling asleep the previous night, but its temperature felt normal, and its breathing was steady. She checked the wound and found no inflammation, so it must be healing on its own. The last time it was injured, it slept for 3 days straight, and when it woke up, the wound was almost healed. Bao Xiaolin left the food bucket alone and hurried downstairs, carrying Yaya. She remembered Xiaosheng had said the hospital was nearby, and asked her to see Dr. Chen there if she had any questions. As Bao Xiaolin rushed into the emergency room carrying Yaya, she nearly bumped into someone. "I'm sorry." Bao Xiaolin didn't even have time to look at the other person's face. She simply apologized and continued to rush inside. Rushing to the emergency room, she hurriedly said to the only nurse inside, "Hello, is Dr. Chen here? Xiaosheng asked me to come and see him." "Oh no, I forgot to ask Xiaosheng's full name. What if he doesn't tell me?" Sure enough, the young nurse, who was hunched over the table writing a prescription, said without looking up, "What, Xiaosheng? You have to register first to see a doctor. Give me your points bracelet." Bao Xiaolin held Yaya in one hand and, with the other, pulled the bracelet Lao Sheng had given her from her pocket and handed it to the emergency room. The young nurse, still not looking at her, took the bracelet and placed it on a dark machine nearby. With a beep, the screen on the table immediately displayed the points and name on the bracelet. When the nurse saw the name and the score clearly, she was stunned for a moment, then suddenly looked up at Bao Xiaolin. "What's wrong? Can't I use it? I'm looking for Dr. Chen. My daughter has an infected wound and a fever." Seeing the nurse looking at her without saying anything, Bao Xiaolin became anxious and pressed. "Can I use it?" "Yes." The nurse finally reacted and handed the bracelet on the black machine back to her. Her next words were much more polite than before. She raised her hand and pointed to the left, saying, "First emergency room. Dr. Chen is in there." "Thank you." Out of courtesy, Bao Xiaolin thanked the nurse and quickly rushed into the emergency room. What she didn't notice was that at the entrance to the emergency room, the man who had nearly collided with her hadn't left. He was standing there, watching her leave with a gloomy expression. If Bao Xiaolin had looked more closely at his face, she would have recognized him as the man who had discovered Yaya injured the previous day and tried to prevent them from entering the city. But she had to thank him too. If he hadn't clashed with them, Jiang Minglang wouldn't have discovered them so early, and wouldn't have been able to enter the city earlier. But what she didn't know was that, because of the scratch from Fan Tong during the clash, Mao Weihao's arm had become inflamed and festering, and this morning, it had even ulcerated. Of course, this was also related to his own inattention last night. Lu Ying had even specifically reminded him to disinfect and bandage the wound, but he hadn't taken it seriously. Last night, he'd been busy dealing with the mad animals that attacked Pengcheng during the thunderstorm, and he finally come over to relieve their team shift. Then, he returned to his quarters and fallen asleep. Normally, he had slept until noon, but he'd been awoken by the pain half an hour earlier. He discovered the wound from that damned cat's scratch was already red and hot, and yellow fluid was oozing out. Startled, he finally decided not to take it lightly anymore and rushed to the hospital to have a doctor disinfect and bandage it. No, the wound had progressed to such an extent that it required more than just disinfection and bandaging. The inflamed and damaged flesh had to be cut off. God knows how much pain he just felt. Without anesthesia, the pain of the flesh being cut off nearly killed him. Who knew he'd run into the culprit head-on just as he finished treating it and walked out? What a narrow road for enemies. Mao Weihao gritted his teeth, thinking that if he didn't remove one of this woman's arms today, he'd be doing a disservice to the pain he just endured. And that damn girl, if she hadn't reacted quickly and hugged the cat yesterday, Sister Ying's vines would have strangled her to death. Therefore, she must pay the price for her actions yesterday. Mao Weihao had already forgotten Lu Ying's warning and automatically ignored old Sheng. All he could think about was revenge for his injured left arm. Mao Weihao took one last look at the emergency room where Bao Xiaolin was, then turned and walked out of the hospital. Because it was still early, there weren't many people in the hospital besides the nurses and 2 doctors on duty. Mao Weihao found a corner to the left of the hospital entrance. As he squatted, a wall of earth slowly rose in front of him, completely covering him. In the emergency room, Yaya's wound had been redressed and bandaged. According to old Sheng's instructions, Dr. Chen took Yaya's temperature and gave her a fever-reducing pill. Then he said, "There's a rest room next door. Take your child there to rest." If the fever hasn't subsided in 2 hours, come back and see me. Bao Xiaolin thanked him repeatedly, then stood up and carried Ye, who was still unconscious, to the next room. Carefully placing her daughter on the bed, Bao Xiaolin pulled a chair over and sat down beside her. She had rushed here without even having breakfast, and her stomach was growling with hunger. But Bao Xiaolin paid no attention to herself. She kept her hand on Ye's forehead, hoping that time would pass quickly and her fever would subside. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Bao Xiaolin went to see Dr. Chen, filled with worry. After another examination, they confirmed that the wound showed no signs of worsening, but her temperature was still 40 degrees Celsius. Dr. Chen asked Bao Xiaolin, "Does your daughter have superpowers?" Bao Xiaolin shook her head, "No." "What about you?" "I do, it's strength. Although it's impossible to be certain, among those who had persistent fevers in the past 6 months, there have been a few who have developed superpowers as a result. While the probability is low, it's a possibility that can't be ruled out." He said to Bao Xiaolin, "I get you a fever-reducing pill. Take your child home. If the fever persists after 4 hours, give her another dose. If the temperature remains the same, and the wound shows signs of healing, then congratulations. Your daughter may have developed superpowers." "What? Developed superpowers?" Bao Xiaolin was stunned for a few seconds, then her eyes lit up. Oh, why hadn't she thought of this possibility? She heard stories back at the Western base about someone developing superpowers due to a fever, and many people followed suit. In the end, 2 people not only failed to activate their supernatural powers, but also developed pneumonia from their fevers, ultimately killing them. Since then, no one has deliberately caused a fever. So the chances of this happening are actually quite low. Thinking of this, the light that had just shone in Bao Xiaolin's eyes faded away, and she simply asked Dr. Chen, "Is there something I can do to reduce my fever physically? Could you prescribe me some alcohol?" No matter what, she wouldn't stand by and watch Ye suffer from a fever just for the sake of some illusory supernatural power. After asking for a few more instructions, Bao Xiaolin took the alcohol Dr. Chen had prescribed, along with disinfectant and gauze for external injuries, and easily picked up her daughter and strode out. Regardless, aside from the fever, everything else was normal, which reassured her. Leaving the hospital, Bao Xiaolin turned right and headed towards the family quarters. Around the corner to the left of the gate, unknown to her, in a corner separated by a dirt wall, Mao Weihao, now dozing off from waiting for so long, was unaware that his target of revenge had already left. The city patrol passed by, and everyone had already passed, but a young soldier at the end of the team spotted the dirt wall. He hurried to the front to report to the squad leader. Then, Mao Weihao was easily ushered out from behind the dirt wall by the patrol. Lu Ying and Lu Su were having lunch when the soldiers from the management office called them to the detention center to pick him up. The siblings heard each other say that Mao Weihao was lurking near the hospital, a behavior that was inherently strange, but he refused to tell the truth. Finally, they were taken back to the detention center and locked up. Now they could go get him out, but only after a clear explanation. What on earth was he trying to do, hiding in a corner in broad daylight using his supernatural powers? Lu Su also wanted to know what this idiot was up to. Lu Ying remained silent. She was observant, and knew Mao Weihao had gone to the hospital early in the morning to see a doctor for the arm scratched by a cat yesterday, and hadn't returned since. She suspected he run into the mother and daughter, and the cat who come into town yesterday, near the hospital, and was hiding in a corner, perhaps waiting for them to arrive and avenge his arm. Her brother was right. Mao Weihao was indeed an idiot, but he was unaware of his stupidity, always thinking he was so clever. Finally, Lu Su spoke a lot of good words to the detention center captain, and even deducted dozens of points from herself before finally getting Mao Weihao back. As soon as they returned to their residence, he raised his leg and gave him a vicious kick. Then, with a stern look on his face, he said, "Mao Weihao, if you want to die, just tell me directly. I do it myself, rather than letting you implicate us all." He had just heard from Lu Ying that a mother and daughter's cat had injured him yesterday, and that they had been taken into the city by Lao Sheng, Jiang Mingling's ally. Did Lao Sheng know them? Definitely not. The people Jiang Mingling wanted to protect were also Bai Li's. He, Mao Weihao, was seeking revenge against Bai Li's people? Lu Su was so angry he didn't know what to say. He raised his leg and kicked him again, cursing, "It's just a minor injury on your arm. Haven't you been hurt before? Are you tired of living to take revenge on others for such a trivial matter?" The expression on Mao Weihao's face was uglier than tears. He simply lay on the ground and refused to get up, letting Lu Su kick him. As for going back to Bao Xiaolin and Ye, he had no intention of thinking about that now. Chapter 234. At this moment, Bao Xiaolin was unaware that someone had been targeting her and her daughter, but because they had stayed too long at the hospital and hadn't anticipated her staying in the family quarters, they had been targeted in the wrong area. This time, the beating had made her dare not even think about anything else. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Bao Xiaolin gave Ye another fever-reducing pill, but it was no use, her fever persisted. She had to repeatedly rub her body with alcohol and warm water. It wasn't until that evening, when Lao Sheng came to bring her food, that she felt her daughter's burning body cool down a bit. Lao Sheng had also been busy all day and had originally planned to come in the afternoon, but something unexpected happened. Several ordinary people who had been locked up the previous night, who had lost their minds, had gone berserk and started biting him. When he heard the news and rushed over, one of them had already bitten off his arm. He seemed oblivious to the pain, lowering his head and biting furiously, biting his shoulder and arm, his mouth full of blood, and the bones crackling with his teeth. The scene was horrifying. Fortunately, they were all disconnected, otherwise this place would have become a slaughterhouse. Although they were human, they looked no different from wild beasts. Thankfully, only 3 people were in this state. The others, while still conscious and dazed, seemed dazed and confused, but at least they hadn't gone mad. What happens next? We just have to wait and see. Thankfully, this situation only occurred in the temporary settlement of the foreign survivors. It didn't occur in other areas, not even in the greenhouse area or Yunqi village. One doctor speculated that these people's symptoms were probably related to their diet. In Pengcheng, as long as you're not lazy, you rarely go hungry. But the situation outside was much more uncertain. Who knows how many people had died of starvation or disease. Recently, Old Sheng had occasionally patrolled the city gates, and the survivors he seen seeking refuge in the city weren't all emaciated, but at least 8 out of 10 looked like that. When people are starving to a certain point, they just eat whatever they can get. With the 3 people in such a state, keeping them alive would be a real nightmare. The management office promptly dealt with them and incinerated their bodies. This heightened vigilance against the recent arrivals of survivors, and the temporary transitional area was completely sealed off. Those previously living in the tent area were also relocated there, including those with special abilities. In short, not a single one was left alive. Of course, with the exception of Bao Xiaolin and her daughter. Old Sheng didn't think their boss's partiality was a big deal. Didn't he know how many people had previously used connections to gain access through backdoor channels? It was just that hearing that Ye's fever hadn't subsided for a day had given him a serious fright. After much deliberation, she finally reported the matter to Jiang Minglang upon returning to Yunqi village. Bai Li happened to be there at the time, and upon hearing that Ye had a fever and was unconscious, she couldn't help but frown. After all, she had raised her since childhood, and she felt a little worried. Jiang Minglang said, "Have Bai Yang take Shi Shuang on an errand, and bring her some things along. Don't worry, she'd be fine." When there was another knock on the door, Bao Xiaolin had just wiped Ye's body with warm water, and was wiping the sweat from her forehead, wanting to sit down and rest for a while. When she heard the knock, she thought it was Old Sheng. As always, she checked the peephole before opening the door. Bao Xiaolin knew Bai Yang. After all, he often visited Sucheng, and in their building, she was the only one who had the closest relationship with Bai Li. So, she and Bai Yang were quite familiar with each other. "Sister Xiaolin, long time no see." After the door opened, Bai Yang grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Unexpectedly, Bao Xiaolin's eyes suddenly reddened, and her voice choked with sobs. "Bai Yang." It wasn't that she was particularly excited to see Bai Yang, but more importantly, he was Bai Li's younger brother, and he looked a bit like Bai Li. Besides, his long time no see sounded like something from before the apocalypse, when it was normal for friends and family to not see each other for 6 months or a year. But now, after more than 2 years of wandering in the apocalypse, there was no chance to even say long time no see. "Oh, Sister Xiaolin, please don't scare me. If my sister finds out I made you cry, she'd definitely punish me." Bao Xiaolin wiped her eyes sheepishly, and stepped aside to let the 2 men in. But when she saw the bags they were carrying, her eyes welled up again. Bai Yang, not one for comforting, quickly diverted attention. "My sister asked me to tell you that she's in a special situation right now, and can't come out. You can move in with us after this. She's already picked out a house for you. It's right in front of mine. Once you move in, Ye can play with Chi-Chi every day." After that, she introduced Shi Shuang to Bao Xiaolin. "This is my girlfriend, Shi Shuang. She's a doctor. She came here specifically to see Ye. How's your fever? Is it still there?" When Bai Yang asked about her daughter, Bao Xiaolin's excitement subsided. She quickly said, "She's still feverish, but it's better than it was during the day. Not as hot as it was during the day. After saying that, he led Bai Yang, and she swung to the bedroom. On the 5-foot-wide wooden bed, beside Yu, lay a snow-white tabby cat. Bai Yang paused, surprised, and asked a glutton, "Is that it?" He had gone with Chi Chi twice before when she was feeding this wild cat. The reason he could identify it so accurately was mainly because the white civet cat had a small, heart-shaped tuft of black hair on its ears, which was very noticeable. Bai Xiaolin nodded. Yes, it was it. When we left Sioux City, this cat actually followed us, and didn't show up until we reached our hometown in Connecticut. Thank goodness for it, otherwise Yaya and I wouldn't have made it to your place. She sighed. This cat is truly incredibly clever and incredibly fast. It's able to chase away most of the animals that tried to attack us along the way. The few it couldn't defeat, it took Yaya and me to avoid. Ah, who would have thought that the cat, which the two children usually fed with leftovers, would actually save our lives in a crucial moment? Bai Yang didn't find it surprising. After all, his family had so many capable pets that the food bucket wouldn't be noticeable. Shi Shuang took Yaya's pulse and checked her wounds. After confirming that nothing was wrong, Bao Xiaolin breathed a sigh of relief. Then, when I took her to the hospital this morning, her wound was still inflamed. There was a large, red patch on her arm. When I changed her dressing this afternoon, I noticed that not only was the redness gone, but the wound had also partially healed. Dr. Shi, do you think her recovery rate is normal? She still remembered what Dr. Chen had said that morning. If a wound heals quickly, and the fever persists, it could potentially trigger a supernatural power. Of course, they emphasized that it was a possibility, not a 100% certainty. And Bao Xiaolin didn't particularly want her daughter to have superpowers. Having them would be best, but not a big deal. In short, her health was paramount. Shi Shuang asked a few more detailed questions, concluding, "That's quite fast." Of course, that's also due to her young age. As for whether her superpowers will be activated, it depends on her condition when she wakes up tomorrow. Bao Xiaolin's eyes lit up. Wake up tomorrow? If nothing unexpected happens, she will wake up tomorrow. In fact, based on her pulse, the little girl should have woken up tonight. However, she'd been suffering from severe depletion and lack of nutrition, coupled with injuries and fatigue, so she'd been in a coma for a while longer. But it wasn't a big deal. With proper care, she should recover easily. After the thunderstorm, for a long time, no survivors arrived from outside Pingcheng. This gave the management office a buffer period to sort the survivors, who had already entered according to their physical condition. Finally, they counted the total population and realized that no more people could enter Pingcheng. It's not that we're saturated, but according to the base size division issued by Kyoto, a maximum of 100,000 people can enter here. The current number is 100,800, which is already exceeded. But that's not the problem. The problem is that after this period of time passes, there will most likely be more people coming. Should we accept them then or not? If we accept them, it would violate the regulations. If we don't accept them, what will happen to those who have come here on foot? Li Nan suggested that the western wall was already built on farmland, and the land further west also belonged to Pingcheng. At the time, he had cut it in the middle because he couldn't handle it all at once, so he only enclosed the greenhouse area. We could encourage everyone to redevelop the abandoned land by providing free seeds and planting methods, and then stationing a patrol team there. This would not only solve the survivor's survival problem, but also eliminate the need to live in the city. Wouldn't that be against the rules? There's one catch. Although these people don't live in the city, they belong to Pingcheng, and their names and other information must be registered within Pingcheng. Jiang Minglang thought this was a good idea. As his father-in-law had said, leaving the land uncultivated would be a waste. In these times of widespread food and clothing shortages, of course, we should plant as much as we can. Even if there were occasional losses due to natural disasters, as long as we planted, we would still have a harvest, and we could also gain experience. Future development would surely improve, and we would have more food. 2 years and 6 months after the apocalypse, the Pingcheng Management Office posted a notice encouraging citizens to leave the city and cultivate land west of the greenhouse area. Seeds and planting methods would be provided free of charge, and points would be awarded to those with wood or water abilities who went. Most importantly, all the grain produced in the first year belongs to the grower. In the second year and thereafter, they only need to turn over 10% to the management office. The policy was quite generous, but unfortunately, after the notice was posted, not a single person signed up. This is understandable. After all, the city is certainly safer than the outside world. Furthermore, there's a lot of uninhabited land in the walled-off villages within the city. If they really want to reclaim Wasteland, why not start in the city? After that, many people approached the management office, asking if they could settle in a certain village, reclaiming 10 acres of wasteland there, and turning over 10% to the management office in the first year. Regarding policy, can the first year's seeds still be provided free of charge? Once the first person asked, there were the second, the third. Watching the crowds of people flocking to the management office, Jiang Minglang and Li Nan, looking down from the 5th floor, smiled at each other. Really, there's no harm without comparison, right? Over the past 6 months, the survivors who had recently arrived in Pengcheng seemed quite eager to find work, but what were they looking for? Each one, like a wolf, was stalking Li Nan's greenhouse area, as well as the paper mill, thermal power plant, and garment factory that had opened 6 months earlier. Whenever a position became available, they scrambled like crazy. A notice was also posted, telling them to reclaim wasteland in the suburbs. Unfortunately, the notice seemed unnoticed and ignored. Over time, the notice disappeared. Now, though, they learned to proactively ask and inquire. Not long after, people began moving into the 30 previously deserted villages. Initially, each village was assigned 100 people, each with 3 mu of land. You can form teams or hire people, there are no restrictions. In short, as long as you register and are willing to farm, you're good. After 3,000 people were deployed, at least half of the villages, and Wasteland East and north of Yunqi village were being utilized. Don't underestimate these 3,000 people. With this initial start, more people will surely come to sign up. They know that without stable jobs, if they must reclaim Wasteland, it's much safer to do so in the city than outside. Those who strike first are stronger, and those who strike last will suffer. To avoid being forced to leave the city to farm, many people naturally prefer to farm in the city. As for the areas west of the originally planned greenhouse area, if any new survivors arrived, they would have to be relocated there. Bao Xiaolin and Yaya stayed in the hospital's family quarters for about 2 weeks. Their injuries had completely healed, and they and their cat were well-fed and well-fed. Their faces were noticeably rosier than before. Then, on that day, Bai Yang took them to Yunqi village. By the way, after Yaya recovered from her fever, she indeed had activated her supernatural powers, possessing the same strength as her mother. Watching her 10-year-old daughter effortlessly lift a solid wooden table, Bao Xiaolin felt a complex mix of emotions. She didn't know whether to be surprised, or, never mind, just surprised. Whatever supernatural power, having one was better than not having one. So be it, King Kong Barbie. It was fine this way, it wouldn't hurt her in the future. After a 2-week break, she thought she'd be able to calm down when she saw Bai Li again. But when Yaya hugged Chi-Chi and burst into tears, she couldn't help but burst into tears. It had been so difficult. A year ago, she couldn't have imagined she would see Bailey again one day. The 2 adults were initially a little sad, but after hearing Gigi's words, they almost burst into laughter. Yaya, do you only think about Chi-Chi and not me? Yes. You're lying. You hugged Chi-Chi, but not me. I haven't had time yet. I have to hug them one by one. Okay, I forgive you. Linja, who had been hugged by Yaya, smiled contentedly. It was great to have another little friend. Although they hadn't seen each other for over 2 years, Yaya, Chi-Chi, and Gigi felt no strangeness at all. The 3 of them quickly became friends, and the 2 little boys took Yaya to the white fruit orchard. Bailey took Bao Xiaolin to the small courtyard she had chosen for her. It had already been aired out and cleaned, ready for immediate residence. Chapter 235. Woof, woof. Hearing footsteps approach, 2 puppies, almost a month old, swung their ball-like bodies and barked sweetly at the door of the utility room. Not only were they non-threatening, but they also softened anyone's heart. Wei Lichuan walked to the door and saw the 2 adorable, furry balls, his eyes nearly glowing green. Hey, what's with that look? I told you, there's no share for you this time. One for me, one for Chi-Chi, no extras for anyone else. Xiao Fei's expression made him wary, and he quickly promised him something. Next time, when Lioli has another child, I definitely leave one for you. I agreed to this with Xiao Xiao, and she agrees. If he and Xiao Xiao weren't a family, the little girl definitely wouldn't even give him one. To paraphrase Chi-Chi, the 2 puppies belonged to Xiaowu and Lioli. Even if they divorced, they'd still be 1 dog each. As the owners of the dog couple, that meant he and Xiao Xiao each got 1. He didn't even get any points. While this explanation was questionable, the children accepted it and took it as gospel truth. How could anyone possibly argue with this? Wei Lichuan sighed. What a shame! Why couldn't he just get one? He knew Xiao Fei had no hope of getting one, but Chi-Chi's. Wei Lichuan stared at the chuckled puppies, rubbed his chin, and turned to leave. Qiao Fei, giving up already? He paused for a second, then hurriedly followed, closing the gate behind him as he left the yard. The two puppies were still too young, for now, they could only play in the utility room and yard. Although Yunqi village was relatively safe, it was better not to go out if possible. For the first week after Liuli gave birth, Xiaowu stayed practically by her side, constantly guarding the three of them. But after that first week, he began following Qiqi during the day and only returning at night. However, it always felt like his master was more important than his wife and children. Thankfully, he was always there every night, and the two puppies relied on him. As long as he was around, they would cuddle affectionately beside him, unless they needed to feed, at which point they would look for their mother. Qiao Fei and Song Huanyan were unaware of Liuli's unusual behavior on the night of the thunderstorm. It wasn't a big deal, it was simply because she was weak after giving birth and couldn't withstand the fluctuations of the weather. Thankfully, Xiaowu was there to comfort her in time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Why are you walking so fast? Old Jiang isn't here. Qiao Fei had barely finished his words when he saw Jiang Minglang, walkie-talkie in one hand in his pocket, slowly emerging from the gate of Baiguan. Huh? Wasn't Base Commander Ouyang summoned him to a meeting early this morning? How long has it taken him to get back? Old Jiang, where's our son? Wei Lichuan immediately forced a smile upon seeing Jiang Minglang, approaching him and patting him on the shoulder enthusiastically. Qiao Fei knew what he was up to the minute he heard his tone, and scoffed inwardly. Do you think currying favor with old Jiang will help? What a waste! Unwilling to listen to their nonsense, Qiao Fei turned and went back to work in the fields. Although it was already November, the temperature showed no sign of dropping, hovering around 40 degrees Celsius daily, making people restless and irritable. Even so, the fields still needed to be planted. The last thunderstorm destroyed almost all the crops in the fields, and they spent the past month plowing and improving the soil since then. In fact, only Yunqi village tends to their fields so meticulously. Elsewhere, even in the greenhouse areas, they simply pull out the damaged crops, water them 2 or 3 times with well water, and then begin fertilizing and cultivating. Those reclaiming wasteland are even more rough. They pull out the weeds, spread the composted fertilizer on the ground as required, plow the soil once, and water it once, and that's it. They eagerly sow seeds in the ground, hoping that the crops will mature before the next thunderstorm, so they can harvest and avoid losses. Only the villagers of Yunqi village, under the guidance of Professor Lung, take their time, taking one step at a time, preferring to have less than enough rather than rushing to plant seeds. Of course, the result of their meticulous care is that the wheat, rice, sweet potatoes, and potatoes that grow in their fields are tastier than those grown elsewhere. Therefore, Base Captain Ouyang and Wei Lichuan had already distributed exchange details to the villagers of Yunqi village, essentially exchanging daily necessities for flour and rice. At this moment, Qiao Fei was heading to Song Huanyan's field. Next to him, in the adjacent field, were his sister and nephew, and Zirwei. Elsewhere, after Qiao Fei left, Wei Lichuan asked Jiang Minglang to see Qiqi. He whispered, "What does our son like? Or, what does he want most? You can give him everything he wants?" Jiang Minglang found it strange. Qiao Fei and Wei Lichuan, the two of them, going to great lengths to get a puppy. He wondered, "Do you like puppies that much?" Wei Lichuan rolled his eyes, thinking, "If I don't like dogs, how could I like you?" Of course, this couldn't be said out loud. The two of them, close friends, nudged Jiang Minglang with their arms and said, "You have so many dogs. One more, one less, wouldn't be too much. Could you please persuade our son to give me this pup first? Of course, I won't let Qiqi suffer any loss. Tell me whatever he wants, and I get it for him, no matter how hard it takes. Would it be so? But now isn't the time to talk about puppies. We have more important things to deal with." Jiang Minglang raised his intercom and said, "Why didn't you take this with you when you went out today? Gu Xiaomi is looking for you. She says the tigers across the river are acting strangely, and there are wolves roaming across the river. She wants you to go back and take a look." Wei Lichuan's face immediately changed when he heard this, and he turned to leave. But after a few steps, he stopped again. He turned to look at Jiang Minglang and asked, "Aren't you coming with me?" Jiang Minglang waved his hand. "You go first. I have something to deal with. I'll be right back as soon as I'm done." Something to deal with meant accompanying Bai Li for her prenatal checkup. It's already 5 months, and her belly is significantly larger than before. Bai Li, on the other hand, is still the same as when she was pregnant with Qiqi. While her belly bulges forward, indicating her pregnancy, Her face and limbs remain the same, not a lick of weight gain. This is a physique that other women envy. In fact, it's not quite accurate to say she gets prenatal checkups. After all, Bailey goes to the clinic whenever she has time, and as long as she Shuang isn't busy, she'd be happy to check her pulse 8 times a day. Ultrasounds aren't done very often, so today's checkup consisted of one. After all this was over, Jiang Minglang examined the ultrasound report again, feeling that their daughter was delicate, adorable, and incredibly beautiful. Bailey was speechless. How could a simple black and white ultrasound report reveal such exquisiteness and loveliness? It was half an hour later when Jiang Minglang arrived at Pingjiang Bridge. To his surprise, he ran into Lu Su, and what was her name? He knew this girl worked as a registrar at the management office. He also knew she was Bai Yang's college classmate, and the boy who registered and assigned survivors with her was also their classmate. Jiang Minglang knew that boy. His name was Ding Bo. When they had met before at Ningqing University, he had felt that Ding Bo was cunning but lacked courage, which had always displeased him. So, he had only helped them clear the gate and left without intervening, leaving Bai Yang alone. But when they met again, this time, he had unexpectedly seen a significant change in his demeanor. He was much calmer, more efficient, and quite pleasing to the eye. Jiang Minglang had seen Ding Bo helping this girl with her work several times, and they had also been together during breaks and meals. He thought the girl was with Ding Bo, but now she was with Lu Su. He glanced at the two people standing close together, then looked away. Jiang Minglang hadn't noticed, and Lu Su's body froze. He Ningju had naturally seen Jiang Minglang, but she didn't think anything of it. Since they weren't close, she just pretended they didn't know each other. But she didn't know Lu Su and Bai Li's relationship, so naturally she didn't know either. Every time Lu Su saw Jiang Minglang and Bai Li, he was like a mouse seeing a cat, desperate to get as far away from them as possible. Today was unlucky. After finally having a day off, he Ningju pestered him to go to Pingcheng across the way to search for supplies. Production hadn't resumed yet, and while the survivors in Pingcheng seemed to have no worries about food and drink, they were also looking to replenish other supplies. So he Ningju set her sights on Pingcheng, south of Pingcheng, and even Quanzhou. Both cities had been completely cleared of zombies, and reportedly, there weren't many mutant animals left. Of course, such places were a temptation for many, having been plundered countless times in the past year alone. But he Ningju felt that there would inevitably be omissions. After all, it was such a large city, and Pingcheng's population was so small before, not to mention that those who went there always relied on their backs to find something. Under such circumstances, there would definitely be some leftovers. So she decided to try her luck, and see if she could find what she needed. Lu Su was the captain of their team, and his combat prowess was unquestionable. Most importantly, since he was pursuing her, he would accompany her on her search, ensuring her safety, and giving her everything he found. However, he Ningju hadn't expected to encounter such an unexpected situation upon arriving today. She looked at the tiger atop the mountain opposite Pingjiang, gleaming white in the sun. She nudged Lu Su with her elbow and whispered, "Are we not able to go through today?" Lu Su wiped his face and sighed, "Of course not. Let's go. We never know what's going to happen. Let's not get in the way here." He knew Jiang Minglang was a sharpshooter. With him around, nothing would go wrong. So the tiger across the way was still a wolf. No matter how much it leaped, it would eventually be brought to its knees. But there was no need to tell He Ningju this. He was afraid she would insist on going. He wasn't afraid of those animals, but... Lu Su glanced at Jiang Minglang's back again, cryptically, thinking, with Jiang Minglang here, how could he dare go? No, it wasn't that he didn't dare. It was that he was afraid of getting in trouble. When Bailey found out, she thrashed him again. It was such a hot day, why bother getting angry and hitting someone again? Thinking of this, Lu Su reached out and pulled He Ningju, who was still standing still, saying, "They definitely won't let you go under these circumstances. We go another time if you want to. Let's go now." Though reluctant, He Ningju didn't insist. Before leaving, she simply asked Lu Su, "If you were to face that white tiger, could you defeat it?" Lu Su thought, "What's the point of fighting a tiger? You think too highly of me." She said, "I don't know, I never fought one. But there's a rule in Pingcheng. Don't provoke large carnivores without reason. Violators will be expelled from Pingcheng." He Ningju was, of course, aware of this rule. She asked so she could have a plan in mind if she ever had to face a large animal like a tiger. Lu Su didn't know what she was thinking. If he had, he'd definitely have said, "Why do you have to have this plan? It wasn't anything else, it was a tiger. If I didn't run away when I saw it, what else could I do to challenge it?" The two, each with their own thoughts, left Pingjiang Bridge and walked to the bicycle parking area. He Ningju asked Lu Su again, I heard that Deputy Base Commander Zhang's son loves animals. So the rule against confronting large animals is because of his son? After she said this, Lu Su instinctively felt a sense of disgust. Turning to look at He Ningju, his expression unchanged, his eyes were much colder than before. What does the base's rules have to do with a child? Even Jiang Minglang's son wouldn't be treated specially for this. Just say that to me, but I hope you won't tell anyone else. He Ningju was stunned. She looked at Lu Su and frowned. I was just saying it casually. Is there any need to make such a big deal out of it? I had originally thought Lu Su was fearless. After all, he was the director of their management office, and he would confront anyone he wanted without a care in the world. But what was going on now? He was actually defending a child he had nothing to do with. She knew he was Bai Yang's nephew, but so what? She had no other intentions. She had just said it casually. What was he angry about? However, to her surprise, Lu Su didn't try to comfort her after she lost her temper. He rode his bike with her, not saying a word the whole way. Even after he dropped her off at home, he simply said, I'm leaving, turned his bike around, and left. He Ningju was furious. He stamped his feet, wondering what was going on with him. Did he know the child, or the child's mother, Bai Yang's sister? That was impossible. If he knew Bai Li, he should also know Jiang Minglang. But just now on the bridge, when they met, they didn't even exchange a single word. It didn't seem like they knew each other at all. He Ningju couldn't figure it out, but there was nothing she could do but go home first. Even then, Lu Su returned to the courtyard where their team was staying. As soon as he put down his bicycle, he heard Lu Ying, who was leaning over the railing, sigh. Why are you back? Didn't someone get seduced by beauty and work as a free mover? How come? You're helping someone move their things home so quickly. The power of love is truly great. It's almost as fast as lightning whoosh. Chapter 236. Lu Ying really dislikes He Ningju. For no other reason than to simply dislike her. Also, her brother has been pursuing her for quite some time. You either agree or refuse, but what's the point of keeping him hanging? Does he think her brother is a donkey, dangling a carrot in front of him? Heh. This woman's mindset is actually quite easy to understand. It's simply that what you can't have is the best, and that if you ask for something, you can get it. Like today, her brother finally got a day off. Instead of resting at home in the scorching heat, he had to accompany her to Pingcheng to search for supplies. He was both a bodyguard and a porter. He really had a plan. But there was nothing he could do. Her silly brother agreed. Not only did he agree, but when he left, he cheerfully said he didn't want them to follow because he wanted to spend time alone with He Ningju. What a bullshit world of two. Even if you were sold, you still have to pay for it. Lu Ying had reminded her brother before, but what had he said? Oh, he said she didn't understand, that this was called a fun between lovers. What idiot, you're still a couple. Are you two confirmed? Ever since Lu Su left this morning, she'd been secretly complaining about her idiot brother, and waiting to see how exhausted he'd be this afternoon. Who would have thought it wasn't even afternoon yet? He'd been out for an hour? How could he be back already? Lu Ying's eyes rolled, a thought dawning on her. With a hey, she called out to Lu Su, who had parked his car downstairs, and was about to run water to wash his face. Is the Pingjiang Bridge closed to traffic today? Without waiting for Lu Su's reply, she continued, Oh, this is such a coincidence. You didn't get to spend some quality time together. Are you disappointed? The last word is dragged out, and it's hard not to feel gloating about one's misfortune. Lu Su ignored her at all, and just poured cold water on his face. The restlessness from the journey back was washed away by the cold well water, and I immediately felt much more relaxed. Then his good sister's nagging sounded in his ears again. Oh, I haven't been betrayed. Why are some people still unhappy? In such a hurry, have you been asked to touch your little hand? There is no benefit at all, and you are still trying to reach up. Lu Ying. You deserve a beating, don't you? Lu Su couldn't bear it anymore, picked up the bucket at his feet, and threw the whole bucket towards the second floor. So far, although he doesn't seem to have any specific abilities, he seems to be somewhat proficient in all aspects. For example, if you have strong strength, if you throw a bucket upward like this, you can control the water to stay in the bucket and not spill out halfway. But, with a loud bang, the water he'd been controlling to prevent it from spilling midway was knocked over by two thick vines halfway up. With a crash, the entire bucket of water spilled onto Lu Su's feet, soaking through his new sneakers. Lu Su glanced down at his new shoes, then raised his head and snarled, Get off me, you little bitch. You rubbed my shoes. Lu Ying wasn't afraid of him. Loosely holding the 2 vines in her hands, she wrapped the bucket around her brother's head and poured the remaining water droplets onto Lu Su's forehead. She kept talking. You had water in your head lately, so it's no big deal if I pour some more water on you. Don't move. Don't let the water on your head go down. You can't let it go down. How can you be in love without water in your head? Oh right, we haven't had it yet. She hasn't agreed. Water dripped down his forehead. Lu Su wiped his face with his hand and snorted coldly. Don't be sarcastic. I was just feeling a little frivolous. Do you really need to keep nagging me? Let's not talk about it anymore. I won't see eating you again, okay? Lu Ying paused, curious. What triggered you today? How could a trip to Pingcheng make you give up on that woman? Tell me, I analyze it for you. You can't analyze it. With that, Lu Su turned and went back into the house. He grabbed Mao Weihao, who was eavesdropping behind the main hall door, and threw him into the yard. Elsewhere, Jiang Minglang stood at the highest point of Pingjiang Bridge. He looked across at the white tiger, which gazed calmly at him, and raised an eyebrow slightly. What's wrong with this guy today? Although the tiger was usually calm, Jiang Minglang sensed something different in its eyes. Also, it wouldn't normally stand on the top of the mountain looking this way. So something must have happened today to cause this Tiger King to emerge. Not only was it constantly watching this direction, but at the foot of the mountain where it stood, a pack of wolves was stirring. Jiang Minglang believed that if it hadn't been suppressing them, the howling of wolves would have been everywhere by now. So what was going on over there? And what about those wolves? Before Jiang Minglang could figure it out, the wolves at the foot of the mountain suddenly started to stir. From his position, he couldn't see the wolves' entire bodies. He could only tell by the swaying grass and branches, and the gradual appearance of their heads, bodies, or tails, that they were running fast. And they were running south. At this moment, the white tiger glanced at Jiang Minglang again, then suddenly turned and leaped off the mountain. Jiang Minglang narrowed his eyes, wondering what the tiger meant by that final look. Wanted him to follow south? Gu Xiaomi, follow me. As Jiang Minglang jumped from the bridge, he conveniently grabbed a rifle from the nearest sniper. He then led Gu Xiaomi down the bridge, through the iron gate, and drove onto the Pingcheng Expressway, following the direction the white tiger and the wolves had left, heading south. He decided to descend quickly and walk even faster. By the time Wei Lichuan came down from the nearby sentry post, the car was gone. Wei Lichuan frowned. Was this guy too impulsive this time? He admitted that old Jiang was formidable. There were few in the military district who could surpass him, then or now. But the situation was different now. A tiger and a pack of wolves. What if they surrounded him? This was a ferocious beast. Common sense wouldn't do. Wei Lichuan hurriedly sent someone to Yunqi village to inform Qiao Fei and Su Bo that Du Qian had gone to the management office for a meeting in place of Jiang Minglang and was not there. In reality, he most wanted to inform Bai Li, but since she was still pregnant and unsuitable for any stress, it would be better to keep this matter a secret from her. He had originally intended to keep Bai Li in the dark, but when the young soldier went to see Qiao Fei, Bai Li happened to be at his house, babysitting his puppies. Qiao Fei had gone out to meet the young soldier, and stood at his door listening to his rapid-fire report. Bai Li, who was in the courtyard, could also hear it clearly. I go with you. Bai Li stopped Qiao Fei, who was about to follow the young soldier, and also called Chi-Chi and Gigi. She quietly opened the car door and got in, then said, I wasn't going there because I was worried about Jiang Minglang. I'm sure he wouldn't take any risks. Since I decided to go, I'm confident I'd be fine. I'm just curious and want to go see what's going on. She said this, and it was true. As for asking Chi-Chi to go too, it was because her son seemed to have a natural affinity for animals. So maybe he could actually be of help. If he couldn't help, in the event of a conflict, Gigi, with his powerful superpowers, could intervene. Even if he couldn't harm the animals, he could at least scare them. Now, everyone knew that Yunqi village had a lightning-powered person. The most popular guesses were one of Jiang Minglang's men, and some even suggested Qiao Fei, but no one guessed Lin Zhe. Many people didn't even know Gigi's name. They only knew that Jiang Minglang and Bai Li's son had an orphan friend who was inseparable. As for the child's name, no one cared. In a sense, this also served as a form of protection for Gigi. No one cared, which meant no one paid attention to him. Since no one paid attention, there was no reason to analyze his abilities. The group quickly arrived at Pingjiang Bridge in the little soldier's car. Wei Lichuan frowned the moment he saw Bai Li, pregnant, exit the car. He glanced disapprovingly at Qiao Fei, who was striding onto the bridge. When Qiao Fei got closer, he whispered, Why did you tell Bai Li? If this girl can't handle the pressure, who are you looking down on? Xiao Fei interrupted him before he could finish, giving him a sidelong glance. First of all, old Jiang would never risk his life before seeing his precious daughter born. Secondly, do you have any misunderstandings about old Jiang's combat prowess? Do you think he's never fought against wolves before? They say the person who knows you best is your opponent. This is a true saying. Xiao Fei had always considered Jiang Minglang his rival, and he probably knew his past achievements and medals better than Jiang Minglang himself. And that battle, deep in the mountains and jungles of the borderlands, against the wolves, shocked him, even though he was supporting them from the outside for over 6 months. However, few knew about this incident, and Wei Lichuan, stationed in Kyoto year-round, knew nothing about it. It didn't really matter whether they knew or not. As long as old Jiang knew what was going on, he could return the same way he left. Seeing Chi-Chi following Bai Li, Wei Lichuan wanted to get close to the little guy, but the timing was wrong. Finally, he could only sigh regretfully, pick up his binoculars, and ask Xiao Fei, "Are you going over? Let's see what's going on first." Old Jiang is getting along well with the Tiger brothers. If I go and cause trouble, I'd be doomed. Besides, there really wasn't any need for him to go, because the moment Bai Li got out of the car, a small piece of green radish scurried off. Xiao Fei asked curiously, "Bai Li, how far can your green radish be controlled now?" "How far?" Bai Li thought for a moment, then asked uncertainly, 10 kilometers? Xiao Fei glared, "Who are you asking?" After saying that, he froze for a moment, his mouth gaping in surprise. 10 kilometers? That far? In fact, it might be more than that. She used to be able to determine the exact distance, but as the baby in her belly grew, she felt her abilities were expanding infinitely. The exact limit was currently unknown. So, on this trip today, she wanted to give it a try. The mother and her 2 daughters found a shady spot on the bridge, and a young soldier immediately brought a chair over. Chi-Chi tactfully placed a piece of ice next to his mother. The child was quite tactful. After adding ice to his mother's water bottles, he also added ice to the water bottles of the soldiers on duty. He was thanked by everyone and had his head patted. "Mom, if anything happens, you must tell me. Gigi and I will go help Dad." Returning to his mother, Chi-Chi began to ask her what she had seen. What had she seen? Bai Li closed her eyes slightly. As Lulua sped along the highway, she felt that the large animals on the opposite side had disappeared. Not only were the tigers and wolves gone, but it seemed that other animals were also gone. She knew that the white tiger had previously been accompanied by a leopard, but now it seemed that it was no longer in their territory. Are they going out together, heading off for a group fight? And not content with fighting on their own, they even called in Jiang Minglang for help. Bai Li's speculation is, admittedly, 90% accurate. Due to the persistent high temperatures of recent months, which haven't dropped, the living environment in some areas has become increasingly harsh and unsuitable for living. For example, Kangzhou and Ningxing south of Pingcheng, and Wucheng and Sucheng further south. The rivers and lakes surrounding these cities have dried up. The land-dwelling animals, previously quite numerous, have now succumbed to illness and thirst in significant numbers under the intense heat. Those who survive naturally possess significant physical advantages, and even formidable combat capabilities. But no matter how strong their physique or combat capabilities, they still need water. As a result, the Pingjiang area, guarding a good water source, naturally became a target for those animals. Unbeknownst to Wei Lichuan and his warriors, White Tiger had already engaged in a fight with a bear that had sneaked in to drink water. This was White Tiger's territory. It's since the beginning of the apocalypse. Of course, it wouldn't allow any other animal to even set foot there. The animals from the cities, fully aware of this, banded together to fight White Tiger and his minions. The one who brought the various groups together was a monkey that had previously occupied the Ningxing Wildlife Park. Monkeys are naturally intelligent, and this monkey, having awakened its special abilities during the apocalypse, has become as intelligent as a 10-year-old child, quick and shrewd. During his last fight with the bear, White Tiger had spotted this monkey from afar. With just one glance, it clearly realized it couldn't outmatch the bear. So, it cleverly devised the tactic of mobbing him. It knew there was a powerful human among the other humans, and it believed it could convey its message through eye contact. We've been neighbors for over 2 years, so it wasn't too bad to not help out with this little favor, was it? In fact, it wasn't really helping it. It was more like helping the humans themselves. After all, that monkey wasn't a good person. It ate newborn animals. Just a few days ago, when Baihu saw it from afar, it was holding a newborn monkey, casually sitting in a tree, eating and watching. As the Tiger King, he couldn't help but shudder at the thought. What kind of good person would eat their own kind for no reason? So Baihu concluded that if this monkey were to be neighbors with humans, he'd have to be careful. Newborn human babies are so white and tender, and that monkey, with all his perversion, would surely love them. Baihu had led his team to the border between Pingcheng and Kangzhou. Soon, Jiang Minglang, who had abandoned the car and was traveling through the jungle with Gu Xiaomi, also quietly arrived nearby. Chapter 237. The two hid behind a large rock, blocked by a thick, bizarre pine tree. It was a mutated pine tree. Before Jiang Minglang crept behind the rock, it was shaking occasionally. Pine cones fell from the treetops, hitting the rock with a crackling sound, and pine nuts and shells shattered everywhere. After Jiang Minglang and Gu Xiaomi crept over, the old pine tree was silent for a few seconds, then began shaking again, even more frequently than before. Pine cones clattered down, and shredded shells rained down on Jiang Minglang and Gu Xiaomi's heads and faces. But the two seemed oblivious, remaining motionless. Luckily, the pine tree had been acting strangely before, otherwise the monkeys confronting Baihu and his group ahead would have spotted them. Looking across at the dark mass on the opposite side, at the forefront were two large bears, a large tiger with monkeys riding on its back, several black wolves, and behind them an innumerable army of monkeys. Unlike the monkeys I seen in the zoo before, chattering and jumping around, these monkeys now stood upright, glaring at the white tiger's side with their teeth bared. Compared to the numbers on the opposite side, the white tiger's side seemed much smaller. To the white tiger's left stood a large brown and yellow striped tiger of similar size. To its right stood two similarly sized light yellow striped tigers. Behind them followed two slightly smaller leopards and 10 wolves. Further behind were two ostriches, each nearly 2 meters tall, including its neck. Behind the ostriches were 4 brilliantly colored peacocks. Jiang Minglang's eyes swept over the 4 peacocks with a complex expression, hoping they weren't just there to make up the numbers, and were truly capable of fighting. So, can you please stop fluffing those beautiful feathers around you for now? As Jiang Minglang's eyes turned toward the other side, his expression became more solemn than ever. The ape riding the tiger was about the size of a 10-year-old child, looking less than 5 feet tall. It had sleek, shiny brown fur, dark eyes, and a cold, dark expression. When it stared at the white tiger, it was as if it were a dead tiger. It was confident, so confident that it didn't take the white tigers on the other side seriously. So, this time, it brought its entire force with it, both to fight and to move. Ayo! The two sides were still clashing when a sudden, baby-toned wolf howl erupted from the opposing monkey pack. It wasn't loud, and it was clearly a wolf cub. Strangely, the wolf cub's howl didn't cause any commotion among the other pack, but instead, a different kind of agitation erupted among the wolves on the white tiger's side. Ah! Ah! Jiang Minglang watched as the two wolves standing beside the leopard raised their heads and howled, their cries filled with unparalleled anger and sorrow. After howling, the two wolves roared and tried to charge forward, but were pinned to the ground by the brown-yellow tiger in front. The two wolves calmed down, only to let out low growls of resentment and anger. Then, a gibbon from the opposite monkey group lifted up a wolf cub, slightly larger than Lioli and Xiao's pup. It looked chubby, adorable, and incredibly cute. But the wolf cub was struggling and twisting uncomfortably in the gibbon's grasp. Its neck was pinched, its mouth slightly open, and its weak whimpers stirred the two adult wolves on the white tiger's side, who had just calmed down, into a frenzy again. Snap! Jiang Minglang was watching with a frown when a pine cone suddenly struck him squarely on the head, sending him darting glares towards the old pine tree. You really want to die, don't you? I dig you up sooner or later. But before he could dig up the old pine tree, he saw a familiar stalk of green ivy slithering from right under his nose, climbing up the large rock where he and Gu Xiaomi were hiding, and swiftly crawling up the old pine tree. Sheltered by dense pine needles, the green ivy wrapped itself around the tree's trunk, rapidly winding its way. In less than a minute, the middle trunk of the old pine tree was completely engulfed by the green ivy. Not only was it completely engulfed, but a large section remained, which began to lash out at the tree's top. Bang, bang, bang. The slashing didn't matter. The few remaining pine cones at the top of the tree clattered down, and Jiang Minglang and Gu Xiaomi were once again covered in dust from the shattered pine cones. Perhaps not anticipating this, the green ivy froze for about 3 seconds above the pine tree's branch before hooking onto the tree's top and ceasing its attack. Jiang Minglang closed his eyes, feeling a mixture of laughter and tears. His wife's green ivy had come over, venting her anger for him, and then... Never mind, this and then wasn't important. Thankfully, the pine tree hadn't stopped rustling, so even if the commotion was a bit louder this time, it only garnered a fleeting glance from the leading brown-red ape, who then looked away, no longer paying attention. Jiang Minglang turned to look at Gu Xiaomi, signaling him with his eyes to retreat. Gu Xiaomi's special ability was hearing, and while his physical fitness was decent, it was naturally far inferior to Captain Zhang's. Knowing he would only be a drag here, he simply obeyed orders and retreated quietly. The old pine tree finally settled into its proper place, remaining still and motionless. After waiting for Gu Xiaomi to leave, Jiang Minglang quickly retreated 50 meters. There lay a mound of earth, about 5 meters high, covered with various weeds, and a small tree of unidentifiable species. Jiang Minglang stared at the small tree for about 10 seconds, confirming it wasn't anything like the old pine. He quickly lowered his sniper rifle and put it away. Thankfully, the distance was far enough, and there were some restless mutant plants in the forest, so even if he loaded his rifle and pulled the trigger, the brown monkeys across the way wouldn't hear it. As for the white tiger, it would only feel happy and relieved if it heard it, and might even mentally give him a thumbs up. Sounds good. But even though the white tiger knew Jiang Minglang was nearby, it clearly couldn't pay attention to him. The monkey across the way was too despicable, strangling the wolf cub's neck and nearly killing it. The wolf couple beside it seemed to be unable to contain themselves and were about to charge forward. Roar! The white tiger roared furiously, its mouth wide open, deafening, the surrounding trees trembling and leaves fluttering. It felt as if the ground was shaking. Bai Li, far away on Pingjiang Bridge, scratched her ears uncomfortably. She had already told Wei Lichuan and Xiao Fei what she had just witnessed. To be honest, if it were just a simple territorial dispute between animals, they wouldn't intervene, nor would it be appropriate for them to. But if the monkeys were targeting the area near Pingjiang, and the leader wasn't a pushover, then they had to intervene. So when the white tiger roared, Xiao Fei and Wei Lichuan had already set out with their men. Bai Li closed her eyes. The green ivy wrapped around the old pine tree suddenly snapped off at the end, like a finger's length, and fell unnoticeably into the leaf-strewn forest below. The green ivy swam swiftly, quickly passing peacocks, ostriches, wolves, the white tiger. Finally, silently reaching the brown monkey's side, dodging each ugly monkey paw and stopping at the feet of the gibbon holding the wolf cub. Roar! This time, the roar came not from the white tiger, but from the large, colorful tiger mounted by the brown monkey. It was as if two sides were competing before a fight to see who could roar louder, with the louder one having a greater chance of victory. This was a normal contest between animals, but the brown monkey, unjustly following martial ethics, had actually sent monkeys to steal the opponent's wolf cub, intending to sacrifice its blood before the battle began. Although the above was all by Li's imagination, it was clear that the monkey had intended to do just that. After the tiger beneath it roared, the brown monkey calmly raised one hand and held up 2 fingers. The gibbon, seeing this, turned the wolf cub sideways, one hand still holding its neck while the other grasped its hind legs. Then, it grinned at the wolf couple behind the white tiger. And then, the gibbon's smile froze. It was about to tear the wolf cub in half, but for some reason, something suddenly gripped its neck. A cold, instantaneous force caused its mouth to open wide, its eyes bulging. Under such circumstances, it couldn't even think about tearing the wolf cub apart. Its hands loosened, and the wolf cub fell to the ground with a thud. Then, something swept up the wolf cub. Before the monkeys could react, the green color of the wolf cub had left the gibbon's range and was darting towards the white tiger. The brown monkey at the front, waiting for the wolf cub to scream before swinging its arms and attacking, was caught off guard by the sudden change at the critical moment. It snapped its head back and looked. At the same moment, Jiang Minglang's finger pulled the trigger. But he still underestimated the monkey's ability to react. This was a mutant monkey with only the ability to move. While the bullet was fast, its ability to sense threats and react quickly was also rapid. Therefore, the final bullet grazed its head as it dodged, ultimately striking the most conspicuous gibbon in the group, still tugging at the vines around its neck. With a bang, like a firecracker exploding in the opposite group, the monkeys, deliberately disguised as humans, were instantly reverted to their true form, jumping up and down and screaming. Jiang Minglang's eyes were fixed on the brown monkey. When his first shot missed, he immediately fired again. This time, he aimed at the body, not the head. In just a few seconds, Bai Li's green ivy had already wrapped around the wolf cub, nearly returning to the white tiger's side. But just as they were about to reach it, a smaller bear beside the brown-haired monkey suddenly leaped up and pounced. The white tiger leaped at the same moment, much faster than the bear, dodging a head-on collision, its claws raised to strike the bear's eyes. The 2 leopards behind it pounced at the bear's legs with lightning speed. Roar! The cry came from the bear. With its legs gripped by the swift leopards, it hadn't dodged the white tiger's claws, and one of its eyes had been blinded, half of its eyeball hanging from its socket, blood gushing. This delay allowed the wolf cub to safely return to the pack. Bailey released the green ivy and turned to run across again. The monkey's reflexes were incredibly strong, and its speed was incredibly fast. Its ability level was clearly quite high. Jiang Minglang, despite being so skilled, hadn't managed to hit it with 2 shots. So she had to go help. Bailey, busy catching the monkey, didn't notice that after she threw the wolf cub back into the pack, the mother wolf actually tossed it to the peacocks behind her. One peacock carried the wolf cub, while the other 3 protected it, then turned and ran off. Once on the peacock's back, the wolf cub lay quietly motionless. It was as if it had done this many times before, and was incredibly skilled. By then, the 2 sides had already engaged in a formal fight, and the situation wasn't looking good for Jiang Minglang. It was too chaotic, and the monkey had realized the direction the bullets were coming from, and had already hidden behind a tree. Add to that the sheer agitation of the pack, with countless monkeys hopping about, and finding it accurately was quite challenging. Bailey, sitting on the Pingjiang bridge, clenched her fists slightly. In an instant, countless vines sprang up, like a gaping net, entrapping the monkeys and binding them before tossing them aside. The enraged bear was bound by the vines, then quickly tore them apart. But in the moment it pulled, the white tiger struck its other eye as well. This time, the white tiger ripped out its entire eyeball and tossed it aside with disdain. The blinded bear howled in pain, its massive body tumbling across the ground, crushing one monkey after another caught in the vines. The white tiger glanced at the bear and ignored it, but when it turned to look for the other bear, it saw that the bear had taken advantage of the chaos to flee. Yes, it had. Though larger than the blind bear, it was not very fast, and even its running was clumsy and stumbling. Of course, the reason it was running so fast was because one of its legs had been injured by the white tiger a few days ago. The 2 bears were no longer a concern, and the large spotted tiger was entangled by the 2 striped tigers on its side, while its wolf pack was also facing the enemy's black wolves. The rest? The white tiger, with a stern face, began searching for the damn monkey, just like Bailey. Jiang Minglang had already left the mound. He abandoned his sniper rifle and appeared at the spot where the white tiger and the others had been, dagger in hand. Monkeys have a strong desire for revenge. The brown monkey that had been hiding must have known that its attacker was a human, so he appeared from behind to see if the monkey dared to come out. The first time the brown monkey saw Jiang Minglang, his eyes were bloodshot, and his teeth were itching with hatred. Damn human, meddling in other people's business, squeak. Suddenly, a pain in his back made the brown monkey let out a scream, and without turning back, he dodged from the tree he had been hiding into another. Before it could even steady itself, a thin, gleaming dagger darted toward it. The brown monkey leaped to dodge again, but to its surprise, the dagger seemed to predict its movements and slashed its neck the instant it dodged. With a puff, blood spurted out. The brown monkey's eyes flushed with rage, and it hissed twice. The remaining monkeys, as if receiving a call to action, abandoned their fight with the ostrich and fled in all directions. The brown monkey clutched its neck and tried to flee, but the dagger followed closely. The white tiger, smelling the scent, came running toward it, along with a glint of inexplicable green. Chased by 3 forces, the brown monkey finally felt a deep, genuine fear. Chapter 238. By the time Xiao Fei and Wei Lichuan arrived with their men, the battle was already raging. But before they could get close, they heard Jiang Minglang's gesture from afar. So the group stopped, turned around, and quietly retreated along the same path. The white tiger's victory was already certain. The more people arrived, the more likely they would be disturbed. The white tiger, also a speed type, was primarily pursuing the brown monkey, with Jiang Minglang and Bailey merely providing support. After all, the territory the monkey was trying to conquer was its own, and it had even sneaked into its territory and stolen the wolf cub. So, it was time for it to avenge their vengeance. In the end, the white tiger bit off one of the monkey's arms and pierced its neck. Then, the tiger simply chewed and devoured the brown monkey's body right there and then. By then, the brown monkey had already escaped farther than Bailey could control, so her green rose had already stopped mid-flight. Although Jiang Minglang's dagger followed closely, his men also followed suit. After all, his control was more limited than Bailey's. For animals, the best way to deal with an enemy is probably to eat it. Jiang Minglang didn't wait for the white tiger to finish eating the monkey before turning back alone. On the way, he saw his wife's green ivy, bent down to pick it up, and placed it on his shoulder. A short while later, the white tiger caught up, staring at the piece of green ivy with its tiger eyes. By the time the man and the tiger returned to their original position, the battle was almost over. Perhaps because they were caught off guard by Lee's green ivy at the beginning, the monkey's morale was greatly reduced. Coupled with the subsequent escape of a bear and 2 black wolves, the monkeys, except those bound by the green ivy, became a mess. Now, Jiang Minglang looked around and saw that all the monkeys his wife had tied up were dead. 2 black wolves and a bear were also dead. He didn't see the large, colorful tiger that the brown-haired monkey had been riding. He figured it had escaped. Jiang Minglang didn't see any responsibility for cleaning up the battlefield. After all, the only thing he had here were monkey carcasses, and he had no interest in them. He climbed up the mound where he had been, grabbed his sniper rifle, and was about to leave. But he was stopped by the white tiger. "What else do you want?" Jiang Minglang looked at the white tiger, thinking, "If you want me to help you carry the monkey carcasses back, then I'm going to fight you today, no matter what." But that didn't seem to be the case. Sensing movement behind him, Jiang Minglang turned and saw 2 wolves dragging the dead bear towards him. Help him carry the bear's body back? No, I think we should give him the bear. As a reward? But the next moment, Jiang Minglang realized he'd been too sentimental. After the 2 wolves dragged the bear to his feet, both the tiger and the wolf simultaneously glanced at the piece of green ivy resting on his shoulder. "I see. This is for his wife." Jiang Minglang's mouth twitched. Never mind. Giving it to him or his wife made no difference. Not long after, the 2 cars that had left returned to Pingjiang Bridge, dragging a bear with them. Jiang Qi and Lin Jia, the 2 little guys who had been waiting anxiously, were intrigued by the sight of a bear several times their size. Although they often seen them in zoos before the apocalypse, now that it was post-apocalypse, these creatures had mutated and were much larger than before. Who knew if the bear paws and gallbladder would be as effective as they were before the mutation? Jiang Minglang had his son put a thin layer of ice on the bear to keep it fresh. Then he walked over to Bai Li, who was sitting in the shade. The battle had ended so quickly thanks to his wife. Seeing Bai Li's face pale, Jiang Minglang was startled. He half knelt down, took her hand, and asked anxiously, "Did you overexert yourself? Are you feeling any discomfort?" Bai Li shook her head. "Don't worry, I'm not feeling any discomfort. I just used a little too much just now, but I'm fine now." Jiang Minglang breathed a sigh of relief. "Let's go home first." Helping their neighbors consolidate their territory, they believed that over time, they would reach a tacit understanding and become peaceful allies. For over a month, the gates of Pingcheng were quiet. When the temperature dropped slightly, and the weather became cooler, survivors with their families began to arrive. Even though a notice had been posted at the city gates, Pingcheng is full, no more people will be accepted. Of course, there was also a notice about reclaiming wasteland outside the city. Some people could accept this, while others found it completely unacceptable. But regardless of whether they could accept it or not, making an exception was impossible. After all, once the door was opened, who knew how many people would come? This would then lead to resentment towards Pingcheng and Kyoto, and the other 3 major bases. Kyoto would be fine, but the east and west bases were already dissatisfied with Pingcheng, because the majority of the survivors who came to seek refuge here came from these 2 major bases. Reasonable people would say that this was the survivors' own choice, that they wanted to come. But unreasonable people would think that Pingcheng was stealing people and deliberately working against them. Although Base Commander Ouyang wanted to help the survivors, he didn't want to confront the 2 major bases. After all, he had already offended some by destroying the research base where Elder Hua was captured. Even if they didn't initially discover he was responsible, the other party was no small figure, and naturally had their own channels of investigation. Pingcheng hadn't yet fully developed. In Jiang Minglang's words, they were just trying to stay low for now. When the time was right, and they could fully establish themselves, they wouldn't have to fear anyone. Are you really providing seeds and planting methods for free? Also, are your patrols the same soldiers from the city? The survivors, feeling tired of traveling so far and unwilling to return the same way, accepted the task of reclaiming wasteland outside the city. The management office dispatched Dingbo, Heningju, and others to register them, and take them to the village behind the wasteland for resettlement and household division. Also, they were accompanied by Lu Su's squad, who had also been dispatched. In fact, Lu Su hadn't been sent initially. After all, they weren't regular troops. While they had combat capabilities, they inevitably lacked discipline. Therefore, the management office's original intention was to have their own soldiers set up patrol posts outside. However, Lu Ying, ever so well informed, was almost instantly tempted when she heard that patrolling outside offered double the pay of patrolling inside the city. After all, they had a small team to support, and they wanted to make things easier for their men. So Lu Ying urged Lu Su to find Li Nan and transfer them outside. Unexpectedly, He Ningju was also dispatched at the same time. On the way to the wasteland, Lu Ying kept glancing at her brother. She wanted to see if they met face to face, he would still ignore this woman as he had promised. Since returning from Pingjiang Bridge that day, Lu Su hadn't visited He Ningju for half a month. The greenhouse area where they lived wasn't far from the management office's family compound where He Ningju now lived, but it wasn't close either. So, unless they were trying to see each other, it was difficult to do so, especially since Lu Su was deliberately avoiding them. So, they hadn't seen each other for half a month. Lu Ying realized that her brother seemed to have truly given up on He Ningju, because from the moment they met until now, he hadn't even glanced at that woman. He Ningju, on the other hand, was different. She would occasionally glance in Lu Su's direction, glancing at her brother 12 times in half an hour. Even through the crowd, Lu Ying could read the deep sense of grievance and confusion in her resentful eyes. Lu Ying almost laughed out loud. But she didn't understand either. Why exactly had Lu Su given up on He Ningju? If she said she didn't care about this before, it was because she didn't believe her brother could keep his word. So now that he's done it, she have to know the reason, right? Thinking about her brother, he didn't have much erotic gossip, and now that he finally had some, he had to give her some fun, right? 3 trucks quickly brought everyone to the wasteland that needed to be reclaimed. The village behind was deserted. While the houses were a bit run down from long periods of disuse, they could still be habitable after some repairs and cleaning. This place would be officially designated as a base, and the management office needed to number each household. Time flew by so quickly during busy times. Once He Ningju and her colleagues finished their work and the patrol team had completed their inspection, their work here was temporarily over, and the management office staff could return to the city. Lu Su. He Ningju finally couldn't help herself and ran to the patrol station to stop Lu Su before getting in the car to leave. Have you been busy lately? Something? The two stood face to face and spoke almost simultaneously. He Ningju was stunned by the cold and distant question coming from Lu Su's mouth. She had never expected him to speak to her like that. And his eyes were cold and indifferent, completely devoid of his previous warmth and flattery. She stared at him with those beautiful eyes, incredulous. What do you mean? He hadn't visited her for 2 weeks, and hadn't even greeted her when they ran into each other. Now she came to see him, and he actually... What do you mean? Lu Su looked impatient. Didn't you come to see me? Is there something going on? If not, then go back quickly. I'm busy here. After saying that, seeing that He Ningju remained silent, he simply walked around her and left. Lu Ying, watching from a distance, raised an eyebrow. Hey, has he really turned over a new leaf? This now intensified Lu Ying's curiosity. What was the reason? Having failed to achieve what she desired, He Ningju stood there in a daze for a long moment. It wasn't until Ding Bo ran over to call her that she regained her composure and followed him to the car. But even after getting on the car, her face, which had just turned a little pale, still hadn't cleared up. She lowered her eyes, unable to understand why Lu Su had acted like this. It wasn't that she was deeply saddened. After all, she didn't like Lu Su, and not being able to be with him was actually better. It was just that this feeling made her uncomfortable. Just giving up for no reason? No, it didn't seem like it was for no reason. He Ningju frowned and began to sort out the reasons why Lu Su had given up on pursuing her. But before she could figure it out, Ding Bo whispered, He Ningju, are you okay? He Ningju shook her head subconsciously. It's okay, why are you asking? She had thought she covered it up well, that no one else had noticed. But Ding Bo had been classmates with her for several years, and while he didn't know her particularly well, he was still more familiar with her than others. He leaned closer to her, his voice lowered. I heard Lu Su has a bad temper. Since he's no longer pursuing you, just draw a line. If you run into him again, just pretend you don't know each other. There was really no need to rush to find him. Ding Bo had no ulterior motives. His advice was entirely well-intentioned. In fact, he had also subtly warned her when Lu Su had pursued her before. At first, when she didn't agree and kept her distance from Lu Su, he thought she had listened to his advice and rejected him. But then he realized something was amiss. We were all adults, and it was our own decision to make, and no one else could interfere. So although Ding Bo felt uncomfortable, he didn't say anything more. It seemed as if Lu Su, after pursuing her for so long without receiving a response, had given up on her own initiative, which he thought was fine. But He Ningju frowned upon hearing this, and turned away with a hint of displeasure. After a moment, she turned back and asked Dingbo, "Have you seen Bai Yang lately?" Dingbo? Question mark. What does that mean? Has he still not given up on Bai Yang? Thinking of Dr. Shi, whom he had met last time, Dingbo answered truthfully, "He went out of town with his girlfriend last week to look for herbs. I registered them." Girlfriend? He Ningju was momentarily bewildered, then suddenly remembered that when she first met Bai Yang after arriving in Pingcheng, he seemed to have mentioned that he had a girlfriend. So it really was, and not just an excuse to reject her? I couldn't explain the feeling, but my mouth couldn't help but ask, is his girlfriend pretty? Dingbo glanced at her and nodded. Very pretty, and a doctor. So, does she have special powers? I don't know, but I think she does. Pretty, and special powers. He Ningju turned her head and shut up. Even on the other side, Lu Ying was pestering Lu Su for the reason. Didn't I tell you, your brother has lost his patience? Isn't that enough? It was, but since we're twins, it's no longer enough. Lu Ying, don't go too far. Well, you're just sitting around doing nothing anyway. Just tell me. I can help you analyze it. Lu Su thought about it, and decided it wasn't a bad idea. He raised his hand and scratched his head and said, that day, on the way back from Pingjiang Bridge, I told her that Pingcheng did not allow encounters with large animals. She asked if this rule was introduced because of Jiangqi. I was unhappy when I heard it. Although Jiang Minglang was the deputy base commander, he would not do this special thing just because of his son. What should I say? I really don't like her speculating on that child. Lu Ying didn't like it either. Regardless of whether he admits it or not, that little kid is their nephew, and he can't even talk about protecting his shortcomings, but he just doesn't like to hear others say that about him. The little guy has very powerful water powers, and can turn water into ice. Whenever he hears others praising him for his greatness, even though it has nothing to do with them, he still can't control the feeling of pride that comes out of his heart. Besides, it's not a shortcoming that he likes animals. Isn't it good to be able to use animals for his own use? He Ningju, this dead woman. If she were still here now, I would have to beat her up if I couldn't protect her. Chapter 239. The next morning, Lu Su received a notice asking him to attend a meeting at the management office in 2 hours. He immediately asked over the intercom, can the deputy captain go? Or does the captain have to go? It doesn't matter if either captain or deputy captain goes. Then what else could be said? Lu Ying would go. He felt his brain wasn't as sharp as his sister's. The meeting was bound to involve new rules and regulations or new tasks. He better leave it to Ying Tao to figure out what to do and how to respond. The meeting was held in a building behind the management office, next to Deputy Base Commander Zhang's office. When Lu Ying arrived, she passed by Jiang Minglang's office and saw the door open. She turned her head and glanced inside, but unexpectedly met by Li's eyes, who was sitting on the sofa. Lu Ying paused, subconsciously straightening her back. Then, realizing what she was doing, she hurried past. Only after entering the adjacent office did she realize her heartbeat was accelerating and her entire body was tense. She didn't dare look back. Bai Li hadn't done anything, just glanced at her casually, so how could she be so frightened? Lu Ying despised herself inwardly. What a loser. She suddenly remembered how she had used those 5 words to disdain her brother when he spoke of Bai Li with a lingering fear. Now it was her turn. She rubbed her chin uncomfortably, thinking that her brother must not know about this, not even if he died. When Lu Ying entered the conference room, quite a few people were already seated. Some of them she knew, some she didn't. But whether they were acquaintances or not, they all shared a common identity. A spontaneously organized group of supernatural beings, registered with the management office. Of course, not every psychic team is entirely composed of psychics. Some are ordinary people, simply with better physical abilities, who usually accompany the team on missions, and can perform their duties without being a drag. People they knew greeted Lu Ying. One of them, a man in his 30s, asked Sister Ying, do you know why we were called here today? Excluding Li Nan's group, compared to other civilian psychic groups in the city, Lu Ying's group was the oldest and the most powerful. So, no matter whether they were older or younger, they all addressed her as sister. Lu Ying shook her head. Not only did she not know, but even if she did, she wouldn't say. Another person glanced at the conference room door and whispered, did you notice when you came over just now? That someone, Deputy Base Commander Zhang's wife, is here too. Lu Ying's scalp tingled. She had just recovered. Why was she being mentioned? She snorted coldly and glared at the person who spoke. What's wrong with her coming? Don't forget, she has a position in Pingcheng. She just doesn't usually feel like being in charge. When the management office was first established, The job descriptions clearly stated that there were 3 deputy base commanders in Pingching: Li Nan, Jiang Minglang, and Bai Li. What? Positions? You mean Deputy Base Commander Zhang's wife? Doesn't she have a name? Lu Ying's eyes sharpened, and she frowned, interrupting the person. Always referring to Deputy Base Commander Zhang's wife? What? Do you think Bai Li, this powerful Wu-type psychic, is Jiang Minglang's subordinate? The person's expression froze, and then he said awkwardly, "Sorry, I gotten used to saying it. I change it right away." Inwardly she was baffled. What's wrong with Deputy Base Commander Zhang's wife? Nothing serious, no disrespect, so why are you so angry? The others didn't think much of it. They assumed Lu Ying admired Bai Li. After all, they shared the same abilities, and it was rumored that Lu Ying had been trying to emulate Bai Li, telekinetically controlling Green Rose. Whether she succeeded so far wasn't known, but even if she hadn't, it was still impressive. Even after Lu Ying's outburst, the captains and vice-captains who didn't know the truth were too embarrassed to ask what position Bai Li held. But they knew, in their hearts, that if one did exist, it would surely be quite high. A few more people trickled in. When everyone was almost there, Du Qian and Su Bo entered, closing the conference room door behind them. Lu Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Bai Li wasn't attending this meeting. I suddenly run into her here, thinking she was also there for the meeting. Luckily she wasn't. Du Qian and Su Bo are Jiang Minglang's assistants, and they're the ones who usually spend the most time in his office. Jiang Minglang himself rarely visits, leaving many matters to them. Today's meeting was also chaired by Du Qian and Su Bo. However, Bai Li came because Base Commander Ouyang had something more important to discuss with him. Before the meeting began, Su Bo took the list and called out the names, and then Du Qian got straight to the point. I called everyone here today for 2 main reasons. First, we're planning to open a military academy in Pingching. Or rather, we're planning to reopen the original Pingching Army Academy. What the hell? Reopening the military academy? Aren't they talking about reopening elementary and middle schools? Why are they talking about reopening universities too? But what does this have to do with them? The captains of the civilian teams exchanged glances with those they knew, and one of them asked directly, "Assistant Du, are you saying that our military academy will enroll all adults in Pingching? People like us can also apply, is that what you mean?" Du Qian glanced at the man with satisfaction and nodded, "Yes, that's what I mean." "Does it only enroll those with special abilities, or will it also enroll ordinary people?" "Both. Ordinary people, and those with special abilities will be divided into 2 campuses. Age. The limit is 15 years old, and under 35 years old. Any team with suitable members, who are interested in the military academy is welcome to apply. Also," Du Qian raised his hand to prop up his glasses, looked around, and continued. "Another piece of news. In addition to our relaunched military academy, Kyoto, the western base, and the eastern and southern bases will also have military academies open for students. And they're open nationwide. In other words, if you want to attend the military academy in Kyoto, you can apply there too. However, they only want those with special abilities, not ordinary people." After Du Qian finished speaking, everyone present was stunned. What does that mean? The 4 major bases are competing for talent. Our Qinglu team only wants to apply to Pingching. We're not interested in anyone else. Lu Ying said calmly, her expression unchanged. The others reacted to her words and expressed their loyalty to Pingching, expressing their disinterest in the 4 major bases. "Are you kidding me? We come all this way, and then we have to go back? Do we think they're stupid? Besides, everyone's team isn't full of psychics. Should we abandon our ordinary teammates just for this? Although a school full of psychics might offer more comprehensive training and potentially better pay, there are pros and cons. They'd definitely be the ones on the front lines when danger strikes. Furthermore, the waters of the large bases are already deep. Many of them, having suffered unfair treatment there and unwilling to play tricks, have brought their families to Pingching. Regarding military academy, it doesn't really matter to them whether they attend or not, but returning to that dangerous place is definitely out of their control. So no one wants to go to the 4 major bases, right? No. Neither do we." To be honest, Du Qian was quite satisfied with everyone's attitude, but things that needed to be made clear still needed to be made clear. At this moment, Su Bo passed the stack of A4 papers he had been holding to everyone one by one. After everyone had received them and quickly reviewed them, Du Qian continued, "I'm sure some of the names above are familiar to some of you, right? This was sent yesterday by the 4 major bases. They say these people have registered with them, occupying their quotas, and becoming citizens of their bases. They can ignore the manner of their departure and not consider them deserters. They give them a break during the military academy enrollment period and require them to return to the base within a month. That's right, what Subo just handed out was a list of names. It was a list of people with special abilities who had left the 4 major bases. They were just special abilities, ordinary people left without a care. But these psychics wanted to go back. 22 people attended the meeting today, 13 of whom were on this list. The 13 captains' expressions changed when they saw their names. One of them couldn't help but ask, Assistant Du, Base Commander Ouyang and Deputy Base Commander Jiang, didn't they agree to let us leave? The others looked over anxiously. Du Qian, with his signature smile, said calmly, Do you think so? Will we abandon you? The man's eyes lit up at this, and he asked, You mean we can stay? Of course you can, but before you do, everyone needs to sign a voluntary agreement, stating that you are willing to give up either the western base or the eastern base. As Du Qian mentioned the voluntary agreement, Su Bo stood up from his seat and distributed the corresponding voluntary agreements to the 13 captains. Some of them included members from the various teams, and they were also to take them back. Watching everyone busily checking lists, reading and signing volunteer forms, Lu Ying blinked. Luckily, none of this had anything to do with their team. Before entering Pingcheng, they had been a small family base, and when they left, that base was destroyed by Bai Li. A permanent solution, how wonderful! However, Lu Ying knew that the Lu family, including her parents, were currently in Anqing, north of Pingcheng. They hadn't entered Pingcheng, but had instead found Anqing, the closest city, to camp. At the northernmost edge of Anqing was a small villa complex. Modeled after Pingcheng, it had high walls on all 4 sides, the tops densely packed with broken glass. The vacant land in the community was also cleared and planted. After all, there were a few trees, which could grow some vegetables and grain. Even if they weren't rich, it would be enough for them to eat. She and her brother had secretly visited, and honestly, seeing how miserable they weren't, she felt a little uncomfortable. They weren't good people, so how could they not die? She used to be afraid of her mother, and she bent down and fawned over her all day, hoping she'd give her a little of the attention she'd given Zhou Lin. Sometimes she did, but the look in her eyes was like a knife, piercing her heart. For countless nights, Lu Ying lay in bed, tossing and turning, wondering why. Why did she treat her own children like this? Is loving her nephew in conflict with loving her own children? The answer is no. One day, her brother spoke to the question she couldn't understand. Lu Su always thought things through simply, but that time, he might have hit the nail on the head. She called Grandma and my uncle's family because she gave birth to us. She believed that if it weren't for us, Grandma, my uncle, and my aunt wouldn't have died. She probably felt that being nice to us would be unfair to them. How ironic. What did Grandma's car accident have to do with them, who were still babies at the time? Why didn't she say that if she hadn't fallen in love with someone else and married their father, none of what happened next would have happened? Later, Lu Ying came to her senses and stopped reflexively trying to please her mother the moment she saw her. It was because she felt that Bai Li, a beautiful and outstanding daughter, could be abandoned if she wanted to. What difference did she and her brother make? This thought immediately brought her peace of mind. When she saw her mother again, she couldn't help but wonder, why isn't she dead yet? She wasn't a good person to begin with. Once she removed the filter of family affection from those who harbored ill will towards her, she truly wished them hell. If she had the chance, she would kill the entire Lu family. Lu Ying? While everyone was signing the volunteer forms, Lu Ying, bored and dozing off, thought to herself that she would have to persuade her foolish brother again someday and find an opportunity to raid this little Lu family compound. Kill them, steal their belongings. Perfect. Suddenly she heard someone calling her. Lu Ying snapped out of her wits and looked in the direction of the voice. She saw Du Qian. No, not just Du Qian, but everyone was looking at her. Sorry, I saw nothing to do, so I was just lost in thought. Lu Ying remained calm and asked, Have you signed all the volunteer forms? Yes, I signed everything I need to. I wanted to ask you, we plan to incorporate Anqing into the Pingcheng base. Your team previously conducted an investigation there. I believe you know more about the current situation in Anqing than anyone here. Could you please share some details? About 200 survivors arrived yesterday. Half of them agreed to go and reclaim the land, have already gone and settled in. The remaining half are currently staying at the city gate. This is certainly not a long-term solution, and if Pingcheng wants to develop, the stipulated 100,000 people are definitely not enough. So, after in-depth discussion, Jiang Minglang decided to recruit those with special abilities, and good physical fitness from among these people to enroll in the military academy. Since the remaining people can't openly enter Pingcheng, then living in Anqing shouldn't be a problem, right? But this would require a thorough investigation of Anqing before they could properly plan how to establish a safe zone. Chapter 240. Investigate Anqing? Lu Ying's eyes lit up. Assigning Anqing to Pingcheng base meant that from now on, Anqing belonged to Pingcheng and was under their jurisdiction. So the people who originally lived there. Lu Ying's eyes rolled. She knew that the base commander and the administration wouldn't expel the indigenous people, only register and recruit them. But what kind of indigenous people were the Lu family? They chose Anqing simply because they could enjoy the shade of a large tree. If Pingcheng weren't so strong and stable, would they have chosen this place? Bullshit. Previously, two gangs specifically targeted the border between Anqing and Yingzhou, robbing survivors. We cleared them out twice and investigated them 3 times. So, when it comes to familiarity with Anqing and Yingzhou, we're undoubtedly the best. Lu Ying's eyes gleamed as she looked at Du Qian and said, Assistant Du, it was our fault we weren't able to completely eliminate those 2 gangs before. How about this? You give us the task of investigating and clearing Anqing this time. We promise to complete it flawlessly, and not cause any more trouble for the leadership. She spoke with great seriousness, her eyes sincere, giving off an air of reliability. Du Qian would have almost believed her if he hadn't known the details about Anqing beforehand. Yes, they had long known about the Lu family's situation, and knew they had chosen a small villa complex in Anqing to hide in. It was actually quite secluded. If it weren't for Shiyu's keen ears, they wouldn't have noticed the residential complex there when they passed by on the nearby road. Since the Lu siblings had done quite well in Pingcheng over the past couple of years, and Lei Nan had highly praised them, they didn't mind giving them the benefit of the doubt and letting them handle the Lu family. Whether they were driven away or something else, as long as they weren't allowed to stay, it was up to them. Du Qian knew Jiang Minglang hadn't even told Bai Li about this, so there was no need to tell her. He looked at Lu Ying and said, I give you 2 weeks. Is that enough? Yes, definitely. Lu Ying smiled brightly. Don't worry, we definitely get this done before the military academy opens. Du Qian looked at her. Are you signing up too? Lu Ying waved her hands. No, I let it go. But there are a few guys on our team who need some remedial training. I have them sign up later. You all worked so hard to provide us with this free opportunity. We shouldn't cherish it, right? Lu Ying didn't want to sign up. Did she think she didn't know what Jiang Minglang had done before? This guy was a professional commander. With the military academy reopening, she bet Deputy Base Commander Jiang would definitely be the chief instructor. For others, being his student might be a coveted and unparalleled honor, but for her, she didn't dare. She didn't know if Du Qian had read her thoughts, but she felt the glance he gave her after she finished speaking carried a certain depth. Lu Ying's scalp tingled again. She really didn't want to deal with these soldiers. She didn't listen carefully to what Du Qian said next, but she did hear one thing. From now on, each team would need to apply in advance to add new members, and only after approval from the management office could they officially join. And most importantly, the 4 major bases would be sending personnel to Pingcheng in the next few days. If you don't want to run into any of them, stay within your own territory and don't wander around. As he finished his last sentence, everyone in the conference room suddenly heard the sound of propellers whirring in midair. Everyone turned their heads and peered out through the large glass windows. As if they had received advance notice that a plane would land there today, the square opposite the administration building had been cleared. A white helicopter spun and landed. Lu Ying's sharp eyes noticed that the walls and trees surrounding the square had been entwined with green ivy vines. She swore she had passed by there on her way here, and there were definitely no such vines. TSK, another telekinesis. She was so envious. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Lu Ying, and she understood why Bai Li had come today. The people from the 4 major bases had come with ill intentions, so she must have come to support her husband. Yes, that must be it. Despite Jiang Minglang's formidable abilities, he couldn't do without Bai Li. That was why she hated it most when people always put Jiang Minglang in the foreground, as if that made him far more powerful than Bai Li. Amazing? Bullshit. If you had the guts, you could have been like Bai Li and given birth to a water-type son. She gazed at the green ivy in the square outside the window, muttering to herself, while the others stood up and headed out the door, not even waiting to see who had landed in the helicopter. Assistant Du, is our meeting over? If it is, I'd be leaving first. Wait for me. And me. In an instant, the 13 people mentioned had all left. Only Lu Ying and 9 others remained, still standing by the window, watching the excitement. All right, the meeting is over. It's time for you all to go back. Du Qian finished speaking, picked up the notebook on the table, and walked out of the conference room with Su Bo, one after the other. Lu Ying took one last look out the window. A group of 6 people, both men and women, were emerging from the open hatch. They were all around 30 years old, with arrogant, unpleasant expressions. She curled her lips. These people were truly boring. With all that energy and ability, couldn't they just focus on developing their own base? They were so arrogant, arguing with themselves and causing trouble at someone else's base, as if they could show off their abilities. Pa, what a joke. She turned and strode out of the conference room. As she passed Jiang Minglang's office, she noticed the door was closed. Is Bailey still in there? Or has she left? As soon as this thought occurred to her, she slapped her forehead. What the hell is it to you whether she's there or not? You want a beating? After descending from the upstairs, Lu Ying practically trotted out of the management office. However, as she mounted her bicycle, 2 bicycles suddenly whizzed past. No, more like children's bicycles, those 20-inch children's mountain bikes. 2 little boys, wearing helmets and professional cycling uniforms, pedaled incredibly fast. Without even thinking, Lu Ying immediately pedaled forward and chased after them. Although she only saw the backs of 2 figures, she was certain one of them was Jiang Qi. As for the other, it went without saying, Linja. These 2 were like twins, always together, and even when fighting, they were said to be incredibly well coordinated. Jiang Qi's ability was water, which could also instantly turn to ice. What about Linja? Many people speculated that Linja's ability was speed. After all, many had seen him run, and he ran incredibly fast. Many families with children were envious. Lu Ying also had a plan for them, to recruit orphans with special abilities from among the survivors who had arrived in Pingcheng. They would raise and train them, using them as future reserve team members. Not to mention, they had actually taken in 4 orphans with special abilities before, but they were all older than Jiang Qi. 3 were 16, 1 was 17, all teenagers. 1 was earth type, 1 was water type, 1 was speed type, and 1 was hearing type. She had been raising them for over 6 months, and had developed a close relationship with them. So, when Lu Ying mentioned enrolling the team members in military academy today, she meant these 4 children. She had originally wanted them to be backup members of their team, to attend the academy for further training and then, of course, after they were sent there, they might not return to their team after graduation and would simply enlist. She was happy to see this happen. It didn't matter where they were, as long as they were hers. She thought quickly, and her feet were pedaling rapidly. But she was fast, and so were the 2 children ahead of her. She realized she hadn't closed the gap between them. Lu Ying's eyes widened in surprise. How could these 2 kids have so much stamina? And most importantly, she noticed they were riding in the same direction as she was, toward the city gate, less than 1,000 meters away. Today, 2 more groups of survivors lined up at the gate, as usual, dusty and emaciated. The 2 kids finally braked as they neared the gate. One of them said something to the guard, and he actually let them out. When Lu Ying arrived, breathless, the 2 children were pushing their cart through the small gate. When she chased them out, they were back on their bikes, just the 2 of them, no one else following them. Lu Ying was sweating profusely from exhaustion. She had never imagined that one day, she would be so exhausted because she couldn't catch up with 2 10-year-olds. No, 11 years old. 10 and a half, rounded up, would be 11. Because there were so many people outside, Lu Ying couldn't call Jiang Qi's name. Thankfully, after passing through the gate, the distance between them was closer. It wasn't like before, where she probably wouldn't be able to stop them even if she shouted. After riding out of the survivors' line, Lu Ying finally couldn't hold back and shouted Jiang Qi. Sure enough, her shout caused the kid in the lead to pause his pedals, then squeeze the brakes with both hands. The wheels squeaked against the road, and the black mountain bike beneath him came to a stop. Since Jiang Qi had stopped, Linja naturally followed suit. When the 2 turned to look at Lu Ying, she realized they were not only wearing helmets, but also face coverings. They looked quite professional. She rode up to them, panting, and after a quick look, she asked bluntly, "Where are you going?" Her question was legitimate, but Jiang Qi looked bewildered. It wasn't about her question, but about her. Many people in Pingcheng knew him, but not everyone knew him. It was normal for someone to come and ask about the 2 children leaving the city out of kindness. He was confused because he felt the person looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't place it. Even though he couldn't remember, Jiang Qi politely replied, "Hello, Auntie. Our cat ran away, and we're looking for it." They were looking for Fan Tong, who had escaped Yunqi village today. According to Ye, he even taken a bag of steamed buns made by Aunt Xiaolin. Fearing an accident, Yaya wanted to leave the city to look for him, but was stopped by Jiang Qi and Lin Jie. Her health had been severely damaged, and even if she needed to replenish it now, it would only be warming, and it wouldn't be suitable for her to leave the city. So Jiang Qi and Lin Jie took on the task. After all, they all taken care of Fan Tong back in Sioux City. Seeing them, Fan Tong would return. Hearing they were looking for the cat, Lu Ying frowned slightly. She asked, "Did it run away from your house? Your house is in the south, and this is the northernmost part. How did you know your cat ran here?" She didn't doubt Chi-Chi, but the distance was far enough, and she was afraid he misjudged it. Fan Tong's running this way wasn't Jiang Qi's guess, but Yaya's. The reason was that it had a bag of steamed buns. Yaya said that on their way to Pingcheng, they encountered a black cat and a woman with a child. At the time, they and Fan Tong were being attacked by several mutant squirrels, and the black cat came over to help drive them off. As a reward, Bao Xiaoling gave the woman some sweet potatoes she had dug up along the way. But later, while they were roasting potatoes, Fan Tong took one and left with it. Although she didn't see it with her own eyes, Yaya felt it was the black cat that had delivered it. This reminded Jiang Qi and Lin Jie of the black cat they had seen stealing their noodles and scallion sauce while on a mission with their father. So, they went out, partly to look for Fan Tong, and partly to confirm whether it was the same black cat. "We're not 100% sure, we're just guessing. Annie, don't worry. We just go out and look for her. If we can't find her, we go back. We won't stray too far from Pingcheng." Lu Ying thought about it, but still felt a little worried. She said, "How about this? I go with you too. Is that okay?" Jiang Qi and Lin Jie exchanged glances. They didn't really need it, but this auntie before them was clearly being kind. If they refused? Jiang Qi thought for a moment and asked Lu Ying, "Auntie, aren't you busy?" Auntie? Just now, I've been so awkward calling her auntie, and now she's calling me auntie." For some reason, Lu Ying felt a little excited. This kid was so considerate and sweet-talking. Although calling her auntie didn't mean anything, it was still very comforting to hear. It was much more pleasant than just calling her auntie. "Busy? Of course I wouldn't be busy. But I'm worried about you two hanging around out like this." After a pause, Lu Ying looked at Jiang Qi and explained, "I just went to the management office for a meeting and saw your mother." Of course, that's not the point. The point is that people from the 4 major bases are coming today, and they're not good people. If they see you and Lin Jie, forget about the not knowing your identity. Just look at your outfit and your chubby face, and they'd be able to guess who you are. Chubby face? Jiang Qi no longer felt as averse to the term, because he knew it didn't mean he was actually fat. It was just that, relatively speaking, his normal, healthy face looked a little fatter than the other sallow, skinny kids. Seeing that Lu Ying was determined to follow, Jiang Qi asked, "Auntie, what's your special ability?" Lu Ying held the handlebars with one hand, and spread her palm with the other. A green ivy leaf lay in her palm, and then the leaf quickly transformed into a vine over half a meter long. Chapter 241. Even on the other side, Bai Li and Jiang Minglang were still unaware that their precious son and Lin Jie had left the city. After Lu Ying left the administration building, 2 more planes landed in the central square. Including the previous one, there were 3 in total. The reason Bai Li had gone out today was indeed because of these outsiders. She was now 6 months pregnant. As the months progressed, she hadn't felt any noticeable discomfort, but her supernatural powers were growing stronger. Occasionally, when she was inducing the growth of plants or green ivy, she had an inexplicable feeling that her daughter had opened her eyes in her belly. Each time, the induction speed was much faster than usual. It seemed that her precious daughter already possessed supernatural powers before she was even born. She was born with them. Every time she thought of this, she felt secretly proud. She was the one who had to be so powerful. Aside from the Kyoto base, which was her own, the other 3 bases were all malicious. Bai Li was puzzled. Did Pingcheng dig up your ancestral graves or something? Focusing on agriculture and production, and developing better than you, is that blocking your path? And restricting population outflow, do you think you can keep people willingly on your side? You can't do it, but you're still finding fault with others. What kind of nonsense is that? Meanwhile, Li Nan and Wang Jiqing, director of the management office, were in the central management building, receiving visitors from the 3 major bases in the east, west, and south, excluding Kyoto. In fact, they hadn't confirmed their arrival time in Pingcheng beforehand. They had only said they would arrive in the next 2 days. Whether it would arrive today or tomorrow was never mentioned. A surprise attack, after all. So, after the people from the 3 major bases sat down in the reception room, They didn't ask why the visitors from Kyoto hadn't arrived yet. After all, they had arrived early, not the others. Huh? Where's Jiang Minglang? And his wife? What's her name? Didn't you say they should come over too? Where are they? The first to speak was Hu Zi, the deputy commander of the western base. His tone was 3 parts discontent, 3 parts nonchalance, and 4 parts contempt. His sitting posture was even more sloppy, making it clear that he didn't take Pingcheng seriously at all. Before the apocalypse, he wouldn't even bother visiting such a small, shabby city. Now it's been turned into a base. Look how capable they are. Do they even know their own last name? Li Nan, who had been wearing his signature smile, immediately frowned upon hearing this. Even Wang Jiqing, known as the Smiling Tiger, was displeased. Which base are you from? Don't you know me? Okay, I don't know you either. Not counting his position as deputy commander of Pingcheng, Li Nan now owns 3 factories and a vegetable base. Production is stable, especially at the paper mill. Even the 4 major bases have done numerous transactions with him. Anqing previously had a heavy machinery factory. The reason for merging it with Pingcheng was partly to accommodate the extra survivors, and partly to revitalize the factory. Li Nan has already gathered some of the factory's veteran employees, and is having them write detailed plans and proposals. Even the head of the Kyoto base invited him to visit the already operational heavy machinery factory. So, if the people from the other 3 bases dared to turn their backs on him, would he be afraid? Li Nan. Hu Zi hadn't expected Li Nan to speak to him like that. In anger, he slammed his hand on the table. With a bang, the square, tempered glass conference table cracked. The others watched, silent, their expressions of indifference. Li Nan and Wang Jiqing's faces darkened even further. Damn it! Although they had anticipated their ill intentions, they hadn't expected them to be so brazen and arrogant upon arrival. It seems you all haven't come to Pingcheng to discuss matters, but to fight, right? Li Nan glanced at Hu Zi. I'm giving you a favor, aren't I? As he finished speaking, a sudden flash of light flashed behind him. The next second, there was a faint puff, like the sound of something being cut. Everyone present was a superpowered individual, and their reactions were extremely fast. After the flash of light and the sound of puff, they all jumped from their seats, facing Li Nan and Wang Jiqing in defensive positions. In the conference room, excluding Li Nan and Wang Jiqing, there were 6 people in total. Of course, there were more than just these people, but the formal discussions were held with 2 people from each base. The others were bodyguards, relegated to a small meeting room next door. Hu Zi, the only one of the 6 who hadn't left his seat, finally felt the pain when he saw a thin red line suddenly appear on the glass table. He gripped his right wrist with his left hand and cried out in pain. His right hand. I don't see you really want this hand, so I'm kindly helping you. You're welcome. As soon as the words fell, a tall, straight figure walked in. The moment Jiang Minglang stood still at the conference room table, the 6 people, including Hu Zi, felt their hearts skip a beat as they felt an inexplicable pressure wash over them. Hu Zi's right wrist was in excruciating pain. He suspected his tendons were broken, and blood was still pouring out. But he said nothing. His face was pale as he glared at Jiang Minglang, gritting his teeth and saying, "How dare you hurt us in Pingcheng? What? Are you from Pingcheng planning to go against the 4 major bases? You're really good at putting accusations on Pingcheng, calling it one of the 4 major bases. Pingcheng itself belongs to the Kyoto base, so are you trying to sow discord?" Jiang Minglang looked at Hu Zi with a half-smile. "Isn't it because you started a fight and threatened to destroy our conference room that I was forced to do it? That's right, I broke the tempered glass. Hu Zi, you have to pay for it." Li Nan's anger subsided. He put on his signature smile again and said, "I send the bill to your base commander later. There's nothing we can do. Pingcheng is a small place, poor." He deliberately dragged out the word poor, causing the people from the 3 major bases to twitch their lips. You Pingcheng people are poor. If you're really poor, what other places are there to be rich about? Although they used helicopters for transportation, it was rare, and they used them to launch a surprise attack on Pingcheng, to give them a warning. But they didn't expect that before they could even show their power, they would actually touch the table, and they were attacked directly. This was clearly a show of force, wasn't it? Don't you think it's excessive? Hu Zi's face paled even further, partly from anger and partly from pain. Well, Captain Jiang, let's talk it out nicely. The companion who came with Hu Zi was a captain of the garrison at their western base. Jiang Minglang looked vaguely familiar, but he couldn't quite recall his name. Those who usually called him Captain Jiang were usually former comrades or students who knew him. Of course, they weren't the ones he personally taught. Any student he taught wouldn't just look vaguely familiar, at the very least, they looked very familiar. So he was certain this young man, who looked to be in his 20s, wasn't his student. Captain Jiang, let me bandage Deputy Base Commander Hu's wound first. His hand needs to stop bleeding first. Lu Ming was cursing internally. Before coming here, the base commander had clearly instructed Hu Zi to keep a low profile and not be the first to speak out. He had also emphasized that Jiang Minglang was a military veteran and had a straightforward temper, so he shouldn't be confronted head-on. Most importantly, don't be the first to speak out, but I don't know if Hu Zi was out of his mind. Seeing Jiang Minglang's absence, he actually jumped out and provoked Li Nan. Or maybe, while bandaging Hu Zi, Lu Ming glanced obscurely at the woman coming from the southern base. Just now, when they got off the plane, Hu Zi had been so envious of her that he was like a dog seeing a bone. The glint in his eyes was as if he wanted others to know he liked her. So he was trying to show off in front of her, but it backfired. What Lu Ming couldn't understand most was what the base commander was thinking. With 3 deputy base commanders, why would he send such a clueless person? Although he was a high-ranking official in the western base garrison, he was nothing compared to Jiang Minglang. He had pushed for this trip to Pingqing because he heard his cousin Renbin was there, and he wanted to meet him. Jiang Minglang let Lu Ming bandage Hu Zi's wound. When he was done, he looked around and said impatiently, "If you want to talk, sit down. If you don't want to, go back to where you came from. I won't serve you." Since he's so shameless, don't blame him for being so direct. Also, I heard you want to see my wife? As soon as he finished speaking, the glass vase in the middle of the conference table, holding 2 green ivy stems, suddenly grew longer and thicker, their leaves covering the entire conference table. Then, a green ivy rose straight up, nearly half a meter long, and stood before Hu Zi, staring at him as if it had eyes. The entire conference room was instantly silent, pin-drop silence audible as everyone stared at the green ivy that seemed to have come alive, motionless. But in their hearts, they were almost simultaneously cursing. Are these old couple human? Today, they truly lost all their dignity. Who said before that Jiang Minglang was just an instructor and special forces captain before the apocalypse? Nothing to worry about. You mean to ignore her? He's just an instructor? And his wife. Hu Zi used to be so dismissive of her, but now she's so silent and afraid to say a word. Aren't you a water element? Don't you look down on her? Let's compare our abilities. They didn't even know where Bailey was, but the green radish had practically covered the entire conference room. If they were to suddenly attack, they might die without even knowing how. Let's end today's meeting here, and resume it when the people from Kyoto arrive. Director Wang, they come a long way, so please help arrange their accommodations. Jiang Minglang finished, patted Wang Jiqing on the shoulder, and stood up to leave the conference room. Thank you for your hard work, Director Wang. Li Nan followed closely behind, heading downstairs with Jiang Minglang. He was so busy all day, but to waste 2 hours here for no reason was truly annoying. Old Jiang, the Kyoto team should be arriving this afternoon. Are you still coming? We talk then. At this moment, the people from the Kyoto base they were discussing were at the foot of a mountain about 20 miles from the Pingqing North Expressway entrance, watching with great interest 2 children catching rabbits. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Even rabbits before the apocalypse that hadn't mutated were difficult to catch, let alone mutated ones. 2 little boys, roughly 10 years old, were leisurely searching for burrows, each one they found blocking with ice. Zhengxi watched with interest as one of the boys transformed his ice into ice. His technique was deft and efficient, as if he'd done it countless times. Zhengxi glanced at the young woman sitting on a nearby rock. She leisurely drank water while guarding 3 rabbits tied with green radish. So they already caught 3, and now they were catching a 4th? Mutated rabbits were 3 or 4 times larger than before the mutation. As long as they weren't mad, they were basically edible. However, Zhengxi's focus wasn't on the rabbit, but on the green ivy and the child. Aging around 10, yet able to turn his attack into ice. If his guess wasn't wrong, this must be the Jiang family's darling. The other child must be Linjia, currently being raised by Du Qian, considered his adopted son. However, the young woman next to him, while seemingly of the wood element and a green ivy, Zhengxi didn't think she was Bailey. Besides the age discrepancy, the feeling wasn't right either. But Zhengxi didn't ask any questions. Jiang Qi and Linjia were catching rabbits, and he couldn't afford to scare away the children's prized prey. Finally, after blocking the 5th hole, Jiang Qi stopped using ice and instead added water. Linjia, guarding the 6th unblocked hole, quickly snatched up the gray rabbit that had fled in panic. Are there any baby rabbits? No. Jiangqi, a little disappointed, turned to Luing and said, Auntie, I don't think we catch any baby rabbits today. If you really want to raise one, wait until my rabbits give birth and I give you two. The white fruit garden had a litter of rabbits, nearly 20 in total. Jiangqi rarely fed them, so he didn't feel bad eating the rabbit meat. If he didn't feel bad eating it, let alone giving it away. Okay, then, Auntie, thank you in advance. Luing clapped her hands and stood up from the rock. She picked up the 3 wild rabbits and tied up Linja's new catch with green ivy. Then she said to the two of them, It's getting late. Let's go back. They hadn't found a food bucket when they came here today, though it might have been because they were too close. But if they walk any further, Luing wouldn't agree. Anqing hadn't been thoroughly investigated yet. Aside from the Lu family in the northwest corner, other areas were not completely uninhabited. She told the two that their team would be conducting a thorough search of Anqing soon, and if she saw a white civet cat, she would definitely bring it back to them. Neither child was the type to disobey advice, especially since it was for their own good. So although it was a pity, the two didn't insist on going any further. As they were about to return to Pingqing, they happened to see 2 rabbits running past. Luing watched them skillfully force the rabbits out of their hole. She admired them and subconsciously said, if only there were baby rabbits. She'd want to raise them. The 2 children were truly adorable. To help her find the baby rabbits, they even caught 2 larger ones. Chapter 242. When Xingqi and his companion's car drove up, Jiangqi and Linja were searching for the 4th rabbit. The 2 children, searching for the rabbit hole, headed west along the foot of the mountain, some distance from the highway. The bicycle was left at the foot of the mountain, but Luing had covered it with a layer of green ivy, branches, and weeds, making it invisible without careful observation. At first, Luing was wary of the 2 cars approaching from a distance. When she saw the license plate number clearly, her guard dropped a little. Li Nan had previously told her that the highest executive officer of the Kyoto garrison was a classmate of Jiang Minglang. And Pingqing was part of Kyoto, so the 2 sides had always had a good relationship. So, as long as they didn't run into anyone from the other 3 major bases, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Today, only 1 plane had been seen landing at the management center, and it was still unknown where it was from. At first, Luing thought the 2 cars would just pass by without stopping. But they actually stopped by the roadside and walked towards them with aplomb. A glance at Xingqi's uniform, and the expression and eyes on his face didn't seem malicious. While Luing wasn't completely wary, she feigned indifference, keeping a low profile while casually sitting down on a rock. Only when the 2 children had caught their 4th rabbit and were about to return, with little hope of finding the little one, did Xingqi smile at Jiangqi and Linja and ask, Are you 2 Jiangqi and Linja? Luing, who had been paying close attention, wasn't particularly surprised to hear Xingqi speak. She simply stood a step to the side, and in front of the 2 children, her body slightly tense, a subtle protective posture. Xingqi didn't care, or rather, he thought Li Ying's attitude was actually correct. Since they didn't know each other, they had to be cautious. He assumed Luing was sent by old Jiang and Bai Li to protect the 2 children. But as soon as he finished speaking, Jiangqi and Linja shook their heads in unison and spoke simultaneously. Uncle, we're not Jiangqi and Linja. Huh? No? Xingqi's smile deepened. He didn't think he was wrong. The little guy before him, with his chubby face, looked at least 4/10 like old Jiang, and the remaining few points probably resembled his mother. He'd definitely grow up to be a handsome boy. Thinking of his own adorable little girl, Xingqi stroked his chin. When I meet old Jiang, how about arranging a marriage with him? Uncle, my name is Bai Shi. Jiangqi is my cousin, and I'm his cousin's son. Wow, that's quite a story. He looked at Jiangqi with amusement, not exposing his name. So you're Jiangqi's cousin, not him. What about him? He's not Linja, so what's his name? My name is Zhou Jinfeng. Linja quickly applied his friend Jinfeng's name to himself. After all, like Bai Shi, he was relatively unknown, and no one would know him even if he told them. It was much better than racking his brains to come up with a new name. Xingqi looked at Linja, his smile widening. So it's not Linja? I was mistaken. Hello, my last name is Zeng. I was in the same class as Jiang Minglang in college. Oh, by the way, Bai Shi, you should call Jiang Minglang Uncle, right? After hearing the last sentence, Jiangqi's expression remained unchanged, and he nodded. Yes, he's my uncle. We should go. Goodbye, Uncle Zeng. Is he Dad's classmate? Really? Jiangqi was skeptical. After all, if he could use Bai Shi's name, why couldn't he fabricate an identity? Never mind, let's just run first. After all, if they kept talking, who knew what they were going to come up with? After saying goodbye, the two children, without waiting for Zhang Qi's reaction, tacitly ran towards where the bicycles were hidden, calling out to Lu Ying, "Auntie, hurry up! We're hungry." Zhang Qi started, "I have food in the car." "No, uncle, thank you." Who would dare eat a stranger's food? The two children thought this Uncle Zhang was a bit foolish. Lu Ying nodded slightly and hurried over. She first hung the 4 rabbits on the front of the car, then led the car behind the two children. When they reached the highway, the 3 of them rode away. Xingxi shook his head helplessly. He had originally wanted to give them a ride, and the bicycles would be easy to store, so he could just tie them to the roof. But it was clear that they weren't buying his idea. That was true, it was right to remain vigilant. Xingxi returned to the car, and the 2 cars quickly caught up with the 3 bicycles in front. As the car slowed, he stuck his head out the window and waved to the 3 people. "We be leaving first. Goodbye." Without waiting for Jiang Qi and the others to respond, 2 cars sped past. 20 miles passed in the blink of an eye, and Zhang Xi and his companions quickly arrived in Pingcheng. After presenting their identification, someone immediately ran over from the duty room. He stood at attention before Zhang Xi and saluted, "Captain Zhang." "Xiyu? Ha, you're getting more and more handsome. Are you married?" Zhang Xi is now the highest-ranking officer of the Kyoto garrison, but he still prefers to be called by his old title, Captain Zhang. Those who call him Captain Zhang are old acquaintances. Xiyu has been with Jiang Minglang for many years, so he's naturally familiar with Zhang Xi. He smiled and shook his head. "No, in this world, I wouldn't think of that. Don't try to be ridiculous. If you weren't so picky, your children would be just hanging around. But my cousin's still single." As he finished his last sentence, Zhang Xi glanced at Xiyu with a meaningful look. At that, Xiyu's expression froze, and he touched his nose uncomfortably before abruptly changing the subject. "Well, was your journey smooth?" "Not bad. I busted 2 robber gangs, but they weren't any big deal. We wiped them out completely." Zhang Xi felt a little frustrated when Xiyu didn't pursue the topic. But his cousin still truly missed him, so she wanted to take this opportunity to ask for her help. "Xiyu, for your sake, please tell me the truth. Is there still a chance for you and Zheng Mei?" Zhang Xi's cousin, Xing Mei, was a military doctor. When Xiyu was seriously injured and hospitalized, she was his attending physician. His cousin had always been very proud, both because of her academic performance and beauty. From high school to college, and then to work, countless men pursued her, but she rejected none of them. She fell in love with Xiyu at first sight, saying it was love at first sight, and she decided then and there that he was her lifelong love. But who could have imagined Xiyu disagreed? Their relationship didn't last long, however, because the apocalypse arrived. Afterward, Xingmei kept asking him to help her find Xiyu. Since she couldn't contact him, she was worried something had happened to him. She kept urging Zhengxi to hurry up, fearing he'd been bitten by zombies. The silly girl's concern was too much. With Xiyu's physique and skills, how could he possibly be in trouble? Later, she received confirmation that Xiyu was with Jiang Minglang, and she finally calmed down after hearing that. Because everything was in chaos, she thankfully didn't bother to come looking for him. But this time, when she heard he was coming to Pingcheng, she asked him to take a letter to Xiyu. The letter was in Zheng Xi's pocket, but he didn't think to give it to Xiyu right away. He figured if the boy was interested, he'd give it to him. But if not, then forget it. At Zheng Xi's question, Xiyu's expression froze again. He hadn't expected Zheng Mei to still be waiting for him 3 years into the apocalypse. Is that what he meant? Of course, getting married in the apocalypse wouldn't be as easy as it was before, and remaining single had become almost the norm. But some people had different ideas. Many couples were forming, many claiming to be unsure which would come first, tomorrow or death, and there were plenty of romantic encounters. But Xiyu knew Zheng Mei definitely wouldn't. She was the type who preferred being alone to being with someone she didn't like. Otherwise, she wouldn't be 2 years older than him, and yet never been in a relationship. When she was pursuing him before, she'd been direct. "I think I fell in love with you at first sight. Even though I'm 2 years older, that age difference shouldn't be a big deal, right? Look at my personal qualities. I'm definitely not bad, right? So do you want to try dating me?" To be honest, Xiyu, who at first glance seemed like a pretty boy, had been pursued by plenty of girls, so at the time, he wasn't really impressed by this confession. Well, it wasn't that I wasn't impressed, but Xingmei didn't blush like other girls when she confessed. She was calm, as if asking him, "Have you eaten?" That was all. At the time, he didn't want a relationship, Nor did he think about marriage, so he flatly refused. Zheng Mei refused, saying she'd give him time to think about it. Yet, she personally changed his bandages while he was recovering, a job a nurse should have done. After he recovered, she visited him several times at the military base, letting Lao Sheng and Renbin know. Later, he simply stopped seeing her and blocked her on WeChat and phone. He thought that was the end of it, that they wouldn't see each other again, that was the end. But she actually started writing him again. Shi was shocked. Was this girl so persistent? At that moment, he begun to doubt himself. How could he be so charming? A top medical student, a surgeon, who could find anything he wanted, yet he was so infatuated with a junior officer like him? Thinking of the past, his previously calm heart suddenly skipped a beat. Shi looked up at Zhang Shi and opened his mouth, but the words of rejection suddenly faltered. Zhang Shi saw it, and there was nothing he couldn't understand. Furiously, he pulled Zheng Mei's letter from his pocket and shoved it into Shi's hand, saying unhappily, "If you're thinking about it, take the initiative. My sister's a girl. How dare you let her chase you all the time?" He thought to himself that if they ever got together, he'd definitely give Shiyu a good beating. What a jerk. He turned his sister, a cool and talented woman, into a lovesick woman. He also thought that if it really happened, he'd suddenly lose a doctor. Sigh. Girls really can't be kept at home when they grow up. Judging from his sister's attitude, it was impossible to get her to find a husband. She'd definitely be wherever Shiyu was. Zhang Shi and Shiyu stood and chatted for a while at the duty room entrance. As they turned to get on their bikes, they saw Jiang Qi and Lin Jia, two young men, riding past the gate and heading their way. Jiang Qi, Lin Jia, come here. Before Zhang Shi could react, Shiyu, who had already noticed them, suddenly changed expression. At his call, Jiang Qi and Lin Jia froze. Having considered taking a detour, they could only sullenly ride their mountain bikes to Shiyu's side. Uncle Shi. Uncle Shi. Shiyu looked them up and down, then glanced towards the gate. He sternly asked, "Why did you leave the city? Who did you tell?" Jiang Qi whispered. The idiot ran away. "We are going to go find him." "Who did you tell? Does anyone know?" Normally, they would just leave and let old Sheng or Bai Yang know. If he didn't return on time, they would immediately go out and look for him. But the situation these past 2 days is different. How could she have gone out alone? Jiang Qi hurriedly said, "Aunt Lu is with us. Her name is Lu Ying, and she has the same special ability as my mother. She just dropped us off at the gate and then rode her bike west, saying she was protecting the new survivors there while they were clearing the land." Shiyu, about to explode, was caught off guard. Of course he knew Lu Ying. Not only did he know her, he knew exactly who she was. But why would she be following Chi-Chi? "We ran into each other by chance, and Aunt Lu, seeing us about to leave, insisted on following us. As a reward, Lin Jia and I gave her 2 rabbits. He still has 2 left, Uncle Shi. Shall we give them to you?" The little fellow gave Shiyu a fawning smile, then handed him the 2 rabbits tied with green ivy from the handlebars. "Stop smiling at me. Who wants your rabbits? Go back to the training ground and stand there. Hurry! If you're not there in half an hour, you have to stand again tonight." The so-called standing punishment wasn't just standing there, it was standing still, which was exhausting. So, when the 2 children heard this, their faces turned pale. They pleaded pitifully, "Uncle Shi, we won't do it again. Can you please forgive us this time? Or I tell your dad." Jiang Qi readily agreed. "I stand right now. I go back and stand right now." He took the rabbits he had handed out and hung them back on the handlebars, figuring he roast them later and not give Uncle Shi any of the meat. "Huh? Are your names Bai Shi and Zhou Jinfeng?" Just as they were about to leave, they heard the uncle who had been standing nearby speak softly. "What you fear will come true." Jiang Qi chuckled. "Well, that's a stage name." After saying that, he glanced at Lin Jia, and the 2 of them quickly got on their bikes and sped off. It really is true that a lie requires countless lies to cover it up. After riding quite a distance, Jiang Qi glanced back and whispered to Lin Jia, "Is he really my dad's classmate?" "Yes, then so be it." Lin Jia didn't think it was a big deal. What's wrong with making up a fake name when you're out and about? What's the problem with that? Elsewhere, Shiyu had already begun listening to Zhang Shi's story about how they met. When he learned that Lu Ying was indeed right beside them, and that Chi-Chi had called her auntie, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He knew that in Pingcheng, the term auntie was generally reserved for close relatives, such as one's mother's sisters. Chi-Chi wasn't familiar with Lu Ying, let alone her relationship with his mother. So was it Lu Ying who told him to call her auntie? Chapter 243. Zheng Shi wasn't one for gossip, except when it came to gossip about Jiang Mingling's family. After settling into the car with Shiyu, he asked, "Judging from your expression, is the Lu Ying the brat was talking about the woman who just protected them, also a wood-type woman, related to old Zhang's wife? What connection could there be? My sister-in-law saved her before, and she wanted to enter Yunqi village, but my sister-in-law refused." Shiyu made up an excuse without even stuttering. No, it wasn't really an excuse. To be honest, if the Lu siblings didn't have that connection with my sister-in-law, Li Nan wouldn't have kept them even if he was desperate for help. In a way, Bai Li really had saved Lu Su and Lu Ying's lives. Seeing how quickly and smoothly he returned, Zhang Qi had no doubts. Plus, Yunqi village was indeed very popular in Pingqing, attracting many people eager to enter. There wasn't much to gossip about. Zhang Qi lost interest and turned to other topics with Shiyu. However, Shiyu was a bit absent-minded, his right hand constantly touching his trouser pocket, intentionally or unintentionally. The two cars were heading towards the management office. Since the base director was there, and Jiang Minglang and Bai Li were also there, Zhang Qi naturally came here first. But unexpectedly, as soon as they got out of the car, they heard the young soldier standing guard at the gate report that Jiang Minglang and Bai Li had just left. Zhang Qi, this bastard, couldn't he wait for him here a little longer? Since he was here, he had to visit his old boss first. He also had to deal with visitors from the other 3 bases. They had agreed to come tomorrow, but suddenly they had to come a day early. He couldn't even catch up with his old friends and get a good night's rest, while Zhang Qi was off to meet his old boss. Jiang Qi and Lin Jia had already swiftly returned to Yunqi village. It must be said that the regular morning and evening training sessions were incredibly effective. 2 kids, barely 11 years old, had ridden back from 20 miles outside the city, then crossed the city from south to north, and even managed to run to the playground to stand there for punishment without even breathing hard. Their stamina was beyond description. Just as they arrived at the training ground and stood on one leg, old Sheng swooped in with a grin. "Your uncle, she asked me to come and supervise you too. Tell me, what did you do today?" The last time they were punished was for running back up the hill to catch rabbits. In pursuit of them, they strayed into a forest of mutant bamboo and were trapped there for 3 hours. It's not that they were trapped. It's that the 2 kids, after freezing the mutant bamboo, were so engrossed in digging shoots that they lost track of time. When everyone approached them, they were still digging with their butts sticking out. That time, they were punished to do horse stance for 2 hours. Why were they punished again this time? Jiang Minglang went home, ate dinner, and then went out again. Passing the training ground, he saw the 2 little figures who had been punished, and he didn't even stop. Elsewhere, after Lu Ying had sent the 2 little ancestors back to the city, she returned to the reclaimed land to the west with the 2 large rabbits. As soon as they arrived at their patrol team's temporary residence on their bikes, they saw a group of people gathered in the fields not far ahead. "Sister Ying, you're back?" Hearing noises at the door, Cheng Le, who was cooking in the kitchen, ran out. Seeing the rabbit hanging from her handlebars, his eyes lit up and he asked, "Where did you catch it? It's so big." With that, he began to untie the rabbit from the handlebars. Seeing its hind legs still moving, he was even happier to know it was still alive. "Sister Ying, have you eaten yet?" "Yes, go kill them. By the way, what's going on over there?" "They're arguing." The woman was weeding and complained that the man in the next field was spying on her. She was so loud, Brother Su had no choice but to take the team over there. Cheng Le curled his lips as he spoke. "I thought they really come here to explore the land seriously, but I didn't expect them to mess around on the first day. What's going on?" The boy finished speaking and ran to the kitchen, rabbit in hand. Cheng Le was one of the 4 young men Lu Ying and Lu Su had chosen from the survivors. He was 17 years old. His father was a chef, and he'd been influenced by him since childhood, so he had some good cooking skills himself. So, after being taken in by them, he took the initiative to take on the task of cooking for everyone. He was a good cook and had a sweet mouth, making him very popular with the team. Lu Ying parked the car and went to the field, but she didn't have time to watch the fun. She wanted to call the others back and discuss how to complete the task Du Qian had assigned her as quickly as possible. Especially, how did they manage to clear out the Lu family base so quietly? She had no feelings for her uncle and several cousins. Not only that, she actually hated them. The first time she was bullied in junior high, it was her good cousin who instigated it. If it weren't for her brother, she would have been stripped naked and photographed. She was kept in the dark for years, until she met up with 2 of the girls who had bullied her and dealt with them. Only then did she realize that her cousin had secretly instigated her bullying. There was no other reason, Her grades were better than hers, and when they went to her grandmother's house for dinner, she praised her. So, she secretly planned to have her bullied for the better part of 6 months. It would have been fine if she hadn't had the chance for revenge before, but now that she had it, she didn't mind sending her entire family away. After all, including her kind uncle, none of them were good people. Even her parents, the thought of them now filled her heart with cold indifference. "Shut up, everyone!" Before Lu Ying even approached, she heard an angry roar from the crowd. It was her brother. "If you want to clear the land, then clear it. If not, get out of here." As they got closer, Lu Ying pushed aside the 2 people blocking their way and saw her brother glaring angrily at the 4 people in front of him, pointing and cursing. "We told you from the beginning, while the weather's good and it's not raining, to clear the land quickly. Only then will the management office give you seeds. You have to pay it back. It's not given for free. Now, give me a clear answer. Are you going to plant or not?" We plant. Yes. We clean it up right away right now." There were 3 men and 1 woman. One of the couple looked like a couple, and the other 2 young men looked somewhat similar, likely brothers. It was the woman in the couple who said the older brother kept staring at her, clearly acting like a scoundrel. But after everyone gathered around, they realized he wasn't just staring, he had a problem with his eyes. Just like how cross-eyed people tend to cross their eyes, this person's eyes tend to be sideways. You might think he's looking to the left, but he's actually looking straight ahead. The 2 families' fields were adjacent. He was diligently tilling the soil when a woman from the neighboring field suddenly pelted him with dirt, cursing, "You filthy rascal! Who are you looking at? I'm telling you to look." The younger brother, upon seeing his brother being beaten, immediately became anxious. It's been almost 3 years since the apocalypse, and the gentlemanly notion of not hitting women has faded. I just hit whoever bullies me. Plus, because of my brother's eyesight, he's a sullen and introverted person. So, growing up, it was usually the younger brother who protected him in public. The woman's husband was nearby, and he immediately started fighting with the younger brother. When the woman saw her husband being beaten, she immediately came to help. So, by the time Lu Su and the others arrived, the 4 of them were locked in a fierce fight. After separating the 2 groups and hearing the whole story, everyone realized something was amiss. After all, the brother's eye problem was quite obvious. Anyone with eyesight could tell it was there. With the truth out, the matter should have ended, but the woman persisted. On the one hand, she suspected the brother was faking it, and on the other, she pointed at her husband's arm, accusing him of violating the rules and hiding his special ability. The brother with the eye problem was actually a fire type. Just now, to help his brother, he had used some of his supernatural powers to grab the woman's husband's arm, leaving 2 black marks there that resembled burns, though they were so faint that they might not be noticeable without close inspection. Lu Su immediately scoffed. Whether he has hidden supernatural powers is his business, but shouldn't you 2 be thankful he didn't actually use them? Otherwise, you 2 would have been reduced to ash by now, not even a bone left. Even after he said this, the woman continued to argue, "Don't we have a rule in Pengcheng? People with supernatural powers can't fight with ordinary people. He broke the rule, and he must be punished." The woman continued to hold on, and the brother's younger brother became annoyed and started arguing with the woman. This finally pissed Lu Su off. He wasn't a good-tempered person. That's why he just told them to get out. And then, everything quieted down. The weeds in the field had already been burned by the fire-type psychics on Lu Su's team. All that was left was tilling and watering the soil, and then having the water-type psychics add more water a few times. As for fertilizer, they could only plant a single crop first, and then ferment it later. Everyone returned to their assigned plots to continue tilling the soil and catching insects, but Lu Su stopped the fire-type psychic and asked his name, but he didn't say anything. Lu Ying, however, couldn't help but stare at him for a long moment. As he turned to leave, he glanced in her direction, but Lu Ying knew he wasn't really looking at her. She could understand why he hid his abilities. Perhaps conditioned by a childhood of inferiority complex, these types of people are reluctant to stand in front of others, especially to draw too much attention. Therefore, the 2 brothers had previously lived together, never visiting any other bases. Now that living alone has become increasingly difficult, they had no choice but to rely on the base. Or perhaps it's just that humans are social animals, and ultimately, they must return to the group. But even at the base, the older brother wanted to remain invisible as before, hence his choice to conceal his abilities. That's understandable though. However, Lu Ying felt that this brother, Luoshan, could be a backup member for their team. A single grasp could leave 2 marks on a person's arm. Honestly, even the fire-type member on their team couldn't do that. He only knew how to set fires, and hadn't even mastered controlling them with his fingers. The four of them then continued their patrol at the edge of the wasteland, while the others followed Lu Ying and Lu Su back to their temporary residence. Before discussing the matter with everyone, Lu Ying first spoke to her brother about resolving the Lu family issue. Lu Su frowned slightly, remained silent for about a minute, and then asked Mom and Dad. Before Lu Su could finish, Lu Ying curled her lips and scoffed. Don't tell me you still have affection for them at this point, okay? How long have they been away from them? Have they ever considered looking for them? Not only that, but the last time their loving mother saw them, she unleashed a barrage of abuse at them. Those words made one doubt whether they were truly her biological children. It was that time, their biological mother, Zhou Mengxiang, completely extinguished the remaining tenderness in Lu Ying's heart. Are these two really worthy of being parents? Lu Ying's eyes were icy. Don't forget, Bai Li was only 3 when she abandoned her. For all those years, she never mentioned it once, as if she'd never given birth to that daughter. Although we grew up by her side, how much care did she give us? I finally seen clearly that she's heartless. She doesn't care about her own children at all. Their biological father was no worse. Besides him, he only cared about his wife, and he didn't care about his children either. In short, compared to other parents, this couple is a pair of eccentricities. Lu Su sighed, but no matter what, they raised us. How about this? When we get rid of the Lu family, I have Baton find Zhou Lin and have him quietly take us. Take Zhou Mengxiang away. We won't care what happens after that. At the very least, we leave them a chance to live. Lu Ying pursed her lips, but said nothing more. After all, she was no longer angry with Zhou Lin. Ultimately, he had done nothing wrong, and Zhou Mengxiang's kindness to him wasn't his fault. He had never bullied them since childhood. On the contrary, they had often teased him in secret, but he had never complained to Zhou Mengxiang. Besides, he wasn't a member of the Lu family, so he could just leave. Then it's a deal. No one from Lu Jianjing's family should be spared. Leave Lu Hua to me. Lu Jianjing was their uncle. They had rarely met since childhood, but when they did, he either ignored them or lectured them condescendingly, becoming as annoying as could be. So, with such an uncle, they had never felt any affection. As for Lu Hua, she was the good cousin who had caused Lu Ying to be bullied in junior high school. After the siblings agreed on how to deal with the Lu family, they gathered their men to discuss the timing and strategy of their attack. In fact, there were more than just the Lu family surviving in Anqing, but they had the largest number of people and the largest territory. Of course, the most important thing was that Lu Ying had no intention of giving them a chance to live. However, the situation was different for the other survivors. Those willing to submit to Pingcheng would register and continue living in their original homes. Even those who disagreed would negotiate diligently, striving to find a mutually satisfactory compromise. Only the Lu family was not an option. The siblings had visited the Lu family's villa complex several times before, so they were quite familiar with it. So one morning 5 days later, a column of black smoke rose into the sky from an area in the northwest corner of Anqing. By then, with the exception of the Kyoto base, the people from the other 3 bases had already left Pingcheng in disgrace. They had come with such momentum, only to return empty-handed. It could be said that not only did the people from the 3 bases not gain any advantage this time, but they were also forced to accept a compensation bill issued by Pingcheng. Chapter 244. Aunt, Uncle, let's go to the Kyoto base. Escaped from Anqing? No, it couldn't be called escape. Zhou Lin knew it was Lu Su, and Lu Ying who had deliberately let him escape with his aunt and uncle. Luckily, he had been restless before and secretly prepared a car, 2 cans of gasoline, and some supplies in the trunk. This allowed him to quickly escape the moment something happened. Of course, if the other party wanted to stay, he would have no chance of escaping with just 2 ordinary people. Alas, that day had finally arrived. Yes, after Lu Su and Lu Ying took advantage of the chaos to leave the Lu family, Zhou Lin had a vague feeling that one day, they would wipe out the Lu family. It wasn't that he hadn't tried to persuade his aunt, he even considered taking her away directly. After all, their surnames were Zhou, not Lu. But after finally convincing his aunt, she insisted on taking his uncle with her. Then came the problem. His uncle, Lu Jianting, had been so deeply brainwashed by his eldest brother that he always believed his brother was doing things for his own good. They were brothers, and in such a chaotic world where lives could be lost at any moment, who else but his own brother would truly have the best interests of his son? Even his sons and daughters were unreliable. Look at them, these two, once in power. Do they even remember who their parents are? Zhou Lin was speechless. He truly wondered what his aunt had seen in Lu Jianting in the first place, that she would cheat on him even for him, leaving his grandmother utterly infuriated to death in order to follow him. He no longer remembered his eldest cousin, Biley, or his former uncle. After all, he was too young back then, and was so shaken by the car accident. Even after recovering from the concussion, he often couldn't recall the faces of his grandmother and parents, let alone his eldest cousin and former uncle. To avoid upsetting him, his aunt waited until he was fully recovered, almost 10 years old, before letting him see their photos. But she never took him back to their hometown. What his aunt didn't know was that after graduating from high school, he secretly returned to the small town where his family had lived, under the pretext of going on a trip with classmates. Whether it was coincidence or not, when he inquired about his family's house, the person he asked initially looked at him strangely. Then, he asked if he was Joe Rushong's son. Although it was a question, the tone was affirmative. Joe Rushong was his father, and he bore a 60% resemblance to him. So, if this person knew his father, it wasn't surprising that they could guess his identity. At the time, he didn't think much of it, simply assuming this person also lived in town, and was an old friend of his father's. He was delighted, surprised that after all these years, someone still remembered his father. The man then personally led him to the entrance of his old house, pointed to the heavily rusted iron lock, and told him that since he was home, he should change the lock and clean the house. He also told him where his grandfather's grave was, and since he was back, he should go burn some paper and incense for the old man. Like an elder, he gave him many important instructions. He was deeply grateful, thankful to have run into an old friend of his father's on his return. However, when he asked his name, he changed the subject. Then, someone passing by, recognizing him, called out in surprise, "Old Bai." At the time, he didn't think much of it, assuming his last name was Bai. As he left, he waved and said, "Goodbye, Uncle Bai." He remembered the man's tall, imposing figure. Even in middle age, his aura remained undiminished. Comparing it with what was happening before him. Looking at Lu Jianting's face, paler than a woman's, he wondered if his aunt had really been drawn to him solely by that face. Had these two bastards forgotten their last names? When Zhou Lin suggested going to the Kyoto base, Lu Jianting ignored him, and simply paced back and forth, angrily cursing Lu Su and Lu Ying. Zhou Mingxiang didn't join in the cursing, but she didn't stop him either. Like Lu Jianting, she didn't respond to Zhou Lin's words. She simply sat on the stone beside the car, her face sullen, and she remained silent. Zhou Lin pressed his brows wearily. Even now, he still couldn't quite grasp his current situation. He didn't regret saving his aunt. After all, she had raised him and, from childhood on, had given him all the favoritism she ever shown him. His uncle, for her sake, was also kind to him. But sometimes, his mind was truly unbearable. He clearly has a knack for business, and earns a good amount of money. At his current rate, the company would have grown enormously, perhaps even gone public. But every time he had a bit more liquid cash on hand, Boss Lu would call him out for a meal, and when he came back, the money was gone. Even so, he still blamed himself for not being able to help his brother much, which meant that after he took all his money, he had to find someone else to raise it. If he had more money, wouldn't his brother have had so much trouble? He's truly a truly good brother. Lu Su had complained about this before, but every time he brought it up, Lu Jianting slapped him twice. He's not dead yet, and he's already after his money. If even his own son is like this, what more could he do to his nephew? Besides, this was their Lu family's business, so he really couldn't interfere. But he couldn't bear to see Lu Jianting's money all swindled away by Lu Laoda, so he could only persuade his aunt to occasionally ask Lu Jianting for some money to keep for herself, to provide living expenses for Lu Su and Lu Ying, and to support their overseas travels. Lu Su and Lu Ying still don't know that the extra living allowance Zhou Mingxiang generously gave them each month was actually Zhou Lin's secret persuasion. Otherwise, with the standard living allowance Lu Jianting set for them, how could they possibly afford Lu Su's overseas friends and expenses? However, Zhou Lin never considered using this to curry favor with the two of them. After all, Lu Jianting's money was theirs. Zhou Lin often felt suffocated and helpless. He couldn't understand his aunt's attempts to make amends and love him, and he was grateful. But this didn't conflict with loving Lu Su and Lu Ying. Why couldn't she treat all three of them well? This made the siblings treat him like an intruder, and they hated him to death. Because Lu Jianting was still rambling on about his two children, Zhou Lin felt annoyed and left for a short while. When he came back to his senses, he heard Lu Jianting rambling on about how well Lu Laoda and his children had treated Lu Su and Lu Ying. Their uncle always gave them lots of advice, fearing they wouldn't learn well, and he took great pains to teach them. Their older brothers and sisters also. Zhou Lin couldn't help himself and interrupted Lu Jianting coldly. Cherry was bullied in junior high. It was Lu Hua who arranged for someone to do it. All the negative rumors you heard about Cherry at school were spread by her. Even so, you still want to say that this cousin of yours treats Yingta well? Lu Jianting finally stopped chattering and turned to look at Zhou Lin, his face filled with shock and disbelief. He instinctively retorted, "How could it be? How is it impossible?" Zhou Lin sneered, "Uncle, in your heart, is your niece so trustworthy? Is your biological daughter so untrustworthy? Do you even know who is closest to you, your own daughter or your niece?" Perhaps Zhou Lin had never spoken to him in such a tone before, let alone in such a way. She glanced at him with that look, so Lu Jianting was momentarily stunned and didn't respond in time. This intensified the mockery in Zhou Lin's eyes. Thinking of Lu Ying, who had gone to Lu Hua's place before coming here, he could imagine that woman must have died at Yingtao's hands by now. And it was likely not a very pleasant death. "I remember Yingtao telling you countless times, when she was little, that Lu Hua bullied her. But what did you do, uncle? You thought Yingtao was petty and wronged her sister, so you bought Lu Hua a gift and apologized to her on her behalf. Don't you think you're funny? Your own daughter was bullied, but you bought her a gift and comforted her bully. Have you ever considered what Cherry felt when you did that? Was she sad, heartbroken, or despairing?" She asked 3 questions in a row, thinking she could silence Lu Jianting. However, he suddenly snapped out of his thoughts and frowned unhappily, saying, "That's her sister. It's just such a small thing. Is she going to hold a grudge for the rest of her life? Besides, didn't she have anything else to say afterward? Didn't she stop complaining to me?" Zhou Lin was instantly amused by her words. "It's not that she's afraid to ask you out. After all, every time she asks you out, Lu Hua gets a gift, and she gets ridiculed. So who's as ridiculous as her? Her own father doesn't buy her a gift, doesn't stand up for her, and instead, ridiculously, comforts her enemy." Zhou Lin. Lu Jianting raged, snapping, "I say again, Lu Hua is her sister, not her enemy." Sister? What kind of sister would secretly instigate someone to bully her own sister? And she even had someone strip her sister down to take a picture. Do you know what Yingtao would face if this happened? Lu Jianting's mouth dropped open in disbelief, his eyes wide. He muttered, "Impossible, you're lying, absolutely impossible." Zhou Lin sneered. If Lu Su hadn't arrived in time, the tragedy would have already happened. But she covered it up well, we didn't know she was behind it. But Lu Ying was upset. She told you and Auntie about it. But do you remember what you said? Lu Ying was only 15 at the time. Lu Jianting and Zhou Mingxiang had long forgotten what happened over a decade ago, but now, after Zhou Lin's mention, they strangely recalled it, their faces turning pale almost simultaneously. They seemed to have beaten Lu Su and Lu Ying. They knew they had a conflict with classmates at school, and without knowing the truth, they assumed they were provoking trouble and causing trouble. So they punished them both without any basis for their actions. Especially Lu Ying. Zhou Mingxiang thought she was a girl who didn't study hard, but fought with classmates and caused trouble all the time, which made her extremely irritated. At the time, she thought, Lizzie wasn't like that. I heard she had good grades and was obedient, never causing her family any worry. She was also beautiful. She's secretly gotten a photo of her. She was quiet and gentle, and she looked right at home as her daughter. Comparing them, she seemed to dislike Lu Ying even more. So was she being bullied then? And was Lu Hua the mastermind? Zhou Mingxiang turned her head and glared at Lu Jianting with dissatisfaction, growling, "I told you all along, your niece is no good. But every time you see her, you either give her money or buy her a gift, as if you owe her something. What do you owe her? Is she your child?" Lu Jianting was stunned by this, and immediately jumped up in anger. "What nonsense are you talking about? Are you crazy?" Zhou Mingxiang's words were naturally just an outburst. She knew Lu Jianting was unconditionally kind to his brother's family, so Lu Hua was just his niece, no hidden agenda. Of course, she couldn't really blame Lu Jianting, after all, she hadn't been kind to Lu Ying and Lu Su either. But were they going to kill her just because of this? After all, she was their biological mother, after all. She was only 3 when she left Lizzie behind, and she hadn't hated her enough to kill her. Zhou Mingxiang knew her thoughts were irrational, but she'd done so many irrational things in her life. Having come to this point, what could she do? The thought of this made her feel disheartened. She didn't want to discuss how she treated Lu Su and Lu Ying unfairly in the past, nor did she want to think about them. This pair of children, just like Lizzie, let it all go. Zhou Mingxiang said to Zhou Lin, "Auntie will listen to you about where we go next, And I listen to you about what we do from now on. Let's go. Don't rest any longer. She stood up from the stone and tried to get in the car to leave. But Lu Jianting was still caught up in the moment of being attacked by his own children. He saw nothing in Zhou Lin's words. They were just excuses. Excuses to exonerate those two wicked sons. He stopped Zhou Lin, who was also trying to get in the car, and said, "We can't just leave like this. Xiaolin, considering you grew up in the Lu family, can you go back and see if any one of your uncle's family has escaped? If he's hurt, could you please?" "No." Zhou Lin flatly refused. "I was able to bring you out because Lu Su and Lu Ying wanted me to. But their entire family is probably dead by now. And not a single one is left." From the moment they met, Zhou Lin could tell their abilities were vastly superior to 2 years ago. Add to that their diligent training in Pingcheng, and the fact they had a team of men with them. Even without help, just the two of them, the Lu family wouldn't be a match for them. At the beginning of the apocalypse, he had warned his aunt and uncle not to always place their hopes and chips on others. In times like these, family members were undoubtedly more reliable. Unfortunately, he could never understand why his uncle's family couldn't just be Lu Su and Lu Ying. Never mind, if he couldn't understand, then forget it. He looked at Lu Jianting and cruelly repeated, "Your eldest brother's family, including his 3 illegitimate children, would surely have been reduced to ashes by now." How ridiculous. Every time Boss Lu took money from Lu Jianting, it wasn't because the company needed it, but because he used it to support his concubines and illegitimate children. However, Zhou Lin was wrong about one thing. The Lu family wasn't completely extinct at this point. At least, Lu Hua wasn't dead yet. Chapter 245. Although Lu Hua wasn't dead yet, he wasn't far from it. Lu Ying and Lu Su led 18 men to siege the Lu family villa complex. The bodyguards that Uncle Lu and his son had gathered were mostly security guards and employees from the company before the apocalypse. As for their loyalty, they weren't. Some of them even had grudges against Lu Su. Even those who didn't, most looked down on them. They all thought their family depended on his uncle's family for survival. They even believed that Lu Jianting's previous company was started with Uncle Lu's help. And Lu Jianting himself was like a gigolo, nothing more than a scoundrel. If their father was looked down upon, how could his children be looked upon? So Lu Ying and Lu Su had endured many of these people's disdain before, so they were ruthless in their actions, taking down anyone they saw. It's funny that when they caught Lu Hua's husband, who was always so proud of him, he was naked in another woman's bed, fast asleep in her arms. Even though the noise outside was quite loud, it didn't wake the two. Lu Ying had kindly tied the two together, keeping them tied as they slept, close and inseparable. As soon as she dragged them out of the room, she saw Lu Hua frantically looking around in the dim morning light on the path outside the villa. This woman really cherishes her life. Even when most people haven't noticed, she's quite vigilant. But Lu Ying lowered her eyes to glance at the two tied together, her lips curled up in a hint of sarcasm. She's still not vigilant enough. Otherwise, how could she not have noticed this person cheating right on her doorstep? Bang! Lu Ying strode out of the villa, raised her hand, and gently swung the vine she was holding. Two naked bodies, entangled in green ivy, suddenly slammed into Lu Hua, startling her so much that she stumbled backward and fell to the ground. She wanted to scream, but when she opened her mouth and saw Lu Ying walking towards her in the morning light, the sound got stuck in her throat, and she couldn't come out. "Lu Hua, it's been so long since we last met. As your sister, I want to give you a welcome gift." Lu Ying rarely smiled, but she was beautiful when she did. 2 shallow dimples on each cheek made those who didn't know her think she was sweet. But those who knew her well knew that 8 out of 10 times when she smiled, something bad was wrong. Did Lu Hua understand her? Not really. Because she always assumed Lu Ying with malicious intent, exaggerating her weaknesses, undermining and concealing her strengths and virtues, thus conveying to others that Lu Ying was inferior to her. For example, Lu Jianting considered his niece kind, gentle, generous, capable of both housework and homemaking. In short, far superior to his daughter, who constantly opposed him. In the past, Lu Ying longed for the love of Lu Jianting and Zhou Mingxiang, so she was constantly exploited by Lu Hua, who used them to attack her. Even now, after the apocalypse, even though Lu Su and Lu Ying had left the Lu family and lived far away from them, she still frequently appeared before Lu Jianting to assert her presence, openly persuading him and secretly sowing discord. Luckily, Lu Ying didn't know, but even if she did, she wouldn't have cared. Why should she expect love from someone who never cared about her? Besides, were they worthy? Since leaving the Lu family, Lu Hua hadn't seen Lu Ying in almost 2 years. Upon seeing her now, she barely recognized her. A young woman strode toward her, dressed in a form-fitting black dress. Even in the dim light, it couldn't hide her exquisitely curvaceous figure. As she got closer, she could see that Lu Ying was completely different from before. Her hair was short, like a man's, yet she exuded a dashing demeanor. Her eyes were bright and sparkling, her skin smooth and delicate, even better than before she had hyaluronic acid injections. The moment she laid eyes on Lu Ying, her first thought wasn't why she was there at this time, but why she was in such good shape. How could she be so well off? Why hadn't she died? The jealousy and malice in her eyes seemed tangible. It made Lu Ying laugh. How funny. They were cousins, clearly very close, yet she treated her like an enemy, and not just an enemy, but as if she were the one who had killed her father and mother and stolen her man. She hated her to the core. It was truly inexplicable. However, Lu Ying wasn't going to argue with her about this now. Hadn't she said she'd come to give her a gift after not seeing her for so long? Come, Miss Lu, who always plays the good sister to others, come and see what I have for you. Lu Ying said happily, kicking the 2 flesh bombs she'd thrown to the ground. With her kick, the 2 men on the ground let out a muffled groan. Lu Hua regained her composure, finally shifting her gaze from Lu Ying's face to the 2 tightly bound men before her. When she took in their faces and saw they were completely naked, her eyes widened. At that moment, Lu Ying's voice rang in her ears again. Oh, this woman, if I remember correctly, isn't she your husband's cousin? I remember when she first came to our area to attend college, you seemed to have driven to the station to pick her up. Then, you provided her with clothes, a cell phone, and a computer, spending money and effort, demonstrating how much of a good cousin-in-law you were. But TSK, Lu Hua, do you think they call you a complete idiot while they're making love? Ha ha ha. A little after 4 in the morning, Lu Ying's laughter echoed through the already chaotic neighborhood, sending chills down the spines of those trying to escape. Ah, bitch! I kill you! Perhaps provoked by Lu Ying, Lu Hua let out a scream, then climbed from the ground and lunged at the 2 men. Sharp nails scratched at the faces of the 2 men, bound and unable to move or scream. A hissing sound echoed, and soon their faces were covered in bloody streaks. Lu Hua, still unsatisfied, grabbed the woman's hair and slammed her to the ground. Soon, the ground was stained red with the blood from her head. Lu Hua's husband, lying next to her, stared in horror. Lu Ying's fingers moved slightly, and the green ivy tied to the man's head and body immediately loosened. But the man, perhaps too frightened to notice, was completely unaware until a few drops of warm blood splashed on his face. He finally reacted, ignoring his aching body and leaping towards Lu Hua. Stop! Get out of here! Lu Hua's husband tore her off his cousin and hurriedly reached down to pick her up. But perhaps because he had just gotten up and hadn't recovered his strength, or because the blood on his cousin's head was so thick, his grip slipped. In any case, with a thud, the head he had just lifted fell back to the ground. Now, the person who had been twitching and shaking was completely still. The man was stunned, staring blankly at his cousin, who lay motionless on the ground, eyes closed, covered in blood. You pushed me? How dare you push me, you bastard? Lu Hua had to be very good at grasping the key points. At this moment, her focus wasn't on the woman's life or death, but on the scumbag who had pushed her for her. Lu Ying was truly impressed by her. Pa. Lu Hua, eyes red, lunged at the man, slapping him furiously in the face, cursing as she went, You son of a bitch, you bastard. Your whole family eats and drinks at our expense, and yet you dare treat me like this? You son of a bitch. You made my brother send someone to pick up this bitch. I was wondering why you keep running to her. Cousin, you 2 bitches are disgusting. Lu Hua's curses were incoherent, but the last 2 words resonated with Lu Ying. Yes, it was truly disgusting. Perhaps it was out of sheer hatred, or perhaps it was because Lu Ying had discovered her, completely destroying everything she had previously prided herself on, that Lu Hua was so humiliated and furious that she wanted to destroy everything in an instant. So she fished a stone from the nearby bushes and, without a word, threw it at the man, who was still staring blankly at her cousin. With a dull thud, the kneeling man stiffened, blood splattering from the back of his head before his body slumped over. Lu Ying watched coldly, scoffing, Lu Hua, even at this point, you're still trying to help him escape. Do you think we just leave him here and let him go? You're overthinking it. Do you know how we deal with bodies? She stretched out a hand, closing and opening her fingers. Puff! It all burned. She laughed again, a particularly cheerful laugh. But it doesn't matter. At most, they burn alive. It burns the dead as well as the living. It's all the same to us. Lu Hua finally put down the rock he lifted, looked up at Lu Ying, blinked, and instantly 2 tears rolled down his cheeks, sending chills down Lu Ying's spine. Lu Hua, there's no one else here. Why are you acting? Isn't that disgusting? Lu Hua's expression froze, and then he said in a wry voice, Yingtao, we haven't seen each other in so long, why? How dare you always ask why? After the initial mischief wore off, Lu Ying lost all desire to tease or play with her. Looking at her face again, she simply didn't want to. She shook her vines, and one of them sprang up, slapping Lu Hua's face left and right. Back in the 9th grade, I was trapped in the restroom, and that's how those women slapped me in the face. Do you know how I felt? Lu Hua, her head buzzing from the slaps, didn't hear what she said, but she did hear the words 9th grade clearly. By the time Lu Ying was in middle school, she was already in high school. As a scheming high school student with plenty of pocket money, it wasn't difficult for her to manipulate a few delinquent junior high students from the same school into her own hands. But how did Lu Ying know? When did she find out? After discovering that Lu Hua was the mastermind, Lu Ying, already past puberty, was no longer as impulsive as before. She withheld her anger, waiting for the right moment to defeat Lu Hua in one fell swoop. She hadn't anticipated the apocalypse, completely disrupting her plans. But the good thing was, killing her wasn't illegal. Swish. That's how they ripped my clothes back then. Now you have a taste of it. She stripped Lu Hua completely, then tied her with vines, and walked towards the villa in the complex where the flames were lit. That was where their good uncle lived. Next door were Lu Jianting and Zhou Mingxiang's houses. They must have been taken away by Zhou Lin by now. Lu Ying lowered her eyes, and breathed a sigh of relief. She said she'd be ruthless before, but if she actually laid hands on them, she probably wouldn't have been able to do it. Forget it, just like Bai Li, let them go. Consider them dead, never to exist again. Lu Ying. Lu Hua's arms and back ached excruciatingly from being dragged. But just as she tried to speak, one of her arms was suddenly entangled in vines. Then, with a powerful tug, it snapped and broke with a loud snap. Lu Hua's face turned pale with pain, but she gritted her teeth and dared not utter a single sound. I don't want to hear your voice. If you open your mouth once, I rip apart from you. As she spoke, Lu Ying didn't turn back, continuing to drag the man forward. Lu Hua's face was filled with terror, especially when she heard the screams of her brother and his most trusted men. She thought desperately, it's over, it's really over this time. Facing the Lu family, Lu Su wanted nothing more than a quick and decisive battle. He dispatched Batong and a fire-type warrior, telling them to hold back and deal with them as quickly as possible. Uncle Lu and his sons were personally dispatched by Lu Su. The moment he saw them, his sword was already swung out, without a word. Leaving the villa, he saw Lu Ying dragging something towards him, and he thought she had found some supplies, and was bringing them over to take away. When he saw the naked Lu Hua, he immediately looked away, his expression darkening. Xiao Su you. At the sight of Lu Su, Lu Hua, having only briefly fallen silent, was now agitated once more. She had forgotten Lu Ying's threats, and instinctively asked Lu Su to save her. But before she could even begin, she felt a tearing pain in her legs. Lu Ying had grabbed her ankles, and was pulling them apart, as if trying to break them both. Help, help! Ah! With the final, crisp sound of bone snapping, Lu Hua finally passed out from the pain. Lu Su sighed, just kill me, why do this? Lu Hua's body lay on the ground like a dead dog, one arm and both legs now in an awkward, irregular position. She was naked, dragged along, her front and back covered in blood. Lu Ying sneered, what? Can't bear to let her go? What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Su glared at her, I'm afraid you turn into a pervert. Lu Ying, brother, I told you, I want revenge, and I'm going to make her suffer all the pain and suffering I endured back then. That year, when she was only 15, she also been pinned down and beaten until she couldn't move, then dragged through the toilet like a dead dog. So it wasn't that she didn't want to give Lu Hua a quick death, but she wanted her to suffer all the pain she inflicted on her before she could. Finally, after the entire neighborhood was cleared and everyone had evacuated, Lu Ying remained in a secluded corner at the back. She ate a steamed bun while staring at Lu Hua, whose arms and legs were broken and unconscious, still unaware. Well, at least she's not dead. Let her hold on for another day. Chapter 246. Chi-Chi, someone sent you 2 boxes of books. After lunch, Chi-Chi and Gigi were just about to go to Yaya's house to check on the food bucket, when they saw Lu Er and Zhou Hui, who were on duty today, each carrying a white storage box. Thanks to their daily training, even though Lu Er and Zhou Hui weren't strength users, they were stronger than the average person. So although the boxes of books were quite heavy, they didn't find it too difficult to lift them. Placing the boxes on the steps outside the Bai family's main hall, Lu Er said, the man put them down and left, saying his sister Ing had sent them to you. Do you know him? Hearing the word Ing, Chi-Chi blinked, knowing who it was. After all, not many people outside knew him, and that aunt had insisted on staying with him and Gigi last time. And because of her mother-like ability, he felt a sense of closeness to her. So, the person who sent him the gift was most likely her. Chi-Chi nodded. It's an aunt I met outside some time ago. After that, he and Gigi curiously looked down at the boxes. Zhou Hui had already opened the boxes, and said to the two children, I checked. Most of the books in these two boxes are comics suitable for your age. They're all in sets and very new. To prevent any accidents, Zhou Hui carefully flipped through the books at the door. In the end, they were indeed just books. Huh? Comics. Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. His family had quite a few books. His mother had once opened a small bookstore. But who could have too many comics? As Chi-Chi flipped through the books, he noticed several that weren't available at home. He quickly turned back and called out to the villa, Yu, there are new books. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard footsteps clattering down the stairs on the second floor. Although Suyu wasn't as withdrawn as she used to be, she still didn't like going out, even to Bai Guoyin. Her favorite thing to do every day was to read extracurricular books at home after class. She lived in Chung Xian's house, and they were as close as mother and daughter. Uncle Hui asked Ji Feng and Jinyu to come over too. If there's anything they like, we can take turns looking at it. The young man was very tactful, and didn't favor one over the other among his friends. After all, they were just some books, and they wouldn't get tired of reading them. However, someday he would have to thank Aunt Ing for thinking of giving her something after only meeting her once. In return for the favor, he would also give Aunt Ing some fruit. Lu Ing, whom Chi-Chi missed, was still at the villa complex in Anqing. A day and a half had passed since the Lu family's villa complex was cleaned up. The others had left yesterday, following Lu Su to other parts of Anqing to inspect and clean up. Only Lu Ing remained. She had found the two boxes of children's comic books in one of the villas in the complex, where Zhou Mingxiang, Lu Jianting, and Zhou Lin lived. She hadn't planned to go there, but Ba Tong came over and asked her. He had spotted a bookshelf of comic books in one of the children's rooms and asked her if she wanted any. Because the bookshelf had glass windows, the books were well preserved, not a single one was damaged. Lu Ing had brought back the rabbit Chi-Chi had given her, so before cleaning Anqing, she told Ba Tong to let her know if she saw anything suitable for a 10-year-old. She really wanted to give the little one a presentable, decent gift, but she knew it wouldn't be easy. So she had to settle for the next best thing, and give him whatever she found suitable. If you cast a wide net, you always find something he likes. So over the next few days, Chi-Chi received several more boxes filled with toys, action figures, footballs, basketballs, and badminton. In the end, there was even a small box of gold bars. Bailey was shocked. She didn't intend to interfere with her son's relationship with Lu Ing, as she had no ill will towards Chi-Chi. However, she also didn't tell her son about her relationship with Lu Ing. She just let it go. She just didn't expect the girl to get Chi-Chi everything. Books and balls would be fine, but even gold bars? Back to Lu Ing. She stayed after everyone else had left the villa complex, simply because Lu Hua wasn't dead yet. After having one arm and two legs broken by her, and having been starved for a day and a night, Lu Hua was already on the verge of death. Although it's quite boring to watch you being tortured like this, there's nothing I can do. I just don't want you to die so easily. Lu Ing looked at the disheveled woman before her and smiled softly. Lu Hua, how could you be so confused? Your father has more than just you and your brother, he has many more illegitimate children than just these three. If there hadn't been an apocalypse, how much of your family's wealth would you have gotten? Have you ever considered that if you were friends with me, wouldn't I help you deal with your two half-sisters? As she finished her words, Lu Hua's eyes, which had been closed, suddenly fluttered open. Lu Ing smiled again upon seeing this. Huh, you regret it, huh? What a pity. There's no medicine for regret. Alright, my time is precious, I won't waste it on you. She stood up and threw the oil-soaked, torn sheets beside her at Lu Hua. Then she pulled out a box of matches, struck one, and threw it onto the sheets. Lu Hua's face was twisted in pain. She opened her mouth to scream, but no syllable came out. In the end, she could only turn her head and look at Lu Ing with pain and hatred. Bitch, How dare she? How dare she do this to the Lu family? Unfortunately, until she turned to charcoal, no one answered her questions. Lu Ying let out a long breath and looked up at the sky. She felt that the sky was especially blue today, the sun especially gentle, and the wind especially cool. In short, without the Lu family in this world, everything seemed so much better. She burned Lu Hua in the courtyard of the villa. She had left some things there because she had slept there last night. However, as she turned back to get her things, she saw a dark figure swishing across the living room and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Lu Ying was startled and ran after it, but when she reached the open window, there was no trace of the shadow outside. Not even the flowers, plants, or trees outside were swaying abnormally. It was as if the fleeting shadow she had just seen was an illusion. But she knew it wasn't. Lu Ying narrowed her eyes slightly, certain it wasn't a person. This place wasn't a good place to stay for long. She turned and walked to the sofa, reaching for her long-packed backpack. But Lu Ying looked out the window, her zipper unzipped, the empty bag inside. Could her deduction be wrong, and the shadowy figure was actually a person? That's impossible. If it were a person, how could it be so small? But if it wasn't a person, why did he steal the contents of her bag? She didn't actually bring much with her. The food in her bag was what Chum Le had prepared for her. Now, all that was left was 2 brown sugar buns, 2 shepherd's purse buns, half a bottle of chili sauce, and half a bottle of supernatural water. The towels and toothbrushes in the outer packaging were still there, but the food and drink inside was gone. So this thief had risked entering the villa to steal 2 buns, and half a bottle of chili sauce, even though she knew the survivors outside were having a hard time. Even that little food would probably have been snatched up by many people. But if he was as fast as lightning, how could he have worried about running out of supplies? From the speed she saw when he entered the house, he was even faster than the speed of their team. Such a person would be a sought-after talent no matter which base they joined. If they didn't join a base and rely on themselves. Well, if they couldn't farm, or had no skills other than speed, they would indeed starve. Lu Ying zipped up her backpack and hurried out of the villa. Then, she walked around to the window where the shadow had just escaped and began to investigate. No matter how fast someone is, they still have to find ground somewhere. She wanted to look around and see who this person was. If it was a child, Lu Ying thought of Linjia. That child ran very fast. So she suspected that the shadow who had just stolen her things was probably a child, perhaps even younger than Chi-Chi and Linjia. If they were alone, they could definitely adopt him. Chum Le and the other 4 were going to military school, and their team had no children to raise. This person was a perfect fit. But to Lu Ying's surprise, as she headed out, she found no childlike footprints, but instead, plum blossom-shaped cat footprints. A cat? A cat stealing? Is that possible? Could it have gained a thieving hand after the mutation? Lu Ying didn't dwell on the question too much. Once she was sure it wasn't a child, she left immediately. She wasn't Jiang Qi, and she had no affinity for animals. She was afraid of fighting with it again if she met it again. A cat with such speed would be difficult to deal with. As she left, she suddenly remembered, hadn't Chi-Chi and Linjia gone out to Pingcheng last time to look for a cat, but they didn't find one. Could it be this one? Well, regardless of whether it was or not, she'd have someone send him a message later. If it was his cat, wouldn't that be a clue? What Lu Ying didn't know was that the Fantong that Chi-Chi and the others had come out to look for that day had returned to Yunqi village that evening. Of course, the steamed buns it had taken with it never returned. Yaya asked if it was delivering steamed buns to Xiuhe. Fantong, of course, couldn't answer her, but every 2 or 3 days, it would go out again, always bringing a cloth bag of steamed buns or dumplings. Since it might be for Xiaohe, Bao Xiaolin and Yaya didn't try to stop it. However, when there was only 1 cloth bag left at home, Bao Xiaolin told it to continue delivering things, but to bring it back. When it returned that evening, Fantong actually had an empty cloth bag in its mouth. When Chi-Chi received the message from Lu Ying, his first reaction was that the cat that had stolen his Aunt Ying's things might be the same one that had previously stolen their noodles. After all, there couldn't be many cats that could steal things. He was itching to go out and take a look. Anshan was currently being cleaned up. Besides Lu Su and Lu Ying's team, there were also patrols dispatched by the management office, which would go out at least 4 times a day at irregular intervals. So, it wasn't dangerous for the 2 children to go. Besides, the people from the 3 major bases had already left, and no one in Pingcheng would deal with the 2 children. Besides, the 2 of them were not formidable opponents. So, after Jiang Minglang and Bai Li discussed it, they sent the 2 children out for some training. Chi-Chi had his grandfather install a basket on the back of his bicycle, filled with a variety of fruits. Gigi also had 2 plastic bags hanging from his handlebars, both for looing. Bailey didn't say anything when she saw them. After all, her son had accepted so many gifts from others, so it was only right for him to give a little return gift. This time, the 2 of them took Xiaowu with them. Before leaving Yunqi village, Qiqi ran into Xingxi at the gate, who had come to look for his father. From a distance, he raised his hand and greeted everyone enthusiastically. "Uncle Zeng, you haven't left yet. When are you going back? My dad said he wanted to see you off." Zengxi, If it weren't for the innocent smile on his chubby face, that brat would have thought he was chasing him away. Of course, kids just say whatever comes to mind, and he doesn't think twice. In reality, Zengxi was almost gone. Through a combination of threats and persuasion, he helped drive away the visitors from the 3 major bases and successfully resolved the dispute over the psychic. In the end, the 3 major bases didn't gain any benefits except for a contract signed with the paper mill and the vegetable greenhouse area. Whether he was willing or not, for the time being, to maintain balance among all parties, this was the only way to go. After Zengxi and the others left, they began to eat at Baigui Garden every day, and also to observe Jiang Minglang and his team's training. Although Jiang Minglang had his own training system, his methods were distinctly different. He knew that this guy had a natural talent for this aspect, and with the various superpowers that had emerged, he must have developed a completely new training plan. Zengxi's main purpose for this trip was to accomplish this. He had already gained a lot, so he would indeed be leaving tomorrow. "Old Jiang, I'm serious. Talk to my sister-in-law and give her some serious thought." Hearing Zengxi bring up the child marriage again, Jiang Minglang was speechless. He rolled his eyes at Zengxi. "2 little kids, not to mention my son, but your daughter. Are you going to make the decision for her now? Are you going to make sure she doesn't meet someone she likes when she grows up?" Zengxi already had an idea for this. "When Qiqi is older, send him to the Kyoto Military Academy. Then, let him live with me. It'd be a good time for them to get to know each other and develop a bond." He spread his hands. "Look, what a perfect plan." "Perfect." Jiang Minglang squinted at him. "Not your daughter, but your wife. Are you sure she agree?" "Of course not. Didn't I tell you? I sent a telegram. My wife agrees." Zengxi's words were true. His wife did agree. After all, many years ago, when they had a class reunion, Jiang Minglang brought Bailey along. Qiqi wasn't even born then. His wife, looking at their looks, said their child would be very good-looking. Considering their personalities, the child was bound to be good-looking. So Zengxi wasn't kidding, he really wanted to decide on his son-in-law in advance. As for the possibility that the children might dislike each other when they grow up and decide they're not suitable, then we can cancel it then. Just like him and his wife, they're like that. Chapter 247. Jiang Minglang was at his wit's end, but he didn't agree outright, only saying he'd consider it. In reality, he was thinking, could he really decide Qiqi's marriage? Even if he could, he didn't want to. Raising the brat wasn't enough, he needed his help finding a wife. He didn't want to worry about that. Thus, he couldn't understand Zengxi's persistence. He heard that in Kyoto, even aristocratic families, like the Zhengs, valued matching social status, and many were engaged from a young age. It's commonly known as an arranged marriage. Because his ancestors, parents, and even himself had gone through this, Zengxi accepted it well, and didn't think it was a big deal. With a good family and parents who knew each other well, how could the children be bad? Even if the 2 children didn't get along when they grew up, that was fine. If they couldn't become husband and wife, they could just be friends. In short, it didn't mean they were locked in. Some might ask why bother with this, as the children would have too much to see each other when they grew up. No way. Zengxi believed that good things needed to be reserved in advance. Just like he'd fallen for Qiqi, he wanted to arrange a date for his daughter. That way, each party would be the other's first choice in the future. Just like him and his wife. Before leaving, he repeatedly urged Jiang Minglang to discuss this with Bailey, saying he would bring his wife and children over soon. Bailey was due in a few months anyway, so she could come over for the wedding. Old Zhang is determined to arrange a marriage between his daughter and Qiqi. What do you think? After sending Zengxi away, Jiang Minglang returned and said to Bailey helplessly, "This guy is so persistent about this, and he says his wife agrees too." Bailey was sitting on a recliner, her hand on her belly, interacting with her daughter. She paused, then looked up and asked, "As far as I can remember, his daughter isn't that old?" "Well, not even 6 yet." Bailey smiled. "Qiqi will be 11 soon, a 5-year age difference. He doesn't mind our son being older. By the way, have you seen his daughter? Is she pretty?" I saw her once, when she was 2, Jiang Minglang thought for a moment and smiled. She has a nice double chin. Yes, she's a chubby little girl, fair and tender, quite cute. Bailey smiled too. Neither of them took it too seriously, mainly because Chi-Chi was still young, and Zhang Xi's daughter was even younger. Who knows what will happen when the two children grow up. Even then, Chi-Chi and Gigi, as usual, rode their mountain bikes out of the city. The two children had specifically inquired and learned that Liu Ying's team was currently leaving some members to patrol the reclaimed areas to the west, while the majority had gone to Anshan to screen and resettle recent survivors. After a short run, they finally found Liu Ying on a dilapidated street in downtown Anshan, reeking of blood. Chi-Chi and Gigi exchanged glances. The two children rode quietly forward, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. When they were almost there, they called out, "Auntie Ying." Liu Ying turned around, delighted at first upon seeing the two children, then frowned. "Why are you two out again? These two brats, how could they be so naughty?" She was quite tired and was sitting on the side of the road, unassumingly resting. This street harbored some unexpected mutants, a pack of organized, large wolfhounds. When they found the lair, they discovered several uneaten humans, including a child. Their arms and legs had been gnawed clean, but their upper bodies were still intact. Cruelly, except for the child, who was dead with only a third of his body left. The others, though near death, were still alive. They're supposed to keep the food fresh, right? The moment they saw the scene inside, everyone, including Lu Su and Liu Ying, felt their hair tingle. How could something like this still be there? 15 people battled a pack of wolfhounds for over an hour. In the end, 3 escaped, leaving 15 dead and 6 injured. Several of their team members were injured, including Lu Su, whose arm was scratched by a claw. Chung Lo was bandaging his wound. "And Ying, don't worry. We can protect ourselves. Here, I brought you some fruit. Take a look and see which ones you like. I help you get them next time." Liu Ying's eyes lit up, but before she could say anything, she heard Lu Su, who was sitting across from her, hiss. He looked at Chi-Chi and asked, "Are all the fruits for your aunt? Are there any for me?" Chi-Chi turned to look at him, a puzzled expression on his face. "Do we know each other well?" Lu Su's expression froze, and Liu Ying couldn't help but burst out laughing. After a laugh, she introduced Chi-Chi. "This is my brother Lu Su. You can call him." Liu Ying paused, glanced at Lu Su, and continued to Chi-Chi, "Call him Uncle Su." "Forget about calling him uncle." Lu Su wiped his face with a look of frustration, muttering softly, "Can I get a share of his gifts? For example, that box of gold bars was given by him. Oh, and there's durian too." Liu Ying looked at the large item Chi-Chi pulled out of the back basket with surprise, her dimple showing with joy. A group of people gathered around. Apples, pears, oranges, mangoes. Although the variety was small, it was a complete selection. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. No wonder their place was called Bai Guan. It truly lived up to its name. Although it's known that with type induction is easy, the key is to have both a tree and a seed. Each of them ate their fruit, their vigilance lowered for a moment. Just then Gigi, who had been standing silently nearby, suddenly shouted to a 16 or 17-year-old boy, "Watch out." Crack. As Gigi shouted, he subconsciously unleashed a bolt of lightning. With a crackling sound, the purple lightning struck the wolfhound that had just leaped up to pounce on the boy. The wolfhound's body visibly paused in its upright position, and then a burning smell spread. With a snap, the wolfhound became a pitch-black corpse, lying motionless on the ground. A silence fell over the scene. Everyone first looked at the scorched wolfhound, then slowly turned their gaze to Gigi. "This is the self-preservation power they were talking about? Are you two being too modest?" Chi-Chi's attack turns to ice, instantly freezing animals or other objects. Even those who haven't seen it have heard of it. Honestly, it's quite powerful. But they hadn't expected the child who had been silently following him this whole time actually possessed rare lightning powers. "So, you two can defend yourselves together? Are all children with powers this powerful these days?" A group of people felt a pang of sympathy, feeling even less capable than the child. "Just pretend you didn't see Linja's powers, and don't tell anyone about them." After Liu Ying realized what was happening, she instantly understood the whole story. Everyone knew that one of Jiang Minglang's men possessed rare lightning powers. When they were inexplicably attacked before, someone had seen purple lightning flash in the direction of Yunqi village. Everyone was guessing who the lightning user was. Some said it was Shiyu, others sure Jiashu, and still others Kong Erbao. Jiang Minglang's capable subordinates had run through all the guesses, but in the end, they couldn't come up with the answer. Who would have thought that the lightning user was actually Linja, a child not even 11 years old, Lu Ying looked at her teammates with a stern gaze. No matter how Lin Zhi's abilities are eventually discovered, I don't want them to come from you. Understand? I understand, Sister Ying. Don't worry, I won't tell you, even if I die. The first to react and express his opinion was Si Hang, the Earth-type boy rescued by Lin Zhi. His face was pale, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Just a little bit, and he was almost killed by the wolfhound. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said sincerely to Lin Zhi, I'm deeply grateful. My name is Si Hang. If you need me in the future, you can come to me. The others also expressed their stance, stating that they would never say a word about Lin Zhi's supernatural powers. Lu Su's eyes flickered between Jiang Qi and Lin Zhi. He felt that in the future, in Pingcheng, if not the entire country, these two young men would become the leaders among supernatural beings. It must be said that this guy, who had never been very bright, had a rather accurate premonition at this moment. Then the group cleaned up the wolfhound's body, flushed the remaining blood down the drain, and after cleaning up, they left the old street. The others then returned to their homes, while Lu Ying took the two children to the villa complex where the cat had been found. Actually, they had originally wanted to bring Phantom with them when they left, since he was the only one who knew where the black cat was. But now, whether it had become estranged from them or was worried about something else, it refused to come out with them. There was no other choice but for the two of them to take Xiaowu out to look for it. It wasn't necessarily that they had to find it. They just had nothing better to do, so they just went for a walk. You said this cat stole things to give to its owner? Chi-Chi shook her head. Ying, I'm not sure it's that cat yet. It might not be. After all, when we met it, it was in the north, quite far from here. It's not impossible that it came here, but any survivors who come here are generally seeking refuge in Pingcheng. It's been almost 6 months. If its owner had come here, why didn't they come into the city? For an ordinary person, entering Pingcheng would be like finding a needle in a haystack, and it would be difficult to find them. But the cat's owner was a foreigner. If she had come here, she would definitely receive special treatment from the authorities. Special treatment doesn't mean special care, but it's definitely different from ordinary people. At the very least, his father should know. So Chi-Chi was certain that the owner of the black cat they seen hadn't entered Pingcheng. As the three of them entered the residential complex, they unexpectedly heard the faint sound of a child crying. It was a wailing sound, and it sounded like a child a few months old, not very old. Lu Ying immediately shielded the two children behind her, observing the residential complex with vigilance. At this moment, she was thinking, this thing crying like a child might not necessarily be a child, but could also be a mutant cat or something else. You two stay here for now. I go in and take a look. Jiang Qi reluctantly grabbed Lu Ying's arm and said bluntly, Aunt Ying, if something unexpected happens, we're not necessarily any weaker than you. They were trained daily by their father, Uncle Shi, and Uncle Du, in every aspect. Their bodies were still those of children, but their speed, reflexes, and abilities were no less impressive than any other psychic out there. They had even sparred with Uncle Wei's psychics, like Gu Xiaomi and Uncle Gu. He and his comrades were completely defeated by them. So, there was really no need to keep treating them like children. Lu Ying recalled Lin Zhi's reaction, and had to admit that those who had been properly trained were superior to those of them who had gone their own way. So, she was right to enroll Cheng-Lu and Si Hang in military academy. Children, after all, should go to school for systematic learning and training. Okay, then, if there's any danger, I rely on you two to protect me. The boy had been calling her Aunt Ying all day, but Lu Ying felt that Auntie sounded better. But she was too embarrassed to correct him, so she took the opportunity to add a comment. The two children pushed their bicycles into the neighborhood and placed them behind a secluded tree. As usual, Lu Ying wrapped them around the green ivy vines. Chi-Chi saw that she was very skilled at using the green ivy, though she always had to hold it in her hand, not controlling it through the air. But this was also very powerful. At least it was difficult for outside objects to get close. The three of them tiptoed towards the source of the child's crying, but before they had taken a few steps, the sound disappeared. Chi-Chi's ears twitched, and he noticed that the person seemed to have noticed them, and was about to run. Without a word, he took off. When he reached a villa in the far corner, he saw two dark figures swiftly leap over the villa wall, and into the woods behind, disappearing. They were running so fast. It felt like they were even faster than Uncle Sheng. However, he could still clearly see that one of the shadows was a person, a woman dressed entirely in black. And running with her was a black cat. The same black cat and woman, almost certainly the same person and cat they had encountered earlier when they raided the base. Otherwise, How could such a coincidence be possible? But what about the child's crying? Could it be that the cat's meow had mutated? That couldn't be right. He had encountered many different kinds of mutated cats before, but no matter how they mutated, their meows seemed to remain the same, unchanged. So, was that woman holding a child when she ran? Lu Ying and Lin Zhe arrived just a step behind him, but that was the only thing that caused them to miss the two shadows. The three of them entered the villa and found traces of burning wood on the living room floor. The air was filled with the smell of cooking and a faint scent of milk. So the crying just now really came from a child? Lu Ying clicked her tongue. If you really want to stay here, it's not impossible. Why run away? What they didn't know was that the man and cat who had left didn't get very far. After hiding in the woods, they immediately entered the hollow of a mutated willow tree. The space inside was not large, covered with a quilt and mat, and some daily necessities, and food were placed nearby. The woman sat cross-legged on the mat, her pale blue eyes almost bewitchingly beautiful. She lowered her gaze to the baby in her arms, lifted her shirt, and stuffed his food into his mouth. The baby's eyes, identical to hers, were now filled with tears. He sucked and looked at her aggrievedly. The woman sighed silently. She had just wanted to abandon the little one at the villa and wait for the three to pick him up. What a pity, she had just put him on the sofa and hadn't even left when he started crying heartbreakingly. Chapter 248. It wasn't that she was heartless and wanted to abandon her son, it was simply desperate. The woman turned her head and looked outside, her face numb. Those people would be here soon. After escaping, she hadn't sought revenge on them yet, but now, knowing she wasn't dead, they were going to kill her. No, it was possible they would sell her out again. Facing the apocalypse in a foreign land, she had thought they would band together for support and stand united against the enemy. But after learning of her dual powers, she didn't receive the surprise and respect of her companions, but was instead sold to a laboratory. Recalling her time in captivity, the woman's pale blue eyes suddenly flushed, and two veins appeared on her neck. She quickly reached for a nearby towel and stuffed it into her mouth. The baby in her arms seemed to sense her mother's pain. Its suckling stopped, and its tearful eyes looked upward blankly. The woman closed her eyes, swallowing the pain, trying not to make a sound. What should she do? It was getting more frequent, and the pain was intensifying. She even had a premonition that one day, the pain would make her heart stop, and she would die completely. What would happen to the child then? An unknown amount of time passed before the woman, drenched in sweat, opened her eyes. Her pale blue eyes were dim and lifeless at that moment, like a pool of stagnant water. Only when the little thing in her arms stirred did the woman lower her head. Perhaps it was his innate ability to sense danger, but the little guy had been incredibly well-behaved since birth. He had never cried, except for that moment when she wanted to abandon him. But the woman's eyes were filled with sorrow and despair. She had to entrust her son to someone reliable while she was still alive. Ying, if you ever run into that woman and that cat, what will you do? After walking around the villa complex, only the house in the corner showed any signs of human or animal visits. The rest remained as they had been when their team evacuated, devoid of a single person. As they left, Chi-Chi asked Lu Ying. If she were a normal survivor, of course we register her and arrange for her to stay. However, if she's a foreigner, as you say, then we have to report her to the administrative office, and it would be best if they could arrange for her. Lu Ying was quite averse to trouble. When she encountered special individuals, she usually left it to the administrative office and stayed out of the way. At the beginning of the apocalypse, she encountered foreigners stranded in China seeking asylum from the military or government, but back then, everything was in chaos, and there wasn't anyone to protect them. As for now, having lived in Pingching for so long, she hadn't seen a foreigner in ages. Within 2 days of this thought resonating in her mind, Lu Ying wanted to curse Anqing for being a demonic place, but she was stopped by a foreigner. Looking at the black-clad woman blocking her path, Lu Ying's eyes flashed with astonishment. So beautiful, three-dimensional features, pale blue eyes, and a curvaceous figure that even a black dress couldn't hide. A stunner. Even though she was a woman, Lu Ying couldn't help but think of those two words. After admiring the woman's beauty and figure, Lu Ying glanced at the child in her arms, and the black cat stalking at her feet. Then, with a cold expression, she asked, "What do you want to do?" She clutched 2 green ivy vines in her palms. The vines, over 1 meter long, twirled and danced, yet seemed filled with danger, ready to attack at any moment. The woman didn't even look at Luoluo, only at Lu Ying. Her pale blue eyes swirled like 2 whirlpools, frightening her so much that she took several steps back. "What do you mean? Don't you understand me? Or do her eyes possess a seductive power? I never heard of such a supernatural power before. Is it new? At this thought, Lu Ying suddenly became wary. However, to prevent any accidents, she asked again, "What do you want?" After all, having studied abroad, she could speak standard English. So, this time, she should understand. However, to her surprise, the woman answered in Chinese, "I've seen you several times." She seemed to have not spoken in a long time, her voice quite hoarse. Although her words were a bit awkward, she could still understand them. Wait, I've seen her several times? When did I see her? Lu Ying was puzzled. What do you mean? I've seen her several times, so you came to stop her? What exactly do you want to do? She simply stated, "It's not that foreigners like you can't live here, but you need to register. So, I take you to the entrance. Our management staff is there, and they take care of you." She thought the woman stopped her because she wanted to live here, and didn't want to be evicted. That was overthinking. As long as she behaved herself, they wouldn't do anything to her. Especially with a child. Lu Ying glanced again at the baby strapped to her chest. It was so tiny, only 6 months old. The back of the little one's head was facing Lu Ying, its brown hair curly, resembling a small teddy bear. This reminded her of the times before the apocalypse, when strollers often contained teddy bears, not babies. Her brother always asked her, bewildered, "Is life too stressful these days, that young people would rather have a dog than a child?" She replied without a second thought, "Even if it were me, I wouldn't have one. Isn't it good to be alone? Why bother raising a child? I heard it's exhausting." "No." Hearing Lu Ying say she was going to take her to the management office, the woman shook her head firmly, then said word by word, "I'm not staying, it's..." She looked down at the baby in her arms, her eyes filled with longing and reluctance, and whispered, "He's the one who's staying." Lu Ying? Question mark. What do you mean? You're leaving the child behind, but you're not? Let us raise your child. Hey, that's a nice thought. Lu Ying laughed in anger. Not wanting to argue with this woman any further, she turned and left. But the next second, the woman and the cat were in front of her again, just as fast as she could be. Damn the speed system. The vine in Lu Ying's hand suddenly grew a great deal longer. She glared at the woman coldly. "If you stop me again, I won't be polite." She hadn't attacked directly out of consideration for the baby in her arms, but that didn't mean she could endure it forever. If she continued to stop, even if the child was injured, it wouldn't be her fault. "No. Could you please take my son into the city?" The woman bowed to Lu Ying, and spoke more fluently. "I was captured and locked up in a lab for a long time. They gave me a lot of injections, so I'm dying." Because she wanted to entrust her son to them, she decided to reveal everything. At first, Lu Ying was confused, but as she slowly explained, she understood that she had been captured and used for human experiments by a group seeking to study supernatural powers. She was pregnant at the time, but they ignored her and kept her blood drawn and injections administered. During that time, she was completely devastated, her mind clouded. She even briefly thought the baby was gone. But perhaps it was the baby's good fortune that she never aborted. I don't know how many months it was, but just when she was desperately wanting to die, the baby moved. Before, there had been no movement at all, which made her think that even if the baby didn't abort, it was very likely stillborn. After all, she was so emaciated from all the torture, how could she possibly have saved the baby? But she did. It was miraculous. That one movement instantly cleared her foggy and hopeless mind. Her baby was still there, not dead, and therefore, she had to live too. But if she wanted her baby to survive, she had to escape before the birth. As her belly grew, and she felt the birth was imminent, her cat happened to find her. Later, with the help of the black cat, and because the gang, believing she was about to give birth, had let down their guard, she successfully escaped, her belly still swollen. Because she was running so fast, her water broke along the way, and she gave birth to her son in a farmhouse. She didn't know if the little one was born with an innate sense of danger, or if something was wrong with her body, but he didn't make a sound at birth. After giving birth, she planned to continue her escape, but after a few days of rest, she noticed something was amiss. It wasn't until she saw a similar experiment driving down the road that she realized something was amiss in the lab. She didn't turn back, but continued her journey from north to south. She thought she'd never see the people who betrayed her again, but after learning of her escape, they used a unique method to track her all the way here. "I won't live long anyway, so I might as well avenge myself before I die." After saying this, she bowed to Lu Ying again and pleaded, "My son is very well behaved. Please, find him a family that can adopt him." "Adopt a baby? In the apocalypse? Are you kidding me?" Luing said coldly, "It's best to take care of your own child. I tell you again, foreigners like you can enter Pingcheng by registering with the management office. If you have any health problems, you can go to the hospital for a checkup. In short, as long as you behave yourself, your personal safety will be guaranteed once you enter Pingcheng. As for those people you mentioned chasing you," Luing scoffed, "let them try and see if they can get into Pingcheng and capture you." Anchor was stunned by the words. Go to the hospital for a checkup. It was undeniable that her heart was moved at that moment. I originally wanted to entrust the child to someone else, but what they said made sense. It's the end of the world. Who would have the urge to adopt a baby? Unless it's the government or the military, but they can only put the child in an orphanage. Meow. Suddenly, the black cat at her feet meowed restlessly. Anchor startled and turned to look north. It was them, almost here. Caught between revenge and entering Pingcheng, Anchor was torn between two options. Finally, she gritted her teeth, untied her bandages, set the child on the ground, and sprinted a long way away. "Please, take care of him for now. I try to come back." As soon as she finished speaking, the person was gone, and so was the cat. Luing stood there, staring at the child crying loudly on the ground. How could this be possible? She wanted to turn around and leave, but her feet felt like they were rooted to the ground, unable to lift. Listening to the child's cries, she scratched her head in frustration. What was going on? "Stop crying. If you keep crying, I throw you away." Luing walked over and squatted in front of the child, threatening him before even picking him up. She didn't know if her words had any effect, or if the child had foreseen that his mother had already run far away, and even if he cried at the top of his lungs, she wouldn't be able to hear him. So the child stopped crying and looked at Luing with his large, light blue eyes, tears welling up in them, his mouth pursed. Her already beautiful eyes, cleansed by tears, looked even clearer and brighter, like a clear spring, instantly captivating Luing. TSK, little foreign kids are just so pretty. Luing picked the child up from the ground. She refused to admit that she was attracted to him by his looks. His mother had said she would come back, so she was only taking him in temporarily. Well, let's leave it to the management office. Children are the most troublesome, and she doesn't know how to raise them. Luing hurriedly carried the child to where her brother and Ba Tong were. When she arrived, the group was stunned when they saw what she was holding. Lu Su was the first to jump up and say, "Luing Dao, what are you thinking? You adopted Chung Lu, Si Hang, and the other four. At least they can take care of themselves. But now you have a child with indigestion. What's going on? Does this kid have special abilities? Even if he does, it's impossible. Who would raise him at such a young age?" Lu Su assumed that this was the child Luing wanted to adopt. After all, Chung Lu, Si Hang, and the other four had left their squad yesterday to report to the military academy. She also said that they needed to find a few more children as a reserve. So, her so-called reserve doesn't have an age limit? Sister Ing, where did you get this? We searched Anqing almost twice, and there are only a few households with children. We haven't seen anyone this young. That's right, where did you get this? The crowd chattered, making Lu Ying's face darken. What nonsense are you talking about? Stop the nonsense. All of you, head north along this road. There's a group of foreigners out there who are no good. Go and take care of them. Hurry, hurry! Upon hearing the order, everyone immediately began to pack. Lu Su asked curiously, where did the foreigner come from? How did you know? Luing nodded at the child she was holding. He came after his mother. I helped her hand the child over to the management office. What about his mother? She went on a quest for revenge. Her name is Anchor. She wears all black, has blue eyes, and has a black cat with her. Be careful when they get past, especially the cat. Don't hurt it. Chi-Chi knows it. Luing gave a few more instructions, and the group of more than a dozen people, led by Lu Su, sped off. When the car disappeared from view, Luing turned and headed back to Pingcheng. Hopefully, she make it in time. Anchor is incredibly fast. She might already be at her enemy's place. She actually disliked people who didn't know how to fight head-on even though they knew they were no match. If you had no ties, then a fight would be fine. The worst that could happen was a shared destruction. But the problem now is, you still have a child, less than a year old. If you die, what will happen to the child? Entrust the child to someone else? Don't be ridiculous. If she says she's relieved about letting someone else raise her own child, then she's unworthy of being a mother. Of course, it's also possible that her reluctance just now was fake, and she really just wanted to abandon the child to someone else so she could escape. The thought of this possibility instantly made Luing feel uneasy. Chapter 249. Perhaps because she never held a child before, this woman, who normally could carry 100 pounds without blinking, now felt her arms aching like they weren't her own, utterly exhausted. Little brats are so hard to hold. If she used too much force, she was afraid they'd strangle her, and if they were too small, she was afraid they'd fall to the ground. Finally, Luing had an idea. She secured the child to her chest, then wrapped it with layers of vines, just like his mother had tied him to her chest, but with vines instead of straps. She first released one arm and shook it. It was quite firm and wouldn't fall. Finally, she could free both hands. After all this tossing and turning, the child didn't even utter a sound. His silence was eerie. Luing looked down at the child curiously, and the child happened to look up at her. His pale blue eyes were clear and bright, pure, and without a trace of impurities. Luing, who was about to feign a stern rebuke, rubbed her nose in frustration and looked away. He was being naive, absolutely. This little kid actually knew this. He's a monster. Luing decided to get rid of this monster as soon as possible. Ever since the management office decided to start cleaning up Onching, they've been repairing all the bicycles found in the city and placing a dozen or so at intervals for use by cleanup crews like Luing and patrol teams. So, after Lu Su and the others drove off, Luing didn't have long to reach one of the bicycle parking areas. To get rid of this monster as quickly as possible, she pedaled so hard that the wheels were practically sending sparks flying. Soon, she could see the tall, conspicuous stone gate of Pingchang in the distance. However, before she reached the gate, she encountered a patrol from the management office. She slammed to a stop in front of the patrol captain. Before he could even say hello, she said, "A group of foreign psychics has arrived in Onching. They seem to be connected to some human lab, specifically capturing our psychics for research. My brother and his team have gone over there. You should send someone to check it out as well." She deliberately made the matter sound serious. No, it was serious to begin with. A group of foreigners actually dared to conduct human experiments. Are they suicidal? Who gave them the guts? But before her brother and his team killed those people, they had to get the management office to take them over. The patrol team was shocked. You, a foreigner, couldn't escape the apocalypse. Not only did you hide in hiding, but you actually dared to attack our people. The captain waved his hand, and two patrol cars, resembling sightseeing buses, drove up from the side and sped off in the direction Luing pointed. While undercurrents were swirling within the major bases, each with its own agenda, the leadership was clear, and each maintained its own advantages and control. For example, gasoline is now controlled by the Kyoto base. Base Commander Ouyang has an agreement with them, and starting last month, a fixed monthly supply has been provided. So, while gasoline is still valuable, it's not so expensive that it's unusable. After the car disappeared, Luing turned around and continued riding towards Pingchang. The registration staff at the management office are still outside the Pingchang gate, but once Onching is cleared and the area is demarcated, the registration area for incoming survivors will be moved there. We found a child. Who's responsible? Ding Bo and He Ningzhu, who were in charge of registering the incoming survivors, were stunned by this. They, along with their colleagues and the two doctors, all looked up at Luing, then cast their gazes on the small body securely fastened before her. His mother might come later, but she might not. Who's taking care of him now? Luing casually explained. She really didn't care much about Ankar's safety, but after she finished, the staff at the management office exchanged glances, somewhat displeased. She asked why. No one's taking care of the child. Although there hadn't been an orphanage yet, she knew there were some homeless children without parents. The management office had placed them near an elementary school to facilitate their commute. There were also middle and high schools nearby, so they were all under unified management. Captain Lu, the orphans we take in are capable of taking care of themselves. None of them are as young as the ones you brought in. After a while, Ding Bo finally explained with some embarrassment. As soon as he spoke, the others immediately chimed in. Isn't this child too young? Only 6 months old? A child that young needs formula, right? Where can we get that stuff now? That's what I'm saying. Luing frowned, her eyes narrowed in displeasure. She looked at the others. What do you mean? No one's taking care of her, right? How were they supposed to take care of her? There was no precedent for taking in babies, so they really didn't know what to do. Ding Bo pondered for a few seconds and said to Luing, "How about this? You take care of the child for a while. Once we're done here, we go check with the director." She couldn't just abandon such a good child. Okay, then. Do it as soon as possible. With that, Luing rode her bike into town. She had to find something for the little brat to eat. because she was probably hungry and was actually sucking her fingers. After Lu Ying left, He Mingju scoffed silently at her back. Wasn't it said that this Deputy Captain Lu was ruthless? How could he even pick up such a young child? She's just causing trouble for the management office. Old Sheng was on duty at the gate today. After a quick walk, he was about to return to the duty room when he saw Lu Ying, dressed strangely, riding in from outside. He also trained in sniping with Jiang Minglang, so his eyesight was excellent. At first glance, the green ivy wrapped around Lu Ying's upper body looked a little odd, but then he noticed a small, furry head nestled in the middle of it. Huh? Lu Ying as a child? When was it born? Old Sheng thought about it. The last time he saw her was 2 weeks ago. He run into her every once in a while before. After all, their team was always busy earning points. He pondered it again. It seemed her belly had never gotten bigger. I understood. This child wasn't hers. Hey, how strange. It wasn't her child, yet she was holding it. Since she'd been sending things to Chi Chi lately, Old Sheng allowed himself a moment of gossip. As Lu Ying was about to pass him, he asked, "Whose child is this?" Lu Ying slipped and missed the pedal, nearly falling over with the handlebars. Supporting her legs, she glared at Old Sheng and angrily said, "None of your business." Old Sheng ignored her angry expression, leaning over to examine the child. Then he exclaimed, "Oh, and a mixed race. You had it with a foreigner?" Lu Ying's forehead throbbed. This bastard. Wasn't she familiar with him? She flipped her hand and grabbed a piece of green ivy, which instantly grew several meters long. Without hesitation, she lashed out at Old Sheng. With a snap, the guy vanished. But the person was gone, and the snarky voice continued, "I was just saying hello, why are you so angry? By the way, if you don't have anything to feed this kid, go find Chi Chi. His sheep take turns giving birth, so there's goat milk." Although she was snarky, she was perceptive, and could tell immediately that the child was hungry. Lu Ying, with her hands empty, clearly had nothing to feed the child. Lu Ying thought about it. Now she really didn't know where to find milk for the child. Chi Chi had goats, so she might as well go find him. After all, the child was related to the black cat, so it was a good opportunity to tell him the news. To prevent the child from crying from hunger, Lu Ying rode very fast. She should have been sweating profusely, her whole body sticky. Strangely, she didn't seem to break a sweat. Lu Ying was perceptive, and quickly discovered the reason for the lack of sweat. She looked down at the child in her arms, still sucking his finger, and realized that he wasn't just playing around. His finger was leaking. Lu Ying slammed on the brakes, stopping in the middle of the road. She took the child's finger from his mouth. It looked wet, like saliva, but in reality, water was seeping out drop by drop. The water was clear and pure, even clearer than the water of their water-based team members. This, her brother had really been right. This was a little psychic. Water-based. No wonder his chest felt so cool. After all, the water of water-based psychics was cooling and refreshing. But he drank his own water, producing and selling it himself. Was that why he didn't cry from hunger? Of course, this was only temporary. Lu Ying believed that if she didn't give him food for a day, no, not even a day, half a day, she would see if he cried. An hour later, Lu Ying met Chi Chi in Yunqi village and was taken to their clinic. The goat milk was boiled and in a bottle. Lu Ying didn't even have to think about how to feed him. As soon as the nipple reached the child's lips, his two little hands quickly grasped the bottle and began to drink vigorously. The eagerness with which he sucked made Lu Ying's eyes widen. How long has he been hungry? Bai Li was also at the clinic, but it wasn't her who spoke, it was Xia Min. She was curious about this foreign child, and wondered where Lu Ying had picked him up. Lu Ying didn't want to hide anything and told him everything about the child's origins. She then glanced at Bai Li, who was sitting nearby. In all her time in Pingcheng, this was the first time she had been so close to Bai Li, sharing a room with her. Now she believed her brother's words. No, she should have believed them the last time. Bloodline suppression really did exist. In front of Bai Li, she was extremely careful with even her words, extremely cautious. It was the kind of fear that came from the bottom of her heart, that she couldn't help but feel. But she was pregnant. The last time she saw Bai Li was in Jiang Minglang's office. She was sitting on the sofa, and he only glanced at her, not paying any attention to her belly. It's so big, she must be about to give birth, right? So Chi Chi is going to have a brother or sister? Noticing her gaze, Bai Li glanced at her indifferently, and Lu Ying quickly looked away, looking away in panic. What are the arrangements for the child? The management office said they asked their director for instructions. I'm waiting for their notification. Bai Li nodded and didn't ask any more questions. After feeding the child and having Dr. Su's wife examine him, finding nothing amiss, Lu Ying prepared to leave with a bucket of goat's milk. She was going to the management office, waiting for them to discuss matters, and then she could hand the child over to the relevant personnel. However, she subconsciously wanted to keep the fact that the child was a water-based Esper a secret. She felt that telling them might not improve the child's situation. But she looked down at the child, who had fallen asleep after eating, and sighed inwardly. He was too young, and he didn't know how to hide his abilities. Once someone else took over, they would soon discover it. Because of Ankar's thieving black cat, Chi-Chi and Gigi decided to check on it. But when they went to Yaya's place, intending to take Fantong with them, the white tabby cat disappeared again. It didn't bring the bag this time. After checking the bags at home, Yaya confirmed that Fantong hadn't brought anything. Chi-Chi pondered, wondering if Fantong had realized the black cat was in danger and gone to help. The two separated from Lu Ying near the management office building and headed straight out of the city. At this point, Lu Ying didn't know that Anchor had killed the man who had sold her out, but she had also been shot in the shoulder. While not fatal, the after effects of the blow had unfortunately recurred. Lu Su and the others watched Anchor sitting on the ground, his face contorted in pain, veins throbbing from his neck upwards, looking like a zombie at the beginning of the apocalypse. Lu Su's team members wanted to kill Anchor, a dual-powered psychic, one of which was speed. If she became a zombie, would this zombie also possess speed? While such a thing was unheard of, there was no guarantee it wouldn't happen. Just like how some cats, dogs, and other animals now possess superpowers, isn't that something that hadn't happened before? Anchor, nearly fainting from the pain, overheard the conversation between the team member and Lu Su. Zombies. Did they look like she was going to turn into a zombie? She couldn't see herself, so she didn't know. Her husband had been bitten by an animal while trying to save her. The wound had festering and turned black, so his companions, fearing he become a zombie, chopped off his head. She was devastated and nearly died with him. But after recovering, she realized she shouldn't blame her companions. Turning into a zombie was also a form of death. So she didn't resent them later. But it was these same people who, upon discovering her dual abilities, knocked her unconscious and sold her off. Looking back, they wanted to use her for their own benefit, but also feared she'd bear a grudge against them. But now, they were all dead. All of them. After enduring hardships and setbacks, her speed had reached near peak levels, so even with their guns, they were no match for her. But she couldn't kill them all by herself, so it was the companions of the young lady she entrusted with her orphan that came to her aid. Whatever the reason, she was grateful for their help in her revenge. It was just that not all of them had arrived, and the whereabouts of the remaining two were unknown. Ah! It hurts. Ankar's face and neck were covered in water, dripping down. She had water abilities, and now, in the pain, she just wanted to drain all the water from her body. Only the cool water washing over her skin could briefly clear her mind. She opened her eyes and looked at Lu Su, her pale blue eyes now crimson. She trembled, and in a hoarse voice, she said word by word, "Please take care of me." Alas, before she could finish her sentence, her eyes wide open and she stopped breathing. Chapter 250. At the same time, Lu Ying, who had just arrived at the management office carrying her child, was startled by a sudden wow, and nearly jumped. The child, who had been sleeping peacefully, suddenly burst into tears with his eyes closed and mouth opened. "No, what's wrong with you?" Lu Ying thought she had accidentally touched him and hurt him, which was why he was crying. She quickly removed the vines and carefully held him to examine him. She lifted his shirt, revealing his white and tender belly and back, without a single scratch. The same was true of his butt and legs. Nothing was wrong. He had been fed less than an hour ago, so he couldn't possibly be hungry. So why was he crying? When a child cries, his tears flow like a faucet, looking incredibly pitiful. "Oh, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying?" Lu Ying was at a loss, clumsily rocking him gently to soothe him. But no matter how she tried, the child continued to cry uncontrollably, as if deeply wronged. The staff at the entry and exit offices stopped to stare. At this moment, Lu Ying was truly sweating with anxiety. What on earth was wrong with this little brat? Someone who knew Lu Ying, knowing she was the vice captain of the Lufeng team, approached with a smile, hoping to build a good relationship. "Captain Lu, this child is too young. He'd be uncomfortable if you hold him like this. How about you give him to me, and I help you soothe him?" Lu Ying was already feeling annoyed when she turned to look at the woman who was speaking. She looked familiar, but she couldn't remember her name. Still, she was happy to have someone help soothe her child. But just as she was about to hand the child to the woman, the child's tiny hands clutched tightly at her dress, refusing to let go and crying even louder. Luing, she said angrily, if you want me to hold you, stop crying. If you keep crying, I throw you away. She never had the patience to hold a child before. She was really giving this little brat a hard time. The next second, to everyone's surprise, the child's crying suddenly stopped. Lu Ying was stunned, and the onlookers were also surprised. Such a tiny baby, could he understand human language? Lu Ying lowered her head and looked at the child with a complicated expression. Although the crying had stopped, tears still flowed uncontrollably. The little mouth was pouting, and the pale blue eyes looked at her, looking even more aggrieved and pitiful. Meow meow. Elsewhere, after Anchor stopped breathing, a black cat suddenly jumped out of the foreigner's car. It was holding something in its mouth. It rushed to Ankar's side, placed the object in its mouth next to her hand, and then meowed around her. Lu Su and his group of rough men inexplicably heard a hint of sadness in the cat's meow. Its owner's death must have devastated it. Meow. Suddenly, another meow, different from the black cat's, echoed. The black cat immediately stopped its restless pace and turned to look. A white tabby cat scurried down the road not far away. Behind it, two children's mountain bikes whizzed by. Lu Su opened his mouth to scold. Why did this naughty kid come out again? But thinking of the two little ones' abilities and reflexes, which surpassed theirs, he opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. Uncle Su. When Chi-Chi raised his hand to greet Lu Su, he instinctively said hey, and then asked naturally, are you here to see this cat? He pointed at the black cat nestled beside Anchor. Chi-Chi looked in the direction he pointed and immediately recognized Anchor, already dead. It was the blue-eyed foreigner he had met when he and his father had gone north to destroy the laboratory. She's dead? Uncle Su? She was shot. Those foreigners were chasing her. When we arrived, she had killed 2, seriously injured 3, and escaped 2. She's the mother of the child Aunt Ying was caring for? Yes. Because of Fantong's arrival, the black cat stopped hissing for a moment. It simply stood in front of its owner, staring at her intently for a dozen seconds, then lowered its head to lick her hand. It then picked up the object it had placed next to its owner and turned to look at Fantong. The two cats seemed to exchange glances before turning simultaneously and running off in the direction of Pingching. Hey, glutton! Gigi called out anxiously, but the white tabby cat didn't even stop. Like two flashes of black and white lightning, they were out of sight in the blink of an eye. These were two cats with awakened speed abilities. Perhaps influenced by Xiao Fei, Chi-Chi blurted out, are they a male and a female? Opposites attract, so they're a pair? Then, if they have kittens, will they also have speed abilities? But which one is female? After feeding Glutton for so long, Chi-Chi suddenly realized that he didn't even know whether it was male or female. He asked Gigi, is Glutton a male or a female? Gigi shook his head. If you don't know, how could I possibly know? Standing nearby, Lu Su was genuinely confused as to how these two brats had gotten from Ankar's death to the subject of male and female cats. Forget it, kids have all sorts of weird ideas, why bother with them? The patrol team from the administrative office was confirming the identity of the deceased foreigner. Seeing they had nothing to do, Lu Su decided to take them away. He asked Chi-Chi, want to go together? We just got out. We turn around and come back later. Lu Su instructed him, those two who escaped went north. If you want to turn around, stay around here. Don't go anywhere else. Do you understand? Chi-Chi looked at Lu Su, feeling a little strange. His instructions were similar to the day, and Ying insisted on following them. Whenever they saw him outside the city, the two of them always wanted to drive him back inside. But now his father and uncle, she didn't stop them from leaving. They even gave them a mission. Whenever they went out, they had to come back with something good. Whether it was catching an animal or finding something else. Just like a thief never leaves empty-handed, they were required to find something valuable whenever they left the city. It felt like they almost caught all the rabbits. So what else could they find? After a quiet discussion, the two decided to try their luck at a farm on the outskirts of Anqing. They'd seen a map of Anqing from Aunt Ying before, and knew there was a fairly large farm nearby, which the management would clear out and make room for the new survivors. It just so happened that there was land there, which, if developed, would be enough for self-sufficiency. But they hadn't bothered to clean it up yet, so it was still deserted. They left immediately, pulling out their simple map of Anqing, checking their current location, finding their way, and then scrambling off with their bikes raised. Captain, it doesn't look like Chi-Chi and the others are heading back to the city. Where are they going? Should we send 2 people to follow them? Someone noticed something fishy about the direction Chi-Chi and Gigi were heading and immediately reported it to the patrol leader. After all, they were Deputy Base Commander Zhang's precious children. Although Anqing was relatively peaceful right now, no, if it were truly peaceful, where would these foreigners have come from? So, it was best to keep an eye on those two kids. But the patrol leader simply glanced in the direction they were leaving and waved his hand, saying, "No need." He didn't even dare to say it. These two brats, barely 11 years old, were no match for any of their team members. So, are you following them to protect them, or are you letting them protect you? Don't go looking for trouble when you're full. How's it going? Have you asked for instructions? Who's going to take care of this child? After finally calming the child down and stopping his tears, Lu Ying quickly carried him into the management office. Deng Bo and He Ningju, who had been handling registration at the gate, had already returned from their shift. Seeing them, Lu Ying walked over and asked directly. He Ningju looked up at her, but said nothing. It wasn't her agreement, so she didn't care. Deng Bo stood up and said, "The director was in a meeting just now. I go over and take a look. Please wait a moment." Lu Ying frowned. Wasn't this just the same excuse someone would use before the apocalypse? She said unhappily, "Hurry up, I'm busy." He Ningju thought, "You're busy, and you're still picking up children? Is he trying to appear kind or something? He's just looking for trouble." Lu Ying was already annoyed, and when she noticed He Ningju's unfriendly look, she immediately became furious. She raised her finger and pointed at her. "What's that look? What do you mean? Are you saying I'm looking for trouble? I shouldn't pick up children?" These words struck He Ningju right in the heart, causing her to shudder, a flicker of panic in her eyes. Lu Ying was their team's vice captain, but she wasn't just relying on her brother's influence. Her own abilities were formidable, and she truly deserved the title. So, even if He Ningju was an employee of the management office, she could still embarrass her if she was unhappy. The only consolation was that this was the management office, and no one, no matter who, could just resort to violence. Thinking of this, He Ningju breathed a sigh of relief. Then, straightening her back, she said, in a stern voice, "Lu Ying, don't you have an overactive imagination? I just glanced, I didn't say anything. You're lucky you're fine, or I have beaten you to death." "You? What do you mean? Get your eyes out of my sight, or I slap you." Other people were sitting in the large management office, and upon hearing the argument, they all looked up, their gazes darting between Lu Ying and He Ningju. Lu Su had been aggressively pursuing He Ningju, and everyone in the office knew about it. They thought He Ningju had gotten lucky, and would eventually become Lu Su's woman. But after pursuing her for nearly 6 months, she remained reserved and refused to reciprocate. Finally, perhaps Lu Su lost patience, and the matter was dropped, never to be seen again. For this, everyone secretly mocked He Ningju, thinking she had gone too far and missed out on such a great man. Now, seeing Lu Ying's blunt confrontation with her, they assumed she had fallen out with the Lu brothers and sisters, and that was why they were refusing to give her any respect. After all, whenever Lu Ying came over, no matter who she was talking to, she was always polite. This was the first time she'd been so rude to someone without even giving them the slightest bit of face. In reality, they were overthinking it. Lu Ying had simply lost all her patience due to the child's annoyance, and since she disliked He Ningju, she was taking out her frustrations on her. After venting her frustrations, her mood immediately improved. She stopped looking at He Ningju and leaned against the window on the other side, holding the child. A short while later, Deng Bo arrived, accompanied by Director Wang's secretary. "Lu Ying, why don't you give me the child? We find someone to take care of him later." Lu Ying breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the management office took over, everything would be fine. She was truly afraid the child would be left in her care. She had neither the patience nor the skills to take care of him. "This bucket contains goat milk I found somewhere else. Boil it before feeding him. This bag is from his mother, and it contains his clothes. By the way, his mother's name is Anchor. If she comes back, you can return the child to her." At this moment, Lu Ying didn't know that Ankar's body had been reduced to ashes. She explained everything she knew, then lowered her head to look at the little one in her arms. It would have been fine if she hadn't looked, but the sight of him startled her. Perhaps sensing Lu Ying's intention to hand him off to someone else, the child now pursed his lips in grievance, looking at her with tears in his eyes. At the same time, his two little hands once again clutched tightly at her clothes, inadvertently brushing against her breasts. But Lu Ying didn't notice it at the moment. She was completely frightened by the tears in the little one's eyes. She had finally managed to soothe him, but why was he crying again? She frowned at him, and the child looked back at her, the big and the small staring at each other. Finally, Lu Ying closed her eyes and steeled herself to hand him over. Wow! Wow! The cries echoed again, making Lu Ying's eardrums tremble. This brat is really... Lu Ying, he can't bear to leave you. Director Wang's secretary glanced at the child's tiny hands clutching Lu Ying's clothes, then at his tear-stained face, and said teasingly, "It seems this child has a connection with you. He really liked you." "Do I want him to like you?" Even though she thought so, her hands retreated. She wanted to pry him apart, but she couldn't. Is he really relying on her? Okay, I keep him for now. The child's cries were truly pitiful, and Lu Ying didn't want to be soft-hearted, but never mind. She'd just leave him to his mother when she got back. It's not good to let such a young child cry all the time. Who will be held responsible if he gets into trouble? She sighed resignedly and said to Director Wang's secretary, "Secretary Chen, if his mother arrives, please let me know so I can take him back to our greenhouse accommodation." It would be difficult to leave the city with this burden. After all, the temporary accommodations outside are shabby and somewhat dangerous, not suitable for children. But wasn't his mother constantly in danger bringing him all the way here? Oh, by the way, she has a warrior cat with her. Chi-Chi said that cat is quite capable and steals everything. Yes, it even stole her steamed buns and flour rolls. When Lu Ying returned to their home in the city with the child, they heard a cat's meow as soon as they entered the yard. The child in her arms kicked and turned to look, only to be met by a black cat with the same blue eyes. Lu Ying recognized it as the cat that Anchor had been carrying. But why is there a white cat next to it? Where did it come from? Wait, what's that black cat holding in its mouth? Chapter 251. Where's your master? Lu Ying searched around but couldn't find Anchor. Of course, it was possible that he was waiting in line at the gate to register, and the black cat had sneaked up on him to find his little master. She hoped so, but... Lu Ying sniffed the faint scent of blood in the air and sighed. Then she looked down at the object the black cat had placed at her feet. It was a round pendant, bronze in color, giving it a strong, ancient feel. She bent down to pick it up from the ground and snapped open the latch. On it was a photograph, a close-up shot of Anchor and a man. Their faces were pressed together, their features deep and three-dimensional, their appearance outstanding. The man's eyes were a deeper blue than Ankar's. Is this her man, the child's father? On the other side was a folded, slightly yellowed piece of paper. Because Lu Ying was holding the child in one hand, she didn't remove the paper. Instead, she snapped the pendant closed again. Needless to say, this thing was brought to the child by the black cat. Presumably, it was Ankar's instruction. Lu Ying glanced at the black cat with a complicated expression, treating it like a human being and saying, "I keep this for him for now. Is that okay with you?" What good would keeping this thing actually do? It would simply allow the child to know what their biological parents looked like when they grew up, but other than adding to their worries, in her opinion, it wouldn't be of any help to the child at all. However, Lu Ying also knew that her thoughts stemmed from a disregard for parental affection, believing that parents played no role in one's growth, so it didn't matter whether they had them or not. Of course, she also knew that few were as unlucky as she and her brother. Most parents truly loved their children, and would do their utmost to provide them with a safe and high-quality living environment. All she could say was that she and her brother were unlucky, having been reborn into Zhou Mingxiang's belly. Although Bailey also came from her womb, she was luckier than them. She had a good father. After a flurry of thoughts, Lu Ying stopped caring about the black and white cats. She was tired of holding the child and wanted him to sleep. However, she glanced at the child's monk's robes. While they smelled of nothing but milk, they still looked a bit dirty. She wasn't a germaphobe, but she couldn't let such a dirty child lie in her bed. So, 2 minutes later, the child, naked and bewildered, sat down in a wooden tub. The temperature wasn't as high as it used to be, reaching for 40 degrees, but it was still around 30 degrees. Next to the water pump in the yard stood a plastic bucket. The water had been exposed to the sun all day and was warm, not at all cold. So Lu Ying roughly poured the bucket of water into the tub. The child shuddered, his mouth open, and he almost cried out. But a moment later, he raised his hand and slapped the water off his chest. With a loud plop, it splashed all over his head and face, but the child's eyes sparkled, and a toothless grin played across his face. He loves playing in the water. After taking him out for most of the day, this was the first time he seen smile. They say a child's smile is contagious, so before Lu Ying could even react, she too had curled up her lips and smiled. When Ba Tong returned, he saw their deputy captain sitting on a small stool in the shade of the courtyard. A faint smile graced his face, his chin resting on his hand, as he watched the children splashing in the water. His usually sharp and cold features softened at this moment, unlike her. Ba Tong didn't move. He stood at the courtyard gate, quietly observing the two, one large and one small. Only after Lu Ying turned her head to look at him did he close the courtyard door, calmly walked over, and asked expressionlessly, "What would you like for dinner?" Chung Le, the young chef, had gone to military school, so Ba Tong was back to cooking, but he usually only cooked for Lu Ying. The others were still at the temporary patrol camp outside the city, and another member of the team was cooking. It wasn't as colorful and fragrant as Chung Lee's, but it tasted pretty good. Ba Tong's cooking was slightly better than the other chefs on their team, but only Lu Su knew how long he had secretly practiced to reach this level. That was before the apocalypse, not after. "I don't have much of an appetite, so I just make a bowl of cold noodles," Lu Ying said, pointing to the cucumber vines in the corner of the yard. "It's time to pick them." In the square courtyard, smoke curled up from the kitchen stove. A sturdy man busied himself at the pot. A slender woman sat beside a wooden barrel, her eyes softly watching the children playing in the water. At that moment, the small courtyard was quiet and peaceful. Until, You pooped?" Lu Ying stared at the child, who looked at her innocently. The once clear well water in the barrel had turned murky. An inexplicable smell overwhelmed her, causing her to hold her breath and retreat. "No, they were playing so well, how could they have pooped? Just poop if you want to. Why didn't you tell me beforehand?" It seemed like he was looking at her before he pooped, but how could she have known that his eyes meant he wanted to poop? What should she do now? Should she get the child out of the poop? After hesitating for only 2 seconds, Lu Ying decisively stood up and headed for the kitchen. "Bai Tong, I light the fire. You go get that kid out of the water." Bai Tong had been so focused on cutting noodles that he hadn't noticed anything outside, assuming the kid had had enough of playing in the water and wanted to get out. He spread the cut noodles on the chopping board and instructed Lu Ying, "Call me when the water boils." "I get in." I know. Go clean him up and get him out." After Ba Tong left the kitchen, Lu Ying called again, "Soap him up, lots of it. Otherwise he stink." Unaware of the situation, Ba Tong walked over to the wooden basin, lowered his head, and met the child's gaze, who was looking up. The child's skin was white and tender, his eyelashes long and curled, and his pale blue eyes were like glass beads, incredibly beautiful. He glanced at Ba Tong, then tilted his head toward the kitchen, clearly searching for Lu Ying. Bai Tong raised an eyebrow. "This kid has a good brain. He deserved to be picked up by Cherry." Looking down, Ba Tong's expression froze as he spotted the suspicious yellow mass in the water. He froze, his entire body frozen, as if struck by lightning. This group of people had done many things, both before and after the apocalypse, but they never pulled a child out of feces-soaked water. He finally understood what Cherry had meant by soaping up. Stiffly turning his head to look at the silent woman huddled in the kitchen, Ba Tong wiped his face with his hand. Then, resigned to his fate, he turned and walked to the clothesline under the eaves. He took Lu Su's towel, wrapped it around the child's armpits, and single-handedly lifted him out of the tub, then dumped the water out. Back and forth, rinsing the tub and then the child. He didn't know how many times he'd done it, until he could no longer detect any trace of feces or urine when he put his nose close to the child. She casually grabbed Lu Su's towel and wrapped the child in it. After a cursory wipe, she hung the child, along with the towel, back on the clothesline without even washing it. Lu Ying peeked in from the kitchen doorway. Seeing the child rinsed and taken care of, she hurried over to get him some clothes. "Bai Tong, you're awesome. You definitely be a great dad when you get married." As Ba Tong took the clothes and was about to put them on the child, he paused, glanced at Lu Ying, and asked softly, "Do you really think so?" "Of course. If I can clean up a child who pooped in the water, there's nothing I can't do." He spoke from the heart. After all, the situation just now was completely overwhelming for Lu Ying. It also made her realize even more firmly that she wasn't cut out for raising children. She couldn't accept the poop alone. But after hearing her praise, Ba Tong felt okay. It was mainly because the child was so well behaved. He didn't say a word, and didn't cry no matter how much she was tossed around. After cleaning up, he yawned, his eyes squinting, looking almost asleep. Children his age usually sleep a lot, and today he's been tossing and turning all day, crying twice. So, when he finally rested, the chubby little baby looked listless. Soon, his eyes closed, and his breathing became even. Lu Ying laid him on her bed, poked his fair cheek with her finger, and asked Ba Tong with a hint of concern, "He won't wet the bed, will he?" Without waiting for Ba Tong's reply, Lu Ying continued, "I heard that maternity and baby stores used to have small toilets for children this age. Look for them when you go to Anshan tomorrow to search. If you have anything else suitable for children this age, like clothes, Bring them along. Batong asked in surprise. Aren't you going to hand him over to the management office tomorrow? He's almost done, and you're still bothering to find things for him, Lu Ying said. It's okay. You can give his things to the person responsible for his care. After all, he's my child. Giving him some extra food and supplies will fulfill the fate that brought us together. The child slept in the room. 2 cats, one black and one white, lay under the windowsill. In the kitchen, 2 people ate cold noodles while discussing tomorrow's patrol and search plan. A night passed, and Lu Ying opened her eyes at dawn. The child had woken up at some point, and now he moved to Lu Ying's side, embracing her arm with his chubby little hands. The soft child leaning against her felt strange to Lu Ying. She stared at the child for a moment, then remembered something. She sat up suddenly, scooped him up from the bed, and looked down at the sheets beneath him. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. No map, meaning he didn't wet the bed. She rolled out of bed, carrying the child, and scrambled out of her bedroom, and then out of the living room. At the second-floor railing, she clumsily pulled off the child's pants, letting him pee downstairs before the first rays of morning sun broke. Just as the child's urine spurted out, Batong's gritted voice echoed downstairs. Lu Yingtao, this is the main entrance to the living room. He had just gotten up, and was about to leave, when the urine nearly doused him. Oh, it's just a boy's pee. It's okay. Lu Ying laughed heartily. Our little Lon is only 7 months old. His pee doesn't stink. Batong scowled. Pee doesn't stink. Why were you running when he was pooping yesterday? But, Xiaolon. Is that the name you gave him? After the little guy finished peeing, Batong went upstairs, and picked him up so Lu Ying could go wash up. Yeah, otherwise, we can't keep calling him a baby. His eyes are blue, so just call him Xiaolon. You consider that a name? When his mother gave him to you, she didn't tell him his name? Whatever. I refused to take him at the time, so his mother just put him on the ground and ran away. I had no choice but to pick him up. But since this child is adopted by one of our people, we must follow local customs, and use a name from our country. She thought Xiaolon was a good name, pleasant, memorable, and descriptive. Hold him for a while. I go get him some warm goat milk. After breakfast, Batong went out of town to relieve Lu Su. After a busy week, Lu Su needed to come back and rest for a day before going out again. Lu Su was away, so Lu Ying was supposed to lead the team, but a child had taken her in, so she could only wait patiently for the management office to pick them up. TSK, why is the child still here? When Lu Su returned, he saw Lu Ying holding the child, playing with a yo-yo under the eaves, with 2 cats, one black and one white, lying nearby. He asked in surprise, has Chi-Chi's cat not returned? When Lu Ying looked up, her brother strode over to the clothesline and grabbed his towel to wipe his face. Lu Ying's eyes flicked back and forth between his towel and his face several times. Finally, she swallowed and changed the subject, asking, is anything going on out there? No, we haven't found either the wolfhound or the foreigner who escaped. The traces Captain Xiao from the management office found all went west. Not north, but west. Of course, it's also possible they went west first, then north. But no matter where they went, the Pingcheng management office had already reported the situation to Kyoto, and the 2 foreigners were wanted. The area east of Onqing hasn't been searched yet. Hurry and get the child away. Go there as soon as possible. Although the management office's patrol team also patrolled Onqing daily, the overall search and cleanup work was assigned to their team. The potential for this task, not only of finding hidden, usable supplies, but also of earning points from the management office, would be enormous. So Lu Su was still very serious and enthusiastic about his current work. Under such circumstances, his sister, instead of working quickly, had the time to pick up children, which really annoyed him. In the past, he was the one who almost always did these time-consuming tasks, and it was Lu Ying who lectured him. Now, the situation was reversed. Lu Su took another look at his sister holding the child, and something seemed strange to him. Knock, knock, knock. As the 2 were talking, there was a knock on the half-closed iron gate. Who is it? As they entered the courtyard, the siblings, Lu Su and Lu Ying, exchanged glances. Lu Ying looked at He Ningju, waiting for her to speak. In reality, there were only 2 of them, but the other young man was the management office's driver. He was following behind He Ningju, clearly only responsible for escorting people. He Ningju hadn't expected Lu Su to be there. She glanced at him, and noticed his cold expression. His eyes were as blank as if he were looking at a stranger, and not a trace of the affection they once had was gone. She lowered her eyes, hiding a fleeting resentment, and said calmly, our director sent me to pick up the child. Please give him to me. You? Lu Ying narrowed her eyes at her, not moving. She said bluntly, "You can't. I'm worried about leaving the child with you. Also, you need to tell me exactly where to leave him, and who will be responsible for his care." Chapter 252. Even if Xiaolan is to be passed on, it has to be to a reliable person. He Ningju? Forget it. She's not the least bit reliable. I ran into her a few times yesterday while holding Xiaolan, and the disdain and disgust in her eyes was practically written on her forehead. So Lu Ying didn't trust her. He Ningju's face darkened. What was Lu Ying's attitude? She still didn't trust her. They were so busy every day, and she still found time to pick up a child and cause trouble for them. If she hadn't solved the problem, she'd have had a problem. Now that she solved it, she's still having problems. What exactly do they want, considering the strength of their team, and the fact that Lu Su was there too? She suppressed her anger and said coldly, "Secretary Chen asked me to come here. As for the follow-up arrangements, I have no idea. If you want to know, go find her. I'm only responsible for taking the child back." "Take him back to whom?" He Ningju said irritably. "I already said I don't know. If you... Why are you here to answer questions if you don't know anything? Get lost." Lu Ying was also furious, but she didn't hit her outright out of courtesy to the management office. She glanced at the driver behind He Ningju, softened her tone, and said, "Xiao Wu, please go back and explain things clearly to your director. It's not that I'm not cooperating with you, but this is a child, not a cat or a dog. I can't hand him over without clear instructions." Xiao Wu was just a driver, and he had no idea what to do with the child. However, he agreed with Lu Ying's point. After all, it was a life, and asking about the follow-up arrangements was also a way of showing responsibility to the child, wasn't it? This actually changed his opinion of the rumored cold-blooded, ruthless, and fox-like vice-captain of the Lufeng team. How cold-blooded could a man who showed mercy to a child be? As for He Ningju, he glanced at the young assistant from the management office, not quite understanding why she spoke to Lu Ying like that. Logically, since she come to pick up the child, she should have known all the subsequent arrangements and who would be taking care of the child. But now she claimed to know nothing. This was completely uncharacteristic of Director Wang. But it had nothing to do with him, and there was no need for him to meddle. So, in the end, He Ningju returned to the management office empty-handed. He didn't know how she reported this to Secretary Chen and Director Wang, but no one came to ask Lu Ying for the child again. After He Ningju and Xiao Wu left, Lu Su showered and went to breakfast. Then, resignedly, he said to Lu Ying, "You better not go out today. I go to the eastern suburbs." To be honest, he wasn't very tired. It's just that he'd been on duty late last night and hadn't slept much, so he was a little sleepy. "I'd take a nap. Call me in 2 hours." Lu Su leaned over to Xiaolan. He hadn't paid much attention to him yesterday, but today, taking a closer look, hey, this kid is quite handsome. He stretched out his claws and pinched Xiaolan's chubby face, leaving 2 prominent finger marks on the fair skin. Lu Ying slapped his hand away, angrily saying, "What are you doing? You're so rude." Looking at Xiaolan again, his mouth was pouting, and a layer of mist had already formed in his pale blue eyes. He looked about to cry but didn't dare, looking very pitiful. "Xiaolan, be good. Xiaolan, don't cry. Let's ignore this bad guy." Originally, Xiaolan was sitting in Lu Ying's arms, his back to her, facing the door. Now, to comfort him, she turned him around, picked him up, and tossed him around a bit awkwardly. After finishing the toss, Yingdao didn't forget to give Lu Su another glare. "I'm warning you, don't mess with him." Although the child had been well behaved since waking up this morning, Lu Ying still remembered how he cried endlessly in the management office yesterday, so she really didn't want to see him cry again. Lu Su tooted. "If you didn't know, you think he was your son. It's rare to see you so patient with a child. Otherwise, you could have kept him and raised him yourself." In his opinion, giving birth in the apocalypse was a death wish for a woman, so Yingdao most likely wouldn't have one herself in the future. But not having one didn't mean she couldn't raise him. They hadn't considered this before because they all thought raising such a small child was too much trouble. But now it seemed, he didn't think his sister found it that much trouble either. Perhaps Lu Ying herself hadn't noticed, but on the one hand, she was talking about getting rid of Xiaolan quickly, while on the other hand, she was extremely picky about who took him over. Or if Xiaolan cried and refused, she couldn't bear to force him out. Although Lu Su hadn't been with her yesterday, he already sensed his sister's reluctance to part with the boy, just from her arguing with He Ningju. If she really wanted to sell him, as long as there was someone at the management office to take him over, she could just hand him over and be done with. Why would she bother asking any questions? How they arrange things is their business. why are you interfering? So he simply said, don't be so stubborn. I see you just can't bear to part with this little brat. If that's the case, then keep him. With so many of us, can't we even support a child? Is this a question of whether or not they can support him? Lu Ying frowned slightly, then casually tilted her head to the side, catching sight of her brother's towel hanging on the clothesline nearby. Her lips twitched. Raising a child isn't just about feeding him, there's also poop and pee. Who's going to take care of that? Thinking of this, she quickly lifted Xiaolon and handed him to her brother, saying, well, you're both men, take him to poop. She turned back to the house and said, he'd probably be hungry after that. I go warm up the rest of his goat milk. Warming up milk wasn't an easy task either, her brother certainly couldn't do it. She ran inside to get the milk. Lu Su, who was holding Xiaolon outside, froze. No, what do you mean? What do you mean you're both men? Take him to poop? How are you supposed to take care of him? He looked down at Xiaolon, who looked up at him, the big and the small, their eyes wide open. Lu Ying poked her head out of the main room and shouted at her brother, isn't there a toilet in the bathroom? You took off his pants and put him on the toilet. It's such a simple thing, and you can't even do that? If you can do it, come on. Lu Su was so angry he almost laughed. He asked, are you sure he won't fall? Silly, you have to hold him. Lu Su had no choice but to carry Xiaolon to the bathroom with his arms stiff. Of course, before going in, he roughly pulled off his pants. Perhaps too roughly, he scraped Xiaolon's tender calf, frightening the little guy and making tears well up in his eyes again. Don't cry, it's no use crying. Your mother doesn't care about you. Now you can only live with your uncle. Lu Ying, Hearing the word your mother struck her like lightning, her mind going blank. She then jumped up and shouted, Lu Su, don't talk nonsense. I don't plan to adopt him. But you don't plan to sell him off either. Lu Su replied without even turning his head. Who said that? The people from the management office aren't trustworthy. I can't just hand him over like that. Forget it, we've been together since we were born. Even if you stick your butt out, I know what you're up to. If you don't want to let him go, then don't. What's the point of making so many excuses? Besides, I already told you, I help you raise him, isn't that okay? Lu Ying wanted to righteously retort her brother, but now wasn't the time. She had more important things to do. She walked to the bathroom door and watched her brother carefully help Xiaolon sit on the toilet. He looked like, if he wasn't careful, he could fall in. But that wasn't important. What was important was that Xiaolon had to poop today, and who knew if he could. So he started coaxing, Xiaolon, the toilet you're sitting on right now is the right place to poop, not the wooden basin from yesterday. Be good and poop today. Lu Su felt something was amiss. He supported Xiaolon with both hands and turned to ask Lu Ying, what do you mean by the basin isn't the right place? He treated it as, Lu Ying Dao, don't tell me I just washed my face in that basin. Did you poop in that one yesterday? Lu Ying looked bewildered. You washed your face in that basin? That doesn't matter. Ba Tong said that poop and urine from a child that age don't stink. Besides, he flushed it several times yesterday, so it was already clean. Lu Su refused to listen, convinced they were doing it on purpose, and used his wash basin for the brat to use. In the end, Xiaolon sat on the toilet for a long time, staring blankly at Lu Su, not even pooping. Lu Su, with a sullen face, dragged him out of the bathroom, shoved him into Lu Ying's arms, and turned to go back to sleep. Lu Ying, knowing she was in the wrong, changed the subject. I saw Bai Li yesterday, and she even spoke to me. Lu Su paused and snorted, did I tell you to get lost? Lu Ying wasn't angry, but instead chuckled. She asked me about Xiaolan's condition, and when I left, Chi-Chi even gave me a bag of fruit and 2 roasted sweet potatoes. Oh, you might not know, but she's pregnant. Judging by that belly, she's due in a few months. What? Lu Su was completely shocked. His first reaction was, is Jiang Minglang sick? Why are you letting her have a baby now? Lu Ying calmly replied, Yunqi village has a delivery room with professional obstetricians. Lu Su choked, thought for a moment, and then muttered disapprovingly, no matter how you look at it, it's nothing compared to before the apocalypse. Giving birth now is still too dangerous. Didn't anyone give birth in Linan's greenhouse? Of course there were, but less than half of them survived. The fetuses died in the womb, and both the adult and the child died. In short, after seeing it so often, everyone became numb and gradually came to the realization that giving birth in the apocalypse was forbidden. Even if a hospital were rebuilt now, it wouldn't give people a complete sense of security. Of course, with Jiang Minglang's abilities, and by Li's cautiousness, they would undoubtedly have made all the necessary preparations before the birth. Thinking of this, Lu Su felt his worries were unnecessary. He rubbed his nose uncomfortably and asked Lu Ying, "What's she pregnant with?" Chi-Chi said it's a baby girl. "That's great, a boy and a girl." Lu Ying followed her brother into the house, her thoughts swirling as she said, "Heating isn't working. Are you planning on finding someone else? There are so many single women in Pingcheng right now. You wouldn't want any of them, would you? Think about it again. I'm still waiting to become an aunt." Lu Su confronted her directly. "Well, I still want to be an uncle, so why don't you look for one?" Lu Ying said without hesitation, "Whether I look for one or not, will it affect your chances of becoming an uncle?" They were both stunned, then a little embarrassed. Lu Ying then gave an awkward cough, lowered her head to look at Xiaolan, and, trying to save face, said, "Didn't you say it yourself? You told Xiaolan to call you uncle. How could it be the same?" At this moment, the iron gate of their courtyard was knocked again, followed by a familiar childish voice, "Aunt Ying. Aunt Ying, are you there?" The two siblings exchanged glances, and Lu Ying muttered softly, "Look, your nephew is here." Lu Su rolled his eyes and whispered, "I wonder who was so mean to tell him to call you Uncle Su. If I tell him to call you uncle, would you agree?" After saying that, she ignored her brother and turned toward the door, calling out, "Is that Chi-Chi? I'm here." Lu Su ultimately didn't sleep. He watched Chi-Chi and his inseparable boy play with Xiaolan for a while. Then, they fed the two cats with the things they had brought, and finally told Lu Ying that the goat's milk was freshly squeezed today, and would keep for 2 days. Then he left the city with the two children. They were truly daring. Before they even had time to clean up the eastern suburbs, they actually gone searching for something on a farm yesterday. And they actually found something truly remarkable. 2 large pigs, a male and a female, and a litter of piglets hidden in a hidden cellar. I don't know if they were mutated, but they looked normal. Pigs. They were pigs. But because they were found by 2 children, the management office didn't want to keep them. In the end, Lao Sheng and Renbin drove them away in a truck. So, this time, Lu Su wanted to follow them. He always thought luck was something mysterious. Believe it, and then it works. If you didn't, well then don't believe it. Anyway, he believed it now. On the way there, Lu Su discussed with Chi-Chi, "When you raise the piglets and it's time to slaughter them, could you please leave Uncle Su a pig leg and 10 pounds of pork ribs? Then, whatever you want, Uncle Su can find it for you." He hadn't eaten pork in as many days as the apocalypse had begun. He couldn't say he was greedy, but the mere thought of the word pig made his mouth water. Chi-Chi couldn't promise anything that hadn't happened yet. After all, the piglets were still young. When they grow up, and when they be slaughtered was uncertain. His mother had long ago told him not to make promises unless he was 100% certain. So, he didn't rush into agreeing to Lu Su's request for the pig leg and pork ribs. But he thought for a moment and said, "They're slaughtering sheep in a few days. Do you want a leg? Such a good deal?" "Yes, yes, yes, of course." Lu Su was ecstatic. Patting Chi-Chi on the shoulder like a good brother, he said, "But this transaction needs the permission of the adults. You have to talk to your grandfather and your parents about it. Whether you buy it with points or exchange it for something else, I have no problem with it." From the beginning, he had never intended to take advantage of his nephew, whether he recognized him or not. So in this transaction, he would only give more, not less. Chi-Chi nodded like a grown-up, of course. "My grandfather manages all the sheep in our Baigua garden. Any exchange would require his approval." But this time, he said that 2 sheep would be sent out, 1 each to Uncle Wei and Uncle Nan. "I give Uncle Nan 1 less leg. You have a good relationship with him, so I don't think he mind." "Li Nan, no, I do. I do." Chapter 253. The management office didn't send anyone to pick up Xiaolan again, and they didn't even ask about it. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with them, and had become Lu Ying's own. Even after raising him for 2 days, she was reluctant to transfer Xiaolan away again. Mainly because he was so well behaved. Except for a few troubles with poop and urination, he was incredibly quiet the rest of the time. But that didn't mean the management office could ignore the matter. Lu Ying narrowed her eyes and thought. Xiaolan wasn't an ordinary baby here. Even though it was the end of the world, foreigners and Chinese were still human, there wasn't much difference. There weren't big differences, but there were definitely some small ones. In other words, even if it was just an ordinary baby she picked up from outside the city, she would at least ask about his current situation and future plans. Was she so sure she would adopt him? What if she was irresponsible, and just threw him away? The thought made her feel even more uncomfortable. The people in the management office were no good. If you can't solve it, just say it directly. Why keep silent and say nothing? What's going on? As for whether he Ningzhu was behind this, that's out of the question. A mere clerk, what could she possibly do? Besides, Xiaolan's case wasn't her fault in the first place, so it wasn't that Luing looked down on her, it was just that she didn't have the ability. 3 days later, Luing took Xiaolan to Yunqi village to see Elder Hua for an examination. Since hearing that Xiaolan's mother had been tortured by those in the lab, while Xiaolan was still in her belly, Elder Hua told Bai Li that if Xiaolan had any problems, Luing could bring her to him. Although he had been imprisoned since his capture, Elder Hua was perceptive and, after several subtle investigations, had roughly guessed at several types of drugs used against people with special abilities. He had been researching medicinal herbs for the past 6 months, and had been conducting experiments with Xishuang, yielding considerable results. Furthermore, he also wanted to see if the child was truly alright. Luing had brought Xiaolan here not because there was anything wrong with him, but simply to show it to Elder Hua. Also, he needed to switch to some goat's milk. Bai Li was still at the clinic. Seeing her, she nodded, which momentarily flattered Luing. She reached into her bag, grasping a piece of paper, but didn't pull it out immediately. It wasn't until Xiaomin came over to take Xiaolan away that she hesitantly took the paper out, walked over to Bai Li, and placed it on the table next to her. What? Bai Li was puzzled. She unfolded the paper, briefly scanning it from top to bottom, and couldn't help but frown. Luing coughed lightly and whispered, "This is a rough estimate I had someone do. Not just last year, but starting in the second half of this year, there have been 30 orphans under 1 year old. Half of them were taken to the management office, but they didn't accept them. A few were formally adopted, but many more were abandoned because no one cared. So when I first took Xiaolan to the management office, it wasn't like they said that I had never touched a baby. It's not that I hadn't touched a baby, it's that I just didn't want to." After saying all this in one breath, Luing immediately straightened her back like an elementary school student and sat properly. Bai Li didn't notice her movements, but simply gave her a slightly complicated look. It was also unimaginable that this guy, who initially looked like a villain, would one day adopt an orphan out of kindness, and then, because of that orphan, investigate how many similar children there were in the city. While it's a rough count, it's well documented. Which neighborhood, which village, why the parents died, who took the child to the management office, and who ultimately adopted them. The most pitiful are those children who weren't adopted and have lost contact. Unregistered, they're considered unregistered. A child without a parent, a name, or a household registration, who would care if they were still alive? Who met you when you took Xiaolan to the management office? Secretary Chen. Didn't you see Director Wang? No, he said he was in a meeting. To be honest, I think Director Wang is evading the issue. He doesn't want to be involved. Do you think he's just sitting around doing nothing? I remember the base commander said the orphanage in Pingcheng was officially going to open. If we're going to open an orphanage, it makes no sense not to take in babies, right? That's unreasonable. Seeing Bai Li nod, Luing seemed to be encouraged, and she boldly spoke out what she hadn't dared to say. I know you don't like to be involved in other people's affairs, and I shouldn't bother you, but I'm so angry that I feel like I have to deal with those people in the management office. Before she could finish her words, Bai Li's gaze stopped her. She raised her hand and scratched the short hair on her head, whispering, "Will this cause you trouble?" Bai Li sneered, tapping the table lightly with her hand. "Not really. I just didn't expect you to bring this up." Luing thought to herself, I'm not that kind-hearted. I just don't want to let those people in the management office off. But Director Wang is a close confidant of Base Commander Ouyang. In Pingcheng, if they really want to touch him, not only Jiang Minglang and Bai Li, but even Li Nan can't do it. She had no idea how much Wang Jiqing knew about this, but he wasn't innocent after all. Didn't I tell you? You can have someone come pick up the goat's milk for Xiaolan every day. You don't have to change it. It was mainly because she had given Chi-Chi so many gifts before that the goat's milk was more than enough to cover the cost. But today she brought another box. Puzzles, didn't he say he liked them last time? It was a box of hundreds of pieces Lu Su had found. When he gave it to Luing, he muttered in confusion, why would a kid like that? It's so complicated and boring. Luing ignored him, and simply packed it up, and brought it over. Oh, by the way, did I tell you that Xiaolan is a water type? The last time she came, she rambled on about Xiaolan's origins and his mother, Anchor, even describing the black cat. Because she talked so much and was a bit excited, she hadn't noticed if she mentioned Xiaolan's water-type abilities. You didn't say. Bai Li glanced at her, then stood up, holding her waist. She walked to the window of the inner room and knocked gently. Soon, the window opened, revealing Xiaomin's baby face. After taking care of Xiaolan for a few days, Luing realized that, Perhaps because he was too young to release water, he could only see water coming out of his hand when he sucked on her fingers. The most obvious benefit of this was that Lu Ying didn't need to feed him water. When he was thirsty, she only needed to suck on her fingers twice. This truly maximized the benefits of self-production and self-sales. When Elder Hui examined Xiaolon inside, he noticed that he urinated frequently. From this, he suspected that he might awaken his water element in the future. She hadn't expected it to have already awakened. After spending nearly 2 hours in Yunqi village, Lu Ying left with goat milk, Xiaolon, and the black cat. As soon as I walked out the door, I heard a familiar voice from a distance. I heard your brother-in-law is in charge of the military academy. Well, what's wrong? My brother wants to go. If he wants to go, just sign up. You work in the administration office, so you know where to get the physical exam and tests. He signed up, but he didn't pass. My brother doesn't have special abilities, he's just an ordinary person. Ordinary people have their own tests. Don't tell me your brother, an ordinary person, went to get tested with people with special abilities? No, he was tested with a group of ordinary people. Ordinary people are tested on basic strength and physical fitness, and he didn't pass that either. He's not in good health. Bai Yang found it inconceivable. Why would you let him sign up if he's not in good health? 2 military academies opened simultaneously, one accepting only people with special abilities, the other accepting ordinary young people. But no matter which one, the military academy would definitely have physical fitness requirements, and only those who passed would be accepted. After all, they're training talents for Pingqing's future, and they have arrangements for them after graduation, so those with poor health won't be accepted. He Ningju's younger brother, now 17, had previously been raised at home by her and her parents, using his young age as an excuse. Even during the months of wandering during the apocalypse, he barely endured any hardship, aside from occasional hunger, and hadn't done anything. His usual favorite activity was lying in bed and sleeping. Until Pingqing posted the military academy admissions notice, his parents saw it as a good opportunity, a job that would guarantee their son's safety and provide a secure job. So they urged He Ningju to sign him up. He only registered his name, but during the physical fitness test, he collapsed on the ground, panting, before even completing a 1,000-meter run. The young soldier in charge of the test was utterly shocked. Who could survive the apocalypse and not be able to run? Especially ordinary people, who sometimes ran faster than those with special abilities. After all, being slow meant death. There was a 15-year-old boy, less than 1.6 meters tall, skinny and dark, who ran like a whirlwind. 5,000 meters would have been enough, but he managed to run 8,000 in one go, pushing everyone else, who was testing behind him to run an extra 2,000 meters. But this guy, 17 years old, was almost 1.8 meters tall, clean-shaven, but looked incredibly frail. So, He Ningju's brother failed the first section of the physical fitness test. But her parents were determined to get her brother in through connections. What connections could He Ningju have? The office director of their administration office was her closest connection, but the military academy wasn't under Director Wang's jurisdiction, so asking him was pointless. After much deliberation, He Ningju had no choice but to shamelessly approach Bai Yang to plead his case. After all, Jiang Minglang was her brother-in-law. If he was willing to recommend her brother, it was just a spot. His brother-in-law wouldn't deny him the favor, would he? Bai Yang, I haven't asked you much since I came to Pingqing. As an old classmate, could you please help me this time? I promise my brother will train hard once he gets into the military academy. Stop! Bai Yang stopped her from continuing, his dark eyes glaring at He Ningju. Do you think I haven't helped you before? Okay, then let's just assume I haven't. After all, even when we were classmates, we weren't even close. If you're not familiar with him, why are you still begging me for help? He Ningju was stunned, realizing she said something she shouldn't have. Hasn't Bai Yang helped her? On the day the apocalypse broke out, if she hadn't followed Bai Yang closely, she would have been mauled by zombies. He was able to leave school safely only because his brother-in-law came to pick him up and help them deal with the zombies at the gate. When she came to Pingqing, she pretended to have a close relationship with Bai Yang, which made everyone in their temporary team look up to her. During that time, their family lived better than before. If all this doesn't count as help, then what does? But Bai Yang didn't care. He truly felt that he wasn't familiar with her, so if those favors didn't count in her eyes, he didn't care. But none of this had anything to do with what happened today. He took 2 steps back and said calmly, the military academy is not only a place to train future talents, but also the soldiers who graduate from it will fight for Pingqing and the safety of everyone. So, He Ningju, if your brother isn't brave enough and isn't in good health, are you sure you still want him in? What the hell, do you think this is retirement care? He Ningju stared at Bai Yang with her mouth slightly open, unable to utter a word. Has she been in Pingcheng for too long, too comfortable, forgetting it's still the end of the world? In this situation, even if she agreed, her parents wouldn't. Although she also disapproved of her parents always treating her brother like a child. 17 years old wasn't really considered a child in the end of the world. But if she really had to risk him charging into battle, she wouldn't want him to. Bai Yang sneered and turned back to the village. Then he saw a woman sitting on a bicycle at the gate not far away, one foot on the ground, the other on the pedal. A child was tied to her chest with green ivy. A cat squatted on the back seat, staring at him with a puzzled expression. What's that look? Bai Yang said angrily. Just leave now. What are you looking at? Lu Ying rolled her eyes, glared at He Ningju, and with a push of her foot on the pedal, she pedaled away. She had to laugh at her brother when she got home. The woman he'd been eyeing was actually Bai Yang's ex-girlfriend. No, that's not right. Probably not even an ex-girlfriend. It was probably just He Ningju's unrequited love, but Bai Yang hadn't agreed. What's this all about? Elsewhere, after Lu Ying left, He Ningju, panicked, quickly stopped Bai Yang. Why is Lu Ying in your village? Is she here? Does she have anything to do with you? Bai Yang glanced at her coldly, then turned back to the village, thinking, when He Ningju first came to Pingcheng, she seemed full of hope for life and methodical. Why now? Forget it, it has nothing to do with him. He and Shi Shuang were getting married soon. The date had been agreed upon by his parents and Shi Yuga, and it would be in a month, just after New Year's Day. The wedding room had been booked in the room he currently lived in, and his parents were preparing it. His sister was due in 3 months, and the thought of having a sweet and cuddly niece in the family filled him with joy. He wondered what his and Xiao Shuang's children would look like. A daughter would be ideal, so she could have her niece by her side, and the two sisters could grow up happily together. What Bai Yang didn't know was that his wish would ultimately be dashed, because instead of a sweet and savory little girl, he was expecting 2 lawless children, even more mischievous than his nephews. Chapter 254. Shi woke up this morning feeling restless and a bit distracted during training. He was caught off guard by Renbin's hook punch. Holy crap! I beat up brother Shi. Renbin looked at his hand in disbelief, his eyes widening in surprise. As the others looked over, Shi touched his chin where it had been hooked. It stung a little, but it wasn't a big deal. But with his fair skin, you could tell it was definitely red. He sneered, and the look in Renbin's eyes made his scalp tingle. What followed was Renbin passively taking the beating. When it was over, old Shum gloated at his bruised partner. Are you stupid? Mrs. Shi is coming today, and brother Shi was preoccupied, so he let you take advantage. Instead of lying low, you're yelling, you're simply asking for a beating. The last time Zheng Shi went back, Shi Yu also sent a letter to Zheng Mei. They had originally agreed to come over with Zheng Shi's family when Bai Li gave birth to her second child, and perhaps settle down here after that. Although Zheng Shi was deeply unhappy, firstly, he didn't want his sister to marry far away, and secondly, with Zheng Mei gone, he would be without a key surgeon. As they had previously speculated, the hospitals were in chaos at the start of the apocalypse, with many doctors and nurses gone at the outset. So now, as each base has established its own system and become increasingly stable, the shortage of medical staff has become apparent. These days, each base has a limited number of doctors, and base leaders won't easily give up such talent. This is Zheng Shi, who was willing to give up his love for the sake of his sister's happiness. However, Zheng Mei didn't want to wait even for these 3 months. Having experienced the initial turmoil of the apocalypse, and several near-death experiences, she was even more eager to see her beloved and never be separated from him. Love-headed, if it were a younger brother, Zheng Shi would have taken action long ago, but there was no other way. His family and his second uncle's family had many brothers, but he only had one sister, and his brothers had protected her like a treasure since she was little, forbidding anyone to touch her. So Zheng Mei wanted to come to Pingcheng immediately, and Zheng Shi and his brothers couldn't stop her. In the end, they decided to have his youngest cousin personally escort her. According to the plan, they would leave Kyoto for Pingcheng early this morning. So Jiang Minglang had instructed Shi Yu last night to take a few people out of town to pick her up. After all, the girl had come for him, and there was no point in just sitting there waiting. The plan was sound. Shi Yu also planned to leave Pingcheng at 9 a.m., taking the nearest highway. He should be able to meet her in a few hours. But for some reason, from the moment he woke up that morning, he felt a surge of panic. So, he decided to leave as soon as he had breakfast at 7:30. He also got Jiang Qi and Lin Jie, who had classes that morning, into the car. Kong Erbao and Shi Jiashu had originally been scheduled to accompany him, but he swapped them out with Zhang Xiaoda and Lao Sheng. After leaving Pingcheng, the group sped towards Kyoto. At 9 a.m., the car exited the Anqing Expressway and arrived at Gaocheng, a city north of Anqing. The road from there was not as smooth as before, but with Zhang Xiaoda around, it didn't affect them much, just a slight slowdown. Because Gaocheng was adjacent to Anqing, war teams from the city would sometimes come here to forage for supplies, and many survivors from the north would also pass through. A city without a garrison, and no one to manage, it was bound to suffer the inevitable destruction caused by conflict. Not to mention other places, even the service area not far from the highway has been practically razed to the ground. The highway isn't much better, either. It's full of potholes and constantly blocked. Though it clears soon, it'd be blocked again not long after. For example, right now, because the traffic jam was so severe this time, even Zhang Xiaoda had to work hard to clear the way and get through. Jiang Qi, who was about to turn 11, frowned at the situation outside. Then, he said seriously, this place isn't far from our Pingcheng. How about Gigi and I come here to explore next time? Yeah, we can also bring Xiao Xiao, Ji Feng, and the others. Uncle Shi, didn't you say that for a person to truly grow up, they have to weather the storms? Staying under the roof all the time is nothing. Using his own words to refute him. How bold. Shi glanced at him, but said nothing. Zhang Xiaoda glanced in the rearview mirror, but remained silent. These children were currently under Shiyu's care, so he had the final say on what should be done, and how it should be done. Seeing Uncle Shi remain silent, Jiang Qi boldly continued his analysis. Look, since you formed us into a squad, you should at least give us a chance to show our skills, right? Although Linja and I often go to Anqing, it's been completely cleared out by Team Lufeng. There's no danger at all, so it's hardly training. I'm the squad leader. I take them to Gaocheng for a tour, and you can observe my deployment and our coordination. How about that? The fact that he could say such things surprised the others. However, Chi-Chi had been treated like an adult by his mother since he was young, and with their diligent training since the apocalypse, it wasn't surprising that he had such thoughts. Zhang Xiaoda wondered, when his son was born, would he be like this little brat? Of course, it could also be a daughter. Whatever it was, he loved it. Yes, that's right, Xia Min was pregnant. They just found out, and it hadn't even been 2 months. This made Zhang Xiaoda overjoyed. Having lost his parents at a young age, and although he'd been raised with the love and care of his grandmother, not having a complete family was a regret for him. Now that he had a wife and a child, he could finally live his life without regrets. Shiyu thought for a moment, and was about to answer Jiang Qi, when the car suddenly jolted and screeched to a halt. At the same time, a thin knife flew out from the window next to Jiang Qi and silently landed on the outside. He learned this move from his father, allowing him to attack at any moment when he was unsure of the situation. This dagger was also specially made for him by Jiang Minglang. It was thin, compact, easy to wield, and yet incredibly sharp. However, he was only given one, given his young age and the extreme mental strain of wielding a dagger. Chi-Chi was a dual-powered user, but using both abilities simultaneously meant his powers would be depleted faster than others. So, until his gold power abilities advanced further, Jiang Minglang only allowed him to wield one dagger. Bang! Less than 3 seconds after the car stopped, Shiyu heard the sound of a trigger being pulled and immediately said, "Watch the left front wheel." Before he finished his words, Zhang Xiaoda and Jiang Qi simultaneously erected a wall of ice and earth in front of the left front wheel. The bullet passed through the earth wall, but became lodged in the ice. Linja, 50 meters to the right, behind the birch tree. Crack! A flash of purple lightning flashed, and a scream echoed from the direction Shiyu had pointed. At the same time, Lao Sheng quickly opened the car door and exited, scattering like a gust of wind. Another bullet flew, aimed at Lao Sheng, but his speed kept him out of reach. He didn't need Shiyu's warning. His pre-apocalyptic battles amidst hail of gunfire had left him naturally sensitive to bullets. This gave Shiyu an advantage, allowing him to determine the enemy's position based on the source of the gunfire, allowing Linja to strike with pinpoint accuracy. Jiang Qi, on the other hand, placed ice around all 4 wheels to prevent further sniper attacks. Because he had to carefully shield the car with ice, it would be difficult to control his dagger for a surprise attack. After all, he wasn't yet suited to activating 2 superpowers simultaneously. But it didn't matter. Zhang Xiaoda's earth-blocking skills were already well honed. If anyone attacked, he would just throw 1 or more large rocks at them, while also keeping Lao Sheng at bay and providing cover. For a moment, the area was awash in the sounds of gunfire, crashing rocks, and crackling purple lightning, so intense that the intervening screams were barely noticeable. In less than 10 minutes, the area, once clamorous, had returned to silence. Only the smell of gunpowder, the odor of lightning-scorched human flesh, and the scent of blood permeated the air, hinting at the recent turmoil and unrest. Was this a premeditated attack? After examining the group and finding nothing valuable to indicate their identities, Zhang Xiaodao frowned and asked Shiyu, "Who knew we'd be out today?" Shiyu frowned. These 10 men seemed to have been lying in ambush here for some time. One of them was an Earth type, seemingly their leader. It was he who had hindered Zhang Xiaodao's plan to level the road, forcing their vehicle to stop. However, after being struck by Linjia, before the paralysis had fully recovered, old Sheng slashed through their necks. Once this man was dead, there wasn't much left to look at. So they were able to hold out for 10 minutes because they all carried guns. The fact that everyone had a gun proved they were quite powerful. But even so, killing 10 men of modest strength was impossible. The people behind this must have anticipated this, otherwise they wouldn't have sent such a small force, but rather 30 or 50, to kill them outright. But they didn't, which means their goal wasn't to kill them, but to stop them. Something might have happened to Zheng Mei. Let's get going. Shiyu felt his panic grow even stronger. Besides being Zhengxi's sister and fiancée, Zheng Mei was also one of the top surgeons at Kyoto Hospital. With such status, coupled with her own skills, it wasn't surprising someone was trying to steal her. Don't worry too much. Didn't Captain Zheng send his cousin, Zheng Mei's younger brother, to escort her? What was his name? Zheng Bei. Before the apocalypse, Captain Zheng had originally wanted to send him to our boss place. But then, wasn't it the apocalypse? That's why he couldn't. I heard he was a fire-type psychic with considerable abilities, otherwise Zhengxi wouldn't have sent him to escort their precious child. Thinking of this, Shiyu's panicked heart settled a little, but he remained focused ahead, his ears perked up, alert to his surroundings. 2 hours later, Shiyu and his companions spotted a car parked on the highway from a distance. No, to be more precise, the car was hanging diagonally on a half-broken railing. The front of the car was half dead, the windshield was completely shattered, and there was no one inside. Shiyu's pupil shrank when he saw the word Jing on the license plate. Zhang Xiaodao parked his car about 5 meters away, and Shiyu immediately opened the door and got out. As he approached the car, he spotted a pair of strangely familiar glasses under the front wheel. They were sunglasses, and he instantly recognized them as the ones he had given Zheng Mei. When he was injured a few years ago, Zheng Mei had taken such good care of him. Before she was discharged from the hospital, she said her birthday was coming up and asked if he could get her a birthday present. She had said she needed a pair of sunglasses, so he bought them for her. After all these years, I hadn't expected she still had them. The sunglasses had been stepped on and tattered. Shiyu bent down to pick them up, and sure enough, he saw 2 names on the temples, Zheng Mei's, his. These were later engraved by Zheng Mei herself. Shiyu clenched his glasses, turned around, and finally looked at the path leading west below the highway. He said to Lao Sheng, "There's movement to the west. Take the shortcut, and be quick. Zheng Bei is a fire element, so there will undoubtedly be traces of burning on the road. Follow them." Seeing the panic and forced composure on Shiyu's face, Lao Sheng didn't dare to slack off any longer. He nodded solemnly, and then sprinted over 100 meters. Zhang Xiaodao also increased his speed, following Shiyu's instructions, heading west, and surprisingly, he didn't fall far behind Lao Sheng. Because the atmosphere was tense, the 2 children behind him couldn't help but feel nervous. No one in the car spoke, as Shiyu focused on listening for any movement. After about 20 minutes of driving, Lao Sheng disappeared from the front. Zhang Xiaodao parked the car on the side of the road, and the 4 of them immediately surrounded the area with a 4-sided earthen wall. Without further delay, they followed Shiyu into a wild forest. These trees had formed over the past 2 years since the apocalypse. As for what had been here before, no trace remained. Now, all sorts of trees were scattered about. Occasionally, a mutant would try to extend a branch to block their path as they passed, only to be struck by a crackling purple lightning bolt. The entire trunk would tremble, its leaves rustling, and then a wave of ice would envelop and freeze it, instantly transforming it into a tree sculpture, motionless. The 2 children were very tactful. Knowing Uncle, she was anxious to find Aunt Shi, they automatically cleared the path. These guys were truly clueless. Didn't they see how anxious and busy they were? They were even stretching their arms and legs, practically courting death. After about 5 minutes, Shiyu, perhaps having heard the sound, began to pick up speed. The 2 children, exerting their extraordinary physical abilities, managed to keep pace. Zhang Xiaodao glanced back at them from time to time, his eyes filled with satisfaction. They were indeed the product of their intensive training. They were less than 11 years old, yet their physical fitness had reached this level. It was truly remarkable. After running for a while, even Jiang Qi and Lin Jia heard the sounds of fighting coming from the front, along with the familiar smell of burning meat. The reason why the smell of burning meat was so familiar was because Lin Jia always smelled the same smell when he electrocuted people. Chapter 255. Besides the smell of burning, there were constant crashing and exploding noises. It was clear that both sides had numerous psychics, or rather, it was possible that all the people battling were psychics. There were no obvious gunshots, only the sounds of various psychics colliding. Even before they could see anyone, they could sense the intense movement ahead. Shi Yu's eyes were sharp as blades. Zhang Xiaoda, following closely beside him, quickly filled in the pits created by the battle. Suddenly, Shi Yu slowed down, turned his head, and gestured to Jiang Qi and Lin Jia behind him. The two children kept moving, but their direction of movement had changed. They didn't follow Shi Yu and Zhang Xiaoda anymore. Instead, they turned a corner and jumped into a narrow ditch nearby. It hadn't rained in a while, so there was no water in the ditch. The ditch was narrow. An adult running at full speed might have trouble, but Jiang Qi and Lin Jia, two children under 11, had no problem. When Uncle Shi and Uncle Dazi approached the center of the battle, they slowed down, ran another dozen meters, then stopped. Then, ducking out of the ditch, they found a large tree that offered shelter and peered out to observe the situation. As soon as they emerged from behind the tree, they heard a weak, anxious voice nearby. "Shi Yu, go save my sister." Following the voice, Jiang Qi saw the man clutching his bloodied right arm with his left hand. His leg also appeared injured. He leaned weakly against a rock, his face as pale as snow. Coincidentally, the tree they had taken shelter in after climbing out of the ditch was directly behind the rock the speaker was leaning against. To be able to call Uncle Shi's name and ask him to save his sister. This guy must be Aunt Shi's younger brother. Shi Yu also wanted to rescue Xing Mei, but he was stopped by 3 people. The other party seemed to know Shi Yu well. No, it could be said that Jiang Minglang and several of his generals had studied and understood Shi Yu thoroughly, from every base to every faction. So, of the 3 people who stopped Shi Yu, 2 were strength users, both skilled and agile. The third one's power was unknown, but he was clearly also very powerful. For a moment, Shi Yu was unable to break free and had to deal with them for a while. Lao Sheng and Zhang Xiaodao were in a similar situation. The person who stopped Lao Sheng was a speed type like him, and although there was only one, they were almost evenly matched. Zhang Xiaodao had 2, one of whom was an earth type, who clashed with his earth wall and rocks. Then, seemingly not satisfied with showing off his powers, he resorted to punching and kicking. Looking back, Jiang Qi's pupils constricted after a single glance. He then tugged at Lin Jia, and the 2 of them simultaneously dove into the small ditch they had just crossed. They quickly rushed forward about 20 meters, then leaped out of the ditch with a flying leap, charging forward like 2 tiny cannonballs. They ran without any cover, and there was no time to hide, as Aunt Shi was about to be carried out of the woods and into a black car parked on the side of the road. Why carry? Because she was unconscious and covered in blood. Gigi! Jiang Qi shouted, and Lin Jia, understanding, immediately launched a bolt of purple lightning as thick as his arm. With a crackling sound, the lightning struck the black car. With a bang, a puff of black smoke billowed from the roof, and the car shook violently twice before collapsing with a thud. "Good boy, well done!" Old Sheng yelled, and in the moment the other men were stunned, he slashed at their necks. The man couldn't dodge, and the long blade struck his shoulder. He groaned and retreated rapidly. Zhang Xiaodao and Shi Yu also simultaneously attacked in the moment their opponent's attention was distracted, severely injuring both of them. At first, when they saw the 2 children rushing over, even if they noticed them out of the corner of their eyes, they didn't pay much attention. They hadn't expected 2 half-grown children to be so lethal. And that's not all. After Lin Jia destroyed the car, the driver inside coughed violently, kicked open the door, and climbed out. However, just halfway out, he felt a chill on his neck, as if something had slashed across it. He ignored it, and continued to climb, but after only 2 more scrambles, he collapsed against the car, clutching his bloody neck. After slicing the driver's neck, the knife quietly returned to Chi-Chi's hands. In just a moment, he and Gigi had almost caught up with the 2 people holding Xing Mei hostage. Just then, a fireball whizzed toward Gigi. Jiang Qi saw this, a scornful grin spreading across his lips. Just as the fireball was about to reach them, it was instantly frozen in place. The brilliant orange ice flower, a work of art gifted by nature, was incredibly beautiful. Of course, this dazzling beauty lasted only a moment. As the ice flower fell to the ground, it shattered into pieces. Linja lashed out with another bolt of lightning. Fearing it might injure Aunt Shi, this one was much thinner than the one that had hit the car. Unfortunately, the fire element dodged it. Just as he dodged Linja's lightning, he suddenly felt his legs unable to move. Looking down, he saw his thighs were completely covered in ice. A flicker of surprise flashed across the man's eyes. He heard that Jiang Minglang's son could transform water into ice, and he was quite skilled at it. But why didn't the special information mention that he could also freeze people from a distance? Was that skill? He mastered the ice element to perfection. Don't write anything without thorough research, okay? These thoughts and surprise flashed through his mind, and before he could even look up, he mentally cried out, "Oh no!" Then, gritted his teeth and rolled to the side. Crack! His reaction was considered quick, but in the end, the lightning from the other child still numbed half his body. Then, enduring the discomfort, he reached for his ankle with his other, red-hot hand, but before he could reach it, he quickly leaned back, kicked his legs against the ground, and instantly shifted 3 or 4 meters. Even so, the knife still sliced open his chest below his neck, exposing the flesh and gushing blood. Old Hu. The large man carrying Zheng Mei looked like a strength type, judging by his size. He seemed powerless against the psychic, and seeing his companion injured, he shouted anxiously, "Take the others and leave first, quick!" The fire-type psychic had no time to worry about who was holding the knife that had wounded him. For a moment, he almost thought Jiang Minglang was approaching. For a moment, he seemed to feel no pain from the wound, only the fear of his scalp exploding. But he quickly realized, if Jiang Minglang really came here, how could they survive? But, ignoring the wound on his chest, he rolled again, struggling to avoid the incoming lightning, and waved his hand to create a wall of fire in front of him. Alas, this move, once so invincible, turned into a hateful ice flower the moment it formed. How could these two brats be so difficult to deal with? The man glared at Jiang Qi fiercely, knowing that this monster shouldn't grow up. If he did, no one from the other bases would be a match for him. Jiang Minglang's son, besides possessing a water element, also possessed a gold element, just like his father. A dual-element psychic. Chi-Chi, leave this to me. You go save Aunt Shi. Linja saw hatred and murderous intent in the man's gaze directed at Jiang Qi, so he wanted to electrocute him. After all, Chi-Chi's dual-element psychic status was unknown to anyone except them. Now that this man knew, there was only one way to go. Uncle Jiang said that he and Chi-Chi were natural warriors. Even when they teamed up to kill their first person, they hadn't felt much fear. Afterward, killing people became routine. Linja had always believed that it was right not to be afraid when killing people. After all, the world had been filled with death since the apocalypse began, and he had seen enough to no longer be afraid. As Chi-Chi ran over, he casually waved his hand, and 4 walls of ice instantly erected around the fire type, pinning him firmly within a square circle. Then he confidently passed him, and chased after the large figure carrying Aunt Shi. From behind, Linja seized the opportunity and hurled lightning bolts inwards, one after another, each thicker than the last. For a moment, purple sparks danced within the transparent ice walls. The smell of scorched clothes and flesh wafted out, and the men within let out muffled screams. The 2 men entangled with Shiyu and Zhang Xiaodao's eyes twitched as they fought, and they wanted to curse, "Damn you little brats! How could you be so cruel?" He was clearly trying to electrocute Old Hu. One of the earth types dodged Zhang Xiaodao's attack and suddenly retreated 3 or 4 meters. Then, with a swing of his left hand, he launched a ball of earth the size of a basketball straight at Linja's head. "Shame on you? Not content with fighting me, you suddenly attacked a child. I kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, the ball of earth was stopped mid-flight by a wall of earth. With a bang, the two collided, kicking up a cloud of dust. The man withdrew his gaze, and was about to focus all his attention on Zhang Xiaodao when he suddenly felt a chill on his back. He thought to himself, "Oh no!" However, he didn't have time to either throw the wall or dodge. A sharp knife pierced him from behind. He looked down at the cold, bloody tip of the knife on his chest. Then, with a thud, the knife was pulled free, and the attacker vanished like a gust of wind. "Leave this to me, you go after Chi-Chi." Zhang Xiaodao's opponent fell, and he immediately turned to Shiyu, urging him to rescue her. After all, she was his wife, so he had to go in person to feel at ease. Lao Sheng's opponent, distracted at the beginning, had also been eliminated. So now it was the 2 of them against the remaining 3. It was Shiyu's excessive worry about Zheng Mei that had left him uneasy, Otherwise how could these three have managed to keep him company for so long? Don't worry, Zhang Bei. Our little one has already gone after them. Your sister will be fine. Without the threat of the speed type, Lao Sheng could handle the others with ease, so he comforted Zhang Bei while fighting. Hearing Lao Sheng's words, our little one, Zhang Bei finally recovered from his shock and closed his mouth, which had been half opened in shock. Because he was the only one still sitting and breathing, he had seen Jiang Qi and Lin Zhi's moves clearly. Wow, is that a child? The one who turned his attack into ice was Jiang Minglang's son, Jiang Qi. The little guy was not only powerful but also incredibly intelligent. Most importantly, he possessed dual-element abilities. At this moment, Zhang Bei finally understood why his third brother was so eager to arrange a marriage for his precious daughter with Jiang Qi, a dual-element ability, and Jiang Minglang's son. And it was said that his mother's wood-element abilities were also incredibly powerful. For a kid like this, his future was completely uncertain. So it's no wonder his third brother wanted to get him into his life before it was too late. Who wouldn't? If he had a daughter, he'd want one too. I just wondered if their plump little girl would ever be able to get hold of this kid. Realizing what he was thinking, Zhang Bei scratched his head guiltily. Damn it! My sister hasn't even been rescued yet. What's all this nonsense going on? Elsewhere, because the car was destroyed and the driver was killed, the large man carrying Zhang Bei had to run to their car, which was parked on another road. This time, they sent a total of 102 people to capture Zhang Bei, the surgeon with the ability to heal herself. But 70% of them were still fighting the team protecting Zhang Bei on the other side. Presumably, there weren't many left alive, otherwise someone would have had to come by now. If no one came, it meant they were probably dead. It wasn't that their men were incompetent, but that the enemy escort was also formidable. And their small group of 15 had been the first to ambush here, on the one hand, waiting for Zhang Bei to escape and fall into their trap, and on the other hand, intercepting the people coming from Pingcheng to pick her up. Their plan was actually quite successful. Zhang Mei's brother arrived soon after, bringing only Zhang Bei and 2 other people with him, and they successfully captured their target. The number of people sent from Pingcheng was relatively small, so they should have been able to handle it. Didn't they see Shi Yu, Zhang Xiaoda, and Sheng Xingyu all tied up? But who could have imagined these 3 shameless people would bring 2 incredibly powerful brats with them? And who could have imagined these 2 brats' abilities would be so outrageous? Weren't they said that Jiang Minglang's lightning user was Shi Jiashu? When did he become a child? How could he be a child? From the initial confidence of victory to the potential for mission failure. The big man's running steps became a little flustered. He was a strength user, so carrying a woman while running was no problem for him. His steps became unsteady only because he heard old Hu's screams and the terrifying crackling of lightning. He knew that the 2 brats hadn't attacked him because they were concerned about the hostage he was carrying. But this temporary safety didn't bring him peace of mind. On the contrary, it was precisely because they valued the hostages that they were pursuing him relentlessly. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Get in the car and get out of here before those 2 devilish brats catch up to him. What the big guy hadn't expected was that, as he ran, he suddenly felt a pain in his butt. He instinctively stopped, his upper body stiffening, his eyes widening. Then he heard a pop sound from his butt, and in that instant, he felt something inside him split open. The big guy reached back with one hand, but there was another pop sound, and the thing that had just been inserted into his butt was roughly pulled out, along with it, a sticky, warm liquid. It was blood. Ah. Chapter 256. Ah, it missed. Chi-Chi had originally intended to stab the guy's anus directly with his knife, but he missed the target and stabbed him in the butt. He actually gave him an eye for free. What a bargain. After a moment's pause, the big man touched his butt, not even looking at the blood on his hand. He gritted his teeth and wiped it off his body, carrying the person and continuing to run furiously for about 30 meters, then abruptly stopped and turned. Pointing the knife at the woman on his shoulder, he fiercely shouted at the little brat chasing him, "If you keep chasing me, I kill her right now." To his surprise, the brat didn't stop even after seeing his movements. Instead, his stopping shortened the distance between them. Recalling his hand that had cast ice through the air, the big man cursed, "Fuck," and turned to run again. It was no use trying to negotiate with a brat. Of course, he didn't miss the sight of another person running up from behind him, Shi Yu again. He only hoped the 3 brothers waiting by the other car would hear the commotion and rush over to support him. Old Hu and the others were probably finished. As for the companions who had intercepted Zhang Bei's escort, even if any were still alive, they would most likely not make it. How unlucky to run into these 2 brats. Clang! When Chi-Chi's dagger stabbed the big man's butt for the second time, Perhaps having learned from the previous experience, he was alert this time, and was able to accurately deflect it with his dagger. Jiang Qi's forehead was now covered in sweat. With his 2 superpowers taking turns today, he had been using them at full power. His energy was already depleted. He hadn't saved Aunt Shi yet, and his superpowers were almost exhausted. Although he held the knife, he remembered Uncle Shi's instructions. He and Lin Jie weren't strong enough or skilled enough to compete with adults, so close combat was strictly forbidden at this moment. He could only rely on his supernatural powers. If you stab me once, I slash her back. The big man barely managed to deflect the kid's dagger, but it wasn't as easy as Jiang Qi made it seem. That blow made his heart stop for a second. The little bastard, you almost stabbed him the first time, and now you do it again. They say Jiang Minglang is a real man who likes to fight openly, but I didn't expect his son to be so cunning as to specifically stab him in the ass. But it doesn't matter, he has a hostage. After saying this, the big man actually raised his knife and stabbed Zheng Mei in the thigh. After all, this woman has the supernatural power of self-healing. As mentioned above, as long as she survives, anything is fine. The slash was so solid that even Qiyu, who was running behind Chi-Chi, saw it. He was furious and sped up. Chi-Chi's eyes blazed with rage. Bastard. He didn't feel guilty about causing Aunt Shi's injury, but he was wary, and didn't dare to stab the guy again. Shoving his knife, the child sprinted at full speed again. He knew Uncle Shi was behind him, so all he had to do was hold him back until he could get to him. How? He tried to shorten the distance between them. Once it was closed, Chi-Chi raised his little hand forward. The big man, also running at full speed, suddenly felt a chill on his right hand. He looked down, stumbled, and nearly fell. The big man gritted his teeth in anger, because his right hand, which held the dagger, and his entire arm were frozen. In that instant, the chill shot straight to his forehead, causing him to shudder even as he ran. Forget about the apocalypse, and the need to adapt to superpowers. He could not only adapt to normal superpower attacks, but also counter them. But is turning water-based superpowers into ice considered a normal superpower? Because Du Qian excelled at defending cities, and rarely left Yinchi village in Pingcheng, few knew that he was the one who invented the water-based superpower technique. He later trained Chi-Chi, who in turn taught Song Xiao Xiao. So, Jiang Qi assumed that turning water into ice was something all water-based superpowers could do, or that they could learn it with practice. What do you mean by learn with practice? If other water-based superpowers knew he was thinking this, they'd probably want to smash his head in. The big guy hated his bad luck on this mission, running into this little pervert. He knew the little guy was using this trick to stop him from hurting Zheng Mei, and suddenly it occurred to him, why had he used it now? And not just now? The big guy glanced back and saw the distance between them closing. The little brat's short legs were kicking so fast it seemed he'd catch up with him in a split second. I see. Even if you want to turn your attack into ice, you have to stay within a certain range. Thinking of this, the big guy gritted his teeth and sped up again, but just then, Jiang Qi. Bang! With a loud shout, Chi-Chi leaped to the left. Although still running, he was no longer directly behind the big guy, but to the side. The next second, a sudden gunshot rang out. Driven by inertia, the big guy took 2 more steps forward before stumbling to his knees. He had been shot in the base of his right thigh, directly below the hole Chi-Chi had inflicted with his knife. His leg finally gave out, and the moment the big man knelt, he cursed inwardly, damn Qiyu. He has superpowers, yet he still uses a gun? Unfair martial ethics. To minimize noise, their superiors had instructed them before this mission. Guns should be avoided if possible. Of course, this was a requirement for superpowers. Ordinary soldiers, like those approaching Anshin to intercept them, had to carry one, otherwise they would be killed instantly. But they forgot the most important point. Jiang Minglang was a sniper by training, so how could his men go out without a gun? And each of them was incredibly accurate. Let's put it this way. Snipers and other teams are specially trained. There are only a few, and they're incredibly valuable. But on Jiang Minglang's side, any one of them is a professional sniper. Under these circumstances, wouldn't it be foolish not to use a gun when the time is right? As for martial ethics, what is that? After firing his shot, Qiyu continued to run towards them, and so did Chi-Chi, drawing ever closer to the big man. The big guy, his eyes bloodshot with pain, longed to repeat his old trick, stab Zheng Mei twice after getting shot, or even hold her hostage and hold the knife to her neck. But the pervert, who was about to catch up, seemed to see through his plan and froze the hand holding Zheng Mei. Now, with his hands frozen, he couldn't even hold the knife. But the big guy suddenly looked up and ahead. He heard the roar of a car. Had those guys finally noticed something was wrong and rushed over? He heard it, and Shiyu had naturally heard it too. He shouted again to Chi-Chi, who was almost at the big guy's side, "Stop him." Chi-Chi endured the discomfort and erected a wall of ice in front of the big man. After the wall was erected, his face turned pale. He could no longer use either of his two supernatural powers. Thankfully, he was still 10 meters away from the big man, and Uncle Shi rushed over. Finally, he was able to rescue Aunt Shi. Just then, a black van drove up the winding road ahead. The big man's eyes lit up, and he was about to shout at the car through the ice wall. At the same moment, a knife, accompanied by a whirring wind, slashed at his neck. The big man leaned his head down, and at the same time, he used his unfrozen left shoulder to push Zheng Mei backwards. The blade paused just before it fell, and then a force pulled Zheng Mei backwards. The big man turned around, and saw that the perverted brat had indeed reached him first. Even if his hands were immobilized, and he was only holding her with one arm, Chi-Chi wouldn't be able to easily pull her away. This was a person with superpowers. The big man sneered and was about to kick Chi-Chi with his good left leg when the little brat suddenly pounced on him, hugging Zheng Mei's body and pushing her down. Although the pressure caused his left arm to sink, tilting half his body downward, his entire head was also exposed to Shiyu, who was approaching. The big man just realized this and cried out in his heart, "Oh no," but too late. Another gunshot rang out, this time hitting her right between the eyebrows. The big man stared, frozen in that moment. "Get out of here!" Although he had little strength left, Chi-Chi still gasped and kicked the big man, moving Aunt Shi from his left shoulder. "Uncle Shi, come over here." Shiyu came over and picked up Zheng Mei. One look at Chi-Chi's pale face revealed he was exhausted. The black van vanished in a flash. He held Zheng Mei in one hand and Chi-Chi in the other, then quickly took a few steps and dove behind a nearby boulder. Chi-Chi's ice wall was only half a man's height, barely enough to stop the injured man, but it couldn't stop the oncoming van and its occupants. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as he ducked behind the boulder, Shiyu fired 3 shots at the van. Seemingly casual, they hit the same spot in the windshield, in front of the driver. The windshield shattered with a bang. Even though the driver tilted his head in anticipation, the last bullet still grazed his cheek. Then, there was the sharp squeak of emergency brakes. Shiyu squinted inside the van. There appeared to be 3 people, their powers unknown. But it didn't matter. Old Shun arrived soon, followed by Dazi and Linjia. After the van was forced to stop, the 3 people inside didn't dare get out immediately. At a distance, they hadn't yet seen who was ambushing them. But it was clear that the marksman was very accurate. So their companion had just been killed by this person. Just as the 3 of them were staring at each other and discussing countermeasures, Old Shun arrived. It must be said that after all these years of the apocalypse, this was the first time they had encountered an evenly matched opponent. Sending so many people, all powerful psychics, just to capture Zheng Mei, a doctor? Or were they trying to use her to threaten Zheng Shi and Shiyu? Threatening Zheng Shi was understandable. Although she was his cousin, she was almost like a real sister. But Shiyu? He was just Jiang Minglang's subordinate. Even though he was a high-ranking general, he kept a low profile and didn't seem like someone with any influence in Pingqing. So, the threat to Shiyu was invalid. At this point, they didn't know that Zheng Mei, besides being an excellent surgeon, was also a psychic with self-healing abilities. After noticing another person approaching, the 3 people in the car jumped out in 2 directions, rolling into the woods on either side. Then, 2 large clods of earth whizzed towards Lao Sheng. Yes, this one is an earth element. Leave it to Degu. He suddenly gathered his energy in his dantian and shouted to the back, Degu, Azure Dragon on the left, White Tiger on the right. With that, he swung away from his position and charged to the right. Then, a ball of fire lit up. The one he had chosen was surprisingly a fire element. But it didn't matter. For Lao Sheng, who had already mastered his speed, as long as he didn't get slammed into the pot like his Degu, everything would be fine. The fireball was thrown faster than he could dodge it, so who could it possibly burn? Besides, good boy, this way. Crack, a flash of purple lightning flashed, and a gash appeared on the fire type's neck. TSK, self-produced and self-sold, they actually burned themselves. As Linjia's lightning struck the fire type, he sensed the threat and immediately formed a large fireball in his palm. Unfortunately, before he could throw it, the lightning struck him, and the foul-mouthed speed type slashed his neck. And just like that, as he fell, his fireball landed on him. With a burst of fire, his body was reduced to a pile of bones in a moment. It's not even cleanly burned, not even as good as our Xiaowu. Old Shum couldn't even count how many fire types he despised. In his opinion, every one of them was inferior to their Jiang Qi's little dog. Even that Renbin was the same. After dealing with this, Old Shung turned and looked to his left. Brother duh. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and finish this quickly. The problem with earth types is this: you block me, I block you, dirt balls, dirt clods, dirt walls, making the dust fly. It's so annoying. Old Shum glanced at the van. One of his grandsons hadn't gotten out yet, but Brother Shi was watching, and Linja was also with him. If he didn't get out, they would probably kill him. Just as he thought this, the car started. Old Shung's eyes widened in amusement. He wanted to escape. Just as he was about to tell Gigi to hit him hard, purple lightning flashed. Old Shung circled and floated to the right. Let's make this quick. I just glanced over, and Mrs. She doesn't look well. Zheng Mei was unconscious, covered in blood. It was obvious those who had captured her hadn't spared any care. She had both knife wounds and burns, especially her left arm, which was black and horrific, as if scorched. Her army green clothing had practically stained red. Her abdomen, right shoulder, chest, even both legs, every visible part seemed to be covered in wounds. Shiyu's face was ashen, and he tried hard to suppress his anger. He carefully tried to avoid her wounds as much as possible and pick her up, but it was difficult because of the sheer number of wounds. Just then, Chi-Chi, who was sitting next to her, suddenly said, "Hey, Uncle Shi, look." Chapter 257. Shiyu looked in the direction Chi-Chi pointed, his pupils suddenly shrinking. This? Zheng Mei leaned against his chest, her eyes tightly shut, her face pale. Her burnt arm lay exposed, the bone visible at her wrist. Shiyu had only glanced at her briefly before not daring to look again, thinking of quickly taking her back to Taidan for treatment. But now, he saw that the wound, deep enough to reveal the bone just a moment ago, was now covered by a layer of tender pink flesh, faintly blood-tinged. This patch of pink was the most conspicuous on the entire black arm, and the missing flesh was slowly growing back at a visible speed. As it grew, it even pushed out the black impurities and dirty blood. Jiang Qi's eyes widened at the sight. Thankfully, their family had Taidan, who could heal wounds, so the shock didn't last long. Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, his heart sank. He finally understood why someone had gone to such great lengths to capture Zheng Mei. There was quite a bit of noise here, but in the apocalypse, loud noise meant greater danger. If there were any survivors nearby, they would try to hide as far as possible. If it were animals, perhaps stimulated by the blood, a few of them poked their heads in the direction of the van. They just glanced, then ignored them. Let's go back first. Lao Sheng and Zhang Xiaodao searched the area, and found 2 backpacks filled with food in the back of the van. They looted the people, and dumped the bodies into the van. They poured the gasoline from the van, then set it ablaze. They returned to the woods, bringing Zheng Bei and another injured companion, who was still unconscious. Zheng Bei breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Shiyu holding his sister, and then he allowed himself to faint. Old Sheng, who was about to help him up and let him walk on his own, said, You're such a grown-up, and you have the nerve to ask me to carry you." When Zheng Bei regained consciousness, it was already night. The clinic had 2 wards, each with 2 beds. The lights in Zheng Bei's ward were off, with only a faint, yellowish glow from the streetlight outside filtering through the glass windows. He blinked blankly for a moment, then turned his head to look out the window, following the light. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from within the room, "Awake?" Acting faster than he could think, Zheng Bei reached for his waist with his right hand, raised his left, and with a whoosh, a fireball formed from his palm, illuminating the dim room. "Shoo!" A sneer echoed, allowing Zheng Bei to clearly see the man's face. It was Shiyu. He breathed a sigh of relief, having forgotten he had even arrived in Pingcheng. "You didn't realize someone was in the room until we were talking. Aren't you too slow to be alert?" Shiyu said, turning on the small lamp by his bed. "The moment I opened my eyes, I should have noticed you weren't alone." No wonder a 50-man team escorting Zheng Mei was kidnapped just as they were about to reach Anqing. Zheng Bei extinguished the fireball in his palm awkwardly, then remembered something and hurriedly asked, "Brother Shi, the rest of our brothers?" "We rescued 20. Only 20. Zheng Bei's eyes darkened, and an unspeakable sorrow welled up in his heart. He then turned to look at the other bed, where his sister Zheng Mei lay, eyes closed, still unconscious. "My sister. Your sister hasn't woken up yet. Eat first. I have something to ask you after you're done." Shiyu moved forward and opened the small table beside his bed. He then opened the 2 insulated lunch boxes beside it, along with a thermos of sweet potato porridge. Zheng Bei had no appetite, and could only finish one bowl of porridge. Shiyu didn't try to persuade him. He put his things aside, pulled up a chair, and sat down beside his bed. He looked at Zheng Bei with a serious expression. Who knew about your sister's healing ability? Zheng Bei sighed. Only my eldest brother, my sister, and I, just the three of us knew. We didn't even tell my second and third brothers. They were siblings, and his second and third brothers were cousins. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, but rather that his sister's ability was so rare that he was afraid it would attract attention and put her in danger. Even so, danger still arose. Zheng Bei was deeply puzzled. What had gone wrong, and how had anyone else known about it? He certainly hadn't revealed a single word to anyone, and neither had his elder brother, who loved his sister more than anyone else. So what was the problem? Shiyu, with his quick thinking, had a rough idea of what the problem was after hearing Zheng Bei's explanation. Zheng Bei must have been discovered while working or with colleagues or friends. For example, a cut on her hand that healed quickly. She might have tried to hide it, but someone with keen eyes would have noticed it no matter how much she tried to hide it. However, this also meant that the leak was from someone close to her. He shared his suspicions with Zheng Bei, and the first name that came to Zheng Bei's mind was Li Jiao. This person was Zheng Mei's best friend. They'd been together from college to work. Could their friendship, after over a decade, have soured? But if it wasn't her, Zheng Bei couldn't think of anyone else. After all, Zheng Mei wasn't a pushover. She knew the potential for trouble if her ability became known to others. So he believed, even around Li Jiao, she would be cautious. And that was even more true around others. So, if Shiyu's theory was correct, then the only person with a chance of discovering the truth was Li Jiao. Shiyu acted decisively. Call your third brother, and have him quietly apprehend Li Jiao. Then, notify your eldest brother, and have him tell Zheng Shi. At this point, concealment was clearly unacceptable. Zheng Shi was the only one who could interrogate and uncover the mastermind behind this group. He was the one most skilled and suited to the task. Zheng Bei understood this and didn't object. As for waiting for his sister to wake up and ask her for confirmation, Zheng Bei didn't see the need. Yunqi village had received a call to the outside world, a landline phone, as if transported back to the 1970s and 1980s, before the advent of mobile phones. The phone wasn't located at the Bai family villa, but in the courtyard of the first house in the southeast corner of Yunqi village, where old Sheng and Renbin lived. But now it wasn't just the two of them. Sure, Jiaxu and Kong Erbao had also moved in. Zheng Bei made 2 calls. The first was to Zheng Shi, asking him to quietly restrain Li Jiao and investigate any recent abnormalities, and who she'd been associated with. The second call was to his eldest brother, Zheng Dong, who spoke cryptically, words only they could understand. After that, Zheng Bei settled down in the same building as old Sheng's family. As for the wound on his body, which only had a faint mark left, he stared at it for a long moment, his head bowed, then smiled and asked no questions. After Zheng Bei left, Zheng Mei was the only one left in the ward. Shiyu sat by her bedside, keeping watch until she woke in the middle of the night. Shiyu? Shiyu's eyes flickered open, meeting Zheng Mei's clear, delighted gaze. She curled her lips, reaching out from under the covers, wanting to touch him. I knew you could save me. Shiyu stared at her intently, then suddenly smiled. He grasped her outstretched hand. It was so cool and soft that he couldn't help but squeeze it. This girl was just like always trying to think of the best in everything. Instead of dwelling on the aftermath, wondering what if he didn't arrive in time, what if she was abducted, what if she died from her injuries. I remember a comrade who injured his leg asked Dr. Zheng, what if it doesn't heal? Will I become a cripple? She replied seriously, there are no ifs. We do our best to treat you, and if you cooperate, your leg will heal, and you won't become a cripple. She was the only one who told her comrade this. Other doctors would preemptively mention the worst-case scenario, inadvertently heightening the patient's fear. Dr. Zheng said she disliked this approach and never did it. It's been over 2 years since we last met. Have you switched from medicine to metaphysics? Can you predict the future? Zheng Mei smiled. Yes, as I said before, one day you fall in love with me as much as I do with you. See, wasn't I right now? Although it wasn't the first time she confessed her feelings this way, Shiyu couldn't help but blush. He didn't know what this girl was made of. She looked cold and didn't seem like a bold person, but she always said bold and seductive words. He had originally thought she was just a passing fancy, and wouldn't stick with him for long. After all, the two of them, whether in family background, education, or other aspects, had seemed mismatched before the apocalypse. At that time, his sister hadn't yet graduated from college, and he hadn't been interested in a romantic relationship, so he resolutely suppressed the slight stirring in his heart and rejected her without hesitation. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about her at the beginning of the apocalypse, but the Zhang family wasn't an ordinary family. From her father to her brothers, most of them were in the military. So she must be safe. Afterwards, he was so busy that he rarely thought about her again, until Zhengxi arrived from Kyoto, bearing her letter. Shiyu coughed lightly and changed the subject. Does it still hurt? I see your wounds are almost healed on the surface. Do you feel any discomfort? Zheng Mei blinked, answering the question irrelevantly. My wounds? Have you seen them all? Her point was, have you seen me all over? Shiyu's mouth twitched. He had just woken up, and 2 of his 3 sentences were unusual. Before he could reply, Zheng Mei glanced down at her clothes and exclaimed, Ah! You even took off my underwear. Shiyu's face flushed red, and he reached out his other hand to cover her mouth, helplessly saying, Can't you just talk properly? Zheng Mei's eyes widened, and she blinked innocently. As if to say, You already stripped me naked, and I can't even speak? My sister, Shi Shuang, helped you change your clothes. Zheng Mei shoved his hand away, a look of disappointment on her face. How could you let your sister do this? Classmate Shiyu, I have to criticize you. Honesty is a marital right. When your partner is present, you can't delegate it to anyone else, not even someone of the same sex. Do you understand? It's okay this time because it's my sister, but what if she's a lesbian? Wouldn't that ruin my innocence? What the hell? Shiyu's eyelids twitched. Really? The more he talked, the more outrageous he became. He changed the subject again. You slept all day. Are you hungry? Yes, but eating you is enough. Shiyu, He had lost to her. He turned and poured a glass of warm water onto the bedside table. Then he stood up, bent over, and picked her up, intending to let her lean against the bed to drink. But as soon as he lifted her up, she hugged him back, tilting her head back and grinning, Do you want to kiss me? But I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Before he could finish his words, she was lifted up and sitting against the bed. He untied one arm and held a glass of water to her lips. He didn't know much about self-healing abilities, but she had been unconscious for so long, and although her wounds had healed, her lips were dry and chapped. Is it because her self-healing ability was used on her wounds, leaving her body somewhat dehydrated? Zheng Mei was indeed thirsty, but her surprise at waking up and seeing Shiyu made her forget her thirst. She didn't take the cup, but opened her mouth to Shiyu's hand, letting him feed her. Looking down at the girl guzzling water, Shiyu caught a glimpse of her red ears. Is she shy because he just lifted her up? Shiyu wanted to laugh. He spoke so boldly, but in reality, he was just a paper tiger. After Zheng Mei finished her glass of water, Shiyu didn't ask if she wanted to eat, but simply poured her half a bowl of millet porridge. The thermos was a gift from his sister-in-law, and it was incredibly effective. Even after leaving it out all night, the porridge was still hot. The food in the lunchbox was a little cold, but that didn't matter in this weather. He hadn't given her any steamed buns. They wouldn't be good if they were cold. After she finished eating and drinking, she went out to the bathroom and washed up. When she returned to bed, Zheng Mei patted the spot beside her and said seriously, Come up, sleep with me. Shiyu's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly said, Let's get serious first. I'm being serious. We be husband and wife soon, so why should we be embarrassed? Shiyu looked at her blushing cheeks, amused, and changed the subject again. Do you think Li Jiao had anything to do with this robbery? At the mention of Li Jiao, Zheng Mei was stunned for a moment, then her eyes darkened. Finally, she dropped her playful smile and nodded. It's her. You know, I sometimes can't stand the way the doctors in the hospital do their jobs, so I don't have many close friends. But Li Jiao is different. We lived in the same dorm since college, and then we enlisted together in the military hospital. We experienced the turmoil at the beginning of the apocalypse and survived together. So our relationship is even better than before the apocalypse. But even so, I didn't reveal my differences. I can tell her. Did Xiaobei tell you? My second and third brothers didn't know, and even our parents and uncle didn't know. I had planned to tell you privately when we got here, but I never imagined Li Jiao would betray me. Once, I was stitching someone's wound and accidentally cut my hand with the scalpel. Li Jiao was assisting me at the time, helping with disinfection and bandaging. The next day, while we were having dinner together, she accidentally knocked over her water cup, spilling it onto my injured hand. She wanted to remove the gauze and rebandage it, but I refused. I think she must have had her suspicions before then. After all, we're together so often, and occasional scrapes are inevitable. It's just that most people don't notice them. But she must have noticed. So, that spilling the water that day was intentional. She wanted to confirm it. Chapter 258. When two people spend a lot of time together, sometimes Li Jiao might notice things Zheng Mei herself might not even notice. For example, a small scrape on her arm healed quickly without her noticing. Li Jiao is very attentive, and might have noticed it long ago. But what Zheng Mei doesn't understand is that even if she had noticed, knowing that Zheng Mei had a rare healing ability, why would she betray her? And how did she even know someone outside? Li Jiao came from an ordinary family, and her father was seriously ill during the college entrance examination, so all the family's money went to the hospital. Luckily, she was admitted to the military medical university, so she didn't have to pay tuition and accommodation fees, and she also received a monthly living allowance. Otherwise, she would have been unable to attend university. Even so, she had to work during the winter and summer vacations to earn money to pay off her family's debts. During her 7 years of undergraduate and graduate studies, Zheng Mei witnessed firsthand how much hardship and suffering Li Jiao endured for her father's illness. For a time, she admired and sympathized with her, and helped her a lot, both openly and secretly. After graduation, the two were assigned to the same hospital, and their relationship deepened even further than it had been in school. On the day the apocalypse broke out, they both happened to be on their day off, so they didn't encounter the hospital riot and survived safely. Unlike Zheng Mei, Li Jiao's family lived in a single-family villa in a military zone. Even if the chaos outside spread, they were safe inside. Li Jiao was different. Her father's health had been poor to begin with, and after holding on for so many years, he was now at the end of his rope. When the zombie virus hit, he was one of the first to be infected, and the first person he killed was his wife, who had been tirelessly caring for him. Of course, she couldn't say anything about her father. After all, after becoming a zombie, he became a living dead, and he couldn't control himself. Li Jiao was quick to react. After noticing something was wrong with her father, she immediately locked them in the bedroom as he bit her mother's neck. She lived in an old, densely populated and chaotic neighborhood, making it difficult to leave for help with 2 zombies at home. Thankfully, her mother had a habit of stockpiling rice and vegetables, and with these supplies, she managed to survive for a month, waiting until the army arrived to clear the neighborhood. She then reunited with Zheng Mei and successfully entered the Kyoto base. Although she didn't have special abilities, her medical skills meant she was well off within the base. Zheng Mei reminisced for a moment, then said, right after the zombie outbreak, she confronted me and asked why I hadn't gone to her house to rescue her. She said her parents had turned into zombies, and although she locked them in their bedroom, they were only separated by a wall from hers. She lived in constant fear, unable to sleep at night, hoping I come and rescue her someday. I was initially upset to hear her say that. I didn't owe her anything, and I had no obligation to her, so why should I go to her house to rescue her? It was hilarious. But before she could finish her words, she burst into tears. I assumed she was both sad about her parents' death and frightened. After all, in times of crisis, people think of those closest to them. So I said nothing and continued spending time with her as usual. After the hospital was reopened, I greeted my third brother and kept her in the same department as me. Occasionally, she envied others with superpowers, saying how unlucky she and I were that we hadn't awakened a power. I didn't take it personally, after all, she wasn't the only one saying that. So, did she discover I had superpowers and become jealous? Or is she still resentful that I didn't save her in the first place? Zheng Mei scratched her head in annoyance. She hated complicated interpersonal relationships, so she didn't have many colleagues or friends. She was blunt and didn't like to accommodate others. She certainly didn't go shopping with others on weekends or during her free time. She hated it. It made her sleepy. As a surgeon who stayed at home, she didn't have many friends she could call her besties. Even though Li Jiao was close to her, she never agreed to anything she didn't agree to. Or rather, Dr. Zheng, who had a smooth life since childhood, wasn't the type to compromise herself to accommodate others. But that didn't give Li Jiao any reason to betray her. As long as we're sure it's her, your third brother will handle the rest. Don't worry about it. Zheng Mei thought about it, and realized that her brothers would handle anything she couldn't handle. Why worry so much? She hadn't even considered whether her third brother would be angry if she kept her special abilities a secret. Zheng Mei didn't consider that question. She only cared about the handsome man before her. She patted the seat beside her again, and called out to Shiyu, "Come up. Don't tell me you're shy." Shiyu choked, his lips twitching again. "Aside from this, you can't think of anything else? Don't make a fuss." "How can that be a fuss? I came all the way from Kyoto, frightened and covered in wounds, just to sleep. To see you. Can't you comfort me?" Shiyu was speechless. I'm with you now. Isn't that comforting? Comfort requires actual action. You're 8 feet away from me. How can you comfort me from a distance? Zheng Mei seemed to enjoy teasing Shiyu like this, her eyes sparkling as she stared at him. Hurry up, take off your pants. Shiyu's face flushed, then darkened, and he didn't know what to say. This was a clinic ward, and the bed was a little too big. No, it wasn't a question of whether the bed was big or not. This was a public place after all, so how could he possibly be sharing a bed with Zheng Mei? Even if they didn't do anything, it wouldn't work. He pressed his temple, stood up from his chair, and said to her, "Let's go back to my house." Huh? His house? Zheng Mei's eyes lit up, and she quickly threw off the covers, got out of bed, and put on her shoes. As she did so, she said, "Is your home not far from here? Why would you stay in the hospital when you have a home? Is your bed big enough for the two of us? By the way, is your sister home?" To be honest, Zheng Mei wasn't usually a talkative person. Sometimes she was too lazy to even speak, and she didn't even bother to greet acquaintances. But in front of Shiyu, she always wanted to say something to tease him. "My injuries haven't fully healed yet, so I'm still considered an injured patient. You have to carry me, or I won't be able to walk." Zheng Mei put on her shoes and sat motionless by the bed, her arms outstretched to Shiyu, a gesture that promised she wouldn't leave unless he carried her. Shiyu reluctantly walked over to her, turned around, and half knelt. Then, he stretched out his arms around her neck, and her back felt warm. Shiyu couldn't help but blush. He quickly carried her on his back, and strode out of the ward. "Your clinic is quite well built. Are all of them like that?" "Yes, they are." Shiyu briefly introduced her, and mentioned the key doctors there. However, Zheng Mei's arrangements had now changed. Given her reputation within the military hospital surgical field, the base commander had mentioned to Zheng Shi before coming here that he wanted Zheng Mei to join the surgical department at Pingqing Hospital. Zheng Shi didn't agree outright, saying he'd wait until Zheng Mei arrived and see what she wanted. Shiyu had originally thought that Zheng Mei loved her work and might be bored in Yunqi village, so if she wanted to go to Pingqing Hospital, then go. Now her thoughts had completely changed. She couldn't go anywhere but Yunqi village. "It's so peaceful here." Leaving the clinic, Zheng Mei looked around. The farmhouses and courtyards, under the starry night sky, appeared serene and peaceful. It was a stark contrast to the treacherous Kyoto. The surrounding walls, with their ivy clinging to them, gave her a sense of security. It suddenly dawned on her why her third brother had so readily agreed to let her come to Pingqing, to Yunqi village, when everyone in the Zheng family was already in Kyoto. Because it's much safer here than in Kyoto. Zheng Mei, for once, felt a flicker of regret. She shouldn't have kept it from her third brother. She should have told him everything. But the next moment, she cast that regret aside. She threw her arms around Shiyu's neck and nuzzled his face against it, causing his upper body to stiffen and his feet to stop. He whispered, "Stop it." "No, I'm just tired. I need a break." And she leaned close to Shiyu's ear, her breath soft as a rose. "I just wanted to tell you, I wanted you to carry me for a long time. With broad shoulders and a slim waist, it must be very comfortable. But I didn't expect you to be so wooden, so indifferent to a beauty like me. Shiyu, are you so used to looking at yourself in the mirror every day that even though I'm so beautiful, I don't wow you?" Shiyu's ears burned from her hot breath, his scalp tingling, goosebumps covering half his body, making his head feel dizzy and his arms tense. He wanted to call her out on her nonsense, but before he could, she added, "But I'm smart. Didn't my third brother tell you? I skipped a grade in elementary school, then a grade in junior high, and was recommended for both a bachelor's and a master's degree. Isn't that impressive? But I never struggled in school. I easily got first place. So, with your beauty and my brains, our child will be a whimsical combination of beauty and intelligence." How perfect, right? Shiyu shut his mouth. He was numb. Whatever she said was true, and he was powerless to argue. All the way home, carrying her on her back, Zheng Mei had already talked about her child and the stars. She thought the stars in Yunqi village were brighter than those in Kyoto. The sky in Yunqi village was bluer than Kyoto, and the air in Yunqi was finer than Kyoto's. The large iron gate slid open with a slight creak. Shiyu opened and closed the door, not letting her go. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but Zheng Mei's arms were wrapped around his neck so tightly that she couldn't let go. "Brother?" Just as they reached the main room door, a voice suddenly rang out. Startled, Zheng Mei tightened her grip on Shiyu's neck, nearly causing him to roll his eyes. Shiyu reached out and pulled her arms away. He took a deep breath, then said, "It's me. I brought your sister-in-law back from the clinic." After saying this, Yu felt his entire face flush. However, Xingmei was deeply moved by these words. She finally let go of Yu's neck and raised her hand to greet Shuang. Hello, sister-in-law. Well, it's getting late. Let's talk tomorrow. Go back to bed. Okay. Shuang was completely taken aback by her brother's use of the term your sister-in-law. But then she remembered that the girl had come all the way for him and given him her status, so there was nothing wrong with that. It was a bit awkward to hear that at first. Shuang turned around, wanting to go back to her room, but Xingmei stopped her again. Sister-in-law, do you have any extra pajamas? Can you lend me one? My luggage is still in the car. I return it to you when I get it. But Shuang didn't answer. In the darkness, her eyes turned to her brother. Yu coughed awkwardly and said, Your 2 boxes have been brought. They're in my room? Xingmei was stunned, then secretly delighted. This guy was indeed the reserved type. He clearly missed her, yet he feigned seriousness, waiting for her to initiate. Taking advantage of the fact that the lights were off and the darkness shrouded Shuang across from her, Xingmei boldly reached down and touched Yu's chest. Huh? So hard. But I like it. Xingmei didn't notice that Shuang, standing across from her, was staring at her with her mouth open in shock. Although she and her brother both had hearing abilities, their eyesight was also very good. On this moonlit night, they could see almost everything. So, naturally, she saw clearly that her brother was being molested by her sister-in-law. Shuang turned around blankly and fled back to her room. Before closing the door, she heard her sister-in-law say, Good night, sister-in-law. Good night. She breathed a sigh of relief when she heard her brother take Xingmei into the bedroom opposite and close the door. Oh my god, her sister-in-law is so bold. While this action wasn't a big deal for lovers, she had touched by Yang's abs when they hugged, she wouldn't dare do it in front of others. Of course, the most important thing was that it was her brother who was being touched, which made her feel so excited. In the bedroom opposite, Yu had already turned on the light. To prevent Xingmei from saying anything shocking, he quickly took her 2 suitcases and told her to find her pajamas while he quickly grabbed his clothes and went to shower. Xingmei blinked and urged, Wash yourself clean. Just as Yu reached the door, he stumbled and nearly fell. After Yu left, Xingmei stood in the bedroom and surveyed it. A row of natural wood wardrobes, a set of natural wood desks and chairs, a 5-foot-tall natural wood bed, and 2 nightstands filled the room with a natural wood scent. The only difference was a pot of vibrant white peonies perched on the windowsill. Xingmei tilted her head as she gazed at the peonies. Was it specially placed in the room to welcome me? That wasn't necessary. With him around, why would she even bother looking at flowers? What flowers could be as beautiful as him? When Yu emerged from the shower, Xingmei had only half-packed her first suitcase when she saw him enter the room and said, I'm going to shower. Please put my clothes in the closet. She then grabbed her towel and pajamas and headed out. Thinking she wasn't familiar with the place, he followed her out. But Xingmei said, I can wash it myself. I don't need your help. She leaned in and whispered, Your sister's home. Let's be more restrained. Yu, He turned and went back to the bedroom, where he diligently helped her put the remaining clothes into the closet. Chapter 259. By the time Xingmei finished her shower, Yu had already taken out all the clothes from her 2 suitcases, hanging them up and placing them neatly in the closet. Even he himself lay straight on the bed. Xingmei's eyes lit up, and she casually placed the towel draped around her neck on a nearby chair and quickly made her way to the bed. The moment she climbed into bed, Yu, suppressing the throbbing in his forehead, pointed at the thin blanket beside him and whispered, Shuang and I have hearing abilities, so don't make a fuss and just go to sleep. Xingmei blinked, implying that if his sister couldn't hear, then she could make a fuss. She sighed regretfully, alas, how could this be? Seeing it but not being able to eat it. Snap! The lights in the room went out. Before Xingmei's eyes could adjust to the darkness, an arm embraced her as she fell onto the bed. Then, a hot body covered her, her mouth blocked. With a buzzing sound, Xingmei's head felt as if it had exploded, her body stiffening, unsure how to react. Until a soft chuckle reached her ear. I knew it was a paper tiger. Yu paused briefly, placing another kiss on her forehead before rolling to the side and closing his eyes to sleep. This time, he truly slept. After all, it was already 3 in the morning, and he had to get up for training at 5. If he didn't sleep now, he'd be out of time. When Bai Yang saw Shuang at the training ground, he leaned over and whispered in her ear, Didn't you sleep well last night? Why are you getting dark circles? As he spoke, he gently stroked her skin with the tip of his index finger. Her skin was delicate and smooth, just a hint of bluish. Shuang turned her head to glance at her brother, who was lining up Chi-Chi and the other children on the other side, and curled her lips. She eavesdropped in the corner of the room in the middle of the night, enduring her sleepiness as she waited for the two of them to finish their hand-washing and go to bed. But, seriously, her brother was such a loser. Even with the girl taking such initiative, he still cared about her being home. What was wrong with her being home? She wasn't sharing a room with them, and she didn't get in their way. She could do whatever she wanted, so why bother with her? She hadn't expected that, with such a burning passion, the two of them would actually just sleep in bed. She whispered to Bai Yang, "Why don't I move in with you tonight? I need to make room for my brother." Bai Yang's eyes lit up, and she nodded quickly. She didn't ask why he had to make room for her brother, but simply said, "Okay, I help you pack after breakfast." There wasn't much to pack, really. Just her clothes and daily necessities. Bai Yang had everything prepared, including the blanket, so she didn't need to worry about anything. According to the plan, they were going to register at the management office in 3 days. Pingcheng Civil Affairs Bureau was originally located in a building next to the administration office. To prevent post-apocalyptic chaos between men and women, they simply reopened the bureau. After all, many things were already in place, and registering for marriage was simple. With only 3 days left, arriving early wouldn't hurt. However, after breakfast, before Bai Yang could even help Shuang clean up, Bai Li called him away to help. She gave a few instructions before leaving, and upon hearing them, Teacher Li quickly put down her belongings and rushed to pick up her daughter-in-law. Bai Li wanted Bai Yang to go with her and Chung Si-yun to clean up the new orphanage. She didn't really want to get involved, but that didn't mean she couldn't. The day after receiving the survey form from Lu Ying, she had Conger Bao conduct another private investigation. The data they found showed that even more babies had died from various causes than Lu Ying had counted. 90% of them were born to women who survived and moved to the city from outside in the past 6 months. Some lost their parents, leaving them orphaned. Others had their mothers die during childbirth, leaving their fathers unwilling to raise them. Still others had children whose fathers were unknown, abandoned at birth. Bai Li's brow furrowed as she listened to Conger Bao's story. She placed her hand on her belly and sighed deeply. Ever since she gave birth to Chi-Chi and became a mother, she has hated news about child abuse or infant murder. She feels a pang of pain, but also doesn't want to feel the pain, so when she sees such news on her phone, she swipes away immediately. Before, I was powerless, unable to do anything. But now, a few days ago, I discussed it with my good friend Chung Si-yun. She's currently free and wants to take over the business, so let's leave it to her. Because of this incident, Director Wang Jiqing of the management office was severely reprimanded by Base Chief Ouyang. Although he wasn't dismissed, many of his previous responsibilities were removed and transferred to a newly appointed deputy director. He was also completely barred from any of the orphanage's supplies, granting Chung Si-yun immense power. If anyone else had complained to the base chief, Wang Jiqing would have undoubtedly held a grudge. But now that it was Bai Li who was complaining, he had no right to harbor resentment. Especially when he recalled the day when the other bases arrived. She wasn't in the building, yet the green ivy had grown with such precision throughout the office, each vine acting as if it had eyes, watching the people from the 3 bases. Whether they were afraid or not, he didn't know, but at the time, his scalp was tingling. Such a powerful woman, with a sharpshooter husband. Holding a grudge? What a joke. Holding a grudge against such a powerful man. Did he think his life was too comfortable? In general, Wang Jiqing was a relatively pragmatic person. He didn't seek fame or reputation in his daily work, he was honest and down to earth. However, the matter regarding the child was indeed his fault. He overtrusted Secretary Chen, genuinely assuming that there weren't many orphans, like babies in Pingcheng, and therefore neglected the orphanage. So, this incident was indeed his dereliction of duty, and he accepted it. But Secretary Chen was dismissed. Others, such as Ding Bo and He Ningzhu, while not dismissed, received varying degrees of punishment. This incident caused a moderate stir in the management office. Some were dissatisfied, while others remained silent, accepting the punishment calmly. Those dissatisfied linked Lu Ying to the incident, believing it was highly likely that she had complained to Li Nan. Then, Deputy Base Commander Li went to Base Commander Ouyang. So, this Lu Ying was having an affair with Li Nan, right? Why else would a Deputy Base Director, the founder of both the greenhouse area and the factory, bother the base director over such a minor matter? As everyone was angrily discussing this, Ding Bo noticed that He Ningzhu remained silent this time. Because Lu Su knew she disliked Lu Ying. And while their punishment was clearly related to Lu Ying, she remained unusually calm, seemingly holding no grudge against her. Dingbo couldn't help but ask, "What are you thinking?" Compared to the others, the two of them had the added bonus of being college classmates, so naturally they were closer. He Ningju needed someone to confide in, so she whispered to Dingbo, "The orphanage's current director is Chung Siyun, and Chung Siyun is a good friend of Bai Li's. So, I don't think this matter has anything to do with Li Nan." And then? "I think it was Bai Li who went to see the base commander, Lu Ying, and found Bai Li." "So?" He Ningju frowned and glared at Dingbo. "So, you don't think Lu Ying and Bai Li are related? They're both wood type and control the same green radish." Dingbo smiled. "Because they have the same superpower, so you think they're related? If that's the case, then wouldn't all superpowered people be related as well? How can they be the same? How can they be different? There are only a few superpowers, and there are countless people who have run into each other. Are you saying they're all related?" He Ningju was speechless. She opened her mouth, wanting to say that she'd seen Lu Ying go to Yunqi village, and that no ordinary person could get in. But she swallowed the words back, knowing that even if she did, Dingbo would have a reason to dismiss it as a normal relationship. He seemed to hate her questioning others. He Ningju said unhappily, "Dingbo. He Ningju, as an old classmate, I want to tell you that superpowered people like Lu Ying, no matter who they're related to, what they do, or how they act, have nothing to do with us. It's best not to question them, or get involved in their affairs. Since she missed out on Lu Su, why not just stay grounded and do her job well?" On the other hand, the punishment from the management office had no effect on Bai Li at all. She found a job for her friend and also wanted to identify some promising young people among the orphans, just in case. Meanwhile, Zheng Mei examined the wounds of Zheng Bei and his comrades at the Yunqi Village Health Center. Then, they met the young heroes who had saved them that day, Jiang Qi and Linjia. Zheng Bei was truly envious of the two children, wishing he could have them join their team. Zheng Mei smiled as she pulled a photo from her pocket, handed it to Chi-Chi, and asked, "Look at this little girl, isn't she pretty and adorable?" Jiang Qi stared at the photo, a little girl about 5 or 6 years old. She had short hair, a chubby face, and a double chin. He stared at the photo for more than 10 seconds before finally, reluctantly, praising her. "She's quite adorable. I don't know how she managed to get so fat." "This is your wife?" Jiang Qi, ? What the hell? Thinking he misheard, or that Zheng Mei had misspoken, he scratched his ears before asking, "And she, what did you just say?" The word "and she" delighted Zheng Mei. She patiently explained, "Didn't your uncle Zhengxi tell your father last time he came over? He wanted you to arrange a child marriage with his daughter. This is his daughter, our Zheng family's little Abeo." "Child marriage? With this chubby little girl?" Jiang Qi leaped up like a puppy whose tail had been stepped on. "What? Dad's going too far. Chi-Chi already has a wife. He can't have another one." Before Jiang Qi could finish his howl, Linjia hurriedly explained. This statement not only calmed the excited Jiang Qi, but also stunned Zheng Mei and Zheng Bei. The siblings exchanged glances, both stifling laughter. Zheng Bei asked Linjia, "You said Chi-Chi already has a wife. Who is his wife?" Jiang Qi also looked at Linjia, bewildered. "Yes, who is my wife?" Yeah. She once said she'd marry you when she grew up, and you agreed." Jiang Qi was confused. When did that happen? Why couldn't he remember? Linjia couldn't remember when he said that either, but he remembered it happening. But looking at his good brother, it seemed like he'd truly forgotten. "Oh no, Chi-Chi might have turned out to be a scumbag, right?" Linjia scratched his head, deeply worried for his good brother. Zheng Mei sighed inwardly. The little brat was quite popular with the girls. She asked Linjia, "Who is Yaya? Is she pretty? Compared to our Abeo, who's prettier?" Linjia glanced at the photo and whispered, "Yaya is pretty." Yaya was their childhood friend, a good friend. Of course, she was prettier than the chubby little girl. That's because our Abeo is still young and hasn't fully grown up yet. When she grows up, she'd definitely be the prettiest. If you don't believe me, just look at me. I'm her aunt, am I not pretty? Jiang Qi, Linjia, and Zheng Bei, Even though we're in front of the children, can't we be more subtle? Zheng Mei teased Jiang Qi deliberately. You know marriage is a big deal, and parents have the final say, right? So since your father promised your uncle Zhengxi, you can only marry our Abeo. So you and Yaya have to break up. This was incredibly confusing to Jiang Qi. He didn't understand it at all. But he understood one thing very clearly. His father had sold him out. He felt he understood it correctly. The child immediately ran out of the clinic in anger, and went to confront his father. When only the Zing siblings were left in the ward, Zing Bei finally told Zing Mei about Li Jiao. Not long after I spoke to my third brother last night, he secretly sent someone to arrest Li Jiao. That night, during interrogation, she confessed everything. Zheng Mei asked with a cold expression, "What did she say? Before the apocalypse, was there a doctor named Yu in your hospital who was pursuing you? Yu Junyan?" "It seemed so, but I remember telling him I wasn't interested in him, and asked him not to waste his time on me. He agreed, saying we could just be normal friends and colleagues from now on." Zheng Mei frowned. "Is it related to him?" Zheng Bei sneered. "That Li Jiao is really stupid. She knew Yu Junyan was only with her because he couldn't pursue you, but she asked for it to remain private, and she actually agreed. 6 months ago, Yu Junyan contacted her and she, thinking he was coming to pick her up, she was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, Yu Junyan asked her to stay at the Kyoto base and act as his insider. The two agreed to contact each other once a month, and she would tell him everything that happened at the base, big or small, especially those involving psychics, such as those with dual or triple powers. Luckily, she was just an ordinary doctor at the hospital, unaware of the base's more secretive affairs, and unaware of who possessed dual powers. Just when she felt she couldn't provide Yu Junyan with any important information, she discovered your abnormality. Zheng Mei wasn't interested in Li Jiao's depravity, becoming someone else's secret girlfriend or lover. She simply asked, "Did Yu Junyan participate in that previous experiment?" The Jinbei base had previously established an inhumane psychic laboratory, but the organizer was eventually murdered, and the 2 secret experimental bases were destroyed. She heard about this from her third brother. After all, during that period, to ensure the safety of medical workers, soldiers accompanied them to and from get off work every day to prevent them from being kidnapped along the way. Chapter 260. 2 labs were destroyed, yet not only did those people not die, they still refused to give up. I remember that Yu Junyan returned from studying abroad and had to work really hard to get into our hospital. At this point, Zheng Mei suddenly realized that this information was all from Li Jiao. Otherwise, with her indifferent attitude towards other people's affairs, she wouldn't have known where such an insignificant colleague graduated from and where he came from. At that time, Yu Junyan hadn't openly pursued her. Li Jiao's words to her were probably meant to convey her interest in Yu Junyan and to get Zheng Mei to withdraw. Unfortunately, her efforts were misplaced. Zheng Mei didn't care about Yu Junyan, and she wasn't willing to think about things that didn't concern her. So Li Jiao's words were like playing the lute to a cow. Zheng Mei heard them and forgot them without even thinking about them. But Li Jiao didn't think so. She felt Zheng Mei was doing it on purpose, especially after Yu Junyan's aggressive pursuit of her and her rejection. She felt Zheng Mei was just showing off her own impressiveness. "Look, the person you like likes me, but I don't even consider her. Appearance, family background, work, abilities, and a man. None of them could compare to Zheng Mei, and this made Li Jiao, who had always strived hard, feel resentful. So, when she first noticed something was wrong with Zheng Mei, she didn't hesitate to tell Yu Junyan about it. She wasn't worried about what Yu Junyan might do to her after abducting her. After 2 years with this man, she knew his character all too well. Zheng Mei had rejected him, so what good could there be in falling into his hands? Jealousy can be truly terrifying. For the sake of a man, she completely disregarded her decade-long friendship with Zheng Mei. His sister was truly blind to have such a friend. Thankfully, due to her personality, she didn't have many friends. Besides a few childhood friends, there were only Li Jiao and her 2 other roommates from her university dorm. After finishing his business, Zheng Bei sighed, "This place might look nice, but sister, you be here alone from now on. What if something happens, or she bullies you?" "Forget it." Before Zheng Bei could finish, Zheng Mei interrupted him, "Do you think Shiyu is someone who would bully me? I'm lucky I don't. Xiao Bei, you have to trust your sister. Although I never been in a relationship before, I've seen pigs run, haven't I? My judgment of men is impeccable. Besides, didn't third brother also say that Shiyu is reliable?" Hearing the phrase "hasn't seen pigs run, haven't you?" Zheng Bei couldn't help but twitch his lips. He didn't know where she came up with that description. Luckily his mother wasn't around, or else she'd be nagging his sister again. Also, don't call him Shiyu. He's your brother-in-law. Zheng Bei's face darkened. You 2 aren't married yet. Soon. He be here in half an hour, and we go register. Zheng Mei said happily. Last night, when he introduced me to his sister, he said, "I'm bringing your sister-in-law back to rest." Listen, your sister-in-law. Zheng Bei couldn't bear to watch his sister's worthless behavior. However, he was sharp enough to spot a flaw in her words, and asked through narrowed eyes, "Did you go back to his house with him to rest last night?" "Yeah, I slept with him. Zhang Bei, eh? So embarrassing. He said angrily. Do you even know you're a girl? She used to refuse to have a boyfriend, even refusing to go on blind dates arranged by her elders, which worried her mother. Now, she's met someone she likes, and she's actually, so inappropriately proactive. He stood up angrily and said, Can you be more reserved? Xingmei rolled her eyes at him. He's my husband. Why should I be reserved with my husband? Xiao Bei, I'm telling you, you're not going to be so conservative. You probably never find a wife and end up single. I don't need you to worry about that. You should think about whether you can adapt here after I leave. The thought of his sister living alone in this unfamiliar environment instantly dissipated Zhang Bei's anger, and he even felt a bit uncomfortable. Growing up, she had never left Kyoto or her home. So when Zhang Mei decided to come to Pingcheng, no one in her family, except Zhang Shi, agreed. Although Kyoto was treacherous and fraught with danger, at least her family was there, and with her 4 brothers protecting her, there was absolutely no chance anything would happen to her. The reason they finally agreed to let her come was because Zhang Shi said it was safer here. Plus, Zhang Mei insisted, so there was no choice but to have Zhang Bei accompany her. But his mother was still furious, thinking she was pathetic for running so far for a man. Pathetic? Zhang Bei also thought his sister was pathetic. How could such a talented person become a lovesick person? He sat back down, looked Zhang Mei in the eye, and said seriously, Although my parents finally agreed to let you come to Pingcheng, they're not entirely reassured. So, sister, if she treats you badly in the future, you must call my 3rd brother immediately, and my eldest brother, and I will come pick you up. Remember, you have the Zheng family behind you. Even in this strange city, you're not alone. Looking at her brother, for years her junior, with a serious and worried expression, Xingmei dropped her playful smile. She said, Xiao Bei, you know, your sister has never suffered hardship or loss since she was a child. Although I like Shiyu very much, it's not blind. I can sense whether he has me in his eyes. I came here to give him and me a chance. Mom always says it's hard to get married with someone like me. I'm not trying to prove anything to her. I just want to marry someone I like and who likes me. Of course, in your opinion, this is just the current situation. Whether it can last is still unclear. It doesn't matter. If one of us changes our minds in the future, we can just divorce. Wasn't it like this before the apocalypse? You can't just find someone you love at first sight and never forget. That's a turtle, not a human. The brother and sister sat and talked in the hospital room, unaware of the person standing outside the door. Shiyu couldn't explain his feelings at the moment, but from the day he received the news that Zhang Mei was coming, it was impossible to say he hadn't felt guilty. Not to mention Zhang Mei's family background, just the fact that Zhang Mei had left her own family and traveled all the way from Kyoto to be with him. And she hadn't once mentioned asking him to go there. He only had one sister, and she was getting married soon, to the younger brother of his sister-in-law, a man he trusted deeply. So, logically, it would have been most appropriate for him to go to Kyoto. But Xingmei hadn't asked him to do so. He knew she didn't want him to have to make a difficult choice. Promises weren't very reliable, so he could prove with his actions whether they would be happy in the future. Hearing a pause in the conversation inside, Shiyu raised his hand and knocked on the door. When the door opened, the siblings turned their heads simultaneously. Zhang Mei stood up, her eyes sparkling, and asked, Are you going to get the marriage certificate? Zhang Bei's face darkened as he coughed heavily. Despite what he had just said, he still needed to maintain his reserve. Regardless, seeing his sister acting so worthless made him feel uncomfortable. Shiyu nodded with a smile in his eyes. I go right away. I just spoke to my 3rd brother on the phone. He's found out a little more from Li Jiao. I tell you a little bit. Zhang Mei's predicament had thoroughly infuriated Zhang Shi and his 2 brothers. After capturing Li Jiao last night, they first forced her to reveal the whole story, and then they relentlessly searched Kyoto for Yu Junyan. Unfortunately, Yu Junyan didn't think much of Li Jiao, so she didn't know much, not even where Yu Junyan usually stayed. Zhang Shi discovered that the man surnamed Yu had a rather unusual background. It seemed he had entered the military hospital with a purpose before the apocalypse. Perhaps they hadn't anticipated the apocalypse, so their plan aborted before it even began. After the apocalypse arrived, seeing that Kyoto and the surrounding areas had quickly stabilized, they changed their strategy and instigated a former military traitor to establish a laboratory for psychics. After the 2 laboratories were destroyed, only his knife was lost, he remained unharmed. This gave him the opportunity to once again raid and conduct experiments. Preliminary speculation suggests that the man's forces consisted of mercenaries and outlaws, like the one Zhang Bei had seen during their confrontation. These individuals likely followed him, and gathered in China before the apocalypse, and the apocalypse presented them with an opportunity. Well, that's all Zhengxi has found so far. It might not seem like much, but crucially, he didn't have much time. Zhengxi didn't mention Zheng Mei's ability, only asking Shiyu to keep an eye on her. His tone was filled with worry, and Shiyu had no doubt that if Zhengxi had known Zheng Mei possessed this rare self-healing ability, he probably wouldn't have agreed to let her come to Pingqing. No, he would definitely have kept an eye on her, not even letting her leave Kyoto. Zheng Bei, his older brother, and Zheng Mei were careless. The three siblings thought that if they suppressed the matter, not even telling their families, no one would know, and if no one knew, there would be no danger. After all, Zheng Mei's life couldn't be simpler. She followed a routine from home to the hospital, then back home after work. She never went anywhere. Her father's guards would escort her along the way, so she couldn't be safer. So even if Li Jiao had noticed her ability, it wouldn't have been easy for her to find a way to capture her. That's why, upon learning Zheng Mei had left Kyoto, they immediately and lavishly dispatched 100 men to capture her alone. Because the opportunity was rare, they had to take the risk. Thankfully, Shiyu sensed something was amiss and promptly sent men to assist. But there was no need to share his premonition with Zheng Mei. After all, she always had a way of saying things that made one's blood boil. After a brief conversation, Shiyu led the two outside. He and Zheng Mei went to get their marriage certificate, while Zheng Bei followed as a witness. Passing a wall of green ivy covered in white flowers, Zheng Mei pointed at the white and pink blossoms and exclaimed, "Is this the mutant flower that Sister Jiang helped to produce? So beautiful." Hearing a rustling sound nearby, Shiyu walked over, bent down, and lifted a small stone. Sure enough, underneath, he saw a finger-long mole cricket. Quickly catching it with a leaf, he tossed it onto the green ivy's white blossoms. In a flash, the white flower opened and closed, and the mole cricket disappeared. Oh my god! Zheng Mei's eyes widened in surprise. While in Kyoto, she had rarely left the base, so naturally, she had never seen plants that attacked animals or people, let alone plants that ate insects. But Zheng Bei had battled plants before. He carefully examined the green ivy on the wall and asked Shiyu, "Will they attack if someone approaches from outside?" "Of course," Shiyu said. "Not only will they attack on their own, but my sister-in-law can also sense it. And my sister-in-law could see what was happening outside through the green ivy's perspective." But there was no need to tell Zheng Bei that. Just the first 2 points were enough to astonish the siblings. After all, although Kyoto was much larger than Pingqing, no psychic had ever possessed such a reassuring ability. No, perhaps some did, but they kept it a secret. After all, Kyoto was previously vulnerable and full of dangers. Although things are much better now, many people are still wary and afraid to reveal their full capabilities. It's human nature, nothing much to say. But Zheng Mei happily turned to her brother and said, "It's much safer here than in Kyoto. Now you can finally rest assured, right?" Zheng Bei did breathe a sigh of relief. Yunqi village was surrounded not only by Jiang Shaoxi's mutant green ivy, but also by Captain Jiang and Shiyu. Honestly, with this configuration and specifications, it was even safer than their neighborhood in Kyoto. The three of them drove out of Yunqi village, and soon emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau of the Pingqing Management Office. Shiyu and Zheng Mei each held a red certificate in their hands. "It's legal now." Zheng Mei looked at it again and again with delight, then turned to her brother and said, "Why don't you call me brother-in-law?" Zheng Bei, This sister can't be kept anymore. Chi-Chi angrily searched for his father and mother, but couldn't find them. Finally, he ran to his grandfather to complain. "Did your father sell you?" "How? How much per kilo?" Many of the fruit trees in Bai Xianqian's orchard had died from the heat, but later, under Professor Leng's guidance and by Li's encouragement, he cultivated many more seedlings. Now, some of the faster-growing ones are bearing fruit. He was currently picking apples with Bai Xianqian and others. At first, everyone laughed at their grandson's words, thinking he was teasing him and making a fuss. The one asking how much per kilo was his second grandfather, Bai Xianqian. Inside, Bao Xiaolin and Yeye were also helping to pick apples. The mother and daughter were hidden by dense foliage. All they could hear was Chi-Chi's clear voice in front of them. "My dad arranged a marriage for me. It's a chubby girl a few years old. She's so fat, she even has a thick double chin. Gigi saw it too, didn't she? Yes, she's chubby. She's not a good match for Chi-Chi. Even if she's a good match, I'm not getting married." "Huh? If you're not getting married, what about Yeye?" "What about Yeye? We're good friends, we can't get married." "Why can't good friends get married?" "Because..." Chi-Chi scratched his head, thinking for a moment, then said uncertainly, because married people fight, but good friends don't. Yaya and I are good friends. We don't want to fight. The whole room fell silent, then burst into laughter. Chapter 261. Boss, we just ran into a patrol from the management office. They say Team Lufeng was attacked an hour ago while clearing a chemical plant in the suburbs of Anqing. The leader is a foreigner. There are 8 of them in total, 1 earth type, 1 fire type, and the others are mostly strength-based. Because Zhang Mei was attacked shortly after leaving Kyoto and pursued all the way to Gaocheng, north of Anqing, combined with the information provided by Zhang Qi's later investigation, and the fact that a group of foreigners had chased the woman Lu Ying had picked up the child, Jiang Minglang decided to go out of town for a walk. He led the men who destroyed both laboratories. He expected someone else to be behind this, but he didn't expect it to be from abroad. What a long reach. He had only brought Zhang Xiaoda, Lao Sheng, Ren Bin, and Shi Jiaxu with him today. They hadn't even left Anqing when Lao Sheng, who had been out gathering information, ran back to the car and pointed east. It's right there. Lu Su refused to suffer any loss, and told the patrol to bring their injured team member back. He led his men in pursuit. He had seen the patrol from the management office carrying the wounded back to the city, but before he could ask, the patrol leader came over and asked if they should send someone to meet Lu Su. When they heard the noise and went over, the gang had already fled. Furious, Lu Su led his men in pursuit without a word. No, he said he had told one of the team members to go home and look after the children, and let Lu Ying take over instead. Of course, there was no need to tell Lao Sheng these words. Another foreigner, Jiang Minglang, narrowed his eyes and ordered, "Go check it out." When the car passed the chemical plant where the battle had taken place an hour earlier, Lao Sheng went in for a quick look. As he peered in, he was startled. He turned and said, "There's a bunch of rats licking blood on the ground. Boss, have Ren Bin burn them. Their eyes are all red, and they're disgusting. It's unclear whether they were originally present in the chemical plant or attracted by the human blood. Either way, if so many rats aren't cleaned up, they go crazy when it rains and attack the survivors gathering. The mutated rats are much larger than before, each one the size of a full-grown cat. They're both creepy and disgusting to look at." A circle of Lei Jia's prickly pear cacti surrounds the base of Pingqing's wall, and soldiers patrolling daily find rats, large and small, stabbed to death. A special rat-killing squad has been formed to nip rats in the bud before they become an infestation or attack humans en masse. As a result, rats are now rare in and around Pingqing. But the chemical plant is east of the Anqing suburbs, and currently outside the rat-hunting team's clearing area. You two stay here and clean up while we go find someone. Zhang Xiaoda felt a bit sorry. He should have brought the 2 little guys, Chi-Chi and Gigi. The rats are plentiful and agile, perfect for one to practice with a dagger and the other with lightning. I'm sure their accuracy will improve after killing this wave. However, Chi-Chi's powers had just been depleted 2 days ago, so he needed time to rest and recharge. So, after today's exploration, we'd bring him out tomorrow. The 3 of them drove on, and soon saw a cloud of smoke rising up ahead, intermittent, sometimes disappearing. Clearly, it was a fire-type psychic battling with his powers. It seemed that those people had been caught up by Lu Su. This guy had been in Pingqing for 2 years, and had barely suffered a loss, not counting Bai Li. He was so upset at being tricked that he was deeply dissatisfied. When Jiang Minglang and his men arrived, Lu Su was already furious. Many of his own men had fallen, but he showed no sign of retreat. He was fighting 3 of them alone. One of them, a foreigner at least 1.9 meters tall, was kicked 4 or 5 meters away. His massive body slammed into a tree and landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The foreigner was also dazed from the fall and lay awake for a long time. One of the other 2 was an Earth-type mutant, but his rock-swinging attack on Lu Su was not as fast as his fist. His punch landed directly on Lu Su's face, causing blood to spurt from his nose. The Earth-type mutant took 2 steps back, trying to escape, but was grabbed by the arm and thrown towards another man. The man was about to punch him, but his punch landed on his companion's chest, causing his chest to cave in, leaving a fist-sized dent. The Earth-type Esper didn't even have time to utter a single word before closing his eyes. Shit! The man cursed and launched a flying kick at Lu Su's abdomen. Lu Su dodged sideways, and then slashed with his sword. This kid's pretty good now. Jiang Minglang, Zhang Xiaoda, and Shi Jiaxu stood watching from a distance, each with a flicker of admiration in their eyes. His speed, reflexes, and power were significantly improved compared to before. It seemed that Lu Su hadn't slacked off in his training during his 2 years in Pingqing, and he had even awakened his speed ability. Just when they thought the remaining strength Esper would soon be dispatched by Lu Su, a fireball suddenly flew at Lu Su's back at breakneck speed. At that moment, the power user he was fighting seized the opportunity to grab his wrist, preventing him from evading. Just as the fireball was about to reach Lu Su, dirt suddenly fell from the sky. With a puff, the fireball was covered and compacted by a large pile of dirt, emitting wisps of black smoke. The two fighters were stunned. Lu Su flipped his wrist, and suddenly a dagger appeared in his grasped hand. The power user quickly released it and stepped back, but it was too late. The dagger plunged into his chest at breakneck speed, and blood gushed out in a sudden, puffing shower. Lu Su raised a brow. Why was he bleeding like a faucet? But who cares? He killed him first. With a puff, he pulled the dagger free, and blood spurted forward, splattering 2 meters. Luckily, Lu Su dodged quickly, or else it would have sprayed him all over. Without time to consider why this had happened, Lu Su turned and swung the long sword in his other hand at the fire type, who had just attacked him. Dang! Before the long sword could penetrate the fire type's body, it was suddenly deflected by a flying dagger. Lu Su turned to look at Jiang Minglang and the other two approaching and asked, "Do you want to keep him alive?" Before Jiang Minglang could reply, he added, "I can, but I have to break 2 of his ribs first." With that, he leaped forward and kicked the already injured fire type leaning against the tree. There was a crack, like something breaking. The fire type's face paled, he groaned, and fainted. Jiang Minglang and the other two, This guy was one of the ones who killed Xiaolan's mother. Do you still want to keep him alive? You don't want me to kill him? Lu Su was referring to the tallest, burly foreigner, who hadn't gotten up from the kick he given him earlier. But last time he injured Cheng Lu, Yingjiao scolded him for being useless and not taking good care of her people. She had recruited Cheng Lu and the other 3 into the team. They were hers. Even now that they were in the military academy, they were still hers. That damn girl's maternal love was overflowing, and she couldn't bear to see her adopted children suffer. So he had to avenge Cheng Lu, or at least break that bastard's legs. Without waiting for Jiang Minglang's consent, he raised his foot and stomped on his calf. There was a crack. Jiang Minglang watched his movements expressionlessly, while Zhang Xiaoda and Shi Jiashu's lips twitched. This guy. You couldn't call him brutal, because he was seeking revenge. The men were experienced in combat, and a glance at them revealed that the injuries he inflicted were comparable to those suffered by his own comrades. As the saying goes, give someone a taste of their own medicine. Well, that was well done. It just so happens that they don't need these people intact. Crippled ones are easier to control. Jiang Minglang walked over to the power user who'd been stabbed to death by Lu Su, squatted down, and frowned as he stared at the still bleeding wound. Captain Jiang, do you also think there's something wrong with this guy? Lu Su lifted the hem of his shirt and casually wiped the blood from his face. I never seen anyone bleed like that after being stabbed. Why does that guy seem fake? And this guy? Power users are supposed to be incredibly strong and good at fighting. But he wasn't like that. He fought our men for a few minutes at first, then hid. It was only when I forced him to flee that he seemed determined to fight me to the death. And then? Why is his body so shabby? Lu Su wasn't exaggerating. The man's original physique appeared sturdy at first glance, with well-developed chest and arm muscles. However, as Lu Su struck, blood gushed out like a floodgate, and his body shrank, becoming increasingly shriveled. Jiang Minglang stood up and said to Lu Su, "Go back and get help. Have the patrol bring these people and your wounded back by car." Lu Su was stunned, then pointed at himself. "I go back and get help? I just got out of a fight. Are you trying to see if I'm tired?" Zhang Xiaoda smiled and said, "The more capable, the more work. You're the only one with speed here, so if you don't go, who will? Didn't you drive here? Go and get help. The car's low on gas, and we have other things to do." Lu Su, Are you worried about wasting gas, or my legs? In anger, he kicked the prone foreigner again. Another cracking sound was heard, and it was unclear which bone in his waist had broken. Jiang Minglang's eyes twitched as he scolded, "Don't kill him." "Got it." Lu Su replied angrily, resignedly running back to fetch help. Not long after he left, Lao Sheng and Renbit arrived. Instructing Lu Su's less injured men to keep watch, Jiang Minglang and the others continued eastward. Previously, Xiaolan's mother, seeking revenge, had killed several men who were pursuing her, but 2 escaped, including this 1.9-meter-tall foreigner. Now, he's bringing a group of men to ambush Lu Su again, fleeing in this direction. Jiang Minglang instructed Lao Sheng to continue exploring along the side roads, while they took the main road. Renbin, what family is your cousin of Lu Ming from last time? In the car, Jiang Minglang suddenly asked this question, startling Renbin. He blinked and said, he's from my uncle's family, but we hadn't been in touch for years before the apocalypse. My mother and my uncle weren't close to each other. They had the same father but different mothers. My grandmother was my grandfather's wife. Later, my mother remarried, and my grandmother passed away. My mother and my uncle haven't had much contact, which is basically the same as a severed relationship. To be honest, it's only when Lu Ming comes looking for me, or when we run into each other on the street, that I don't recognize him as my cousin. We only met once when we were kids. I can't even remember how old we were, and haven't seen each other since. Lu Ming was the garrison commander who had come from the western base last time. Before the apocalypse, he and Jiang Minglang and the others weren't from the same faction, so they didn't know each other at all. Last time, he came with Hu Zi, the deputy commander of the western base, and suddenly went to Yunqi village to seek kinship with Renbin. It wasn't really a kinship, just a friendly mention of visiting a cousin. Renbin was completely bewildered, unsure of his purpose. After a brief conversation, he merely asked about his aunt, Renbin's mother, how life was before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, everyone was gone, so there wasn't much else to say. It was quite baffling. Because Renbin wasn't particularly enthusiastic, not even asking about his parents, Lu Ming felt quite bored. He left the Yunqi village gate without saying a word. But before leaving, he said something that made Renbin laugh. If you can't stay in Pengcheng anymore, come find me at the western base. Your uncle misses you very much. He'd be delighted to see you. Renbin didn't even manage to come up with a single national treasure. His mother said that before his grandmother passed away, she sent gifts to her so-called big brother every holiday and on their children's birthdays. But he never returned the favor, and when Renbin was born, he didn't even call or ask about his family's situation. So, after his grandmother passed away, his mother simply cut off all contact with this big brother. Now, how ridiculous. She says she misses him. After discussing this with Shi Jiaxu and the others, they all came to the same conclusion. This guy is trying to steal their boss's company. Because of Jiang Minglang, they were pretty well known in the 4 major bases, otherwise, Lu Ming wouldn't have known where he was. But wasn't this discussed before? Why is the boss asking again? Boss, do you think there's something fishy about Lu Ming? It's hard to say. I have a feeling he might be looking for more than just poaching. What does he want? Jiang Minglang offered his guess. I think there's something fishy about that Hu Zi. Does Zi from the western base? Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Minglang suddenly called out to Zhang Xiaoda, who was driving. The two of them were in perfect sync. The moment Jiang Minglang called out, Zhang Xiaoda swerved, the car veered to the right. Immediately, a wall appeared to the right. Then, with a thud, a thin iron rod burst through the wall, only to be knocked to the ground by a dagger just before reaching the windshield. Ah! The next second, a scream rang out from a mutated banyan tree about 20 meters from their car. It was precisely because of the tree's animate branches and leaves that Jiang Minglang misjudged and failed to notice the person hiding in the tree. After being wounded in the arm by his dagger, the man on the tree gritted his teeth, covered the wound, jumped back, and landed accurately on another banyan tree. Chapter 262. The car stopped, and in the blink of an eye, only Zhang Xiaoda, the driver, was left inside. Shi Jiaxu, usually aloof, leaped up the tree like a leopard. The man clutched his bleeding arm, leaning against the trunk. A long sword hovered in front of him. The moment Shi Jiaxu climbed up, he thrust it forward. Shi Jiaxu dodged, grabbed a branch, spun around, and kicked the man. Bang! Jiang Minglang looked down at the man, who had fallen to the ground and couldn't get up. His features looked Chinese, but his eyes were brown, clearly a mixed race. Even off to the side, Renbin had already dashed into the woods, chasing another man. Boss! Before Renbin could reach him, Lao Sheng's voice rang out from deep within the woods. The man, clutching something in his arms, had reached them almost instantly. He said to Jiang Minglang as if presenting a treasure, I found this in there. Isn't it cute, boss? Give it to my eldest niece when she's born. When he said he was giving it to his daughter, the scolding on the tip of his tongue was swallowed. Jiang Minglang's eyes shifted downward. It was a tiny golden snub-nosed monkey cub, only the size of his fist, and its bony bones made its head look particularly large. The monkey's fur was golden yellow, and even though it was malnourished, it was obvious that it was a golden snub-nosed monkey of considerable beauty. If this were before the apocalypse, it would have been a first-class national protected species. He asked Lao Sheng, where did you find it? Wasn't there a mother monkey? Lao Sheng said, in a tree hole. It was the only one in there. No other monkeys. However, I looked around and found the head of an adult monkey in a pit about 500 meters from the tree hole, with some tangled hair and a paw nearby. I suspect this little monkey's parents died shortly after giving birth, otherwise it wouldn't be starving to death. The little monkey's eyes were large and round, remarkably clear and pure. No wonder even a tough guy like old Sheng couldn't resist picking it up. Okay, take it back then. As soon as he finished speaking, Rinbin hurried over from the other side of the woods, carrying a man. The man was rather short, looking less than 1.6 meters tall, with a large head and a thin body. Inexplicably, Jiang Minglang turned to look at the little golden monkey old Sheng was holding in his pocket. Rinbin said, "Boss, this man can't speak. I saw he only has half his tongue." After that, Jiang Minglang gave him instructions to knock the man unconscious, tie him up, and throw him into the trunk. Seeing it was getting late, the group headed home, intending to interrogate the captured individuals first. Jiang Minglang assigned the interrogation to Qiao Fei. He'd been bored these days, and was planning to go explore the western base. But Jiang Minglang stopped him, saying Beizi wasn't worth it. Giving him these diplomats now would keep him busy. In the evening, before dinner, Jiang Minglang saw his son and was about to touch his head, but he dodged. Not only that, the little guy snorted at him harshly, his eyes not looking like eyes, and then turned and ran away. Jiang Minglang, He turned to his wife. Did I offend him? Bailey patted her belly and chuckled. Xing Mei showed him a photo of Xing Qi's daughter this morning, saying that she was his wife. He thinks you arranged a marriage for him just to sell him off to someone else. The two had previously discussed this matter without taking it seriously, but they hadn't expected Chi-Chi to have a different interpretation of child betrothal. But a child's temper fades quickly. Not long after, Jiang Minglang heard Chi-Chi's cheerful voice echoing from outside the courtyard. Oh, is this really a golden monkey? It's so small, are we feeding it goat's milk? Go warm up the goat's milk. I leave that task to you from now on. Uncle Sheng, you mean you're giving me this little monkey, right? It's for your sister. But before she's born, you and Gigi can help train it to be docile and sensible. When your sister is born, you can help take care of her. Bailey turned her head. Looking at Jiang Minglang, old Sheng picked up a little monkey for his daughter. Before Jiang Minglang nodded and explained, Bai Xiangtian walked in and said to them, Today, Professor Leng and I went for a walk around the back mountain and saw swarms of ants moving. The rains have always come suddenly, so we haven't noticed this phenomenon. But we think it might rain in the next 2 days. The last time it rained, Professor Leng collected some rainwater for testing. The composition was quite complex, but one of the samples was similar to a plant he had encountered before. About 8 years ago, he took his family on a road trip. Passing by a rural chemical plant, they saw several fiery red morning glories blooming on the riverbank where sewage was discharged. It's called a morning glory because its shape resembles a trumpet, but its color is an eerie and unusual red. When his daughter saw the flower, she wanted to pick it and have a look at it. But before she could pick it, a country dog quickly passed her, ran to the flower, opened its mouth and swallowed it. His daughter had been bitten by a dog when she was young, and she'd been afraid of them ever since, never wanting to interact with them. So when the dog ran over, she dodged and returned to the car. The family then saw the dog's owner, a plump, middle-aged woman, walking and scrolling through her phone while calling out to her dog. But what happened next left Professor Leng's family dumbfounded. The dog, having swallowed a flower, opened its mouth and tore at its owner like crazy. The woman's screams were eardrum-piercing. Before Professor Leng could find something to help and get out of the car, 3 strong men in security uniforms, armed with iron bars, ran out of the chemical plant. The dog was quickly beaten to death by the 3 men, and the bloodied woman was rushed to the hospital. Acting on instinct, Professor Leng got out of the car, picked a flower, put it in a plastic bag, and quickly drove away with his wife and daughter. Back at the school lab, he immediately began testing the flower. Then, to his shock, he discovered that a tiny flower contained large amounts of sodium and potassium cyanide, both brain-destroying substances, as well as 2 other unidentified elements that bore a striking resemblance to psychotropic drugs. These 4 elements combined formed a terrifying and mysterious toxic substance. One could imagine what would happen if ingested by humans or animals. Professor Leng was horrified. He even called the Environmental Protection Department, where the chemical plant was located. However, when he inquired about the subsequent handling of the matter, he was met with evasive answers. Professor Leng sighed helplessly. He wasn't young anymore, so how could he not understand what was going on, Now that he had detected this substance in rainwater, he finally understood why so many animals went berserk and attack humans during rainy weather. Upon hearing his test results, Bai Xiangtian immediately set about preparing bamboo poles and plastic sheeting. He planted and buried bamboo poles in each plot of land and his orchard, and when it rained, he would tie the plastic sheeting over them, completely covering the entire plot. Although rain-contaminated land could be diluted or neutralized with water from psychics, that was laborious and would ruin any unripe crops or vegetables. Otherwise, a hasty harvest would be wasteful and a waste. The people of Yunqi village followed suit, offering Bai Xiangtian their own grain and vegetables in exchange. They also planted and buried bamboo poles in each plot of land to protect them when the rain came. So, early the next morning, Xue Ding and Bai Wei informed the villagers that they could tie and set up the plastic sheeting. Jiang Minglang and his men notified the base to conduct emergency patrols inside and outside the city to eliminate any potential hazards, such as rats, which are prone to rampage. Everyone was busy and methodically making arrangements. By the end of the day, Zhang Bei felt that Pingcheng was completely devoid of mosquitoes, not to mention rats. Even the air was refreshingly clean, making him reluctant to leave. He knew that Pingcheng had achieved this state of affairs not only because the city itself wasn't very manageable, but also because Captain Jiang and his wife stood at the top of the city's superpowers, with no one worthy enough to challenge them. Furthermore, with no power structure or conflicts of interest, there were no disputes to hinder management or major issues. Kyoto, on the other hand, was far too complex. At this point, Zhang Bei finally understood why his third brother had supported someone as simple as his sister to come to Pingcheng. Even so, he still felt a pang of frustration when he thought of his sister's seemingly worthless happiness after getting the marriage certificate. Is Shiyu really that good? Yesterday, Shiyu invited him to stay at his house, but Zhang Bei declined. Why go? Always forcing him to eat dog food. Why would he bother to put up with this abuse? I heard that Shiyu's sister moved out to the Bai family yesterday, early, so as not to disturb them. Her sister moved out early to give them space, but he's moving in instead? Does he look so tactless? Zhang Bei ignored his sister and instead followed Xiao Fei to interrogate the few scoundrels captured by Captain Jiang. The power user who shrank after losing blood had been personally examined by Elder Hua and confirmed that his powers weren't naturally awakened, but rather that he had been injected with a drug that caused his body to swell, allowing him to intermittently possess them. Not only that, his blood had been replaced using a special method. According to tests, the person whose blood was swapped had the same type as this person, and they were also related to each other to some degree, most likely cousins. It was terrifying. As for the 6 feet 9 inches foreigner, he had been blabbering in English since waking up, demanding he be released, saying they had no right to arrest him, that there were still people at the Kyoto embassy, and he was going to sue them. This delighted Xiao Fei to death. In the past, even arresting a criminal wasn't allowed to involve torture, as sometimes the bad guys were so rampant they could drive them crazy. Of course, there weren't so many rules now. Xiao Fei was eager to try, intending to revive our country's millennial culture and try all 10 tortures. To this end, he had someone find thin bamboo sticks and inserted them into the foreigner's fingernails one by one. Before this, to ensure a quiet execution, he humanely taped the foreigner's mouth shut. He then had Lao Du rinse his feet with water, and for fairness, he even inserted the sticks between his toenails. He diligently inserted the bamboo sticks one by one, not even looking up, so he didn't see the foreigner, pinned to the chair, his face flushed with pain, his forehead riven with veins. When the whimpering began, he said kindly, "It'd be over soon, just bear with it." After inserting all 20 sticks, he clapped his hands, stood up, and walked out of the interrogation room door, calling to his men, "Sanpao, have you got the tongs?" Soon, the unpleasant smell of burnt flesh filled the room. The foreigner's mouth was still taped, his face almost distorted with pain. He let out a whimpering roar, as if he had something to say, asking them to remove the tape. Xiao Fei shook his head. "No, we only tried 2. There are still 8 to try." The foreigner's eyes flashed with fear, as he looked at him like a demon, then shook his head violently. Xiao Fei sneered, "I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't say anything. Now it's too late." He turned to Sanpao. "What's that next?" "Digging out the kneecap, but we're not familiar with that." "How about a different method and just smashing the kneecap?" "That's fine, but it's too easy for him." Soon, Sanpao came in, a hammer in hand. The foreigner, upon seeing this, immediately struggled violently, whimpering and groaning, his eyes bulging like a bull's, bloodshot. Zhang Bei, who had been watching from the sidelines, intervened. "Captain Xiao, calm down. How about we listen to what he has to say? If it's the same nonsense from before, we can smash it to pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, the foreigner nodded frantically. Xiao Fei scoffed contemptuously. You only speak bird language, don't you? How can you understand us? The foreigner paid no attention to his taunts. Bamboo sticks were still stuck in his fingernails and toenails. As they say, the fingers are connected to the heart, and this was truly painful. So now, he couldn't care less about anything else, just praying that the devil before him would remove the sticks. Zhengbei stepped forward and peeled the tape off his mouth. After a few initial gasps, he spoke in fluent Mandarin. We are Ankar's friends, and we just want to take her child. She's from our country, and we want to raise her ourselves. Really, everything I said is true. We have no other motives, we just want a child. Zhengbei didn't know about Xiaolan. He turned to look at Xiao Fei, who looked at the foreigner with a cold expression, as if he were a dead person. He knew immediately that the foreigner was lying. Son of a bitch. Zhengbei immediately taped his mouth shut again, turned around, and signaled to San Pao, smash it. The next day, the foreigner died in the interrogation room. The other three did say quite a bit, but they were clearly peripheral personnel, solely responsible for carrying out the foreigner's orders, arresting whomever he told them to arrest, doing whatever he told them to do. They didn't know anything else. They ran east, but their temporary residence was west. Yes, it was a temporary residence. According to the three men, they frequently moved to a new location, and after each move, someone would bring a truckload of supplies to stockpile for the duration. Chapter 263. Lu Ying heard that the foreigner who murdered Anchor was being taken back for questioning by Jiang Minglang, and she urged Lu Su to come over to inquire about the situation. It wasn't that they were nosy, but since she had adopted Xiaolin, she wanted to understand why the gang hadn't left after killing Anchor. She guessed it was most likely targeting Xiaolin. Sure enough, when Lu Su returned, he said the foreigner had brazenly asked Xiao Fei to hand Xiaolin over to him. It's going to rain soon, so don't take Xiaolin out. Just stay home. Although Lu Ying hadn't been with the team clearing Anshan recently, she had been patrolling the wasteland outside the city with the little one. However, she had only been there for one day. After raising Xiaolin for a while, they gradually realized that he was incredibly well behaved. Aside from needing to pee or poop, he made almost no noise. The neighbors hadn't even noticed they had a new child, less than a year old. That's why Lu Ying decided to take him on patrol. After all, their team had accepted this mission, so they had to see it through to the end. Not to mention, there was a warrior cat following him everywhere. The white cat from Yunxi village only stayed here for 2 days before passing away, which made Lu Ying feel very sorry for it. She had thought she could let it stay with Xiaolan and become the second warrior cat. It's going to rain soon. I have to go see how the shed they built is doing, Lu Su said, patted Xiaolan's head, and stood up to walk out. As they approached the gate, he suddenly turned to Lu Ying and said, "Wash my towel. It smells." Smelly? Lu Ying touched her nose guiltily, wondering how it could possibly be odorless. Every time Xiaolan cleaned his bottom after pooping, Baton wiped it with his towel, never washing it afterwards. Thinking of her brother constantly putting his face in intimate contact with Xiaolan's bottom. Never mind, it's their own child, they can't be dirty. Not long after Lu Su left, Jiang Qi and Lin Zhe arrived. Xiaolan, who was practicing walking in his walker, brightened up at the sight of them, then grinned, revealing 2 adorable little teeth. Lu Ying watched him dance with joy and tapped his forehead. Are you happy to know your brothers are here to bring you milk, right? Jiang Qi and Lin Zhe would come over every 2 days, both to bring Xiaolan milk and to play with him. The little fellow, with his delicate features and blue eyes, was quite endearing to them. Xiaolan, like them, also liked them. Normally quiet and steady, he hardly looked like a child, but only when he saw them would he stretch out his arms and regain his babyish demeanor. Chi-Chi, when will your mother give birth? Lu Ying casually asked, watching the two play with Xiaolan. 3 months. Jiang Qi was delighted at the thought of seeing his sister in 3 months. Lin Zhe was also happy. She was Chi-Chi's sister, but she was also his sister. The 2 children played with Xiaolan for a while, before quickly leaving to fight monsters outside the city. Because it might rain the next day or the day after tomorrow, they wouldn't be needed for the cleanup work in Pingcheng, so they volunteered to go outside the city. Given their outstanding performance in previous trips, she no longer restricted them. As long as they stayed within Anqing's boundaries, they were free to go anywhere. To prevent the animals from going berserk and attacking violently during rainy weather, the entire city of Anqing is currently undergoing a massive inspection and cleanup. After all, None of the survivors from this month have been allowed into the city. They are all outside. Base Captain Ouyang is still considering whether to allow these people to take shelter in the city during the rain. But due to the previous incident where someone could go berserk and attack one's own people, he ultimately rejected the idea. He only asked the management office to properly arrange for those outside, and to ensure that the doors and windows of the houses are sturdy. Anyway, do what you can first, the rest is up to you. A day passed in a flash. At noon the next day, the sky, which had been bright and sunny, suddenly darkened, and a thicket of dark clouds suddenly rolled in. Everyone busy inside, and outside Pingcheng suddenly felt their hearts skip a beat. They looked up at the sky, and saw a flash of lightning silently pierce the dark clouds, suddenly illuminating half the sky. Then, a loud rumble followed, so loud that it hurt the eardrums of those outside. It's going to rain. Hurry, back to the city. The team, still patrolling Anqing and searching for rats, heard the captain's command. Everyone lined up and turned, sprinting towards Pingcheng. Since their mission was to search for animals posing a threat to humans, their group of 12 had left the city on foot. About 2 kilometers away, in an abandoned village, Jiangqi, Linjia, and Xiaowu were facing off against 5 wolfhounds. They had been chasing a calf, but after entering the village, 5 wolfhounds suddenly appeared from both sides, blocking the 3 of them on the country road. Chi-Chi had always had a natural affinity for dogs, but upon seeing these 5 wolfhounds, he frowned in disgust, much like the man-eating wolfhounds Lu Su and his team had captured. These weren't good people either. He and Gigi stood back to back, ready to engage in a quick fight, when the sky suddenly darkened. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and the village suddenly erupted in a barking chorus of dogs. At the same moment, the eyes of 2 of the 5 massive wolfhounds confronting them suddenly turned red, and 2 of them leaped at them, one in front and one behind. Chi-Chi and Gigi attacked simultaneously, one turning the approaching dog into an ice sculpture, while the other lashed out with a lightning bolt as thick as an arm, piercing its head. Xiaowu seized the opportunity, leaping forward and unleashing a ball of red fire. With a puff, the dog it struck was instantly reduced to ash. In a flash, 3 of the 5 wolfhounds were gone. The remaining 2, baring their teeth, lunged again, only to be pierced through the neck by the 2 men's daggers. Uncle Shi had warned them that superpowers could achieve unexpected victories without harming the individual. But they weren't very beneficial for developing physical strength, so whenever possible, they should prioritize using them. Take Uncle Shijiashu, for example. He hasn't awakened any obvious superpowers, but his agility and speed are comparable to those of a superpower user. Even when a superpower user attempts to attack him, he might already be behind them and eliminate them. It's said that before the apocalypse, when they went on missions like climbing trees, he was often the first to charge. But he was also very low-key and quiet, so when other forces analyzed the combat effectiveness of Jiang Minglang's team, they ranked Shijiashu last. Initially, someone attributed his lightning powers to him. Later, as Linjia and Chi-Chi frequently traveled in and out of Pingcheng, he stopped hiding his own abilities. They reordered Jiang Minglang's men, moving Shijiashu to the end. Little did they know that his explosive power was second only to Jiang Minglang's, and even his marksmanship was second only to his, the best among Zhang Xiaoda, Shiyu, and the others. He was Jiang Minglang's trump card, and the one who had once been the most skilled at playing the pig and eating the tiger. Just as the 2 of them had dispatched the 5 wolfhounds, another pack of dogs came scurrying out from the depths of the village, their eyes glaring, their teeth bared. At that moment, a second thunder rumbled in the sky, and dark clouds gathered, the sky darkening as if darkness would soon descend, forever visible. Seeing the situation was not good, the 2 little guys turned and ran out of the village with Xiaowu. I initially thought the 2 would flee the village, but upon reaching the village entrance, they leaped up, one on each side, their feet slamming against the walls on either side. Then, with a twirl, they landed with their daggers, striking the 2 dogs in front with pinpoint accuracy. With 2 thuds, while the dogs' heads weren't severed, their necks were sliced through. Blood splattered, and the 2 dogs, driven by inertia, ran a few more steps before collapsing to the ground. They didn't even glance at the dogs, only raising their knives to strike at the next one. With their red, frantic eyes, it was clear there was no point in keeping them alive. And, like the wolfhounds before, these dogs repelled Chi-Chi's gaze. Xiaowu was clever, following Chi-Chi's lead and breathing fire whenever he could, incinerating any dogs that might threaten Chi-Chi. Its pair of puppies are now 3 months old. Although one was taken away by Wei Lichuan at Chi-Chi's begging, Xiaowu still runs over to check on it every now and then. Wei Lichuan and his soldiers have fed them so well that they're now so fat they can barely roll, and they haven't displayed any obvious fire abilities. Even so, Wei Lichuan treats them like precious treasures, keeping them safe from touch and bruises. It doesn't look like he's raising a dog, but a master. In comparison, Xiao Fei's pup seems a bit slender. Perhaps because it's been with its mother, Liuli, it even coughs up small flames. This excites Xiao Fei so much that he carries it to Wei Lichuan, showing it off for a long time. But for some reason, Liuli seems to have forgotten about her other pup and hasn't even visited Qiuqiu once. After a wave of attacks, the two men retreated simultaneously. Xiao Wu immediately stepped forward and unleashed a massive fireball. The scorching flames engulfed every dog it touched, quickly reducing them to ash and lightly falling to the ground. The dogs, now bewildered, were unfazed and charged forward one after another. "Xiwu!" Chi-Chi shouted. After Xiaowu blew the flames, he and Gigi turned and ran onto the road at the village entrance, then sped towards Pingqing. A third flash of lightning flashed in the sky, and as thunder roared, a gust of wind swept over, sending shivers down their spines. The patrol captain, meanwhile, was racing towards Pingqing, and a grim suspicion crossed his mind. Would it be like last time, with a sudden burst of heat followed by a sudden chill, followed by snow? "Captain, there's a pack of dogs chasing 2 children over there." 2 children? The patrol captain's heart skipped a beat, and his first thought was Captain Zhang's son, Jiang Qi, and his friend, Lin Jie. After all, the 2 children had been frequently leaving the city recently, and those with ulterior motives had long since guessed their identities and taken notice. The patrol captain paused and glanced behind him. Seeing a pack of at least 20 dogs chasing the 2 children, he immediately and decisively ordered Tang Ming, Li Ji, and Wang Ying guard the rear. Everyone else continued to accelerate back to the city. "Hurry, don't stop." It wasn't that he looked down on his own team. Even the 3 psychics he named wouldn't necessarily be a match for the 2 children. He knew Chi-Chi could instantly conjure an ice wall, and since it didn't work, it meant he was determined to kill the dogs. The patrol captain's guess was correct. Chi-Chi and Gigi had been running and killing their way through the village they stumbled into. Perhaps the dogs were gathering there. After the thunder, they couldn't count the number of dogs that madly pounced on them. The narrow village road was already packed. The 2 of them killed 6 initially. Xiu's fire took out about 10. After reaching the road, they hacked and killed another 20 or so, leaving only about 20 left. Otherwise, with their initial numbers, the road would have been even more formidable. Chi-Chi saw the patrol leader and 3 others in the rear, and immediately understood what they meant. Were they trying to help, to kill all those dogs in one fell swoop? As he ran, he glanced up at the dark sky, where unidentified objects flew through the air. They were now about 3 kilometers from the main gate of Pingqing. "Okay, let's just wipe them all out quickly and efficiently." "Uncle, do you have any Earth-type weapons?" He could create an ice wall, but it also consumed a lot of his superpowers. If he wanted to train, he had to ensure his stamina. "Yes." The patrol leader instantly understood Chi-Chi's intention. He told his teammate, Tang Ming, build an earth wall. Leave 5, no 10 in front, separating them from the middle, with half in the back. As the wall was erected, the patrol leader, along with 2 other people and 2 children, killed the dogs. 10 minutes later, all the dogs chasing Chi-Chi and Gigi were killed. After running and fighting, the 2 men were exhausted. "How's it going? Can you still walk?" After initially being amazed at the 2 children's skill and fighting prowess, the patrol leader looked up at the darkening sky and the chilling wind, and said anxiously, "If you can't walk, we carry you." Of the 20 or so large dogs, they only helped kill 3. The 2 children killed the rest themselves. Their swift movements and decisive executions filled the hearts of the people watching. This reminded the patrol captain of his own 12-year-old nephew, who was being treated like a child by his brother and sister-in-law. But Jiang Qi and Lin Jie were said to be no more than 11 years old. "Can walk?" Jiang Qi reached out and pulled his good brother up, then wiped the sweat from his forehead. The temperature had dropped by at least 10 degrees, but he and Lin Jie were sweating profusely from the fight and didn't feel the cold at all. The 2 men and the dog followed the 4 adults, hurrying into the city. The lightning and thunder were already intense, and the wind was blowing fiercely. On the highway leading to Pingqing Sherman Gate, 2 tourist trams were leaving the city. When they encountered the first wave of patrolmen, one bus stopped and took them back to the city first. The second bus quickly found the patrol captain, Chi-Chi, and the others. When they finally entered the city and closed the Sherman Gate, they saw someone anxiously scanning the surroundings with binoculars in a building about 2 kilometers from Anshan. Chapter 264. It's going to rain soon. There's no time to leave. The man put down his binoculars, closed the window that was trembling slightly from the wind, pulled down the security shutter, and, finding it sturdy enough, turned and walked towards the sofa in the living room. He said to the bespectacled man, who sat calmly, making tea, "Even if healing is rare, you shouldn't have come in person. I think Jiang Minglang has noticed something's wrong. If it weren't for this downpour, there's no guarantee he wouldn't have come looking. Why don't you leave as soon as the rain stops, okay?" Judging from Ping Cheng's recent activity, they clearly sensed the impending downpour, so they urgently erected shelters to protect their fields, and are conducting searches both inside and outside the city for mutant animals that could cause trouble. Jiang Minglang seems preoccupied with these matters, so aside from a few days ago, when he came out to arrest a few of them, he hasn't been active since. It must be said that Ping Cheng, worthy of being an agricultural city, truly values its land. It's no wonder those starving survivors came all the way here, even at the risk of their lives. After all, it's a truth from ancient times. Food is the most important thing for the people. Alas, why didn't they discover this precious place at the beginning of the apocalypse? Otherwise, they could have seized it first and turned Ping Cheng into their own little base. To be honest, after observing it for a few days, I'm completely satisfied with this place. Yu Junyan pushed a cup of brewed tea towards the man and asked, rather irrelevantly, "Is there any way to lure Shi Yu out?" The man gave him a deep look, took a sip from the teacup, and said, "Do you want to capture him and trade him for Zheng Mei? Or do you want to kill him outright? That's not going to be easy. Jiang Minglang has no weak soldiers under his command, and Shi Yu is a top-notch one. Old Yu, don't forget our goal. Jiang Minglang and Zhang Shi shouldn't confront them directly until the experiment is complete. We already took a risk to capture Zheng Mei and exposed your identity. We can't act rashly now." Yu Junyan frowned. "So you came here solely to find Ankar's child?" "Yes, that child is of little importance to Ping Cheng. I'm confident I can find him and take him away quietly." Yu Junyan looked up at the man, his eyes flickering behind his glasses before he suddenly sneered. "You guys are really funny. If Ankar and her child were so important, why didn't you keep her with you from the beginning? Instead, why did you let Ward and those idiots sell her out? You waited until she ran away before looking for her? Are you playing cat and mouse?" He hadn't expected this to go so wrong. Windian was also very annoyed by this. He hadn't been with Ward, Ankar, and the others when the apocalypse first arrived, and because the signal was interrupted, they couldn't contact each other. By the time they found them, Ankar had already fled. He and Yu Junyan urged people to start. Unbeknownst to them, they discovered a lab where one of their own was imprisoned. This wasn't a big deal, actually. Ankar's identity wasn't particularly important, aside from his dual-element abilities, which could be helpful in their experiments. But her husband, Monligo, was incredibly important to him. Unexpectedly, he died shortly after the apocalypse began. Therefore, Windian was determined to recover Monligo's child. Ah! As the two were talking, a scream suddenly emanated from the bedroom next door, followed by the sound of their men cursing. "If you keep crying, I throw you out to feed the rats. Instead of spilling a few drops of cat piss, you should pray that your family can get Ping Cheng to send someone to rescue you. TSK, I don't think it's possible. With these spineless guys, who would run out of town for them at this hour. By the way, didn't you say your sister works at the management office?" After a while, a timid voice rang out. Yes, my sister works at the management office. She won't give up on me. She definitely sent someone out to look for me." A few mocking laughs echoed, and then someone said, "Let's make a bet. If someone comes out of town looking for you before dark tomorrow, we release you immediately. If not, if you want to live, you have to do something for us." Meanwhile, at the door of the duty room not far from the main gate of Ping Cheng, He Ningzhu and a middle-aged couple stood before Shi Jiashu, the captain of today's duty, pleading non-stop. "My son left town this morning to help clear out the mutant animals, and he hasn't returned yet. You can't just ignore him. You have to go find him." "That's right. He's helping you. It's about to rain, so you can't just leave him out like this." Shi Jiashu looked at He Ningzhu calmly and asked, "Your brother was helping clear out the mutant animals? Who did he go with? The patrol team from the management office, or some other team?" He Ningzhu's eyes evaded, her guilt stifling. His mother glanced back at her, then, with a look of disapproval, slapped her on the shoulder. "They asked you, and you didn't tell them? It was just your patrol team from the management office. Everyone else is back now, and only your brother is left out. It's only right that you go find him." Shi Jiashu glanced at his mother and addressed He Ningzhu directly. "Since this is the patrol team from the management office, You should go find the captain in charge of today's patrol. You're from the management office, so you know who he is, right? Also, any team going out of the city to exterminate animals should be registered with your management office. This is your responsibility, not ours. You should be aware of this, right? Sure, Jiashu had barely finished speaking when, before he Ningju could reply, his mother anxiously asked, "What do you mean it's none of your business? We're all citizens of Pingcheng, and you're soldiers. Aren't you responsible for our safety?" "Captain Sure, there's a large unidentified object in the sky approaching Pingcheng." The wind was raging, and a soldier ran down from the sentry post, shouting a report to Sure Jiashu. A sniper rifle was stationed at the top of the sentry post, reserved for Sure Jiashu to use for shooting. He ignored the family of three, and told them to clear the way so he could ascend to the top of the sentry post. But when his mother and father heard about the large unidentified object, their anxiety grew even greater. They blocked the door, preventing Sure Jiashu from leaving and insisting that he agree to send someone out of town to search for his son. Sure Jiashu, usually good-tempered, suddenly turned cold. He looked at He Ningju and said in a cold voice, "You work for the management office. You should know what to do and what not to do. If your parents try to stop me again, I won't mind throwing your whole family out." He Ningju's heart skipped a beat. Finally feeling frightened, she hurriedly pulled her parents away. Before his parents could react, Sure Jiashu had already left and quickly climbed up the guard post. "You little bitch, are you trying to kill your brother?" Seeing Sure Jiashu disappear, He Ningju's mother angrily turned and slapped her, complaining, "You're useless. You couldn't get your patrol team to rescue your brother, and you came here to beg for help but refused. If you had known this would happen, why would you let your brother out of the city today? He's your own brother, and you wouldn't even save him. How could you be so heartless?" "I'm heartless? Did I let him out? I told him it was going to rain for the next 2 days, so he shouldn't go out. Did he listen? Did you listen?" Perhaps tired of being scolded too much and beaten too often, He Ningju couldn't help but yell at her mother, "I wouldn't register him or let him go, and you still scold me, saying you're not giving your brother a chance to advance. You won't even help me with this little bit. I helped, and now that something's wrong, you're scolding me again. Nothing I do is right. What exactly do you want me to do? Are you going to be satisfied only if I die?" She practically shouted the last sentence, her voice breaking. This, in turn, succeeded in making her parents feel a little ashamed, and they stopped complaining about her. But that slight tinge of shame vanished as she looked up at the dark, swirling clouds. Her father frowned. "What's the point in saying this now? It's about to rain. You need to find someone to get your brother back." "That's right. Didn't that person just mention some large object? What if it hits your brother on his way here, and he gets attacked? Stop talking about this nonsense. The most urgent thing is to find your brother." He Ningju closed her eyes wearily. Even after all that, they were still thinking of asking her to get someone out of the city to look for her brother. Do they think she's so capable and influential? Who would buy her story? Who would care? The key is, the city gates are closed. There's no way they open again at this moment. Even if they did, no one would risk their lives to leave the city to look for an insignificant young man. Go home now. Don't stay here. The soldier standing guard at the nearby gate shouted angrily at the family of three again. Don't you know no one's allowed outside? Go back now. Seriously, who knows how many animals will attack soon? What are these ordinary people doing here? Because He Ningju often registers people here, almost all the soldiers on duty are familiar with her and know she's from the management office. Otherwise, they would have chased them away the moment they arrived at the duty room. He Ningju calmed down and said to her parents, maybe Xiaoyan saw the weather change and found a place to hide. He's not alone. If a group of people hide in a sturdy house with the doors and windows closed, they might not be in danger. So we should go home first and wait until the rain stops. Her mother ignored her persuasion and analysis and tried to pressure He Ningju to find a solution, but her father stopped her. He seemed to remember something and said to He Ningju as they walked home, if you still can't convince your patrol team after the rain stops, go find Lu Su. He's been pursuing you for half a year, hasn't he? Tell him that if he brings Xiaoyan back, you agree to marry him. Yes, yes. Isn't Lu Su the captain of their team? Aren't they both said to be very capable? Oh, you should have found him earlier and asked him to go out of town. Maybe he have brought your brother back by now. He Ningju stopped, staring at her parents in shock and disbelief. For their son, they made her sell herself? You? She barely managed to utter 2 words before her mouth closed helplessly. She had always believed her parents loved her dearly. Although they occasionally favored her younger brother, she hadn't taken it seriously due to the significant age difference between them. After all, she loved him dearly. But ever since her younger brother failed to gain admission to the military academy, the three of them had been mocking her constantly, calling her useless. She was in the administrative office, unable to even get her younger brother admitted. The salary wasn't high, and the points earned each month were meager, meaning they couldn't even buy anything good. As a result, her ambitious younger brother, having recently heard about the wealth of good things to be found in Anshan, was immediately tempted. Following a few young people he met somewhere, he came to her to register, hoping she helped them find a way out, allowing them to leave the city with a legitimate reason, under the guise of eradicating mutant rats. At first, she definitely disagreed. They'd been told it was going to rain for the next 2 days, so why would a bunch of ordinary people with no special abilities, no skills, and no fighting power go out and join in the fun? The teams going to exterminate the mutant rats were all renowned. While there were gains, there was also the potential for danger. It was like a blessing in disguise. But no one listened. Yesterday, she insisted on not registering them. That evening, when she got home, she heard her brother complaining to her parents, saying he boasted to his friends about it, and that her sister, who was in charge of registration at the entrance, would definitely be able to get them out. But the result? He thought his sister had embarrassed him, making him embarrassed in front of his friends. He then told his parents that he had originally wanted to go out of town to find them some changes of clothes and some everyday items that weren't easily replaceable, as a way to honor their parents. In the end, Ningju was scolded by her brother and parents all night, forcing her to find a way to legitimately let them leave the city under the name of the team. She figured that the announcement of rain had only said it was a possibility, and since the weather had been sunny, it might not rain today. So, while Dangbo wasn't paying attention, she secretly registered them with a lesser-known team, allowing them to take advantage of the situation and go out. Who knew, as luck would have it, that today it would rain heavily. Did you hear what I told you? What's the point of hanging your head and saying nothing? Don't you want to save your brother? His mother said, pushing Ningju, causing her to stumble and nearly fall. Ningju turned around and glared at her parents with a cold look. Her father was stunned by her look, then asked in surprise, "What's that look? What's going on? You're not really like you told your mother, that you don't want your brother back? Ningju, I'm telling you, your brother and the others are locked out, and you bear the greatest responsibility. Don't say we let you in through the back door. Your management office must know more than we do. You knew the danger outside, so you should have stopped him from going. Don't you have the courage and determination to make a decision? Then why did your mother and I work so hard to support you through college and graduate school?" Ningju didn't want to say anything more. She turned around and walked home numbly, quickening her pace. Chapter 265. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and muffled thunder rumbled. At this time, every household in Pingcheng was shut up. Besides the steady footsteps of the patrol, the empty streets were filled only with the rumble of thunder, and the panting of the He family's 3 members as they hurried along. As they were almost home, a neighbor spotted them through a gap in the curtains. Afraid that their loud voices might attract something, they hurried to the door and quietly opened it. Just as the He family of 3 were about to enter the hallway and go upstairs to their home, someone rushed out to block their way. "Hey, old He, didn't you send the patrol to look for Xiaoyan and the others? How's it going? Did they go? Did they find the children?" Yes. What's going on with the children?" "Old He, let me tell you, it was your He Yin who insisted on taking my son out of town with him, so you're responsible for getting him back safely. My son didn't want to leave town either. It was your He Yin who lured him out of town with all the good stuff out there. Otherwise, he wouldn't be back in the rain." The families of the young people who had left town with He Yin, taking advantage of the rain, surrounded the He family of 3 and peppered them with questions. He's mother blushed furiously at this, but she was always a strong woman at home, but she wouldn't dare raise her voice to others. Her motto was, "A close neighbor is worse than a distant relative. Maintaining good relations with others is good for your family." He found a plausible excuse for his cowardice. A gloomy glint crossed his father's eyes. While he wasn't as cowardly as his mother, he didn't intend to offend anyone in the apocalypse. He then turned his gaze to his daughter, Ningju. His implication was clear. She hadn't handled this matter properly, so naturally, she would have to explain herself to everyone. Explain? What the hell? Ningju shoved aside the 2 middle-aged women blocking her path and headed straight upstairs. Although Ningju wasn't a psychic, she'd been constantly busy, both before and after coming to Pingcheng. At one point, she worked just like the men to survive. So, compared to before, she was much stronger now. As a result, the 2 women were caught off guard. One was pushed and fell flat on her face on the steps, while the other stumbled and nearly fell, twisting her ankle and screaming. "What are you doing? Old he, what's wrong with your daughter? Does she have any manners?" "That's right. Just because she's from the management office, she wants to kill people?" The two women started cursing furiously, not noticing that their voices had risen 10 notches higher than before, their voices piercing and piercing. The others, seeing this, didn't care whether they were being pushed or anything else. They scattered like birds and beasts, each returning home at breakneck speed. It was about to rain. Although the city had been cleaned up quite a bit over the past 2 days, who knew where a mutant rat or some other unidentified object might be hiding? What if it escaped and bit them, or perhaps someone had gone mad and lost their mind? For safety's sake, it was best to get home quickly. In an instant, only his parents and the two women Heeningju had pushed were left at the scene. Seeing Heeningju's actions, a flicker of satisfaction flashed in his mother's eyes. Serve them right, his father, with a complicated expression, looked upstairs. He was overthinking it. He felt that his daughter wasn't pushing the neighbors, but rather venting her anger at them. The door creaked open, and then, with a sudden thud, torrential rain began to fall. His father and mother reacted quickly, and swiftly ran back home. The two women also stopped their verbal abuse and hurried home. This downpour lasted longer than the previous ones, but thankfully, everyone had experience dealing with it, so they weren't as panicked as before. Maybe because Jiang Minglang and Bai Li had helped Bai Hu before, but this time, most of the frenzied animals rushing from Pingcheng to Pingjiang Bridge were stopped by Bai Hu and his pack. When the rain was about to stop, he even turned back to glance at the bridge. Everyone in Wei Lichuan marveled inwardly. This who has truly become a spirit. In Yunqi village, Bai Li sat on the rooftop of their villa, as usual. The green ivy surrounding the walls kept a close eye on the surrounding area. Even within the village, sections of green ivy climbed and patrolled, immediately tying up and throwing aside any unusual sightings. This completely rendered Shiyu and the others responsible for village security completely useless. Zheng Bei had truly learned a lot, and he was amazed. "How's it going? Are you relieved now?" Xing Mei was also witnessing this kind of defense for the first time. While she was impressed, she also felt a subtle sense of pride and excitement. Although she wasn't the one with this ability, she would live here from now on. This was her home. She said happily to Zheng Bei, "When you return to Kyoto, you can reassure your parents. I'm safer here than at home." While she was right, Zheng Bei didn't want to pay much attention to her. No wonder his mother said that girls shouldn't be kept home when they grow up. Leaving your own home and moving somewhere else, aren't you even a little sad? Even though this place is truly wonderful, as the saying goes, a home is worse than your own. No matter how wonderful it is, without family, how much better can it be? But seeing the genuine happiness on his sister's face, he couldn't say a word to dampen her spirits. "Oh, never mind. Just pretend it's just like before the apocalypse. His sister will eventually get married, just somewhere else. With the abilities of the four brothers, as long as she doesn't end up marrying into outer space, they can protect her and prevent her from suffering. Even if something truly breaks their reach, wouldn't it be enough for them to be more frequent? Kyoto and Pingcheng have business ties. From now on, the brothers and a few cousins can take turns guarding the car and visit her. Xiaobei, I won't call Mom. Wait until you get back and explain everything to her, okay?" Her mother was mad at her, and hadn't even come downstairs to see her off before she arrived. Yesterday, her father answered the phone home. Her mother was still angry, and refused to speak to her. Not only did their mother not want to talk to her, Xing Bei didn't want to talk to her either, especially seeing how excited she was to stay here, her heart and eyes filled with longing for her future life. But, her future no longer included them, and her brothers. Alas! Xing Bei wiped his face, leaving his sister with a cold back, and went out to inspect the defenses of other parts of Pingcheng. But before leaving Yunqi village, he looked up at the dark cloud-covered sky. He felt as if something had left from the direction of Baiguoyan earlier, and now, almost 2 hours later, that thing seemed to be back again. He turned his head to look at the tallest villa here. That shadow in the sky. No, it seemed like more than one shadow, but four shadows streaked through the air like lightning, finally coming to a stop above the Bai family villa, then plummeted one after another. What? Because they were a short distance away, Zheng Bei couldn't see clearly what was landing, but there was no doubt it was a bird. He had been to the Bai family villa. Yesterday, Captain Jiang and his sister had invited him home, and he and his sister had seen a row of crows perched on the wall, and 2 large and 2 small beautiful parrots. Apart from that, there seemed to be nothing else that could fly. Zheng Bei thought of the fire-type dog Captain Jiang's son always had with him, and his eyebrows raised. Could it be that these birds also had special powers? He envied Captain Xiao. He actually had a fire-breathing puppy, rumored to be the offspring of 2 fire-type dogs. Alas, what an unfortunate opportunity. If only he had caught that fire-type female dog giving birth, he could have persuaded Shiyu to give him one. If he didn't want it for free, he could trade it for something. He'd pay anything for it. Half an hour later, Zheng Bei's eyes lit up again as he stood on Pingjiang Bridge. Was this white tiger male or female? Did it have any cubs? Could it? An hour later, on his way back to Yunqi village, he saw Linja's big cat, Xiaoai. It was swatting a mouse to death with one paw and knocking out a snake with the other. It was as majestic and powerful as a tiger. His eyes lit up again. Was this cat male or female? It must be female, judging by its waist and belly, so thick. So could it have cubs? He had never expected it to be a neutered cat. And Xiao Ai's waist was so thick because after arriving in Yunqi village, the food had improved, and more people were feeding it. It had accidentally grown fat. Elsewhere, Shi Jiaxu, guarding the gate to the North Expressway, had just seen several giant birds, each as large as an eagle, fly towards Pingqing. Seeing their red eyes through his sniper rifle, he decisively shot and killed 2 of them as they came within range. The others, perhaps still sane, had somehow tracked him down and fiercely flew towards him. Shi Jiaxu was about to continue firing, but then a familiar awe suddenly rang out from the sky. The finger on the trigger didn't release it. Instead he peered through the mirror at the sky. Feng Bao and the transformed white-black phoenix had unexpectedly arrived with their 2 cubs. Perhaps the white-black phoenix's genes were too strong, but while these 2 cubs looked like their father and mother, their awakened powers were identical to their father's. Of course, Feng Bao's power was too unique, and it was still unknown whether the 2 cubs could awaken it. In short now, the 2 cubs, like the white-black phoenix, had transformed into enormous birds, charging at the intruders with ferocious force and speed. Shi Jiaxu saw Feng Bao perched on her husband's back, its dark eyes watching her cubs fight, while the 2 of them remained motionless in midair, as if training them. Even so, Shi Jiaxu didn't let go of his finger on the trigger. He remained in a shooting stance, his eyes fixed on the movement in midair. The 2 little parrots, transformed from their usual cute appearance, pounced fiercely at the 2 large birds. The moment they made contact, their sharp claws tore off tufts of chest hair, tearing through flesh and flesh, revealing bone. But the bird was already frantic, unaware of pain. It simply glared with bloodshot eyes, and instinctively opened its jaws to bite it. But before it could reach the little black-breasted parrot, its other claw swiftly ripped out one of its eyes. Shi Jiaxu recalled the first time he saw their father, the white black-breasted parrot, fight. With a single blow, he ripped the other bird's neck apart, sending its entire head detaching. It was a swift, precise, and brutal blow, a single fatal blow. The little parrot had clearly not yet reached that level, or perhaps it lacked experience, and didn't yet know how to bite a neck off in one bite. Feng Bao and his wife simply watched, offering no guidance or assistance until another flock of birds approached in the distance. Only then did they hear the parrot let out 2 short ahs. Then, the flock, about to reach Pingqing, suddenly turned and flew west, under everyone's tense gaze. Sigh. Shi Jiaxu sighed inwardly. Why didn't anyone teach bird language? He really wanted to learn. Elsewhere, at the Bai family villa, Feng Bao and Bai Jun were out with 2 little parrots. Bai Li knew about this. She was even aware of the parrot's special abilities, having previously tempted Feng Bao with a fruit, and the 2 little black phoenixes had obediently transformed before her. So, she had a good idea of the abilities of this family of 4. Sure enough, before the heavy rain stopped, the family of 4 returned safely. The rain lasted for nearly 5 hours. After the rain stopped, those who had remained indoors felt the temperature drop significantly. At the same time, in a house north of Anqing. I really do know that child, blue-eyed, foreign, adopted by the vice-captain of the Lufeng team. No, it can't be said to be adoption. It's because no one took care of her, and she let him get away with it. So don't worry, as long as you let me go back, I will definitely find the child and steal him out for you. My sister is in the management office, it's easier for me to get out than for them. Don't worry, we are all brothers, I will definitely find the child, and use him to exchange for yours. He Yin trembled nervously, yet spoke quickly and fluently assuring the captors that he would be the one released. Seeing the men remain silent, his eyes flickered as he continued his persuasion, the rain has stopped now. My sister loves me so much, she definitely had the patrol from the management office look for me. The implication was that if they didn't want to cause any more trouble, they should just let him go. The men exchanged glances and sneered. Although they despised the young man named Yin, as he had said, releasing him was better than releasing the others. Because he had a sister who worked at the management office, and most importantly, she was at the gate, checking in and out. So, among other things, he had easier access than the others. At this point, one of them pulled a paper bag from his pocket and tossed it into Yin's arms, saying coldly, "Take this, find the blue-eyed child, feed him first, and then put it in your bag and bring him out. Remember, if you dare not come back, or fail to complete the mission, we will not only kill all of your brothers, but we will also find a way to enter Pingqing and kill your entire family." Chapter 266. The morning after the heavy rain stopped, a series of rapid knocks echoed from the heavy stone gate at the Pingqing North Expressway intersection. "Open the door. Open the door quickly. I'm Yin, He Ningzhu's younger brother from the management office. Open the door." Yin stood shivering at the gate. Although he was wearing long-sleeved shirts and long pants, they were thin, and in the sub-10 degrees C temperature, his lips were frozen purple. The two soldiers standing inside the gate exchanged a glance, neither moving. They spotted Yin when he was more than 100 meters from the gate and reported him to Su Bo, the captain of today's duty. Originally, Su Bo wasn't required to be on duty at the gate, but because of the heavy rain that had lasted over 5 hours yesterday and the subsequent midnight inspections after the rain stopped, he came to replace Shiyu. The young man was newlywed, so he should spend more time with his wife. Su Bo had someone in the guardhouse carefully observe Yin's position, but he didn't ask anyone to open the door. Therefore, no matter how loudly the gates slammed, the two soldiers remained motionless, their gaze fixed squarely on the ground. Captain, He Ningzhu's younger brother, Yin, left the city with 5 young men at 9 o'clock yesterday morning. There were 6 of them, and now only he's returned. So far, there's no one with him. Su Bo flipped through yesterday's duty log. Yin's parents had come here before the heavy rain, hoping to have someone leave the city to help them find their son, but that was definitely not going to happen. But aside from Yin's parents, the families of the other 5 hadn't come. He closed the logbook, picked up the intercom nearby, selected a frequency, and contacted Lu Su at the reclamation site outside the city. During yesterday's heavy rain, Lu Su's men had gathered all the survivors of the reclamation site into the largest house. Their men guarded the doors and windows, and they had gotten through this incident safely and successfully. Then, wisely, he waited until the rain stopped before bringing people out to deal with the frantic animals that had wandered into the yard. Generally speaking, the heavier the rain, the more likely the animals are to be affected, and the more likely they are to become frantic. After the rain stops, a small number of them will regain their composure. Even if they don't, they won't be as frantic, confused, or agitated as they were during the downpour. In short, they'd be much easier to handle. The management office didn't leave the entire situation entirely to Lu Su and his team. They sent a team of their own to provide support, and they didn't return until the next day. So, Su Bo contacted Lu Su, primarily to have the management office's patrol team follow Yin's direction to see if there was anything unusual. The patrol team leader, of course, had a walkie-talkie, but it had fallen into a puddle while killing a snake the previous day, and it was unusable. Not long after, Yin, still banging on the door, didn't notice a patrol car slowly approaching on the highway behind him. "Stop banging. Come here." Yin, whose hands were numb from banging on the door, suddenly froze. He kept reassuring himself, stay calm, stay calm. They won't notice anything, they definitely won't notice." Yin hunched his shoulders and walked over tremblingly. The patrol captain looked him up and down. His shirt and pants were wrinkled, stained with mud and blood, and there were 2 small cuts on his face, as if from a branch. Yin asked, "Is your name Yin?" Yin nodded quickly. "Yes, I'm Yin. My sister's Ningzhu. She works at the management office and often registers people here. You should know her, right?" The patrol captain ignored him and asked, "You didn't make it back before the rain yesterday. Where did you hide? What about the other people you went out with? Why are you the only one back?" "Huh? Am I the only one back? None of them are back?" Yin looked bewildered, as if he had no idea what had happened to his companions. He hunched his shoulders, shivering, and said aggrievedly, "We got separated yesterday when it rained. I ran slowly, and they didn't wait for me. I thought they already returned yesterday." This explanation sounded reasonable. Running slowly meant they were left behind, and then the rain came down, leaving them with no choice but to find a place to hide for the time being. But the patrol leader didn't rush to make a decision. He looked at Yin scrutinizingly and continued, "Where did you hide last night?" He was asking so much, surely he was even going to check his hiding place? He Yan cursed inwardly, and was about to speak when he heard the stone door behind him creak. He and the patrol turned to see a military green jeep slowly driving out after the gate opened. When he saw Xiao Fei in the passenger seat, the patrol leader was startled. He trotted forward and saluted at the passenger window. "Captain Xiao." Xiao Fei nodded, glanced at He Yan, and asked, "What's going on?" The patrol captain quickly recounted everything he had just learned. Xiao Fei's face was expressionless. He simply glanced indifferently at He Yan, and said to the patrol captain, "Take him and check out where he took shelter yesterday." The patrol captain was delighted. They had been called in with the responsibility of checking, and he was about to go, but he was worried about something beyond his control. After all, the heavy rain had just stopped last night, and many people hadn't been cleaning up outside the city. But they hadn't spotted He Yan. This meant that his hiding place was beyond their initial search. He'd been feeling a bit nervous, but now, with Captain Xiao around, he had nothing to fear. The patrol car ahead of him was taking He Yan north along the highway. As they neared the borders of Anqing and reached Gaocheng, the patrol captain looked at He Yan suspiciously. With his small frame, how could he have run so far yesterday? "Here, turn right." What the patrol captain didn't know was that He Yan had been torn between his own thoughts and his own desires the entire time. When the gang released him, they anticipated he'd be questioned upon returning to Pingcheng. So, they took him to a warehouse inside a storefront where one of their men had previously been, telling him to tell them he'd been hiding there. The place was easy to find, and he hadn't gotten lost. The reason for this dilemma was that he'd been debating whether to lead them directly to the gang. He wasn't stupid. He initially tried to persuade them to release him, but he hadn't actually planned on going back. Trading that foreign kid for his friend? Don't be ridiculous. Putting aside the question of whether he could get the child from that Luing woman, even if he could, how would he get the child out? Despite his parents praising his sister like she was nothing more than a clerk in the administration office, he knew deep down that she was just a clerk in the administration office. Letting him and his so-called friend out of the city was the best she could do. There were soldiers and psychics at the gate. They were said to be incredibly perceptive, and they might spot the child in his bag before he even got close to the gate. Even if they didn't notice anything unusual in the bag and he managed to get the child out, who could guarantee he wouldn't be murdered the moment he handed the child over to them? Despite this thought, he had ultimately changed his route and headed for the pre-planned warehouse, skipping the group. Having witnessed the strength of those men, he feared the patrol and the few others behind them would be no match for them, and that they would eventually become enraged and kill him. So, the best way out he planned for himself was to stay home after returning to the city and not go out. Sneak into the city and kill his entire family? Who were they trying to fool? Pingcheng wouldn't let anyone in easily these days. In other words, even if one of them could get in, Pingcheng was so big, how would they know where he was? So, for safety's sake, it would be best to avoid another encounter with those men. As for his friends, He Yan sneered inwardly. What he had said at the beginning wasn't a lie. Yesterday, when those men were trying to capture them, those so-called friends not only abandoned him and ran, but one of them even deliberately tripped him, hoping to keep him as the last man standing and buy them time to escape. So why would he risk his life to save them again? He wished they were all dead. The warehouse was small, windowless, and its single iron door was sturdy, making it a good place to take shelter on a rainy day. The patrol captain inspected the warehouse and found nothing amiss. He turned to look at Xiao Fei, only to see him squatting in a corner not far from the warehouse. He looked at the cigarette, but crushed by his foot on the ground, his eyes darkening. Xiao Fei walked out of the shop and stood by the car. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw He Yan coming out from behind and breathed a sigh of relief. He said nothing, but called the patrol captain over and told him to go back. Before he left, he whispered something to him. Today, he brought 4 people with him. Sanpao drove, and the other 3 each possessed special abilities. Their combat effectiveness rivaled that of Lao Sheng and Renbin. If they were to encounter a tough opponent, he was confident they could withstand any setbacks. However, the patrol team's combat effectiveness was quite average. The morning after the heavy rain had just stopped, besides being on guard against animals, the plants outside were also not so safe. So, he sent them back and assigned someone to secretly monitor He Yan after they entered the city. After everyone left, Xiao Fei dispatched Xiao Han, a speedster like Lao Sheng, to search the roads after the heavy rain for any signs of intruders. An hour later, Xiao Fei and his companions stood in front of a 32-story office building in the Gaocheng district. Then, they broke down the door to room 1101 on the 11th floor, but the room was completely empty. Aside from the evidence of someone having been there a few hours ago, there was nothing else. At the same time, He Yin, who had been allowed into the city, dragged his exhausted body home and finally ran into his sister, He Ningju, at the door. He Ningju had already left for work, but she returned home a short while later. She packed her clothes into a worn backpack and, as she was leaving, opened the front door to see He Yin. Sister. He Yin frowned and was about to ask his sister why she hadn't come out to look for him yesterday, when she gave him a cold glance. Her eyes held neither joy for her brother's survival nor her usual irritation. There was only a cold, emotionless expression, as if she were looking at a stranger. As if his life or death had nothing to do with her, she didn't care. He Yin had never seen such a look before. He stood there in a daze. By the time he realized what was happening, his sister had already walked past him and left down the stairs. She hadn't said a word to him the entire time, save for that one glance. What happened? I've been locked up outside the city for a day and a night, and she's mad? He Yin was baffled. He turned and stared at the now empty staircase, his face grim. Xiao Yin? Oh my god. Son, you're back. At that moment, his mother, having heard the door open, emerged from the bedroom. Seeing her precious son standing at the doorway, she was overjoyed. With a roar of joy, she rushed over, hugging him and sobbing uncontrollably. Wow. Mom thought something had happened to you, that you never come back. Wow. If anything had happened to you, how would I live? Her son's safe return had caused his mother to lose control. She cried recklessly at the doorstep, attracting the neighbors upstairs and downstairs to come out and see. Upon seeing He Yin, the families whose children had left town with him immediately descended and ascended their stairs, all surrounding him with a flurry of questions. He Yin, you're back. But where's my son? Why isn't he home? Where is he? And my Xiao Ci? Where's my Xiao Tong? His mother, seeing their aggressive questioning of her son, grew anxious. She stopped crying, disregarding the notion that a distant relative is less important than a close neighbor. She pulled her son behind her, shielding him, and angrily addressed the group. What will he say if you ask him all at once? Ask him one by one. She then turned to look at her son, awaiting his response. He Yan's expression instantly returned to the bewildered look he had when he was interrogated by the patrol captain at the gate. Surprise and confusion filled his face. Xiao Ci and Xiao Tong haven't come back yet? How is that possible? We ran back yesterday before the rain, but I couldn't run as fast as them, so I was left behind. Just as the rain was about to fall, I heard the roar of the mutant animals, and quickly found a nearby house to hide in. I hid there until nightfall, and drifted off to sleep. When I woke up, it was already this morning. Seeing that it was quiet outside, I quickly ran back. On the way, I happened to run into a patrol and took their car back to the city. I thought they were home yesterday. Why haven't they come back yet? He Yan was 17 years old. His naturally fair skin, from having rarely worked or suffered hardship, looked even fairer and more delicate. This made the tiny scars on his face from the tree branch slide even more conspicuous, and with his innocent, pure eyes, the boy looked incredibly pitiful. No one could tell he was lying. Well, it wasn't really a lie, at least some of what he said was true. Even so, the onlookers still found it a little hard to accept. If a worthless person like He Yin had returned safely, there was no reason their son couldn't come back too. Now you understand. They got separated, and they left Xiao Yin behind. They ran off on their own. As for why they haven't returned yet, that's their business, not my son's. His mother was furious. Yesterday, they'd been pushing their family to give up their child, and what happened? Those bastards actually abandoned Xiaoyan and ran off alone. Evil deeds pay off. They deserve to die out there. In a rare display of strength, his mother dragged her son back into the house and slammed the door shut. Chapter 267. The He family mother and son were too lazy to care what the people outside the door might think. After returning to the house, his mother quickly poured hot water for her son to wash and change his clothes. She happily went to the kitchen to make him dinner. When he finished washing and drying his hair and returned, she glanced at him with a smile and said, "The noodles will be ready soon. Sit down and rest for a while. Your father was so worried about you that he went out early this morning with a stick and went to the gate to inquire about you. He probably took the wrong road and lost track of you. But don't worry. You registered when you entered, and your father will know when he gets there. He'd probably be back soon." He Yin ignored his mother's nagging. Remembering He Ningju's unusual behavior just now, he asked, "Mom, why did my sister go to work with a backpack just now? The big one she always uses." His mother was stunned by this. She knew her daughter had gone out and come back, but she didn't care. To express her dissatisfaction with her, she angrily returned to the bedroom after she entered, slamming the door loudly. So, she had no idea what happened when Ningju left. After hearing her son's words, she didn't pay much attention. She scooped the noodles out of the pot and said to him, "Why do you care about her? She seems so capable, but when things really go wrong at home, you can't rely on her at all. It's useless. My dear son, eat quickly. Mom made you 2 fried eggs." He Yen, who was about to ask more questions, was immediately drawn to the word fried eggs and quickly sat down, picking up his chopsticks to eat. His father worked in the greenhouse area. Internal employees could get discounts when they redeemed their points for vegetables. Occasionally, they had eggs, but the quantity was very small, and each person was limited to 1. So, the 2 eggs at home were what his father had saved for 6 months before finally making up his mind to exchange, just to provide him with more nutrition. At the same time, Ningju, backpack on his back, headed straight for the residence of Wang Jiqing, the director of the management office. That afternoon, they registered their marriage. And so, from that evening on, Ningju never returned home again. In another 45-story office building in the heart of Gaocheng, when Diane stood at the window, telescope in the direction of Anqing. Of course, it was impossible to spy on Pingcheng from here, but Anqing, adjacent to Pingcheng, had been designated as their sphere of influence. Not only were many survivors now living there, but there were also daily inspection teams and patrols, making it extremely difficult to do anything there. To the west lay the countryside and land. To the east, Huacheng, adjacent to Pingcheng, was a good place, but precisely because of its proximity, it was too close to Pingcheng's high walls, and the mutated green ivy clinging to them was said to serve as a surveillance system. That was Jiang Minglang's wife, Bai Li, who had induced the birth of the child. Regardless of whether the rumors were true or not, when Diane's current thinking was to avoid provoking Jiang Minglang and his wife if possible. So, they could only stay in Gaocheng. I heard Jiang Minglang's son often runs away from the city. Yu Junyan walked over to Wen Diane's side, leaning against the window frame with his arms folded, his eyes flickering. "If we catch that brat and trade him for Zheng Mei." "Old Yu." Before Yu Junyan could finish his words, Wen Dian interrupted him. "I told you, it's really not suitable for us to confront Jiang Minglang head-on at this stage. Give up Zheng Mei, and stop thinking about her." Yu Junyan's face was not looking good. He had come all this way specifically for Zheng Mei, and it would be a shame for him to return empty-handed. He raised his hand to push his glasses up, staring toward Pingcheng. "If that kid doesn't bring Ankar's child out within 3 days, Pingcheng will be in chaos. Then, Old One, transfer our men from the west. When Pingcheng is in chaos, we can add fuel to the fire. Then you go find Ankar's son, and I find Zheng Mei. Maybe we can both achieve our goal." Windian put down his binoculars, thought for a moment, then said to Yu Junyan, "Pingcheng is said to be extremely strictly planned. It would be difficult for that kid to cause chaos alone. Even if it were, it would probably only be in a small area. You can't risk going in. Most importantly, Yunqi village is a city within a city. Even if Pingcheng is in chaos, there won't be any chaos there. So if you can't enter Yunqi village, you can't find Zheng Mei. Do you understand?" Yu Junyan said nothing, but his face darkened even more. A city within a city, sooner or later it'd be blown up. His sister married Wang Jiqing? Xiao Fei couldn't help but sneer at the news. Ningju was Bai Yang's college classmate, barely 25 this year. And old Wang. He was a former subordinate of base commander Ouyang, already 46. At the start of the apocalypse, Wang Jiqing's wife couldn't survive the zombie virus, and was infected on the 3rd day. His son, unchecked, was bitten by his own mother. And so, he became a lonely man. It's not uncommon for a middle-aged man with power and plenty of food to marry a beautiful woman in her 20s in this apocalyptic world. What's more surprising is that previous investigations revealed that Ningju was once deeply in love with Bai Yang, to the point that Lu Su pursued her for 6 months without success. She didn't want to be with Lu Su, a handsome young man with superpowers, but instead married old Wang, who could almost be her father. Is it because Lu Su doesn't have as much power as old Wang? If that's the reason, then she's truly short-sighted. The Lufeng team is currently the best in Pingcheng. In terms of combat power, it's far superior to other teams, not to mention Lu Su's personal abilities. Of course, people might not even consider this when choosing a husband. Perhaps they consider the idea that an older man is more caring. Thinking of this, Xiao Fei let out a rather bored hey, and instructed the patrol captain from earlier, find someone to keep an eye on Ningju. The He family. Assign someone to keep an eye on her 24/7. Remember, no one should be missing. Report any unusual activity to me immediately. Yes. There's something wrong with Yin, so we must keep a close eye on her. We can't miss a single thing. After He Ningju didn't return for 2 consecutive nights, her parents finally noticed something was amiss. It seemed like she wasn't just angry with them this time. The couple went to her room and checked, only to discover that all her clothes were gone. Has she grown so powerful she's moved somewhere else? The couple's faces were grim. Although his father still worked, he did manual labor, and didn't earn as many points as He Ningju, not to mention the prestige of the management office job. Their son wasn't yet an adult, so he inevitably relied on her for support. So, no matter what, they couldn't let He Ningju move out. That damn girl, we both pampered her when she was little, but after we had Xiaoyan, we became a little partial to her. She's so old, and she's still jealous of her brother? She's really spoiled. Okay, what's the point of talking about this now? I have to go to work soon. Go find her at the management office, and talk to her nicely. Try to coax her back today. After saying this, his father quickly put on his thin cotton jacket and hurried out. After the heavy rain, the temperature dropped lower and lower. It had already dropped below 10 degrees Celsius in just 3 days. It might snow in a few days, and then even going to work wouldn't be possible. In the snowy weather, work in the greenhouse area would decrease. They would focus on just the few dozen greenhouses, relying on their own people. Outsiders like him would temporarily lose their jobs. The family would then be left to rely on He Ningju's meager salary. His father hadn't expected He Ningju to abandon them. After all, she had been spoiled since childhood. Before the apocalypse, their family was well off, and they always granted their only daughters every wish. The family had survived the apocalypse together. It didn't make sense that now that things were stable, she would abandon them to live alone. The management office had staffed dormitories, which were well equipped and safe. His parents knew this, but if they didn't live there, they would receive an accommodation subsidy, while if they didn't, they wouldn't. At this thought, his father's heart skipped a beat. He must have scolded her harshly the night her son didn't come home. The little girl must have held a grudge and actually moved into the dorms. He hoped his mother would be more courageous and persuade her. Ideally, she could get her to move back tonight. Shortly after his father left, his mother said hello to her son and left without waiting for his response. So, she didn't notice Yin lying in bed. The veins on his neck were spreading visibly up his face and forehead. His eyes were sometimes clear, sometimes dull. Drooling uncontrollably, his mouth dripped with saliva. And then, when he opened his mouth to call out, the sound that came out was, "Ah!" The moment the voice rang out, Yin's eyes cleared. He heard his own voice, strange yet familiar, and even more terrifying. No, that wasn't him. He couldn't possibly make that sound. It had been almost 3 years since the apocalypse, and the zombies were long gone. How could he? Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly remembering the morning he'd been released, they'd given him a small bag of bread. Bread? That bag of bread? He finally understood why they believed him, and let him back into the city. Because even if he hadn't left the city, he wouldn't have survived. Ah! Damn it! Yin's eyes were bloodshot. He forced himself to sit up in bed, but even with that simple movement, his limbs and body stiffened like wood. Yin's face was filled with terror, but this expression, coupled with the growing whites of his eyes, and the veins on his pale skin, made his face even more terrifying, even uglier than the zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse. Huh? Uncontrollably, Yin let out that distinctive zombie sound again. He was furious, but he couldn't control his mouth or throat. What should he do? What should he do now? Has he really become a zombie? Is he finished? Yin hadn't noticed that even as his body completely transformed into a zombie, his mind was still clear. He still felt the anger and fear that a normal person would. He knew what he was doing, but he couldn't control himself. Even when he could clearly hear the neighbor's voice, his mouth began to water. He wanted to eat meat. Even then, after his mother arrived at the management office, as a family member, she could enter by simply registering her name at the door, but today, for some reason, she was stopped outside. His mother was a little displeased, but she had some self-awareness, and didn't lose her temper with the guard at the gate. Instead, she stood by the gate, waiting patiently for He Ningju to emerge. Is there something wrong? After just 2 days, He Ningju's entire appearance and demeanor seemed to have changed. She was wearing a brand new set of beige fleece sweatshirts. Such clothing was common before the apocalypse, and she herself bought countless sets every year. But after the apocalypse, they were extremely rare. On their way to Pingcheng, down jackets and cotton-padded jackets were practically sold out. Later, they had no choice but to find some worn-out cotton-padded jackets to wear. Although life had gradually stabilized after arriving in Pingcheng, that was only in terms of food. Clothing and daily necessities remained tight. To look presentable at work, He Ningju had simply used her points to buy 2 sets of half-new clothes, one for winter and one for summer. She only cared about having something to wear, not the style or matching. But now? Mother, he looked her up and down, frowning unhappily. You spent all your points this month on clothes? Spendthrift, are we going to make ends meet? He Ningju. You said they were my points. What's wrong with me using them to buy clothes? Can't I? Or, are you using them all to buy food for that good-for-nothing son of yours? Your brother isn't an adult yet. He still has a lot of growing to do. Maybe he even awakened his powers. What's wrong with him eating better? Not really. From now on, you can feed him whatever you want. I won't interfere. Okay? She glanced at her watch and said impatiently, I'm very busy. If you have nothing else to do, go back home. She turned to go back to the management office, but her mother grabbed her arm. I haven't finished yet. Why are you leaving? Are you moving into the dorms? Turn it over this afternoon and move back home after get off work. You don't have many points to begin with, and if you keep spending them recklessly, I'm married. He Ningju pulled her arm out of her mother's grasp. Seeing her mother's eyes widen in shock, she said word by word, I officially registered my marriage. I'm living in my husband's house, our home. So where do you want me to move to? Without another word, before her mother could react, she turned and walked through the management office. In the end, He's mother couldn't get He Ningju out again, and since she couldn't get in, she could only leave, cursing inwardly. Although she really wanted to ask others if what that said was true. If so, who did she marry? Before, there had been no word of it, and now she suddenly registered. She was clearly spiteful to them. At the thought, He's mother's face turned green with rage. Both her parents were present, yet she married without their permission. More importantly, they didn't even know who the man was. Could he be Lu Su? Although that was unruly, she had always been very tactful in relationships. In all her time in Pingcheng, she had ignored everyone except Lu Su, who she hadn't explicitly rejected when he pursued her. Of course, it was mainly because she looked down on him. So it was really Lu Su. If it was him, they would be very satisfied. After all, Lu Su's qualifications were there, he was truly excellent. At this thought, He's mother breathed a sigh of relief. Although the marriage was rushed, it wasn't impossible. When her father got off work this afternoon, she would have to go find Lu Su. Thinking this way, He's mother quickly returned home. Chapter 268. Did you go to the gate today to ask? What did the patrol say? Well, what else can I say? They didn't find him. Did they really not find him, or did they not help look? Just to give us a pass, right? Even if it was just a pass, what can we do? It's good enough that they helped keep an eye on him while they were out on patrol. After all, our children weren't leaving the city properly at the time. If anything goes wrong, they won't be held responsible. How can we justify this? I should have known not to let him listen to Yen. He's not a good person. He returned safe and sound, but our children. The families of the 5 young men who didn't return stood at the second-floor staircase, discussing the matter in despair. After 3 days, they had given up hope. But then they thought, if someone like Yen had managed to spend a night outside and return safely, how could their children not be in better physical condition? Maybe they were just injured or had a sprained ankle, and they could come back after resting. With this hope in mind, several families took turns visiting the main gate early in the morning and evening each day to inquire about the situation. In fact, they really wanted to find He Ningju, asking her to put in a few good words with the patrol team, so they could look for her while out on patrol, be careful, and stay away. But they hadn't seen the girl in the past 2 days, and they wondered if she was deliberately avoiding them. Who are you calling a bad person? Who are you talking about? He's mother had just walked into the stairwell when she overheard the 2 people behind her, and was immediately furious. Although she acted timidly on the outside, that was only when she didn't touch her weak spots or her own interests, and vice versa. Her son was her Achilles heel. She'd fight anyone who dared call him a worthless person. Though his mother was still downstairs, she glared at the 2 people who were talking, her voice rising with rage. Your son isn't a good person. You aren't a good person. Your whole family isn't a good person. The rage in her head made her completely oblivious to the outnumbered men on the other side. She was so enraged she wanted to tear them apart. She ran upstairs, cursing and stomping, pointing her finger at the woman who had just called Yen a worthless person, and hurled a barrage of insults, Was it our Yan's idea to leave the city? Do you swear to heaven that it was our Yan who instigated your sons to leave the city together? Tell me, do you dare? Being overheard cursing behind someone's back. The woman's face was etched with embarrassment. Although she knew she was wrong, she still argued, even if Yan hadn't come up with the original idea, didn't Yan promise to use your Hiningju's backdoor to get them out? We don't understand the situation outside, so how could your Hiningju not understand? If she did, she shouldn't have given in. She claimed to be doing what was best for our children, but she's endangering their lives. Isn't that the responsibility she bears? Hearing these completely unreasonable words, He's mother should have retorted, but then she suddenly remembered what his father had said to her daughter 3 afternoons ago, when they couldn't wait for Hien. At the time, she hadn't thought much of it, and even internally blamed her daughter. If she had been more insistent, and hadn't let her brother out of the city, wouldn't all this have happened? She had completely forgotten how everyone treated Hiningju when she refused to let them out. She was stunned for a moment, pursing her lips tightly, unable to utter a word. All right, that's not what we said when we asked Hiningju for help. Since it's already happened, let's stop saying these meaningless things. Someone intervened, turning their head and giving everyone a wink from an angle where his mother couldn't see. We didn't know whether the children were dead or alive, and now they had to beg Hiningju for help, so we couldn't offend the He family. Another person coughed softly and said, "Well, Sister He, the children haven't come home for 3 days. We're all so anxious, so we were a little inconsiderate. Please be magnanimous and forgive us. How about this? Have Hien come out, and we ask where he got separated from Xiaozi and the others. Then, have Ningju tell the patrol team if they can do a thorough search there. Time is running out, please. We're all mothers, so it's understandable that they're anxious about their children's disappearance. It wasn't clear how long they have to live here, and his mother didn't want to rub the neighbors too hard, so she immediately stepped aside when someone offered her a way out. She nodded. Okay, wait a minute, I call Xiaoyan out. She took out her key, opened the door, and walked in, just in time to see Hien standing at the table with his back to her, seemingly trying to get some water. His mother didn't go in, but instead called out, Xiaoyan, come out and tell the uncles and aunts in detail where you and Xiozi and Xiaoan got separated that day. She waited for more than 10 seconds, only to find Hien standing by the table, unmoved, not even responding. Just as she was about to open her mouth to yell again, she heard the woman outside the door, who had just called Hien a worthless person, mutter, "See what I said? I just asked him to come out and say a few words, and he wouldn't even bother. You really shouldn't have let my son play with him before. That's enough." The woman was interrupted. His mother turned her head and looked over at her coldly, a glint of sarcasm in her eyes. You won't let your son play with our Xiaoyan, and I don't know who it is that keeps coming to my house. Who's coming to your house? Don't slander me. While they were arguing, his mother hadn't noticed that Hien had already turned away from the table and walked towards them, head lowered, stepping stiffly. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the floor. The commotion outside continued, and no one noticed his abnormality. Even as he stepped out, a woman pointed at him and sneered in a shrill voice, "You're 17 years old, and you still don't know anything. Do you think this is the end of the world and you're still pampering young masters? You're just a piece of crap. Compared to our Xiaotong, we can have fun, but we still have to do the same work, but you." The woman hadn't finished her words, when a shadow suddenly loomed over her. She looked up, bewildered, but before she could see who it was, she heard a puff sound, followed by a sharp pain on her face. Her nose filled with blood, and the sound of frantic chewing and swallowing filled her ears. The noisy second-floor hallway was stunned by this sudden change, and fell into an eerie silence. Everyone seemed frozen in place, staring at the scene in stunned horror. Their blood ran cold, and their scalps tingled. Even the bitten woman seemed insensitive to the pain. She simply stared up at the nearly 5 feet 8 inches tall boy standing before her flesh clenched in his mouth, half his face a rotting grayish white. It wasn't until Hien bit her neck again, followed by a puff sound, that the other middle-aged woman, who was closer and had a few drops of blood splashed onto her face, finally reacted and let out a short scream. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand as she screamed, then turned to run. But someone was standing behind her, and the moment she turned, she collided with that person. Unable to withstand the impact, she took several steps back, ultimately falling directly beside Hien. Then a sharp gray claw gripped her neck, its sharp nails digging into her flesh, drawing blood. The woman opened her mouth in pain, trying to scream for help, but was thrown to the side with such force that her head was buzzing. Ha ha. Hien tried to express his joy and excitement, but the sound of disgust and fear escaped him. Ah. He was really going to become a zombie. He was going to become a zombie. In his rage, he wanted these people to perish with him. As he lunged, he didn't realize why, as a zombie, he was still conscious. In the first year of the apocalypse, everyone knew that the moment a person became infected and transformed into a zombie, they were already a living dead. Apart from a thirst for flesh and blood, all other consciousness was gone, no more alive than a frenzied animal in the rain. But now, as he stepped out of the house, he restrained himself from lunging at his mother, who was closest to him, and instead, bypassed her and lunged at this woman. While still inside, he noticed his hands were different. They were now slender and long, their gray nails gleaming coldly and hard as stone. So now, if he wanted to kill or injure someone, he didn't have to rely solely on his mouth. Every time he grabbed someone's neck, he could thrust it in with ease. For a moment, the second floor was in chaos. A neighbor from the same neighborhood passed by, curiously peeking in, muttering, "What's going on? Stop looking, get home." A figure scurried in from outside, drawing a dagger from his waist, and shouting to the overly curious neighbors before dashing into the hallway. "Damn it! I've been watching him for days, and I didn't expect this BS **** to turn into a zombie. It was obvious he must have gotten into something outside, otherwise Captain Chia wouldn't have had someone watching him." Two people were responsible for keeping an eye on Hien. Lan Junyang, the soldier who had run into the hallway, had already sent his companion back to report the situation, but he couldn't just stand by and watch. After all, so many lives were at stake. A woman, bitten on the neck, tumbled from the second floor, her legs twisted on the ground. She tried to scream for help, but as soon as she opened her mouth, a mouthful of blood mingled with the blood on her neck, a horrifying sight. Lan Junyang looked down at the woman on the ground and raised his dagger, but before he could swing it at her neck, another person tumbled down from the second floor with a thud. Lan Junyang dodged to the side and looked up at the second floor, where he saw a woman with her back to him. Her arm had been violently torn off, and a stream of blood spurted out, staining the nearby railing red. He no longer cared about the person lying on the ground. Since the corpse hadn't yet turned into a corpse, he had to cut off the source of the disease first, and not let this creature bite another person. Elsewhere, the young soldier running to report the situation whistled frantically, quickly attracting a patrol heading their way. "Hurry, zombies! There are zombies in Block 32. With that, he continued sprinting north. Captain Chia wasn't sure if he left the city yet. He seemed to be looking for someone these days, taking his men for a stroll every day. But he also told them in advance that if he wasn't there, they should go to the North Gate duty room and notify the duty captain, whoever it was. The duty captains were all Captain Jiang and his men, so no matter who was on duty, just tell them. Sure, Jiashu was on duty again today. Compared to the past, Captain Sure seemed to be on duty more often lately. But the young soldier didn't think too much of it. After all, it had nothing to do with him, and it wasn't his concern. Zombies? Sure, Jiashu was also startled, but he reacted quickly. His surprise was only fleeting before he immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and called Xiao Fei as he headed out. Upon hearing of the zombies, the soldiers on duty nearby immediately took to their full alert. Xiao Fei might have run too far, out of range of the intercom, so Sure Jiashu had to contact the boss and then the guards. The guards at the gate couldn't move, so Sure Jiashu drove the patrol car alone with the young soldiers. Of course, he knew the boss would be there soon. The zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse were nothing to them. But their intuition told them that this zombie was different. 2 days ago, during their training, Xiao Fei held a meeting. He suspected that Hien had been bribed by someone outside. As for who, there were 2 possible groups, one targeting the foreign child adopted by Lu Ying, and the other trying to kidnap Xing Mei. So he had people keep an eye on Hien, to see who his ultimate target was. But to their surprise, the kid had been holed up in his house since returning, never leaving the house, and then, without even looking for anyone, he transformed himself into a zombie. How could staying home turn you into a zombie? Nearly 3 years after the apocalypse, zombies were practically extinct. So, was Hien transformed into a zombie because someone had injected him with drugs? Jiang Minglang and the others knew how insane that lab was. If they had a plan from the start, then capturing a zombie, tying it up, extracting the virus from it, and then injecting it into a healthy person would have been entirely possible. What was curious was whether the virus they injected into Hien was diluted or something, and how they ensured it wouldn't erupt until 3 days after the injection. Several waves of people rushed from all directions to Community 32, near the suburbs. What they didn't expect was that this zombie actually had a brain. Although Hien's eyes were completely consumed by grayish-white pupils, his mind remained clear. He could clearly feel his strength growing as his zombie form lasted longer. His movements were no longer stiff, but increasingly agile. Before Lan Junyang reached the second floor, he selectively scratched and bit a few people who usually looked down on him. He discovered that his newly grown fingernails were incredibly sharp, capable of piercing through their chests with a single stroke. He groaned stronger. When he despaired at the thought of becoming a zombie, he didn't know if this was good news. He couldn't explain the feeling. He stuffed his mouth with something he longed to eat, only to find it didn't feel like he'd eaten. But then, the smell caught his nose, and he couldn't help but lunge. Bang! As he was pulling his hand out of someone's stomach, he caught a glimpse of a sturdy man sprinting up from the stairs. Driven by his natural fear of warriors, he quickly grabbed the man's body and threw it at him, then turned and ran back upstairs. Lan Junyang dodged sideways, ignoring the corpse that crashed to the ground with a loud bang. He simply looked up in surprise at the new zombie that was swiftly climbing upwards. Chapter 269. There was quite a commotion on the second floor, but thankfully, only a few households were occupied. Most had gone out to work to survive. Even if you didn't have a stable job, you could still find work for families living nearby in the countryside, farming. You wouldn't earn points, but you get something to eat, just the same. So He Yen, transformed into a zombie, regretted not being able to capture a few more people as he ran upstairs. Lan Junyang, following behind, was thankful there were no others, but even now, he kept chasing, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Go home! Zombies have appeared! Go home!" At the mention of the word zombies, those downstairs, who had been waiting to watch the excitement, those who had just returned home, those who had just left, were instantly reminded of the horror of the apocalypse. They all fled in a flash, leaving no sound except for footsteps. Even the sound of doors closing was the click of a lock. They were so fast they didn't seem like ordinary people. It made sense. Almost 3 years into the apocalypse, who could possibly be alive today? The reason those women were caught and bitten to death by He Yen was, first, the suddenness of the incident and their proximity. Second, the confined space made escape difficult. And third, He Yen, this new zombie, was different from the zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse. Combined, these 3 factors led to the death of all the women gathered at He Yen's door. They lay dying in the hallway, their hearts and eyes filled with despair. Even more desperate than them was He Yen's mother. She was the only one at the scene who hadn't been bitten, yet she was more terrified and bewildered than anyone else. Xiao Yin, her son. She had only been out for a while, so how could her son have turned into a zombie when she returned? For his mother, the thought of her son becoming a zombie was even harder to accept than being bitten by a zombie herself. She sat leaning against the doorway, her body shaking like a sieve. She watched her son run upstairs, then watched a man resembling a soldier, knife in hand, chase him. It's over, her son is finished. Despair washed over his mother, tears streaming down her face. Regardless of his mother, and the injured women, Lan Junyang, who had chased to the rooftop, happened to see the zombie He Yen leaping from one building to another, landing smoothly without even a stumble. Shit! Lan Junyang cursed inwardly, tightening his grip on the knife, and prepared to run and leap over. But just as he leaped over and barely landed, the zombie He Yen had already leaped to the next building. Lan Junyang keenly noticed that his jumping ability seemed to have improved, his agility even more. The residential complex wasn't large. After the zombie, He Yen leaped over 4 buildings in a row. It leaped over the wall and bolted for the woods on the outskirts. Lan Junyang? I'm here over there. He ran east to that woods. Before he could leap over the wall, Lan Junyang heard his colleagues shouting and quickly waved to them, pointing in a direction. Then, with a gritted teeth, he leaped over the wall and continued in pursuit. This was a new zombie, unlike any before. If they couldn't catch and kill it today, who knew what would happen next? Be careful, and leave marks along the way. The patrol leader had barely finished shouting when Lan Junyang had vanished. He hurriedly led a few men in pursuit, while the others stayed in the complex to restrain and tie up those who had been bitten and check for any other bites. Although Jiaxu arrived quickly, it took He Yen, the zombie, only a few minutes to bite someone and escape. No, it took him less than a minute to reach the rooftop and escape the complex. His speed was unbelievable. Jiaxu didn't hesitate and immediately chased east, contacting Lao Sheng on the intercom as he went. A short while later, Lao Sheng, swift as a gust of wind, floated over. After determining the direction, Lao Sheng took the lead and gave chase. Beyond the forest to the east was a small, already sizable village. The village chief was the captain of a civilian band who had come to seek refuge there a year ago. This man was quite clever. After arriving in Pingcheng, he first visited the greenhouse area for a few days to learn about farming. Then, he and his team took over an uninhabited village and began cultivating the land. He also followed the example of the greenhouse area, offering to take in elderly people with farming experience, providing them with free protection and support. A year later, not only had they cultivated the land effectively, but their team had doubled in size. They also built a wall around the small village, modeled after Yunqi village, and even built sheds on the productive fields. Because the team also had a wood-type esper, after the first crop was planted, they had their own wood-type esper produce some high-quality seeds. However, the village chief didn't rush to use them at first. Instead, he contacted Shui Ding from Yunqi village and asked him to help Professor Leng check the seed suitability. For those who wanted to seriously pursue farming, Yunqi village was always willing to help. Thus, among the villages now bustling with agricultural activity, this one was the most developed. Because there were more than a dozen loquat trees at the entrance of the village, village chief Li Si abandoned the original name and applied to change it to Loquat Village. It's just a name change, nothing wrong with that. Zombie He Yen was fleeing towards Loquat Village. The village chief, Li Si, a power user, was leading the villagers in clearing the mutated weeds and insects that had sprouted from the fields after the rain. Due to limited materials, their wall only encompassed the village, unlike Yunqi village, which also included the farmland. So their farmland was outside the village. As soon as Zombie He Yen arrived, he saw dozens of people bent over working in the fields. His saliva couldn't help but drip from the corners of his mouth. However, unlike at the beginning, there was still some meat stuck to his teeth, so the saliva was red. Perhaps He Yen's gaze was too direct, which caught the ever-perceptive Li Si's attention. He immediately straightened up and looked over at him. The two were about 200 meters apart. He could see the person clearly, but not the expression on his face. However, the other person's gaze was hostile and malicious, and Li Si knew at the moment he straightened up and looked over. And that person was a bit strange too. Despite this, Li Si always trusted his instincts, so he didn't hesitate to stop his busy companions, telling the men to escort the women and children back to the village. He and 3 other psychics walked a few steps toward He Yen, shovels or sickles in hand, ready for action. He's a zombie. Lan Junyang ran fast, and just as He Yen stopped to stare at the group, he quickly caught up from behind. When he saw a number of people working in the fields ahead, his heart skipped a beat. He quickened his pace and shouted a warning, hoping his shouts would attract the attention of the brainless zombies and give them more time to move. Indeed, the zombie He Yen, startled by the sound behind him, turned around reflexively. Although Lan Junyang was human, the dagger in his hand and the combat uniform he wore made him instinctively want to flee, completely ignoring the belligerent nature of a special zombie. This instinct overcame his desire for the human touch Lan Junyang brought him. I can't fight him, I have to run. Thinking of this, the zombie He Yen turned and continued running, but his direction remained true to his heart, following the scent of humanity towards the group of ordinary people from Loquat village. Not good. Li Si had initially been skeptical when he heard Lan Junyang say zombie. After all, this person's agility was completely different from the zombies that appeared at the beginning of the apocalypse. Frankly, if all the zombies back then were as fast and as capable as him, most ordinary humans, save for those with special abilities, would have survived. 200 meters isn't a long distance. In a split second, the zombie He Yen was only 50 meters away from the villagers of Biwa village heading toward the village entrance. Li Si finally got a clear look at the zombie. It looked just like the zombies from the beginning of the apocalypse, even its pale face half rotted. The closer it got, the stronger the stench grew. But its running speed and physique were nothing like those of a zombie. It was even more agile than a human. What the hell was this? Li Si's heart skipped a beat, but he still gripped his shovel tightly and charged forward. Just as they were about to collide, the zombie He Yen suddenly leaped past Li Si and charged straight at the dozen or so villagers behind him who hadn't yet entered the village. The men protecting the villagers saw this and immediately swung their sickles and shovels at him. With a clang, the shovel struck the zombie He Yen, a force that felt like metal clashing. The 2 men facing each other were stunned. The one hacking at the zombie was shocked by how its body had become so hard. The zombie had the same idea. Why had it become hard? Get out of the way! Hearing a loud shout from behind him, the man with the shovel quickly dodged to the side. Immediately afterwards, a ball of fire struck him, but instead of the expected blazing flames that would have burned his body, the fireball fell to the ground, only consuming a few blades of grass. The zombie, He Yen, unexpectedly dodged in sync with the fire-powered man's warning, and before they could react, he pounced on the man with the shovel. The man's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively took a few steps back, looking for an opportunity to chop its neck. But before he could find a chance, the zombie in front of him leaped past him and lunged towards the village. The fight had seemed long, but in reality, it had only been a dozen seconds. In that short time, the ordinary people who had been fighting had barely run 100 meters before the zombie, Yin, easily caught up and stretched out his claws to grab the little girl running at the end. Xiao He. Li Si's fury was flaming. That was his niece. At that moment, Lan Junyang finally arrived. Just as the zombie reached for the girl, he swung his dagger, aiming for her neck. Unfortunately, the dagger didn't penetrate her neck, but instead sliced right past it, slicing through the skin and allowing dark red and black blood to flow out, carrying a strong, fishy odor that filled the air. The zombie, Yin, grabbed the girl's shoulders and pulled her forward, blocking him and facing Li Si, Lan Junyang, and the others. Is he taking the girl hostage? This zombie really has brains? Let her go! Li Si roared in anger. His entire family was gone, leaving only his niece as a blood relative. He had to protect her no matter what. But Li Si glared at the zombie's sharp claws on Xiao He's shoulder. Broken, scratched. The tall and strong man couldn't help but shed tears as he watched the blood pouring from his niece's shoulder. Xiao He was startled when he saw his uncle crying. He slowly raised his right hand to his chest and made a few signs to his uncle. Li Si saw this, and although he tried to hold back his tears, his eyes only redder. The niece was telling him, "I'm not afraid, uncle, don't cry." Yes, Xiao He is deaf-mute, 12 years old. Although Lan Junyang didn't know Xiao he could tell from her actions that something was wrong. His eyes darkened as he glanced at the blood flowing from the little girl's shoulder. Trying to remain calm, he said to the zombie Yin, let her go, and I let you go. Yin, you must know who turned you into a zombie. They're still outside the city. Go find them, and we help you get revenge. At the word revenge, Yin's dead fish-like gray eyes suddenly moved. Although it was impossible to tell who he was looking at, Lan Junyang knew he was watching him. Although he wasn't very good at persuading people, Lan Junyang had to rack his brains to persuade a zombie. You're only 17. Your life had limitless possibilities. A useless person, not really. But the situation was pressing, so Lan Junyang had to put it in a positive light. Look, they done you this bad. Are you willing to let them go? Of course you won't, but you know what Pingcheng is like. Sister Bai's green ivy is hanging on all four walls. You can't escape Pingcheng by jumping over them. But if we follow you to find those people, it'd be a completely different story. So Yin, let go of this little girl. If you let her go, we let you go. Yin wanted to say you were lying, but all that came out of his mouth was a huh. He had completely lost the ability to speak. This thought made him even more furious. Revenge, yes, revenge is a must. Seeing that Yin seemed to be wavering, Lan Junyang pressed his advantage, making wild promises to him. Originally, you have been killed after biting a few people, but now, if you let go of this little girl, we give you a chance to live. Find those people and interrogate them to find out what drug they injected you with. Maybe our doctors can find an antidote and bring you back to health. After all, you have reason and brains, unlike those completely dead zombies. Do you know what this means? It means your brain is still alive. You're not brain dead. If you're not brain dead, you can be saved. Don't you want someone to save you? He's in such a state, there's no way he could ever become normal again. But never mind him. How can he be honest with a zombie who killed someone? Yin stared at Lan Junyang, watching him speak these words seriously, and his heart was deeply moved. Who wants to die when they can live? The soldier was right. He was indeed different from those zombies. He had a brain and could understand words, so he really could. Rescued, however, when he heard the man mention the injection, Yin suddenly remembered that night outside the city. He had indeed felt a sharp pain in his arm while asleep. He had vaguely seen several people in front of him, and when he tried to open his eyes to see more clearly, he suddenly fell asleep again. When he woke up the next morning, the man handed him a small piece of bread and told him he could leave. He was so overjoyed that he forgot about the strange feeling that night. Now that he thought about it, he realized it wasn't the small piece of bread, but the zombie virus drug that those people had deliberately injected him with. Chapter 270. Yin looked down at his skinny, bloodless hands. No, they couldn't even be called hands, they were clearly claws. As for what his face and eyes had become, he didn't even dare to think about it. And the culprit behind all this? He turned his head to the north. Those bastards were still waiting for him to take his children over for a replacement. Replace them? Why would he replace them? He already bitten their mother to death. Thinking of this, He Yan's initial frustration and anger suddenly dissipated. Those guys relied on their superior physical strength. When they were alone together, they seemed like friends, but in reality, he had to obey their orders. Once, he overheard that if it weren't for his sister working at the management office, they wouldn't even bother to talk to him. They acted as if he wanted to pay attention to them. If there was no one else to play with, he wouldn't bother to pay attention to them either. To still be thinking about such things at this moment, one can only say that He Yan was, after all, just a spoiled 17-year-old. Fortunately, no one knew what he was thinking, otherwise they would be speechless. Seeing the impact of Lan Juliang's words on He Yan, Li Si across from him wiped the tears from his face, and was about to quietly move a few steps forward, looking for a chance to rescue Xiaohe. Although the zombie scratches had irreversibly infected her, at least she couldn't be bitten again, she was very afraid of pain. But at that moment, the little girl, who had been held so calmly in front of him, suddenly turned her head and looked up at He Yan. Her pure eyes were as clear as a pool of water. When she looked at He Yan, there was neither fear nor disgust in her eyes, only sympathy and pity. After all, in her opinion, being infected and transformed into a zombie would lead to death. But wasn't this person the same as herself? He was already dead. He Yan lowered his head and stared at the little girl for a few seconds. His body's thirst for blood seemed to be suppressed by her gaze. He resisted the urge to swallow, and slowly loosened his grip on her shoulder. This child was only a few years younger than him, and he had no grudge against her. Why would he want to kill her? Almost 3 years after the apocalypse, He Yan still had such thoughts. It could only be said that he was too well protected by his family. This used to be a disadvantage, but now it has become a strength. He had never taken a life, let alone a child. He looked down at Xiaohe, then slowly backed away, turning to run north. However, just after running a dozen meters, he was suddenly hit by a gust of wind from behind, followed by a force that hit his lower back. His entire body flew forward uncontrollably, and finally, with a thud, he hit the ground hard. Did it hurt? Of course not. Even as he tried to get up, a sharp blade slashed past his side. With a clang, he turned and saw the clothing on his right arm had been torn, leaving a faint mark on the skin beneath. Skin? No, it couldn't really be called skin. It was black with a yellow tint, like copper or iron. But the strange thing was that blood actually flowed out after the cut, if that black liquid could be called blood. Hey, this zombie is really broken. Old Sheng stomped his foot hard on He Yan's back, pressing him so hard he couldn't even get up. The long knife tapped his arm, making a crackling sound. It was as hard as copper or iron. What the hell did those guys inject him with? His mind remained clear, his body as hard as iron, yet his face was half rotten, and the stench was overwhelming. He couldn't fathom the depths of madness that would allow someone to develop such a destructive drug. Lan Junyang breathed a sigh of relief the moment he saw Old Sheng appear. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, and was about to step forward to explain the transformation He Yan had undergone in the short time since he first became a zombie. However, before he could reach him, he saw the man who had been curiously pounding on the zombie with a knife the moment before suddenly slashing at its neck. The words he wanted to shout got stuck in Lan Junyang's throat, causing his face to flush. Well, thankfully my neck isn't that hard. With one blow, Old Sheng severed He Yan's neck in half. He had been struggling to get up, but now he could only lie on the ground like a crooked chicken, his limbs twitching in his dying struggle. Let's let you go peacefully. Although this guy was special, they weren't in the habit of studying zombies. After all, Elder Hua had already reported on what the zombie virus was. This young man named He Yan was simply being used as a test subject, injected with the zombie virus, and then released into Pingcheng to wreak havoc. Whatever the drug was, once we found that lab, we destroy it and put an end to its existence. Old Sheng raised his hand and swung his sword, but at that moment, the zombie, seemingly doomed by his footsteps, suddenly erupted with unexpected strength. It used its arms to prop itself up, breaking free from his grip, and the moment his foot left its back, it lunged forward. Old Sheng followed without hesitation, his usually carefree face now unusually serious. This thing actually had such explosive power? Even more astonishingly, the fleeing zombie was as fast as him, a speed-based psychic. While he wasn't outmatched, he couldn't catch up immediately. It was clearly a zombie with speed-based abilities. Not only speed, but also strength. Thinking of its copper-hard body, Old Sheng suspected this thing even possessed gold-based abilities. In other words, besides being a zombie, it possessed 3 other abilities. What on earth were those bastards trying to do by developing this drug? What if they captured enough ordinary people and injected them all with this drug? Thinking of this possibility, Old Shung's eyes darkened. He suddenly sped up, leaping up and swinging his sword at the zombie's neck, its head tilted to its shoulders, only half still attached to its body. Clang! The chop missed slightly, colliding with the zombie Hien's shoulder, making the same metallic clang. After this blow, the pain-free zombie continued its speed, quickly putting some distance between itself and Old Shung. This time, however, Old Shung didn't rush to pursue. Instead, he prepared to attack from behind. Shijiashu, having calculated his route and arrived ahead, glanced at the zombie Hien as it came into view. He then focused on its tilted head. Then, with a swift, precise, and ruthless strike, he leaped forward and slashed the zombie's neck with his long knife. The head tumbled off his shoulders, but Hien's legs continued to run forward due to inertia. He ran over 20 meters before stumbling to the ground. The head behind him rolled several times on the ground, finally pausing with its gray eyes wide open. At the same time, at the North City gate, 5 dusty-faced teenagers approached the stone gate. They knocked on the door and said to the guard inside, "Hello, we're the team that left the city earlier. We were trapped in the high city due to heavy rain and just escaped today. Please open the door and let us in." Trapped outside again and just coming back now? The last person who said that has now become a zombie. The young soldier didn't move. Not only did he not move, he also notified the patrol outside the city via intercom, telling them not to return for now, and to avoid these 5 people. "Brother, we really do live inside. We're in Building 8, Building 32. Hiningju at the management office is our sister. Seriously, if you don't believe me, you can call and ask. She was the one who registered us when we left the city. My name is..." The people outside were shivering with cold, eager to get back home. Unfortunately, the young soldier remained unmoved and ignored them. The knocking continued for about 10 minutes, then suddenly stopped. Not only did the knocking stop, but even the voices died down. The young soldier felt strange and turned to his designated spot to investigate. Then, his eyes widened. He took 2 steps back, called over to his comrades on the other side, pointed outside, and ran back to the duty room. Captain Shur, 5 more zombies are outside. They're the same 5 who left and never came back. They transformed into zombies shortly after reaching the door. Yes, they didn't open the door. Okay, I get it. Captain Xiao, calling Captain Xiao. 5 zombies have arrived at the north gate. Hien, the one you had watching, transformed into a zombie half an hour ago. He possessed 3 abilities and was still conscious. And now? He's been hacked to death by Captain Shur. As the young soldier reported, the 5 young men at the doorway initially stiffened and became speechless, then trembled uncontrollably. Finally, as it paused, they froze in place. But another soldier, through the video screen inside the door, clearly saw their faces drain almost instantly of color, turning a lifeless gray. Then veins erupted from their necks, covering their entire faces. 2 of them, even as veins covered their faces, half of their faces were rotting at a visible rate. The other 3's faces, while still intact, weren't much better, and one, for unknown reasons, had lost an eyeball. Yes, the kind where an eyeball, once in its socket, suddenly and without warning rolled out, leaving a dark, eerie hole. Even the young soldier, who considered himself knowledgeable, couldn't help but swallow. He had seen zombies from the beginning of the apocalypse before, but he had never seen anything like this. Artificially transforming living people into zombies. How insane! The transformation of the 5 men took about 10 minutes, and then the other young soldier who had gone to notify the others had returned, and at the same time, all 15 men on duty were in place. They stood inside the heavy stone door, their eyes fixed on the 5 zombies. They didn't feel much of a threat, but they were itching to go out and chop them down. However, Captain Shur had given orders not to open the door without permission, so naturally no one dared to disobey. It wasn't long before Shijiashu arrived, accompanied by Jiang Minglang and the heavily pregnant Bai Li. After the heavy rain, several children fell ill, and Chung Siyun was so busy he had no time to eat. Bai Li went to the orphanage to bring Chung Siyun food and took Xing Mei to see them. The doctor at the nearby hospital had actually visited them yesterday, and 2 of the children were diagnosed with pneumonia. Before the apocalypse, this illness wouldn't have been a big deal, but now, in the post-apocalyptic world, with its extreme shortage of medicine, they'd be lucky if their condition didn't worsen, let alone recover quickly. When the children were admitted to the orphanage, they were all skin and bones, with extremely poor physical fitness. To put it bluntly, let alone pneumonia, Even a common cold could easily kill them. Chung Si painstakingly nursed them for a month, but there was only a slight improvement. It would take at least another 6 months for them to return to a healthy state. After all, even nourishment doesn't happen overnight. But falling ill before they fully recovered is practically a death sentence. Bai Li understood this, so she brought Xing Mei with her. Xing Mei, possessing the ability to heal herself, was severely injured during a robbery by Yu Junyan's men. While healing herself, she awakened her healing ability. It's also possible that the two abilities were inherently complementary, but she had been so well protected and insulated from injuries that she rarely went out. Her minor scratches and bruises didn't provide any training, and thus, she hadn't had the opportunity to awaken her healing ability. Xing Mei cured 2 children of lung inflammation and attended to several others with colds and fevers. Then, as she and Bai Li were leaving the orphanage, they saw Jiang Minglang's car passing by. Bai Li's green ivy has tracking and screening capabilities. Although the zombies have been contained, the instigators are still outside the city, and they want to find them today. Qiao Fei has been wandering around the city for the past few days, and naturally, it's not without success. He has almost figured out the group's movement pattern, and has also marked out an area. If there hadn't been today's zombie incident, Jiang Minglang would have taken Bai Li and Qiao Fei out of the city tomorrow to kill those disgusting creatures. Now, 5 more people have appeared outside the city, also citizens of their city, and they are teenagers around 17 or 18 years old. Jiang Minglang suspects they may have already captured a number of ordinary people, waiting for a major incident like this. Before he arrived at the city gate, Lan Junyang had come to report that He Yan's mind was clear when he first transformed into a zombie. In addition, his body would become stronger as his zombie form lasted longer. This means that as He Yan transformed into a zombie, his superpowers would awaken one by one. No, it can't be called an awakening. It's simply that the drug took effect in his system after a certain period of time. So, if the zombie like He Yan isn't killed in time, he'd likely grow into a super powerful zombie possessing multiple abilities. Thankfully, He Yan was previously just a clueless, useless teenager who wouldn't have known how to use his powers even if he had them. Furthermore, because of his previous admiration and fear for people like them, he initially fled rather than fought upon seeing Lan Junyang. Otherwise, with the 3 abilities he displayed, Lan Junyang might be dead by now. But what if this drug were used on a person with abilities, or someone with exceptional combat prowess? Wouldn't that make them invincible? Chapter 271. Not long after Jiang Minglang and Bai Li arrived at the gate, Qiao Fei and his men drove down the highway toward Pingcheng. Hearing the sound of a car in the distance, the 5 young men, newly transformed into zombies, stiffened their heads and slowly turned to look. Since they still had a shred of clarity in their minds, they were startled by the sudden change of events. Just as they stared at each other, attempting to communicate but only uttering futile hus, they heard the sound of a car approaching. The car stopped about 20 meters away. The scent of the humans exiting the car irritated their bodies. Although they wanted to avoid them, their instincts compelled them to rush forward regardless. It was unfortunate for these zombies. They had only recently transformed, and the effects of their supernatural powers hadn't yet taken effect. They hadn't even entered the city gate when they encountered Qiao Fei. This made the process much simpler. But no one felt relieved. With the first one, 5 more arrived. What about the rest? How many ordinary people and survivors did these people hold in their hands? What did they want to do to humanity? The city gates opened. Zhang Xiaoda drove, with Lao Sheng in the passenger seat, Jiang Minglang and Bai Li in the back, and Shi Jiashu stayed inside the city as a precaution. Even Shiyu came from Yunqi village and, along with Shi Jiashu, stood guard at the city gate. The moment the car drove out of the city gate, Bai Li released several vines and quickly crawled away in all directions. As the months passed, her supernatural powers continued to grow. Now, even from Yunqi village, she could monitor the situation at the North City gate. Bai Li placed her hand on her belly, and the little one gently nudged her with its tiny feet. It was foreseeable that this child, like her, possessed Wood-type abilities. Having already scouted the area, Qiao Fei drove at a breakneck speed. When he arrived at a medium-sized auto parts factory in northern Gaocheng, he stopped. This wasn't where those people had been or were currently staying, but he had determined that their current location was no more than 10 kilometers from here. 5 kilometers to the west is marked for the entrance to the farm. One of the green ivy branches detected the group's presence, and after clearly seeing the words farm, Bai Li's delicate brows furrowed. The farm gate is tightly shut, and they're about to open it. From the green ivy's perspective, Bai Li could see that they had arrived in 3 black commercial vehicles. 15 people alighted, leaving 3 drivers behind. After receiving the confirmed information, they rushed over at lightning speed. However, with only 2 kilometers left, one of them has hearing abilities. They heard the noise of our car. The number of green ivy stalks hiding at the farm entrance was now not just 1, but 12. As Bailey approached, the stalks grew longer and more numerous. Noticing the unusual gaze of one of the men, Bailey went all out. Countless green ivy stalks erupted from all sides, almost instantly surrounding the 18 people who had just opened the gate and entered the farm. At this moment, Bailey heard one of them shout, "It's Bailey, Jiang Minglang's wife." Bailey? Why use 2 names for the same person? Bailey herself had no idea. People outside always referred to her this way, sometimes adding, "Do you think this couple is going to let us live?" She wasn't good at socializing before the apocalypse, and even after gaining powerful superpowers, she kept a low profile. Since she didn't value her own reputation, she naturally didn't pay much attention to it. Initially, for Bailey's safety, Jiang Minglang wanted to hide her superpowers from the outside world. He later abandoned this idea, thinking it would have some deterrent effect. At least those ignorant people wouldn't bother him. And that was indeed the case. Just like the 3 bases she had visited before, even mentioning Bailey in this way still made her shudder. It really was possible to kill someone silently and without even being there. I don't know what will happen in the future, but at least, no one has yet been able to suppress Bailey's superpowers. So, when Wendian, Yu Junyan, and their group saw the green radish swarming around them, the first person they thought of was her. With the green radish there, it meant Bailey wasn't far away. Without time to consider why the 5 people they had just released, plus Hien, who was supposed to explode today, a total of 6 people, hadn't caught the attention of these powerful figures in Pengcheng, Wendian acted decisively and ordered his men, "Protect Old Yu and get out. Quick!" With that, a massive fireball appeared in the palm of his right hand. He swung it at the green radish, swiftly followed by a second, forcing a path through the dense, overgrown green radish. Then, along with 3 psychics, he protected the bespectacled man in the center and moved toward the main gate. "They're trying to escape." Bailey's words fell from his lips as the car, still speeding, was swiftly opened by Old Sheng, who darted out. As he ran, a speed element player leaped out of Xiao Fei's car, following closely behind. The 2 of them were gone in the blink of an eye, their feet like the wind. At the farm gate, Wendian's fire element and the abilities of his men rained down on Bailey's green ivy. But the more they did, the more frightened they became. These green ivies seemed inexhaustible. They were about to tear open a hole, but before they could take 2 steps, the hole was quickly blocked by more green ivy vines, and even more were coming. They were rootless, yet they grew wildly, encircling them like long snakes. Their long bodies, large, strange leaves, and powerful vines whipped towards them. Seeing is truly believing. They heard before that Bailey's abilities were different from those of other wood-type abilities, boasting not only superior defense, but also exceptionally strong offense. They actually been a bit dismissive, thinking they were just doing it for the sake of Jiang Minglang, the boss, to give his wife a good name. They were praising her abilities to the point of being 3 points, but then they were exaggerating. TSK, what's the point? When it comes to strength, the higher the boast, the faster the death. Were they really exaggerating? At this moment, Wendian and his group just wanted to say, what a bullshit. Not only was it not exaggerated, but they were being too subtle. If you're being honest, they have already fled back to their southwest lair when they released the zombies. How could they have dared to continue causing trouble here? Of course, one reason was that Bailey was too much of a homebody. She rarely even ventured out of Yunxi village, let alone Pengcheng. Therefore, few people have truly witnessed her combat prowess. Wendian didn't know whether to call himself lucky, having the privilege of witnessing the might of the legendary Wood Element Master. The person hadn't arrived yet the vines were already sprouting endlessly, seemingly endlessly. So what was her ability level now? In fact, there's still no definitive standard for ability levels. But I heard it was coming soon. Kyoto was reportedly developing a machine to test human abilities. The machine would detect the amount of energy within a person, and then categorize them according to the energy level. Originally, Wendian had thought that once the machine was completed, those with high abilities would be identified, and there would even be dual and triple ability psychics, making it easier to capture them. But now, everyone, protect Old Yu and get him out. Wendian realized he might be doomed today, but it didn't matter, Old Yu had to be saved. Without him, the blood extracted from the psychics would be difficult to purify. Old Yu is more useful than him, so saving him is the priority. The group gritted their teeth and focused their attack on a single location, using metal, fire, and earth elements. After tearing through the swirling green ivy, they even used their bodies to clear a path for Yu Junyan. After finally reaching the door, they saw 3 cars completely bound by green ivy. Windian made a quick decision: carry him. Quick! A speed user, protected by the others, carried Yu Junyan on his back and ran. Bailey saw this but didn't try to stop him, knowing he couldn't escape. Sure enough, the speed user, carrying someone on his back, hadn't run 50 meters when he was suddenly kicked in the head. With a thud, he felt his brain swirl, and his body involuntarily fell to the side. Then, with a loud thud, he and the person he was carrying collided headfirst into a withered sycamore tree by the roadside. By the time he hit the ground and tried to get up, his arm had been severed, and one of his ankles had been crushed with a snap. But he ignored the pain and quickly turned to look for Dr. Yu. Dr. Yu. Did I tell you to speak? As soon as he finished speaking, the speedster's jaw was also severed. Dr. Yu, whom he cared about, was tied up by Zhao Kong, a speedster under Qiao Fei's command, who had followed Old Sheng. Just like Old Sheng, his arms and jaw were also severed. That wasn't all. After removing the arm, the 2 men gave the man a good beating. What a bunch of bastards! They actually injected a normal person with the zombie virus. After beating them, they each carried one of them back. When Jiang Minglang, Qiao Fei, and the others arrived, when Dian and the others were still engaged in a fierce battle with Bai Li's Luluo. The dozen or so men had exhausted their superpowers, their faces pale, yet they couldn't escape. Meanwhile, Bai Li, sitting in the car, remained calm and rosy-cheeked, as if using her superpowers had no effect on her at all. Did you see that? Qiao Fei, who had just exited the car, whispered to San Pao beside him, "From now on, you guys better be vigilant. Don't offend Bai Li easily. She's too cruel." San Pao, They always been vigilant, okay? They never offend Sister Bai for no reason. But you, big boss, have offended her several times because of your careless behavior. He wanted to say, "Big boss, you're the one who's always been careless, okay?" But Qiao Fei clearly didn't realize this, and kept hitting San Pao several times. Annoyed, he simply threw a wall of dirt at them, pinning the 2 men trapped by the Luluo to the ground. When Dian had seen Jiang Minglang's photo, and upon seeing him exit the car, he immediately stopped his attack and, to minimize unnecessary casualties, called off his men. Bai Li tied them up with green ivy, and then leisurely exited the car, her large belly bulging. She walked directly up to Dian, staring down at him for a few seconds, then shifted her gaze to a medical kit on the ground inside the gate. She used the green ivy to pull the contents toward her. San Pao hurriedly took them, and opened them, revealing a row of 6 small transparent test tubes. "What are these for?" Windian pursed his lips, and remained silent. Bai Li sneered, "You're the ones who lured the mutant animals in here and locked them up, right? What do you want to do with them? Give them medicine, then lure them to Pingcheng and transform them into zombies? They're constantly stirring up trouble. There's no stopping them." The interrogation had nothing to do with Bai Li, and she wouldn't intervene. She simply turned to Jiang Minglang and said, "There are 5 pigs and 3 cows in here. Should we take them back? You already said you were going to take them, so why not? I take care of it. You go back to the car and rest." Bai Li wasn't responsible for the rest of the matter. Jiang Minglang wouldn't let her risk going in, having heard there were living creatures on the farm. While nothing could hurt her with him accompanying her, it was better not to go in, just in case. Bai Li glanced at the dilapidated surroundings. Uninhabited, and having endured heavy snow and scorching heat, many houses and walls had collapsed. Normal trees had died, and those that survived were, without exception, mutants. Perhaps due to her heightened wood-related abilities, she now looked at the mutant trees like children, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. For example, a hibiscus tree about 30 meters away gently swayed its blossoms as she looked over, as if greeting her, remarkably friendly. Bai Li's lips curled slightly, but then she sighed helplessly. At the beginning of the apocalypse, plant mutations weren't noticeable, or rather, not many had mutated. But as time went on, and the environment worsened, not only did the animal species undergo a complete eviction, but even plants seemed to develop intelligence, competing with humans and animals for territory. For a short time, humans seemed to dominate, but what about the future? Humanity faced not only animals and plants, but also natural and man-made disasters. She sat in the car, gently stroking her belly, a hint of worry in her eyes. Her second child would be born into the apocalypse. Thankfully, her parents and brother were strong enough to protect her and raise her. The future of animals and plants was unpredictable, and natural disasters were beyond human control. However, Man-made disasters were the first to be eliminated. Thinking of this, Bailey turned to look out the window, her gaze fixed on the man named Old Yu, who was rushing out, protected by the others. Old Yu? Yu Junyan? The male doctor who wanted to capture Zheng Mei. After returning to the city that afternoon, Zheng Bei heard that Yu Junyan had been captured. He gritted his teeth and rushed in to beat him up. So many of his comrades had perished at the hands of that bastard. As he lay dying, Yu Junyan laughed, spitting blood. Ha. You thought you'd be done with me? To tell you the truth, as long as I'm captured, those people will be released. Chapter 272. What do you mean? Yu Junyan chuckled at Zheng Bei. Send Zheng Mei over, and I talk to her. Zheng Bei stared at him for a few seconds, then turned and left. Yu Junyan thought he'd gone to get Zheng Mei, but he waited and waited, until he was practically dying of hunger, until the lights went out, and no one came to the interrogation room where he was being held. No, even if he was captured, he should be the most important prisoner among them, right? Shouldn't someone of his rank have been interrogated in ways? Why, since his capture, has only Zheng Bei come? He's still an outsider, not part of this base. He artificially transformed ordinary people into zombies. Those people from Pingcheng, Jiang Minglang and Bailey, went out of town to capture him. Shouldn't they be here to interrogate him personally? And why hasn't Xiao Fei, who's been searching for them outside the city like a mad dog lately, come? What's his intention? Want to leave him alone? To intimidate him? Heh. In the darkness, Yu Junyan sneered and curled his lips, but couldn't help but hiss as the pull on his cracked lip pierced his lips. Didn't they say they never mistreat prisoners? Why haven't they given him a single meal since they captured him? Or are they trying to starve him into submission? Dream on. Finally, Yu Junyan fainted from hunger, slumbering for an indefinite amount of time before waking up. The interrogation room had no windows, and it was unclear whether it was day or night. Besides the pain from the beatings, he was also ravenously hungry, feeling his stomach cramp. Shaking, he felt his body, then belatedly realized that everything he had was searched the moment he was captured. Bastard. He lay curled up on the floor for who knows how long before finally falling asleep again. 21 people were captured this time. Excluding the 2 ringleaders, Yu Junyan and Wen Dayin, the remaining 19 couldn't all remain implacable. Some would inevitably be unable to withstand the torture, and would spill everything they knew, including the approximate location of their lair and experimental base. Yes, an approximate location, not a specific one. The one who confessed was Wen Dayin's subordinate. He was extremely cautious, bringing out only those who had never been to the lair or base. Compared to the experimental madman Yu Junyan, this man was far more scheming. Yu Junyan himself had left their experimental base 6 months ago and traveled to the Kyoto base with a purpose. He then contacted several former colleagues, including Li Jiao, his girlfriend before the apocalypse, and a close friend of Zheng Mei. He later successfully persuaded 2 of these colleagues, promising them a chance to join a lab secretly researching the apocalyptic virus, and then had his men quietly take them away. Afterward, he targeted several people in the biology lab, hoping to find an opportunity to secretly abduct them. Just then, he received a message from Li Jiao, saying Zheng Mei possessed a rare self-healing ability. Self-healing? If it's self-healing, then what about a cure? Because of Yu Junyan's exceptionally wild imagination, the fact that he could quickly develop this idea was also due to his research on numerous people with special abilities a year after the apocalypse. He drew blood, performed tests, dissected bodies to remove hearts, then dissected them to study their differences from those of ordinary people, and even conducted detailed studies of their brains. No one knew how many people with special abilities had perished at the hands of that madman Yu Junyan, a year after the apocalypse. It was precisely because of his detailed research on various psychics that, upon hearing Zheng Mei possess self-healing abilities, his first thought was that she could surely heal others too. This wasn't a guess, it was certainty. In fact, one of his original purposes for coming to Kyoto was Zheng Mei, and he intended to take her with him once he had accomplished his goal. Discovering her psychic abilities was a complete accident, and her leaving the Zheng family's refuge in Kyoto to find Shiyu in Pingcheng was even more unexpected. The combination of these 2 surprises infuriated Yu Junyan, and at a time when it was not appropriate for them to be exposed, he dispatched over 100 psychics to intercept Zheng Mei. This was the battle that had taken place earlier. These events were no secret to the psychics who accompanied him, but beyond that, they were completely unaware of further plans, such as future plans. But knowing the general location was enough. As for Wen Yan, his purpose was different from Yu Junyan's. He had come to find Xiaolin. According to his own account, he was friends with Xiaolin's parents, and out of a sense of responsibility and guilt, he wanted to take Xiaolin to his family. It's absurd to think that this is true. When the apocalypse first arrived, This southwestern region experienced 3 earthquakes of varying magnitude. Here, here, and here. The towns and villages that existed here before the apocalypse are now gone. 2 or 3 years have passed, and the topography here has undergone tremendous changes. According to the latest satellite maps, it's either hills or wild forests, but we need to conduct a field survey to know for sure. The next day, Zheng Bei joined Jiang Minglang and his group in a meeting, holding a map. After the heavy rain, the temperature dropped daily. At this rate, it might snow in less than a month. Since we decided to completely eradicate this cancer, we must act swiftly, and find their lair before the heavy snow arrives. Time is running out, no time to lose. Of course, Jiang Minglang and his men aren't the only ones going. The main force is the Defense Department, led by Zheng Qi in Kyoto. Zheng Bei and his men will set out with Jiang Minglang and his men, and then reunite with his third brother Zheng Qi's team in the southwest. The fact that they can dispatch over 100 psychics at once speaks volumes about their scale. Located in the southwest, it's quite far from us, but can't the southern and western bases detect even the slightest clue? Du Qian adjusted his glasses. He first circled the western base with a pen, then drew 2 smaller circles to the south. He said calmly, "These 2 locations should be western bases 1 and 2. They're not far from the main base. Before the people from the 3 bases arrived last time, I found it strange. Why establish 2 sub-bases so close together? Is it because they have too much manpower and resources? Or are they just bored? Who's he?" The last time I came here, I asked Lao Wang about this while chatting with him. Hu Zi also mentioned that the southwest terrain had become extremely complex after the earthquake. Even 2 areas that weren't far apart in a straight line now require traversing mountains and ridges, making it extremely difficult. So, to save survivors the trouble of traveling, they built more sub-bases. At the time, I thought this explanation was ridiculous and completely untenable. After all, the more complex the terrain, the harder it is to survive a natural disaster. So, shouldn't the survivors of these 2 sub-bases head to the main base for safety? Now it seems, are these 2 sub-bases really their sub-bases? As Du Qian finished speaking, everyone's attention fell on the 2 small dots he circled. Indeed, it was quite unnecessary. Because Jiang Minglang and his companions were in Pingcheng, they hadn't paid much attention to the bases in the west, southwest, or east, south. After all, they had no business. At most, they'd been keeping an eye on the situation and developments at the Kyoto headquarters. So, after hearing Du Qian's analysis, everyone immediately came to their senses. The 2 western branch bases were located south, roughly the same location as the experimental base, where Yu Junyan and his team had been interrogated. Considering their size, yet the western base seemed oblivious. Fuck. Zheng Bei couldn't help but curse. Is the western base trying to rebel? They're blatantly using the name of a branch base to cover for them. No, I need to call third brother. Are you stupid? Zheng Bei was interrupted before he could finish his sentence, earning a glare from his sister. Let's not even talk about whether third brother has a mole in the western base. Even if there isn't, is the phone safe these days? The signal is so spotty, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Who knows what's going on? Anyway, we meet in the southwest. Just tell him then. Zheng Bei glanced at his sister and rubbed his nose awkwardly. He hadn't thought of that. He'd been careless. The reason Zhang Mei had been invited to this confidential meeting was because she was going too. After all, as a former outstanding surgeon at the military hospital and now a healing psychic, she needed to be there. Bailey put one hand on her belly. She thought that if she wasn't pregnant, she would have to go with the trip. However, defense was paramount right now. After all, in order to eradicate this cancer before the heavy snow, Jiang Minglang and Xiao Fei would be present. Du Qian, Zhang Xiaoda, Shi Yu, Shi Jiaxu, Lao Sheng, Ren Bin, and Xiao Fei's trusted generals, San Pao, Xiao Kong, and Xiao Han, would all go. So, the only ones left to defend Yunqi village and Pingcheng were the siblings Bailey and Bai Yang, along with Su Bo and Wei Lichuan. After discussing a few more details, Jiang Minglang made the final decision, and they set out at 5 a.m. the next morning. Zheng Bei then sent an ambiguous telegram to Kyoto, the coded message only Zheng Qi could decipher. After the meeting, returning to her bedroom, Bailey closed her eyes, scattered the green ivy, and strolled around Pingcheng, patrolling until she found nothing unusual. Of the 5 women bitten by Hien yesterday, 2 died on the spot, 1 died from her injuries last night, 1 was killed after transforming into a zombie, and 1 is in a coma, but at least she's still alive, and shows no signs of transforming into a zombie. As for the little girl who survived a scratch on her shoulder, she hasn't transformed into a zombie either. However, she had a fever last night, and the wound was a bit black, looking very dangerous. So Xiao He is now being held in solitary confinement in a room at the military headquarters, with her uncle Li Si guarding outside and refusing to leave. Old Hua had blood drawn from both women for testing. The middle-aged woman's blood contained very low levels of the zombie virus, and her coma was caused by a concussion caused by hitting her head on the railing. The little girl, Li Xiao He, had a much higher concentration of the zombie virus in her blood. Logically, she should have transformed into a zombie within 2 hours of being scratched. However, she hasn't, most likely for one reason. Xiao He is very likely to have awakened her special abilities, and she's currently battling the zombie virus. In other words, if she made it through, she'd be a superpower. If she couldn't, she'd be a zombie. Li Si hadn't slept all day and all night. No one could understand how anxious he felt, but even so, he patiently waited outside the door. Because as long as he sat there, even though Xiao He was separated by a door, she knew her uncle was with her, and she feel less afraid and bravely fight the virus. So Li Si truly didn't dare leave for a single minute. This uncle reminded Bai Li of her own childhood, when she had appendectomy. Her father hadn't yet returned home from the army, so it was her second uncle and her grandparents who accompanied her to the hospital. Afterward, her grandmother secretly told her that while she was in the operating room, her second uncle was crying outside, confusing the nurses who came and went. Those who weren't aware thought she was undergoing a risky, major surgery. Who could have imagined it was just an appendectomy? Back then, as a child, she laughed at her second uncle, but now, thinking about it, her nose sours. The next day, before dawn, Jiang Minglang shouldered his backpack, which he had packed the night before, and was about to quietly open the door and go downstairs when Bai Li woke up. You go to sleep. You don't have to go out. Jiang Minglang wanted to push her back into bed, but Bai Li refused. They didn't know how long they would be back, and since they were already awake, how could he not see them off? She casually threw on a layer of clothing and followed him downstairs. Watching him break off a piece of green ivy from the living room window and insert it into the outside pocket of his backpack, Bai Li couldn't help but smile. You went so far away, and you still expected me to see you? I just assumed you could see. Jiang Minglang said, looking down at her belly, then leaning over to press his cheek against it, his voice softer. My girl, be good and wait for daddy to come back. The due date was less than 3 months away, and the southwest was over 1,000 miles from Pingcheng. Add to that the complex terrain, and even the slightest delay in getting there and back might mean she wouldn't be able to see Bai Li give birth. Be safe. I'd be here to see your daughter's birth when you get back. Jiang Minglang reached out and hugged his wife, then bent down and kissed her on the top of her head. Don't go out. Just send her here. The morning temperature was low, and the humidity was high after the recent rain. And with his wife so pregnant, he really didn't want her to go out. You're not that delicate. Let's go. I heard Dad and second uncle. The Bai Xiangtian brothers packed a lot of food and supplies for them, filling the trunks of all 3 cars to the brim. They also brought a pot, noodles, and some pickled vegetables. After all, Zhang Xiaodao could cook, so with him around, they could always get by. Of course, there were plenty of other things like pancakes, steamed buns, and dumplings. In short, they prepared as much as they could for them. If they ran out, they would have to make do with what was available. You really are taking me. I'm very useful and can definitely help. Before the team set off, Wasiyan heard the news and ran over, backpack on her back. Standing next to the front car with a serious expression, the little girl assured Jiang Minglang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, I won't be a drag. Really, Uncle Jiang, just agree to take me along. At the mention of Wasiyan calling him uncle, Jiang Minglang's face darkened. Really? Calling him uncle, his wife's sister, and Chi-Chi's sister. She truly treated the 3 of them as separate entities, completely unreserved. No. Chapter 273. As Mr. Hua walked down the village path toward the gate of Baigoyan, his hands behind his back, he happened to see his granddaughter stomping at several departing cars. Mr. Hua shook his head helplessly. When he was captured by those people, his granddaughter was also captured and used to threaten him. At that time, she was with a girl and a boy from their neighbor's house. Because their family members had been infected and turned into zombies, they had been taken to their home by his granddaughter. The 3 of them grew up together, and were childhood sweethearts. But those 2 children were beaten to death by those who tried to save his granddaughter. When Jiang Minglang and his men rescued her, the little girl grabbed a knife and went looking for the people who had killed her 2 childhood friends. Unfortunately, they couldn't find them. It was unclear whether they were away or had already escaped. Those people were clearly in the same group as the ones who had created the zombie virus, whom Captain Jiang was now trying to eliminate. So Xian wanted revenge. Sister Bai, I can take care of Sister Zhengmei when I get there. Bailey raised her hand to ruffle Xian's short, almost crew cut, and changed the subject. I remember my second aunt didn't give you a haircut like this. Why are you messing around with it? It looks like a dog's bite. Ever since arriving in Yunqi village, this girl has insisted on getting a crew cut like them, just to train like Renbin and Lao Sheng. With no one to shave her, she resorts to scissors, mowing her hair like grass. She feels like she won't stop until she's made a mess of herself. There's something psychologically wrong with her. Xian doesn't care about her hairstyle at all. She's just stamping her feet in anger. Hey, I'm talking about going on a mission with Uncle Jiang and the others. Why are you pulling my hair? Hurry, tell them to stop. It's too late. She pointed anxiously at the gate, only the rear of a car remaining. Bailey smiled, understanding that Xian had only heard a passing revelation. After all, the zombie outbreak yesterday had caused a stir in Pingcheng, and the villagers of Loquat village had witnessed it firsthand. As the day went by, nearly everyone in Pingcheng knew that there were a group of unscrupulous brutes outside the city, specifically intercepting ordinary people and injecting them with the zombie virus. The rumors were so detailed that even teams planning to leave the city on missions or forage were afraid to leave. After all, everyone who had seen it said that the zombie from yesterday was completely different from the one at the beginning of the apocalypse, except for its appearance. It ran incredibly fast and had incredible strength. Even their village chief, a power user, was no match for it. Anyway, this zombie possessed all sorts of supernatural powers, and it took more than a dozen of Deputy Base Commander Zhang's men to hack it to pieces. Combined with Lan Juliang's words of persuasion to the zombie He Yin, they exaggerated the story, ultimately portraying the zombie as a swift-moving, invulnerable monster. Some also said the drug was a combination of the zombie virus and the blood of mutated animals, which was what caused this condition. Regardless of the rumors, no team left the city for missions yesterday or today. This was a good thing. Until the outside world was completely cleared, it was safer for everyone to stay in the city. Xian had been with her grandfather in that perverted lab before, so even if she didn't know the details, she immediately understood what was going on after just one overhearing. Those bastards are at it again. Bailey looked at her sternly and said, Xiao Yuan, I know what you're up to, but you also seen the level of talent involved this time. For example, look at Bai Yang. He's not even qualified for this mission. Do you think you can handle it? When you're out there, you face life and death, and no one can afford to hold anyone back. Bai Yang, who had been caught off guard, froze. He thought to himself, this is truly his sister, stepping on him just to appease the little girl. He's not qualified, is he? He's successfully passed his brother-in-law's brutal training. The reason he wasn't allowed to go was simply because his sister's due date was only 2 months away, and his brother-in-law was worried that if she couldn't make it back in time, it would be better to have him around. But Xian clearly believed Bai Li's words. Despite her words about protecting Zhengmei, she knew in her heart that Zhengmei, as the accompanying military doctor, didn't need her protection. She would definitely protect his wife himself. So what she said just now was just an excuse to go along. But now there's a problem. Now that they're gone, who's going to train her these days? Bai Yang? But he's not even qualified to go on missions with her, so how can he train her? It was dawn, and it was almost time for the usual training. Xian saw her grandfather standing by the roadside, ran over, shoved her backpack into his arms, and without a word of explanation, hurried off to the training grounds. Even without anyone around, there was no need to slack off. First, go through the usual physical training. Bai Yang went back and got Jiang Qi and Linja out of bed. A beautiful day starts with the children. After breakfast, Jiang Qi rushed to the stables to check on the foal. The 2 mutant horses had given birth to a foal a month ago. Because the stallion and mare were so tall, the foal looked like a pre-apocalyptic adult horse at birth, its fur radiant and red, a delightful sight. So, naturally, the foal became Jiang Qi's new favorite. Dad had already taught him to ride, and when the pony grew up, he'd make it his personal mount. After watering the pony and playing with it for a while, he and Linja hopped on their bicycles and headed to the hills south of Pingjiang Bridge to look for herbs. Because their studies had been relatively fast, the old man had given them a break during this period, allowing them to wait for the children from Yunqi Village Elementary School, which had just started, so they could attend together. This allowed the 2 little guys to freely roam north or south of the city. Because their fighting power was indeed good, and they knew how to stay within their means, they wouldn't stray too far. But today, they were stopped at the gate of Yunqi village. It's a bit chaotic out there right now. I go with you too. Jiangqi stared blankly at Huasiyun, who was clearly well prepared, riding her bike with her backpack on her back. He was about to speak when his friend spoke first. Sister Xiaoyun, are you going out with us to protect us, or are we protecting you? Huasiyun's eyebrows shot up, her beautiful eyes glaring at Linjia. What do you know, little brat? Without an adult, there will always be people with bad intentions trying to trick you. It won't just be a fight that solves it, it's a brain job, understand? So, Sister Xiaoyun, are you saying we're clueless? Yes, but you're kids, not very smart. Jiangqi and Linjia, The two children looked at Huasiyun suspiciously, not quite understanding what she was doing today. What are you staring at? Let's get going. With that, Huasiyun took the lead, turning onto the road outside on her bicycle. In the end, the two children didn't go to the mountains of Chumping City to collect herbs. Huasiyun forced them to leave the city and head north to Anqing. This place is so clean, isn't it? Should we go to Gaocheng for a walk? After wandering around Anqing for most of the day, Huasiyun grew impatient and wanted to continue north, unable to find anyone or any animal she could use for combat training. The two monkey-like children finally understood their sister's intentions. She wasn't out to see something new, she was out to fight. They exchanged glances, remembering the village with the calf and dog they stumbled into before the heavy rain. It just so happened that they'd been planning to go there one of these days, so it wouldn't be a problem to bring Sister Xiaoyun along. Jiangqi blinked and said, Sister Xiaoyun, how good is your water blade now? Do you see that branch up ahead? Can you chop it down with one? This water blade attack was specially tailored for her by Jiang Minglang based on her special ability. At first, it wasn't very effective, it felt like a tickle, painless. But later, with Du Qian's guidance and her own persistent practice, she could actually punch through a piece of wood only a finger thick. That's quite impressive. TSK, no big deal. After Huasiyun finished speaking, she swung her hand. With a snap, the branch of the tree Jiangqi was pointing at, the large willow tree next to it, broke apart. The two children stared with their mouths slightly open at the mutated tree, which was no longer a normal banyan tree. A light brown liquid oozed from the wound on the missing branch, while the main branch slowly drooped. The two children swallowed simultaneously, midly crying out, "Oh no! How's it? This branch is harder to hit than the dead tree you're referring to, right? But I managed to break it, and it only took one blow." Oblivious to the impending danger, Huasiyun still rested her hands on her hips, gloating. It wasn't until she saw two children on their bicycles turn and run that her smile faded, a feeling of something amiss. "Hey, you two. Damn." As countless willow branches whipped toward her, she struggled to dodge them, while spinning water blades around herself, severing and shredding any branches that approached her. But she soon realized her severing speed was far slower than her own. She tried to escape as far as the willow tree could go, but every time she was about to leave its reach, it would entangle her, pull her back, and continue to lash her out. In short, there was no escape. Even if she unleashed her supernatural powers to create a wall of water, its countless branches would still rip her apart. Clearly, this was a mutant willow tree with powerful supernatural powers. And Jiangqi and Linjia knew about it. Of course they knew about this giant willow tree. Not only that, they had fought it more than once. Without using their supernatural powers, the two of them combined would be no match for this mutated willow tree. Thankfully, it never attacked anyone casually, and often took in weak birds and homeless kittens. Well, you could say it was a mutated, yet loving, old willow tree. I passed by here today, not intending to provoke it. Who would have thought that Sister Xiaoyun would take the initiative to cut off its branches? The two ran a distance, stopped, and looked back to observe the fight. They realized that Sister Xiaoyun wanted to fight, and it seemed like she might be interested in fighting the giant willow tree. Congratulations, Xiaohe, on your recovery. This is for you. After a week-long high fever, Li Xiaohe's temperature finally returned to normal, and she awakened her with type superpowers. Bailey had a fondness for this uncle-nephew pair, so on the day Xiaohe recovered, she brought her a brand new pink sweatshirt to congratulate her on her victory over the zombie virus and the awakening of her superpowers. "Thank you, Miss Bai, thank you." Li Xi's eyes flushed slightly, his voice choked with emotion, and he was so excited he didn't know what to say. Compared to Bai Li, an outsider, not many people from their village had come to visit Xiaohe these days. He didn't blame them. After all, in their minds, Xiaohe, infected with the zombie virus, was dangerous, and so was he, spending all day with Xiaohe. So, for their own safety, it was understandable that they didn't come. He understood, but he still felt a little uncomfortable. especially Bailey, a stranger from another village, who had come 4 times in 7 days, and never came empty-handed. As for Loquat village, only a few of his closest subordinates took turns bringing him food every day, but he never saw anyone else. One time, the brother who brought him food even had a very unhappy expression. Before he arrived, a dozen villagers had approached him, asking him to persuade the village chief to give up on Xiaohe. She already been infected with the zombie virus, and even if she recovered, she was still dangerous, and couldn't be brought back to Loquat village. He couldn't put everyone in danger just for her. She wasn't his biological daughter, just a niece, and she was mute. Why should he carry this burden with him in this difficult apocalypse? The village chief was so capable, wouldn't it be better for him to find a wife, and have his own children? These ungrateful bastards. They don't even think about who deserves the credit for our Loquat village's current success. Li Si's brothers were indignant. Xiaohe was so sweet, how could they have the heart to say such things? Li Si didn't say anything, but no one knew what he was thinking. Bailey was completely unaware of this. She simply stopped by on her way to the orphanage out of a slight fondness, and brought Xiaohe some girls' essentials. A 12-year-old girl should be getting her period soon, right? There was nothing to be embarrassed about. After asking Li Si, she gave him a plastic bag full of sanitary napkins. These things are in such short supply these days, it's hard to exchange them. But Bailey had plenty. After all, not only had she collected them herself before the apocalypse, but even Jiang Minglang had found her dozens of boxes, enough for her to use for 10 or 20 years. Li Si had never imagined that his niece's injury would earn the favor of the Bai family's patriarch. After sending Bailey off with profuse thanks, Li Si's smile suddenly faded as he turned to pack up with his niece and return to the village. Not letting Xiaohe return to the village? Has he been too nice to these people? Do they think he's a softie? Has he forgotten who built Loquat village piece by piece? The military vehicle dropped them off at the village entrance. After they left, Li Si turned and looked at the closed gate, bursting into laughter. The fields outside the village were deserted. He had only been away for a week, and the weeds he had once cleared had grown ankle-high again, yet no one was out to weed them. What? Life is over? Li Si glanced down at his niece, met her calm eyes, and smiled. Then he slowly signed to her, after you get in, go home with Uncle Liuzi. I have something to take care of. Chapter 274. I heard that many people were driven out of Loquat village yesterday, and a major purge took place. Then, village chief Li Si promulgated new village rules. Knowing that Bailey had been paying more attention to Li Si's niece, Li Xiaohe, and had even gone to give her a gift yesterday to celebrate her recovery, Chung Xian told her everything she had heard after returning from the orphanage today. After Li Xiaohe was scratched by a zombie, she received considerable attention from the surrounding villages and communities. Consequently, after she recovered and returned home, the considerable turmoil in the village quickly spread to those around her. I heard that nearly half of the villagers in Loquat village were taken in by Li Si out of pity after the village was founded. After a few days of living comfortably, they've forgotten who their benefactor was. And they still don't allow Li Xiaohe to enter the village. Who do they think they are? Bailey half reclined on a recliner next to the sofa, 2 bamboo needles in her hands, knitting a sweater for Chi-Chi. He raised an eyebrow at this. Although he hadn't paid much attention to Loquat village before, he wasn't terribly surprised. People, most of them, seek profit and avoid harm. It's perfectly normal. Li Xiaohe had nothing to do with them anyway. What did it matter whether she lived or died? As long as she didn't endanger them, they didn't care. When considering this, they might have initially been wary of Li Si, the village chief, but ultimately, Li Si's usual approach to being easygoing led them to push their luck and do things they shouldn't have. What happened next? Bailey wasn't worried about Li Xiaohe at all. Li Si loved her dearly. How could he let her suffer? Later, those who were kicked out went to the management office to complain about Li Si, but were ultimately driven out by Lao Wang's men. By the way, Lizzie, do you know who Lao Wang's young wife is? While discussing Loquat village and Li Si, Chung Xian suddenly changed the subject and started gossiping about Wang Jicheng, the director of the management office. From what you're saying, I know him. Not really, but you definitely know him. He Ningju, Bai Yang's college classmate, had a crush on Bai Yang and even pursued her for half a year. Lu Su even pursued her for half a year. She's the sister of the zombie He Yin, who was beaten to death. That was quite a lot of information. Bailey curled her lips, thinking that Lu Su's eyes were really not very nice. He Ningju, who was being discussed by the 2 men, sat on the sofa in her living room with a gloomy expression. She had thought that after getting married and moving out, she would have a quieter life from then on. Even if she was bothered, it wouldn't be too much. At most, she would just give her monthly points to her family. She didn't care about it anyway. After all, she could live comfortably with old Wang. If her parents wanted it, they could take it. It didn't matter. But she hadn't expected such a big thing to happen at home less than 3 days after she left. She looked up at her father, slumped on the sofa with his head drooping. In just a few days, his father seemed to have aged a dozen years, his whole body exuding a sense of decadence and lack of energy. His mother was even worse off. Ever since she saw her brother transform into a zombie, clawing and biting, killing and injuring 5 people, she had gone mad. She was completely dazed, clutching her brother's clothes in her arms, hiding in her brother's room, and refusing to come out. 8 days had passed since the incident, and despite his father's patient coaxing, she had only eaten 2 steamed buns and drunk a glass of water. Her body was visibly emaciated, and her hair was getting grayer day by day. Wang Jiqing asked He Ningju to come back and take care of his parents for a few days, especially her mother, to keep a close eye on her and make sure she didn't let anything else get out of control. What could she do? She couldn't just express her true feelings directly to her new husband, saying she didn't want to come back and didn't want to care about her parents, could she? Honestly, far from being sad about He Yan's death, she hated him to death. Before the Pengcheng official announcement of the military academy recruitment, she had tried to persuade him with gentleness and earnestness to get him in. To get him in, she told him he had to train hard to get in. After all, they had said other things could be trained later, but he had to meet the physical fitness standards. But what did he do? He clearly wanted to get in, but he still spent every day lying in bed like a puddle of mud. In the end, when he didn't get in, he blamed her for being incompetent. She was so angry she didn't know what to say. She had even put aside her dignity and begged Bai Yang to get him in. What else could she expect her to do? After that, she stopped caring about him. He could be useless if he wanted. She would get married eventually, anyway, and she couldn't care about him forever. But since she made up her mind to be useless, couldn't she just stay home and waste her time? Why did she insist on leaving the city? Just leave then. If she was caught outside, why didn't she report it as soon as she got back? Let him die, then die. But she's now the subject of gossip among her colleagues at the management office. Some even believe that she and her parents must have known something on the day her brother returned to the city, but chose to keep it secret to protect him. Why did Wang Jiqing give her leave so she could go home and be with her parents? Aren't they just trying to take advantage of this opportunity to remove her from her current position and make room for someone else? After all, positions in the management office are so limited, and she was able to get the job because she arrived early and happened to be in the city just after it was established. So the people who had moved in hadn't caught on yet. Although she was a graduate student before the apocalypse, her education wasn't low. But her current job wasn't particularly complex at all. Even those with junior college degrees, who had worked as clerks before the apocalypse, could probably do it better than her. So she was confident that as long as she dared to quit this job and leave the management office, then someone new would be in her place. Thinking of this, He Ningju couldn't sit at home peacefully. She had to go back home tonight and tell old Wang that she didn't want to be supported by him. She had to work. Dad, are you hungry now? I go. Before He Ningju could finish her words, the bedroom door behind her suddenly opened, and his mother stumbled out, clutching a piece of clothing. He Ningju and her father looked up at the same time, then stood up and tried to help her, but his mother dodged her. Not knowing what she was going to do, she simply walked out with her head lowered. His father took 2 steps forward and grabbed her wife. Snap! She didn't know where she found the strength, but she flung his hand away, opened the door, and rushed out. Quick, quick, stop your mother. Not only had his mother not eaten much in the past few days, but his father had too. A close look revealed that his legs wobbled as he stood up, his body visibly weak and feeble. So even if he wanted to stop his mother and pull her back, he couldn't. Annoyance flashed across He Ningju's eyes, but she ultimately chased after his mother out the door. However, she didn't force her to go home. She simply followed her upstairs, wanting to see what she was up to. Someone who hadn't eaten much in days somehow managed to climb from the 2nd floor of their house to the roof of the 6th floor in one breath. Then, after reaching the rooftop, she headed straight for the railing. He Ningju was stunned for a moment. By the time she realized what her mother was up to, it was too late. Bang! Ah! Someone's jumping off the building! Quick, someone's jumping off the building! He Ningju's eyes widened as she leaped for the railing. When she looked down and took in the scene below, her face paled. She hadn't expected her mother to jump off the building. She hadn't expected it. 9 days after Jiang Minglang and the others left, Pingcheng hosted a negotiation. The visitor wanted to meet with Jiang Minglang to get them to release Yu Junyan and Wen Tian. As for the terms, he wanted to discuss them with Jiang Minglang alone. Perhaps to demonstrate their sincerity, only 6 people arrived at the gate, and they spoke politely and courteously. Sure, Jiashu ignored them, and then picked up the intercom to call Lu Su outside the city. At the time, Bai Li was at the orphanage watching Chung Siyun care for 2 newly admitted babies. She noticed something unusual at the doorway and, with a quick turn, the green ivy vines flanking the stone gate swayed gently, their white blossoms slowly unfolding, their petals pointed toward the leading black-clad man. Unexpectedly, it was someone she knew. If she hadn't seen him, Bai Li would have forgotten him. The man who came to negotiate was none other than Bai Xingye, the man who had previously saved Bai Hua. His great-grandfather had embezzled the Bai family's wealth and fled abroad years ago, scheming against Bai Li's great-grandfather. So he was coming here to ask her to clean up the mess? Although they had long since disowned the Bai family, they still bore Bai family blood in their bones, and, strictly speaking, they were not yet within the 5th degree of kinship with Bai Li. Chi-Chi, call your uncle and Xiaoyun to the city gate. Off to the other side, seeing the thick stone gate, and the movement of the green ivy growing on the walls on either side, Bai Xingye and his companions hurriedly stepped back, eyeing the vines and white flowers with trepidation. The rumors were true. Bai Li's wood element was truly different. A brown-haired, mixed-race man standing next to Bai Xingye gazed eagerly at the vines and white flowers, whispering to him in French, "If we can get your cousin to the lab, we'd definitely be able to develop even more remarkable wood-type abilities." Bai Xingye stared blankly at the gate, his expression blank. He also replied in French, "We're here today to find Dean and Old Yu. Let's get them out first, and we deal with the rest later." In fact, they had another purpose, to test whether Jiang Minglang was in Pingcheng. Since the establishment of the Kyoto base at the beginning of the apocalypse, Bai Xingye had been there, mingling with the military for over 2 years, and now had quite a few connections. Unfortunately, Yu Junyan's unauthorized actions disrupted his plans and led to his betrayal. So, his appearance here was because he could no longer stay in Kyoto. But before leaving, he made one last use of his connections. Zhengxi wasn't in Kyoto. This news came last night. Bai Xingye and the others had long understood that with so many people captured, their base and lair would undoubtedly be exposed. But because heavy snow was approaching, he had originally thought that, no matter what, they would wait until the snow passed before heading southwest. Just like today, the temperature was surprisingly close to freezing. Bai Xingye wasn't sure if his speculation was correct, and wondered if Zhengxi had truly gone to the southwest. So, they were using today's exchange for Wen Dian and Yu Junyan to test whether Jiang Minglang was in Pingcheng. If Jiang Minglang was, then Zhengxi's absence from Kyoto might have nothing to do with them. Even if he was, they were confident they could preserve their strength and escape unscathed. This wasn't to say Zhengxi's team was inferior to Jiang Minglang's. It was simply that he was the commander-in-chief of the Kyoto military, and to maintain balance and consider all aspects, he would always have some reservations. But Jiang Minglang was completely different. From what they knew, he was a man of few words. Coupled with his superb marksmanship and his extremely powerful gold-based abilities, even if a commander from the western base blocked the way, he could still be shot in the head. So, compared to Zhengxi, Jiang Minglang and his team in Pingcheng were the most dangerous to them. What a pity. Bai Xingye's eyes darkened as he remembered that his initial plan had failed. If he had taken control of Yunqi village through Bai Hua back then, wouldn't Bai Li and Jiang Minglang have become leverage in his hands? He hadn't considered it carefully and trusted Bai Hua too much. No, it wasn't Bai Hua's fault, it was Bai Li. He hadn't expected this cousin, who was about to be out of the 5th generation of kinship, to be so concerned and resistant to the actions of their elders from so many years ago. Of course, it's possible that it wasn't this cousin who was concerned and resistant, but the still living old man, Bai Qiming, his second uncle. After all, it was his interests and assets that the elders had taken from the Bai family. But was it necessary? It was so many years ago. How many years do you have left to live? Isn't life more important? His grandfather and he were first cousins, and he didn't even think of seeing them before he died? After all, he was born and raised in China, so narrow-minded. Of course, Bai Xingye understood the significance of his presence here. Those who knew he was in league with Yu Junyan and the others knew what he had done. Maybe Bai Li and her good grandfather would get angry and lecture him, spouting some high-sounding nonsense about not forgetting your roots. If that happened, he hoped to piss the old man off to death, and then see if he could find a way to capture Bai Li. While her wood-based abilities were powerful, they were only suitable for ranged attacks. If he could get close to her, He believed he could capture her in one fell swoop. If they could capture Bai Li, whether Jiang Minglang was in Pingcheng or not, they would definitely win. In just a short moment, Bai Xingye's mind raced through several scenarios for capturing Bai Li. However, what he and his companions hadn't anticipated was that after finally waiting for the city gates to open, they didn't see Jiang Minglang, who wanted to negotiate, nor did they see Bai Li. Instead, they were met by a lunatic woman who attacked them with water blades upon their first encounter, along with 2 half-grown children with powerful superpowers. The 6 adult men, helpless against countless water blades, ice knives, and electric nets, could only flee in panic. But before they could get even 50 meters, a blanket of vines encircled them. 2 countries at war don't even kill envoys. How could they, Pingcheng, be so unethical? To his death, Bai Xingye never understood where his move had gone wrong. Of course they were wrong, because when Dian and Yu Junyuan were already dead. Chapter 275. It's getting cold so fast. Old Sheng tightened his down jacket and leaned over to Renbin, who was using his supernatural powers to help light the fire and cook. They squatted next to him in front of the pot, watching Zhang Xiaoda cook noodles. If you dare drool in the pot, I dig a hole and bury you right here. Hearing the sound of swallowing saliva, Zhang Xiaoda glanced at Old Sheng while cracking eggs into the pot. Old Sheng, no, did you lose your ears just cooking? Brother De, are you sure that saliva just now was mine? What? Did Renbin's saliva get into your mouth? Old Sheng, why is this getting more disgusting? Turning his head to look at the instigator, the actually raised an eyebrow at him. Old Sheng gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the fact that he was still controlling the fire, he would have given him a beating. 10 days have passed since everyone left Pingcheng, and the journey here hasn't been particularly peaceful. They've been to the western region before, too. The original deputy base commander wasn't Hu Zi, but Yu Changping, the former deputy mayor of Yuzhou City before the apocalypse. To avenge their brothers, they killed him. Afterwards, I heard there was a major shakeup in the western region. First, Gu Guangxin, the former deputy base commander in the south, was transferred there to become base commander, and then Hu Zi was transferred from Kyoto to become deputy base commander. The transfers from these 2 regions weren't intended to check and balance each other, allowing headquarters to maintain control. On the contrary, these 2, though from the south and the north, had previously enjoyed a good relationship between superior and subordinate. The one above was a hands-on man. It's the apocalypse now, and survival is difficult for ordinary people. It's better to have some stability. Therefore, Hu Zi was promoted as an exception and sent west to assist Gu Guangxin. However, he probably hadn't anticipated that the 2 he specially paired up with had long been colluding, secretly acting as a front for a foreign power. Xingshi used his father's connections to investigate for several days. Although there was no definitive evidence, the general direction was roughly this. Before secretly leaving Kyoto, he met with Kyoto, the highest commander of the Ministry of Defense, and met with the person in charge of Kyoto. At this point, the 2 groups hadn't met, but all the way southwest. No, 8 days after leaving Pingcheng, when they officially entered the southwest, they suddenly felt like a completely different world, completely different from the surrounding areas of Pingcheng and Kyoto. Almost every 100 or 80 kilometers, they encountered a small base. Some used women and children to commit fraud, others organized dozens of people to rob people on the road, and some even set up bases on the side of the road, openly soliciting guests for accommodation, paying for food, daily necessities, or clothing. Even when they saw that their 3 cars were almost entirely filled with men, scantily clad women enthusiastically rushed over to offer them special services. Each small base contained only a few people, perhaps around 100 or 2. A closer look revealed no more than 500. The robbers were beaten back, then released after questioning. On the 12th day, Jiang Minglang and his group settled into a small base near the highway. This used to be a technical school. Because classes were not regular, the apocalypse occurred close to May Day, and the school had closed early, resulting in very few students at the time of the outbreak. As a result, the classrooms, dormitories, and other areas were well preserved, and later, the fleeing people took over and used them as their own small base. Then, for some reason, they suddenly had the idea to use the student dormitories to run a pre-apocalyptic hostile business. Each dormitory accommodated 4 people, with bunk beds, the kind with a bed on top and a table underneath, and a private bathroom. Aside from being quite cold and lacking electricity, the conditions were otherwise acceptable. After all, this technical school was supposedly a new campus, and the dormitories had only been built a mere 2 years before the apocalypse, so they looked quite new. The head of the small base was a middle-aged man in his 40s, accompanied by two burly power users. Sensing that Jiang Minglang and his group were not ordinary people, the middle-aged man unconsciously put on a fawning smile as he spoke to Du Qian, who had stepped forward as their representative. Hello. I'm the boss here. You can just call me Old Sang. We're just a school, not a base, just making ends meet. Are you guys from the Western Base? Du Qian raised an eyebrow. Why do you think we're from the Western Base? Isn't this quite close to the Southern Base? Yes, it's quite close, but haven't ordinary people like us ever seen anyone from the Southern Base? Only the Western Base's Defense Department occasionally comes out for a visit, so I thought you were. Du Qian said calmly. Isn't this part of the Southern Base? Why are you from the Western Base here? What? The Southern Base doesn't care about you? In fact, the demarcation of these marginal areas isn't very clear. It all depends on where the survivors have gone. After all, the turmoil of the apocalypse hasn't yet subsided, and mutated animals and plants are appearing frequently. Besides the four major, more solidly built bases, there are also smaller, affiliated bases like Pingching, which can serve as formal living areas. As for the others, it's hard to say how long they last. For example, this technical school could disappear overnight in a heavy rain or snow, or if it becomes targeted by some force. It's obvious at first glance that they're temporary and won't last. So it's normal that the Southern Base doesn't come here, but what's unusual is that the Western Base, which is even farther away, occasionally comes. Why do they come? We belong to the Southern Base? Old Sang looked bewildered, then shook his head helplessly. It doesn't matter which one we belong to. Anyway, I heard those two big bases aren't great either. We don't have enough food or warm clothes, and we're tormented every day with no freedom at all. So why would we go to them if that's the case? Sigh. Old Sang sighed deeply as he spoke. It's the end of the world. We live one day at a time. Big bases, new life? It doesn't matter. We just make do. As he spoke, Old Sang lost his initial flattery and slickness. Du Qian could sense that he truly had no hope for life, and was simply muddling through. Is this the message being conveyed to the survivors here by the two major bases in the west and south? Du Qian frowned slightly, then relaxed, continuing, if we don't go to the big base, then when it rains, animals and plants will attack. Can your small base withstand it? We can't. Next time it rains, half the people will die. And the next time, half will die. Look at our school. We started with over 400 people, and now there are less than 100 left. Sigh. If it rains again, we'd be wiped out. Even so, you won't go to the big base? We can't go. Occasionally, we go a little further out to look for supplies, but 8 out of 10 times, we never return. We never make it out of this area. So how do you think we're going to get to that big base in the west or south? Boundary? What boundary? Du Qian pushed his glasses up and gave Old Sang a sliver of information. Brother Sang, if you have anything to say, just tell me. To be honest, we're coming from the Kyoto headquarters. Undercover investigation. Old Sang's eyes lit up, and before Du Qian could finish, he spoke up. I see. You came from the headquarters, conducting an undercover investigation, hoping to get a detailed understanding of the western and southern bases, right? Du Qian smiled faintly, not directly answering him. He simply said, so, Brother Sang, don't worry. Say whatever you want to say. Old Sang was so excited that he immediately pulled Du Qian aside and began to talk non-stop. However, most of what he said was useless to them, except for one point that was quite odd. That's what Old Sang mentioned earlier. It wasn't just their technical school team. Other small bases were experiencing the same problem. Many people went missing when they went out, entire groups disappearing, with even their bodies never being found. If they were attacked by animals or mutated plants, even if they only managed to eat the remains of their bodies, you still likely come across a few. The problem was that nothing could be found about them. They had vanished en masse, as if they had vanished from the face of the earth. This was another major reason these people were reluctant to make the long journey to the large base. The first reason, of course, was the rumors surrounding the base, which kept them away. Du Qian's eyes grew colder. Ever since the 4 major bases were established, the Kyoto headquarters had been broadcasting messages to the survivors, encouraging them to head to the nearest large base. Protected by high walls and guarded by the military, it was, if nothing else, safe. But why were there such negative rumors about the west and south? Did the survivors themselves believe this? Or were they deliberately spread by someone? And what about the missing people? No matter what, it's impossible for entire groups to disappear unless They were all wiped out. Du Qian asked in detail about the areas where the people disappeared, their specific routes, and how many of the missing were psychics, and how many were ordinary people. After noting down all this, he used a bag of flour and 10 apples as accommodation fees for them. It was quite a lot of stuff, and Old Sang's face wrinkled with joy. He asked the 2 young men who accompanied him to fetch relatively clean, mold-free bedding and make beds for everyone. That evening, Du Qian shared the information he gathered from Old Sang with the others. Xiao Fei snorted, no need to ask. They must have been captured by those bastards. The psychics are doing research, and the ordinary people are experimenting with new drugs, just like Yin did. Zheng Bei said, it's now certain that Gu Guangxin and Hu Zi from the western base have defected. I just don't know what role the southern base played in this. The rumors about the difficulty of surviving in large bases are most likely spread by them. After all, registration is required to enter the base, and even leaving for missions requires record keeping. And it's unacceptable to have too many people disappear from the base, otherwise the Defense Department will have to investigate. So if they want to capture people, they naturally target the survivors scattered outside the base. They can capture as many as they want. Who's going to care? Jiang Minglang frowned and asked Zheng Bei, is there a total headcount for the western and southern bases? Zheng Bei shook his head. No, because from the very beginning, each base was encouraged to take in as many survivors as possible and provide them with a place to stay. So the numbers are definitely inaccurate. For example, the western base was said to have 280,000 people a year ago. Are you kidding me? There are only this few people in the entire western region? Who would believe that everyone else turned to zombies and died? This number is simply a simplification. Even a small city like Pingcheng, despite being suppressed, still managed to accommodate 100,000 people. Then, a residential area was established in Anqing, right next to Pingcheng. A rough estimate puts the population at nearly 60,000. So, your western base claims to have only 280,000 people. Do you even deserve to be called a big base? You provided a headcount a year ago. What happened after that? Has this been so busy this year? Too busy to provide a headcount, or too busy to provide one? Zhang Xiaodao looked up at Jiang Minglang. They had secretly visited the western base a year and a half ago. Back then, Gu Guangxin wasn't the base commander yet, and their walls weren't fully built, nor was their scale complete enough to qualify as a large base. Even so, the situation wasn't much better. Because they were focused on completing their mission quickly, they mostly avoided gathering places for survivors and ignored the specific situation in the west. But my sister-in-law's daughter, Luo Luo, once circled inside, looking for Yu Chumping. I remember her saying it was packed with people. I just wonder how many people there are in this densely packed crowd. Is it more or less than it is now? Because Zheng Bei was there, Zhang Xiaodao naturally wouldn't bring it up. After all, Yu Chumping was, after all, a government official from Kyoto. He was secretly murdered by his sister-in-law, Lu Luo, and the Minister of Defense, who happened to be at odds with him, conveniently pinned the blame on him. To this day, no one knows who actually killed Yu Chumping. Let's not rush this time. Tomorrow morning, we take the technical school people to explore the surrounding area. Lao Qiao and I will each lead a team, and Lao Du, Shiyu, and Zheng Mei will stay. Okay, now everyone go back to your rooms and rest. The next morning, Du Qian found Lao Sang and asked him to assign 2 people to lead them to the area most likely to have disappeared. At first, Lao Sang was hesitant. It wasn't that he didn't want Jiang Minglang and the others to go, but he didn't want his own people to lead them. After all, he only had so few people left, and losing one would be heartbreaking. In the past, they could still recruit new members, but now, the numbers are dwindling. Uncle Sang, I take them. Old Sang was reluctant to leave his own people, but the young people following him were eager to try. His eldest brother and cousin were among the group that disappeared 3 months ago, and he wanted to know where they were and what had happened to them. He had wanted to go look for them several times, but Uncle Sang, fearing more trouble, refused to allow it. But now it was different. This group was clearly not ordinary, and the young man was confident that even if faced with unforeseen dangers, they would be able to handle them. With them, nothing would happen. Chapter 276. What's your name? My last name is Sang too. You can just call me Sang Air. Our boss is my cousin. The young man who volunteered to lead Jiang Minglang and his group to the scene was nearly 1.8 meters tall. Although thin, he could single-handedly lift the stone roller weighing over 100 kilograms that blocked the gate. It was gray and looked quite old. It was once used in rural threshing grounds for threshing grain. With the advent of various machines, it's no longer common even in rural areas. It's unclear where they found it. They lined it up inside the gate, and used it to block the gate at night. Sang-er and the young men with him carried the stone rollers one by one to either side of the gate, and then opened it. They would take Jiang Minglang and Xiao Fei out, respectively, and as a reward, each received a can of meat. Sang-er wanted to give the canned food to Old Sang, but Old Sang refused, glaring and scolding him. You're keeping it for yourself when it's given to you. Why are you giving it to me? Be more careful when you go out there. Don't rush into anything without thinking. And you, Heisey. Though openly scolding, he was actually admonishing them. From Old Sang's words, it was clear that he valued these two young men. As nephews of his family, and as the few psychics in this small base, he didn't want anything to happen to them. Jiang Minglang didn't offer any promises, merely nodded at Old Sang. What Old Sang didn't know was that his nod was a promise. As long as Sang-er and Xiao He led the way honestly, and didn't cause any trouble, he would bring them back the same way he had brought them out. The two teams set out from the technical school, walking in two directions, east and west. Western base. Hu Zi hurried to the base commander's office, barging in without even knocking. Brother Xian, this is bad. Bai Xingye must have been in trouble. We can't reach him. Gu Guangxi raised his eyes, frowning slightly. Didn't we tell him to come here immediately after evacuating Kyoto? Was he ambushed along the way? Hu Zi was stunned, suddenly remembering Bai Xingye's trip to Pingcheng to rescue Yu Junyan, and when dying, something Gu Guangxin had no idea about. Seeing the expression on Hu Zi's face, Gu Guangxin slammed the table. What did he do after leaving Kyoto? Hu Zi, you need to think clearly about who you belong to now. I'm sorry, Brother Xian. It was Bai Xingye, who said he was sure he could see Bai Li. He wanted to confirm Jiang Minglang's presence in Pingcheng. This is also very important to us, so I didn't stop him. Who knew? Who knew he'd disappear? No, it's more like being captured by Pingcheng than disappearing. Nonsense. Although Bai Xingye's intentions were good, Gu Guangxin was still furious. He stood up and slammed the table. He's still confident he can see Bai Li. If he could, why didn't he see her after so many visits? It's clear Bai Li doesn't recognize him as a member of the Bai family. He's really overestimating himself. So foolish and arrogant. Hu Zi's face was also unhappy. Bai Xingye was an important link between them and that group. Without him, it might not have much of an impact on them, but for them, it was truly the loss of someone who could speak to them. After all, he was the one they got along best with. Yu Junyan, Wen Tian, and Bai Xingye, a bunch of idiots. What the hell do they think they are? They don't follow orders, and they're so self-righteous. After a furious outburst, Gu Guangxin quickly ordered Hu Zi to contact those people. He felt that Jiang Minglang and the others were most likely already on their way to the southwest. Earlier, Yu Junyan had been so determined to capture Zheng Mei. Although Kyoto hadn't contacted him, or Hu Zi, he knew they had definitely been exposed. Why was Gu Guangxin gnashing his teeth when he spoke of Yu Junyan now? It was because when he initially announced the discovery of a self-healing psychic, he hadn't told Gu Guangxin that the person was the daughter of the Zheng family. If he had known he was targeting Zheng Mei, he would have stopped him at all costs. He was truly overestimating his own abilities. Even in the end times, with the major families undergoing a reshuffle, the Zheng family had always maintained an extremely low profile. But being low-key didn't mean they lacked strength. Besides, why would you touch anyone else, their only legitimate daughter? He was courting death, otherwise, Zheng Shi wouldn't have come in person. And he was convinced that not only Zheng Shi, but Zheng Dong must have come as well, considering Zheng Mei was his biological sister. Now with Jiang Minglang added to the mix, Gu Guangxin felt his head buzzing and aching. Brother Xian, don't worry too much. We have full control of the western base now. Even if Jiang Minglang shows up, what good will it do? 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. No matter how powerful he is, he only has a few men under his command. How can he possibly take on our entire defense department? Unless he brings Wei Lichuan and Ouyang's entire team with him. But is that even possible? Hu Zi admitted that, in terms of individual combat power, Jiang Minglang was indeed formidable, and even the men he brought with him were exceptionally skilled. Adding Xiao Fei and Du Qian's group to his side, he was even more formidable. But so what? A mere dozen or so men, could they be as powerful as their entire defense department? No matter how powerful their superpowers are, can they be more powerful than guns, cannons, and armor? Not to mention, this is their own familiar territory. Even if Jiang Minglang were a dragon, he would have to be coiled here, and a tiger would have to be kept in a crouch. No, if he dares to come, he will be killed without a trace. But Gu Guangxin wasn't as optimistic. His eyes flickered, and he didn't comment on Huzi's words. He simply said, "Tell them that in addition to ambushing the routes from Kyoto to the southwest, they should also deploy guards on this and that route." As he spoke, Gu Guangxin pointed to the newly mounted satellite map behind him. One of the two roads he pointed to was the highway next to the technical school where Jiang Minglang and his team were currently. "It's right here." Sang Er pointed to the dilapidated, densely packed old neighborhood ahead, his voice slightly low. "Almost every seemingly decent-looking neighborhood and building in the city has been searched. My brother brought people to this old neighborhood to see if there were any homes that hadn't been searched, hoping to find any that hadn't been found. After that, there was no news, and they were never found again. Since no one has returned, how do you know they disappeared here? Before he left, my brother said he'd come look here. Besides, I found my sister-in-law's necklace downstairs in Unit 2, Row 5. It was the only token my sister-in-law left for my brother. He always wore it around his neck, cherishing it like a treasure. If it hadn't been for the accident, he would never have left my sister-in-law's necklace behind." Sang Er pulled a plain silver necklace from his pocket, a small golden star dangling from the bottom. He turned the star over, revealing a tiny X engraved on it. "These are my sister-in-law's initials. The necklace's clasp is intact, indicating my brother took it and threw it outside." Sang Er paused, then continued, "When Xiao He and I found this place, we found nothing except the necklace my brother left behind. We searched the building from the 1st to the 5th floor and found nothing else. We wanted to search the area further, but Uncle Sang stopped us. He was worried we meet with the same mishap as my brother and the others, so he forcibly took us back. Thankfully, Uncle Sang acted decisively and took us away. Later, we heard that someone from another small base not far from us was searching for something nearby and hadn't returned, so they also disappeared. The disappearance of small groups of people searching for supplies was clearly a deliberate act. After all, whether it's a mutated animal or plant, it's impossible to clean up the mess so cleanly. It's now almost certain that these people's disappearances were caused by Yu Junyuan's gang abducting them for experiments." After a tour of the neighborhood and finding no other clues, the group planned to return to the technical school. According to the area previously marked on the map, the experimental base wasn't in this area, so if they captured anyone, they would just take them back. Zheng Shi was a highly sought-after figure in Kyoto. Although he ostensibly left the city secretly, he knew everything he needed to know. So, Gu Guangxin and Yu Junyuan's accomplices should be waiting for Zheng Shi with full alert and no time to rob people. This was exactly what Zheng Shi and the others were aiming for. This was the strategy and route they had planned from the outset. But now, as they drew closer to their destination, Jiang Minglang decided to change his route. Sang Er was a native of southwest China. Before the apocalypse, he'd been driving a truck with his brother. Besides being familiar with the surrounding cities, he was also familiar with South and West provinces. Even after several earthquakes, the topography had changed, but he could still generally recognize them. Despite old Sang's reluctance, Sang Er was willing to guide Jiang Minglang and the others. He realized that the people they were looking for were the same gang that had abducted his brother and cousin. He was concerned about his brother, so he wanted to go along to see if they were still alive. The next morning, led by Sang Er, the group changed course and headed west. After a half-day's walk, they headed south, then west again. This cycle repeated itself 3 days later, stopping by the roadside for a meal and rest. Jiang Minglang asked Sang Er, "Have you always seen so few mutant plants here? The southwest has always had a complex terrain, with many mountains and forests. Logically, both mutant plants and animals should be more abundant here than in other areas. Even if they weren't strong enough to dominate a mountaintop, they shouldn't be so quiet." They encountered mutant plants along the way, but not many. When they saw them, they all cowered, looking timid. There were quite a few mutant animals, but not many large ones. Of course, that could be because they didn't encounter any during the day. The most bizarre thing, however, was the plants. Could it be that those people were studying mutant plants alongside those with special abilities? Did they poach all the mutants? Is this possible? Sang Er, hearing him ask this, said, "It must have been cleared out by the people from the western base. Didn't they say they occasionally send Defense Department patrols? One of our fellow villagers saw them once, driving a large truck and digging up a lot of trees. One of them even ate a person. It said it would wrap its branches around a person, and then in a short time, all the flesh would be gone. That tree is very powerful, and has harmed many people. The people from the western base dug it up, which saved everyone's lives. From that time on, everyone thought the western base seemed pretty good, so we all wanted to go there together. But before we even set off, we heard someone say that ordinary people living there lived worse than dogs, while those with special abilities were only slightly better off. A little, but not much better. Whether the rumor was true or not was unclear, but it certainly dissuaded many people. From that time on, everyone banded together for warmth, establishing one small base after another. Actually, they couldn't really be called bases, they were just desperate people trying to get by together. Digging up some powerful mutant trees. Jiang Minglang and the others exchanged glances. They didn't think the people from the western base were clearing these trees to save lives. After all, if they really wanted to save lives, wouldn't they just cut them down on the spot and remove the roots? Why go to all the trouble to remove them? And they took a whole truckload, no, maybe more than one. They traversed so many mountains and forests without encountering a single mutant plant with any climate, which likely meant they dug up everything they found. The next afternoon, they finally learned what the dug-up trees had been used for. Because of the earthquakes that followed the apocalypse, the roads they'd been taking recently had nothing to do with the map. If it weren't for Sang-Er leading the way, they wouldn't have found this hidden, remote path. It was precisely because of this path that they discovered a strange little mountain village. 5 miles away, Shiyu heard several distinctive ho-ho sounds. "Boss, there are zombies," Sang-Er said calmly. "In the southwest, aside from the zombies in the city, which are cleared out by the army, no one cares about the remote mountain villages. The living who could escape have all fled, but the zombies remain. There's nothing strange about that." "Is that so?" Although Sang-Er's words sounded plausible, Jiang Minglang and the others stopped the car and sent Lao Sheng and Zhao Kong over to take a look. Not long after they left, Shiyu listened carefully again, then frowned and said, "It seems there are quite a few." A quarter of an hour later, Lao Sheng and Zhao Kong returned. "Boss, the area outside that village is covered in mutant flowers and trees. The trees start to move when we get close. It's obvious someone planted them there intentionally. We didn't see anyone in the village, but we did see 2 vehicles, both pickup trucks." After Old Sheng finished speaking, Zhao Kong added, "The village isn't big. It looks like there are only about 100 households at most. Most of the walls have collapsed, and some houses have even lost their roofs. Only the dozen or so in the middle are still intact. I ran around the village and found a gap in the back where there weren't any mutant trees. It's like a gate specifically left for trucks to enter and exit. A small village with zombies, deliberately surrounded by mutant plants, and trucks entering and exiting. It was strange no matter how you looked at it." Thinking of what happened to Yin and his neighbors, Jiang Minglang narrowed his eyes slightly. Could this be where they raised zombies? Chapter 277. Not long after Old Sheng and Zhao Kong returned, and before Jiang Minglang and the others could make a move, Shiyu's ears twitched again. He said, "Boss, there's a truck approaching." 2 minutes later, Shiyu said again, "The truck's entering the village." Old Sheng pulled Zhao Kong aside. "Let's go take a look." Jiang Minglang stood up and said, "No need to look. Since we confirmed these are purposely captive zombies, then let's do it." Xiao Fei, squatting beside him, stuffed the 2 remaining orange halves into his mouth and, at the moment Jiang Minglang paused, uttered 2 unclear words. He'd been so comfortable in Yunqi village, and with Song Huanyan's excellent cooking, he gained weight recently. So, it was time to get some exercise and lose some weight. The car parked in the woods, leaving behind the 3 drivers and military doctor Zheng Mei. The rest of the group, including Sang-Er, rushed to the small village. It was already 3 in the afternoon. Zombies were more active at night than during the day, so they had to clear out all the zombies inside before nightfall. A group of more than 10 people formed a fan-shaped formation and surrounded the village. When they were about 50 meters from the outermost house, a large tree of unknown species swayed its thick trunk without a breeze, and its dense branches slowly drooped. Tiny thorns sprouted from its emerald green leaves. When they were 20 meters away, the thorny leaves suddenly broke free from the branches and whizzed towards the group. Xiao Fei, closest to the tree, swiftly swung his knife to knock the thorny leaves off. Following him, Du Qian leaped out and slammed his right hand onto the ground. Instantly, layers of ice spread out in front of them, soon freezing all the trees, flowers, and grass surrounding the village. A sea of silvery white, Sang-Er's eyes widened. He knew these guys were powerful, but he hadn't expected them to be this powerful. A seemingly gentle man wearing glasses had, in a flash, crushed all the mutant plants. What Sang-Er didn't know was that Du Qian had built an ice rink so easily because his child insisted on skating and couldn't build one big enough on his own, so he dragged him along. After a few attempts, his ability to transform water into ice had improved significantly. With the obstacles at the village entrance and surrounding areas cleared, Entering the village became easy. Ho ho, ho ho ho. Perhaps because they smelled more of the familiar, the cries from the dozen or so courtyards in the center of the village grew increasingly frantic and high-pitched as they approached. What happened? I don't know. It was fine just now. Did you put any medicine on yourself? Yes, it definitely wasn't me. What about you? I did too. Strange. Forget it. Let's not worry about the reason. Let's just get it in the truck and take it away. In front of the gate of a brick and tile house in the center of the village, 7 or 8 heavily clothed young men munched on hard biscuits as they lowered the specially designed high gear on the back of their trucks. Then, they started the trucks and backed up to the gate, positioning the rear bed right against the closed gate. Then the 2 men who had spoken opened the gate. Then a swarm of zombies rushed out of the yard, howling and scrambling to climb onto the trucks. Ah! A sudden scream erupted from the tarpaulin-covered truck bed, sending Jiang Minglang and the others gathering toward the center of the village into a state of shock. Someone in the car! They were using a living person to lure the zombies aboard? Son of a bitch! Old Sheng cursed silently. At Jiang Minglang's signal, he and Zhao Kong charged, one on each side, at the 2 men standing on either side of the truck. The men who were pulling out the zombies had been thoroughly prepared, completely covered from head to toe, especially the neck. Except for their faces, their bodies were completely exposed, making it impossible to reach them. But they felt a gust of wind, and before they could react, there was a snap, and their heads twisted 180 degrees on their shoulders. Without a sound, they collapsed. As they drew closer, Old Sheng and Zhao Kong could smell the strong smell of blood emanating from the truck bed, along with the unmistakable sounds of flesh being torn and zombies chewing. Their faces darkened. More zombies continued to run out of the yard, each one a hideous sight, their clothes tattered, their pale, decayed skin emitting a sickening stench. Old Sheng and Zhao Kong remained calm, raising their knives. The zombies passing by seemed to smell something unusual, pausing their sprint toward the truck and turning to look at them with pale eyes. Just then, the truck driver spotted Old Sheng and Zhao Kong in the rearview mirror and instinctively shouted, "Who are you?" As soon as the words fell, before Old Sheng and Zhao Kong could react, the gate of the neighboring yard was slammed and exploded, accompanied by the zombies' roars. Several people who were about to drive another truck turned around at the noise. But before they could see what was happening, they were punched in the head, and then their vision went black and they passed out. In the end, only the driver of the truck, who had spoken first, was left, staring with wide eyes and horror as they surrounded him. Not him, but the zombies that had already crawled into the back of the truck. In the end, only a man wearing glasses, who looked polite, stared at him. After a moment, he pulled him out of the driver's seat and threw him to the ground. He asked in a bad mood, "Where are you taking these zombies?" The driver's eyes flashed, and he stammered, take them to clean up." Bang! The driver hadn't finished his sentence when he was kicked in the stomach. His back hit the front wheel, and the pain made him double over like a shrimp. Du Qian half crouched, still looking at him with a good-natured expression, his voice unnaturally gentle. "I'm asking you this to give you a chance. It doesn't really matter whether you tell the truth or not. For us, if we encounter zombies and those who raise them, we just kill them. After all, you're just a small fry. What do you know?" Without giving the driver a chance to react, he grabbed his head and snapped his neck. His technique was as quick and efficient as that of that brute, Old Sheng. "Sang-er, take off all your clothes. You can put everything you find here in that modified pickup truck. You can drive it when we leave." In these apocalyptic times, finding good things is rare. Sang-er had come with them on this trip, so he couldn't go back empty-handed. Seeing these people feeding zombies with living people, Sang-er's eyes were as furious as theirs. He even wondered if his brother and cousin had also been captured and fed to the zombies. He had brought a fire axe with him when he left. With his supernatural powers, he gritted his teeth and chopped down the zombies with his axe. Unlike the beginning of the apocalypse, the zombies now weren't as hard as stone, but they were close. So, were the zombies here the result of this man-made situation? What were they planning on raising the zombies for? Where were they taking them? Were they trying to deal with ordinary people like them, struggling to survive in this world? Sang-er was consumed by a lot of thoughts at that moment, his teeth aching with hatred. He used his full strength with every blow of his axe. He chopped so hard that Du Qian had to call out to him twice before he heard him. "Brother Du. Don't worry. Didn't you say your brother has powers like you? They can't feed people with powers to the zombies, so your brother might not be in trouble. He might just be locked up." Sang-er's eyes lit up at that. "So my brother's still alive?" "That's possible." "Okay, Hurry up and pack up. We take care of the rest. Okay. Sang-er let out a long breath, feeling the pent-up anger in his chest dissipate considerably. The zombies in the truck were soon cleared out. On the other side, on the courtyard wall, Renbin and Sanpao were setting fire to the zombies in the courtyard. Crackling and sizzling sounds filled the air, and a strong smell of burning and decay filled the entire village. A rough count revealed that there were 5 courtyards holding zombies, each containing between 60 and 80. That meant there were nearly 400 zombies here. But this small mountain village only had a little over 100 households. Even if many of them were native to the village, what about those people? Were they captured, bitten, and infected, turning into zombies? From their previous performance, it was clear that these zombies didn't possess the supernatural powers of Hien. They were just ordinary zombies, only slightly stronger physically than the zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse. At this time, Lao Sheng brought 2 teenagers out of another truck. They were both about 15 or 16 years old. Their hands were tied behind their backs, their faces and noses bruised. They were wearing summer clothes so dirty that their colors were unrecognizable. Both had wounds on their arms, the flesh turned inside out from the knife cuts. Bright red blood stained a corner of the truck, which would surely attract any approaching zombies. Sang-er volunteered to bandage their wounds. During a brief exchange, they discovered that the small base they were in was only 50 miles away from their technical school. The few psychics with us were taken elsewhere. We vaguely heard them talking about using zombies to intercept someone. After bandaging their wounds, putting on the thick clothes they stripped from the men, and eating something, the 2 teenagers finally seemed to come back to life. They recounted their experiences in the first 2 weeks of their captivity. There were 11 of us. When they captured us, they threw something smoking into our midst, and then everyone lost their strength and couldn't move. At first, they locked us in a small room, giving us only 1 biscuit and a glass of water a day. On the 10th day, the 2 psychics with us were taken away. The others were terrified and didn't dare to move. Only the 2 of us refused to give up and tried to escape. Unfortunately, not only did we fail, but we were also injured and fed to the zombies. Sang-er asked, "Do you know where you were being held captive?" "Yes. Although we were locked up the entire time, I heard birds singing outside. It was a pine sparrow, a bird that only lives in Wanfeng Valley. Its call is very distinctive, a chirp followed by a twitter. I'm sure it was a pine sparrow." The boy spoke with absolute certainty, adding, "Although Wanfeng Valley was half buried by the earthquake, I'm certain the room where we were held captive is right there." Du Qian knew this place well, even without Sang-er's explanation. It's a popular tourist attraction in the southwest. On one occasion, during a vacation, he stayed at a B&B here for a week. After clearing out the village, the 2 teenagers boarded Sang-er's modified pickup truck, leading the way to Wanfeng Valley. Meanwhile, in a small town about 100 kilometers away, Zhengxi encountered a wave of zombies. Coming from Kyoto, he had encountered far more interceptions and hardships than Jiang Minglang and his companions. But it was precisely because of these interceptions that he suddenly realized when so many mercenaries had entered their country. Were they fleeing across the border because of the chaos after the apocalypse, becoming pawns of Yu Junyan and his men? Or, they were preparing to come before the apocalypse, but the tight border defenses prevented them from finding a loophole and escaping. Either possibility infuriated Zhangxi. "Since when have you been able to freely enter and exit our territory? Kill them all, not a single one." He also brought out his elite troops, and with the addition of his eldest brother Zheng Dong, who shared Jiang Minglang's gold-based superpowers, the fight was not too difficult. However, they were unexpectedly stopped by a horde of artificial zombies before they even reached their experimental base. There were over 1,000 of them, and unlike the ordinary zombies Jiang Minglang and his men had cleared out in the small mountain village, their movements revealed their superpowers. Like Hien, they had been injected with a combined viral drug. Old Hua had previously tested Hien's blood, and besides the obvious zombie virus, it contained energy blood extracted from no fewer than 3 types of superpowered individuals. These 3 types of blood, combined with the zombie virus, were what Old Hua was tentatively calling a combined viral drug. Zhangxi frowned at the superpowered zombies, some swift and some incredibly powerful, wondering how many superpowered individuals those bastards had captured and how much energy blood they had extracted to create so many zombies with superpowers. He also discovered that these zombies were different from the zombie named Hien that Zhang Bei had described. They were irrational, their minds devoid of any clarity. It wasn't known if it was due to the difference in the drugs, or if the drug, if left in the body for too long, would also cause brain death. Finally, Zhengxi had his team use firearms, and it took 2 hours to completely eliminate all the zombies. I wonder where Lao Jiang and the others are. Don't worry about Lao Jiang for now. Is there any news about the men sent to kill Bai Xingye? Zheng Mei's eldest brother, Zheng Dong, was still resentful that Bai Xingye had escaped Kyoto alive. An investigation revealed that the man had been able to freely enter the military and become intimate with several members of the Defense Department because of his brother-in-law. He hadn't paid any attention to him for a while, but he hadn't expected him to cause so much trouble. When he found out, he nearly strangled the guy to death, but what good was that? The deed had already happened. What Zheng Dong didn't know was that Bai Xingye had died in Pingcheng 3 days earlier. Chapter 278. Zheng Shi and his companions encountered the zombies upon entering the town. Due to the impact of several post-apocalyptic earthquakes, the surrounding houses and roads had collapsed. Except for the road through the town to the southwest, all other roads were impassable. The severity of the environment was beyond Zheng Shi's imagination. After clearing out the zombies, they had no choice but to stay in the town for the night, as it was getting dark and the mountains and forests lay beyond. Spending the night in the forest was even more dangerous. After settling in, Zheng Shi gave his eldest brother a complicated look when he heard him talk about Bai Xingye. His eldest brother, as the head of the Zheng family, was capable and resourceful, excellent in every way, except for one thing. He was a lovesick person. His wife's family background was truly a mess, and she wasn't one to handle things, being extremely indulgent towards her younger brother. After a few whispers, he had the man shoved into the military headquarters, promising to train him and give him some good training with the soldiers. But the key is he willing to practice? Zheng Shi hadn't bothered to deal with his family's mess before, not to mention, it was just a matter of getting a few people into the army. If he wanted to reform his brother-in-law, then so be it. Even though his cousin was his superior, he couldn't deny him this little courtesy. But who could have imagined he would cause such a disaster? Before coming, his eldest brother's brother-in-law had already been imprisoned. His punishment would be decided by the higher authorities, so he didn't have to worry about it. By the time they returned, he'd probably already been executed. Zheng Shi knew that the night before they set off, Zheng Dong's wife had argued with him, asking him to release her brother. I wonder if Zheng Dong regretted his decision at that moment. He had a childhood sweetheart, a well-matched match, but after meeting his current wife, he stubbornly broke off the engagement. This is why the Zheng family's current generation has chosen him as the leader, rather than their capable eldest brother, who also serves in the military. It's hard to trust someone who can't even control his emotions and make sound judgments. Brother, you're not still trying to plead for your brother-in-law? Capturing Bai Xingye would redeem him, right? Zheng Dong was stunned, then chuckled to himself. Really? Even you don't trust me? He's committed such a serious crime. How dare I plead for him? I punish him accordingly. I won't interfere. Besides, I have no right to interfere. You have some self-awareness. Zheng Shi, satisfied, patted him on the shoulder. Work hard in the West. Xiaobei will go with Lao Jiang. If that doesn't work out, you can keep him here to help you for a year or two. The mass rebellion at the western base was a foregone conclusion, so before departing, Zheng Dong approached the top brass and requested to remain in the West. So, this trip to the southwest wasn't just with the brothers' elite troops, but also with a 300-strong defense force. However, those people weren't following the same path as them. They were heading southwest, while the main force was heading west. Destroying the entire western region didn't mean wiping out everyone. He believed most people were still unaware, or perhaps the soldiers, who only followed orders, were completely unaware of their leader's betrayal. There were also many ordinary, innocent people. So, their initial plan was to eliminate Gu Guangxin and Hu Zi first, and then deal with the others based on the situation. Zheng Dong thought of someone and said to Zheng Shi, if Du Qiyan is among the people Jiang Minglang is bringing this time, see if you can talk to him and have him stay in the West to help me. If Big Brother hadn't mentioned it, Zheng Shi would have almost forgotten about Du Qiyan. He's the eldest son of the Lu family, the largest family in southern province. His biological father is Lu Chengqian, the current base commander. Because Du Qiyan changed his surname to his mother's at the age of 18, and because he left southern province and the Lu family for many years, many people don't know his true identity. His mother died when he was 15. Rumors circulate that there's some hidden story, while outsiders don't know the details, with his stepmother bringing in a sister and brother only 3 years younger than him, along with a sister and a brother 5 years younger. Many things become self-evident. Du Qiyan's family background is no less impressive than Zheng Shi's, and his personal abilities and talents are considerable. If he were willing to rely on his family's help, What a shame. Zhengxi shook his head. There's no point in discussing this with old Jiang, he won't stop him. But I don't think it's possible. Du Qian. The sentence suddenly stopped before he could finish. Zheng Dong looked at his brother curiously and asked, what's wrong with him? Zhengxi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Old Du is good at management and city defense. He never followed old Jiang on his previous trips. But it's precisely because he's home that old Jiang feels more at ease. This time, if he's coming to the southwest this time, do you think he'd go to the southern base? Calculating the dates, old Jiang's wife is due in over 2 months. Even a slight delay in traveling back and forth to the southwest might mean he can't make it in time for her birth. And Du Qian and his family have a very good relationship with Bai Li. If he doesn't choose to stay in Pingcheng at this point, it's very likely that after settling matters in the southwest, he stopped by southern province to handle his personal affairs. Du Qian raised his hand to push up his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and looked out the window with an obscure look in his eyes. Old Du. Jiang Minglang handed him a map from the passenger seat, then closed his eyes and dozed off. Du Qian unfolded the map and saw a line drawn on it with a black pen, winding from southwest to due south. Du Qian looked up at the passenger seat, his lips pressed into a straight line. Originally, this was his personal matter. He hadn't wanted Jiang Minglang and the others to come along. He simply wanted to go to southern province alone after resolving matters in the southwest. But Jiang Minglang disagreed. He said they were a team, going together and returning together. If they got home first, how would he explain to Gigi that his godfather had gone to southern province alone? That definitely wouldn't work. But doing so would inevitably waste considerable time, and he was afraid Jiang Minglang would miss Bai Li's second child. But he couldn't bear not to go. He was already in the southwest, so why not stop by? Du Qian clenched his fists. It was the end of the world, so a little personal revenge wouldn't be a problem, right? Perhaps those people believed the 2 young men were doomed, so they didn't hide anything when they pulled them out of Wanfeng Valley. There was no need to hide anything from someone who was about to die. So, even though the earthquake had altered the original topography, they, led by the young man, reached Wanfeng Valley in just half a day the next day. The grass was lush, the warblers were chirping, and the willows on the bank were swaying. That was Wanfeng Valley, a popular tourist attraction before the apocalypse. Now, after several earthquakes, heavy rain and snow, and the ravages of mutated plants and animals, it has been completely shattered, with broken walls and ruins everywhere. Only a few ancient stone houses in the valley still stood firm. It's right there. We were imprisoned in the second-to-last house at the edge, as were several others nearby. I don't know exactly how many people they captured, but judging by the sounds, it's likely quite a few. The people guarding us were standing at both ends, all of them were armed with guns, and there were also 2 relatively powerful gold and fire ability users. One of the dark-faced teenagers following Sang Er pointed to a row of stone houses in the valley, and spoke in a low voice. See those 2 trees? The dark-faced teenager was cheerful. Even though he'd been captured and nearly fed to zombies, after following them for a night and a half, he'd become as familiar with them, as if they were one of his own, and was quite talkative. He pointed to the small hillside next to the stone houses. There were 2 remaining maple trees on it, still covered in fiery red leaves at this time of year. Sang Er, Jiang Minglang, and the others looked in the direction he pointed. Their first reaction was that it was a mutant tree. Their second reaction was that it had offensive abilities. They remained silent, waiting for the dark-faced boy to continue describing the 2 trees. Those birds standing on top, with feathers the same color as the leaves, are pine sparrows. They're about the same size as sparrows, but prettier and more melodious. They chirp first, then chirp. I guess they're unhappy now, so they're not chirping. They're a rather stubborn bunch. Even if the environment here becomes unpleasant, as long as there's a tree, they won't leave. Before the apocalypse, I visited Wanfeng Valley and captured 2 to raise. They didn't even stay at my house for a day, and they came back the next morning. Sang Er, Jiang Minglang and others, Xiao Fei couldn't help but burst out laughing. He nudged Jiang Minglang with his elbow and whispered, if this guy met Chi-Chi, they'd definitely become good friends. Shi Yu, standing nearby, commented seriously, he's careful, bold, and quick-witted. He seems to have good reflexes too. He's a good soldier. The little black-faced boy's eyes lit up surprisingly when he heard someone talking about him. He looked at Jiang Minglang, knowing that this uncle was the leader of the group. With a mixture of hope and caution he asked then, Uncle, can I go with you? All their relatives were gone, and the base they were in didn't take them, half-grown children without special powers, seriously. Otherwise, they wouldn't have relied on them every time they went out to look for supplies. And no matter what they found, they wouldn't have gotten anything. If it weren't for his cleverness and ability to hide things, he would have starved to death by now. Originally, he had been thinking about guiding these people through the journey, and then perhaps going with Sang-er and joining their small base. But unexpectedly, a lucky break came. This military uncle took a liking to him. "Okay, as long as you can endure hardships and want to come with us, we take you." The little black-faced man grinned happily, revealing his small white teeth, but then his smile faded. He reached out and tugged at his honest companion, pleading softly, "Take him too. He's not as clever as me, but he can take a beating." "I mean..." The little black-faced man tried to list a few of his friend's strengths, but then felt that being honest didn't count. Maybe they just didn't want him, because he was too honest and didn't have a mouth. But then he didn't know what to say. It was his friend who tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Let's get down to business first." With that, he tightened his grip on the wooden stick, intending to wait for the uncle's command before heading straight for his target and hitting the person he wanted. He could talk about where to go later, but now he had to get his revenge. The little black-faced boy finally reacted after being reminded by him, and he also tightened the stick in his hand, waiting for Uncle Jiang next to him to give orders. Chirp, 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 chirp. Why are those lousy birds chirping again? The black-faced creature sneaked around the base of the maple tree, half covering its mouth and beginning to chirp. Whether it sounded like a bird or not was anyone's guess, but it managed to draw one of the people out of the stone hut at the edge. The man walked out of the hut and, as he walked toward the maple tree, bent down to pick up 2 small stones, cursing, "Chirp your mother, chirp your father, you keep chirping every day, aren't you annoying? If I don't knock you down today, I give you my surname." The man raised his hand to throw the stones, but a gust of wind hit him, and before he could react, there was a snap, and he, who had been looking forward, was looking backward. Who is this person? Then the man thought, his consciousness slipping away from his head, and his body fell straight to the ground. Old Shung supported his shoulders, then lowered him down, letting him sit against the broken stone nearby. Footsteps echoed, and 2 more people emerged from the stone house. Old Shung turned, his gaze brooding. "I say, huh? Who are you?" When the other man first saw Old Shung, he thought he was one of their companions. Once he saw him clearly, he reached for his pistol, but just as he reached for the pistol, he was struck in the head with a punch. Then, his vision went black, and he passed out. Xiao Fei pulled the gun from his waist, and thrust it back against his own. Hearing footsteps from the stone house, he was about to turn when he felt a scorching heat rushing towards his back. Without even turning, he dodged. The fireball brushed past him, and landed on the man he had just knocked unconscious. With a pop, the man's body rapidly burned, leaving behind only a black, charred mass. Xiao Fei glanced at it, and snorted contemptuously. "What kind of fire element is this? Forget bones, they can't even burn meat clean." Unlike his little cutie, who's already spitting fire before he's even 6 months old. Though the flames are only the size of a finger, they're incredibly powerful. With just that tiny flame, they can reduce anything to ash. It's truly amazing. Now, whenever he's home, Xiao Fei carries him everywhere. He's raised a good dog like a cat. Song Huanyan and Song Xiaoxiao, aunt and nephew, were furious. The group of amateur thugs were all beaten to the ground in less than 10 minutes. Without the threat of these people, the boy with little black face ran towards the central stone house, club in hand. Sang-er followed him, wanting to see if his eldest brother was among them. Little black face had said that those imprisoned in this room were all those with special abilities. Bang! The young man smashed the iron lock on the stone door with a club, then flung it open and strode in. Because of the drugs they'd been given, the psychics in the stone house sat limply against the wall. Even so, their hands and feet were bound. As the young man rushed into the room, a young man with pigtails lit up at the sight of him, and shouted in delight, "Huang Lu, hurry, help me." The pigtailed man hadn't finished his words, when he was met with a barrage of blows. Chapter 279. By the time little blackface ran in, the pigtailed man had been beaten by his friend Huang Lu, his head and face covered in blood. One of his ears was split, and one of the arms holding his head hung limply by his side, as if broken. Little 6. Little blackface hugged his friend, whose eyes were clearly red with anger, and whispered a warning, "Just let out your anger. Do you really want to beat him to death? Stay calm. Don't forget, we have to join the army." He wasn't entirely clear on the specific requirements of military service, but he did know one thing: never lose your composure, control your emotions, and stay calm. This was a key point his father had told him countless times, because he had wanted to join the army since he was young, but his physical condition didn't meet the requirements, so he was rejected. When he had a son, his father had instilled in him the benefits of military service from a young age, the various aspects of it. It was a pity that the world had ended, and his father didn't live to see him grow up or join the army. Now that he had the opportunity, little Blackface was determined to seize it, no matter what. Huang Lu was his only friend in this small base. If he left, he'd definitely have to take him with him. So, buddy, he just touched us and made us feel sick. Can't we just treat it as a dog bite? So, you're going to go crazy and beat him to death? Although, this guy really deserves to die. Huang Lu's flustered mind slowly calmed down after being reminded by Blackface, and the wooden stick in his hand dropped to the ground with a clang. Deep breath, deep breath. Blackface held his friend with one arm and gently stroked his back with the other. He waited until his friend's breathing evened out, then he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, a thought struck him, and he quickly turned to look out the door. His eyes met those of the leader standing there. Little dark-faced, Uncle Jiang. He was just thinking of saying something to make amends to his good brother, but he didn't even wait for him to finish, and he turned and left. Little dark-faced's mouth hung open, agitated. What did this mean? Before he could figure it out, Uncle Sheng, the speedster, with an equally grim expression, walked in. He first glanced around the room, then his gaze fell on him and Huang Lu. Then, unexpectedly, he uttered a hey and asked, a grudge? What did he do to you? Little Blackface was trying to save the situation, so he spoke faster than he could think. He's a pervert. He touched Xiao Lu's thigh in his butt before. Huang Lu, He cast a gloomy look at his friend. Thank you, you explained it so clearly. The group of people sitting against the wall in the stone house all glanced at Huang Lu, their eyes filled with pity, mockery, and everything in between. Uncle Sheng, on the other hand, dropped his smile and said to Huang Lu, if you want revenge, then take it. There's no need to be soft-hearted with people like him. I leave him to you too. Watch over the others in the room. With that, he turned and left. There were several other stone houses nearby, so he went to check them all. In another stone house, Sang Er was hugging someone and sobbing uncontrollably. His snot and tears were all over the person's clothes. All right, stop crying, the man he was holding said weakly and helplessly. They looked somewhat similar, but the man looked stronger than Sang Er. There was no need to guess. This must be his missing eldest brother. After the joy of reunion and relief faded, Sang Er finally let go of his brother, wiped his face casually, turned his head and looked around, asking, brother, where's Xiaochuan? Hearing his younger brother ask about his cousin, Sang Da's eyes darkened and he sighed, gone. His cousin hadn't awakened his powers, and those who had captured them treated ordinary people much more casually than those with powers like them. Anyone who carelessly angered them could be beaten to death. Men beaten to death were considered quicker deaths, but some women, why were there only men left in these stone houses, and no women? Because any captured woman would be tortured to death within 3 days. Those beasts are not human at all. It was getting dark, and the area surrounding Wanfeng Valley was nothing but forest and mountains, so they had no choice but to stay here for the night. All 28 guards had been dealt with. The captured people, who had been given drugs daily, were now resistant to the effects and were leaning against the wall, unable to move. They stayed here for one night to give the men time to recover, and they could leave and return home tomorrow. Sang Er said to Jiang Minglang and the others, Captain Jiang, I discussed this with my brother. We continue to lead the way tomorrow. He's familiar with the place those people mentioned, having driven there before. Among the 28 guards were 2 small leaders. After the afternoon's interrogation, they learned that this was just one of the temporary detention centers, and they had 5 more like it. Typically, the personnel at this location were divided into 2 groups, one to guard the captured, and the other to capture them. When the experimental base needed to transport people, they would use their vehicles to transport them, and they would be rewarded based on the number of people they transported. Even ordinary people sent to feed the zombies will receive rewards based on the number and frequency of their efforts. These 6 strongholds also compete with each other. For example, if the quality or quantity of the psychics or ordinary people sent each month doesn't meet the standards, the team in that stronghold could be eliminated. As for what happens to the eliminated teams, the 2 small leaders and the guards are unclear. Despite this, competition among the teams in these 6 strongholds remains fierce, especially for psychics, whose prices differ from those of ordinary people. As a result, psychics are extremely rare in this southwestern region. Despite encountering many small bases along the way, each one only has a few strength psychics at most. Psychics of the 5 elements, such as gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, have long since been captured. As a result, people like Lao Sang, who live from day to day, are particularly prevalent here. Because they see no hope, because their ranks are so few and far between. Consequently, they have less fear of death, like Xiao He Lian and Huang Lu. It was 10 o'clock in the evening, the sky gray. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. In the open space outside the stone house, a bonfire crackled. Du Qian placed branches one by one, but his eyes were unfocused, clearly not watching the fire. Old Du, tell me again, what are you going to do after this southwest matter is over? Xiao Fei sat cross-legged beside him, a thick, square quilt folded beneath his butt. He couldn't afford to let his butt suffer from the night watch. Lu Chengqian, the commander of the southern base, was my father, but he murdered my mother. This matter has weighed on my mind for over a decade. Before she died, my mother told me to leave Southern Province, leave the Lu family, and let go of her affairs. She said it was meaningless to think about revenge for her or anyone else. Her dying wish was for me to live a happy and relaxed life, without dwelling on what my father had done. But can this matter truly be moved on without dwelling on it? It weighed heavily on Du Qian's chest like a huge rock for over a decade. He felt his mother was wrong. How could revenge be meaningless? She had invested all her love in raising him. She was the mother he respected and loved most in the world. How could revenge for his mother be meaningless? How could he let it go without revenge? Xiao Fei, standing beside him, heard him speak, his eyes widening. Who? Lu Chengqian? His father? A relative? They had been partners for years, and he had no idea this guy had such a powerful background. Almost everyone knew that the Lu family had produced several generations of. They were all prominent figures, each with a name and surname, and their Lu family was the most prominent family in Southern Province. So, Old Du was from the Lu family's direct line, but he changed his last name, Courageous. Characterful. Xiao Fei remembered once telling Old Du about his great-grandfather, his idol, and even bought his autobiography and read it repeatedly. I wonder what he felt when he heard him talk about him. Wasn't he proud? He turned to look at Jiang Minglang, who sat on the other side, and found him surprisingly calm and composed, seemingly unsurprised. Is this known all along? He turned to look at Old Du again, who pushed his glasses and said, I haven't told old Jiang. Jiang Minglang then looked up at the two of them, and spoke frankly, I wanted to recruit Old Du to my team, so I quietly asked my old boss for his personal information. Of course, he wouldn't give anyone information he asked for. Mainly, at the time, Jiang Minglang was being groomed as his successor, so he could get pretty much anything he wanted. Damn it! Xiao Fei couldn't help but glare at Jiang Minglang. He said to him, how could you be so cunning? You're trying to poach my people without a word. What am I supposed to do if you poach him? So the boss didn't agree. They were afraid that without Old Du, you'd be left alone, a foolhardy commander. Jiang Minglang, don't go too far. What do you mean by foolhardy? Who said that? Who? I said it. Du Qian's lips curled slightly. The interruption from Xiao Fei and old Jiang dissipated much of the gloom he felt when he mentioned his mother and Lu Chengqian. He said, my old boss came to talk to me and asked if I liked to go to old Jiang's place. It happened that you made a mistake on a mission and been sent home to reflect on your mistakes. I thought if I left you'd be doomed. That year, you gone on 3 missions and made 3 mistakes. My old boss was furious, saying you were brave but not wise. I agreed, but I also told him that compared to old Jiang, you were brave but not wise, but besides old Jiang, no one else could surpass you in both bravery and wisdom. Xiao Fei felt a little frustrated when he talked about this. He muttered quietly, so, later I took the initiative to be transferred further away, to get away from this guy. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. It was all past events, not worth mentioning. After laughing, he remembered the serious matter and said with a serious face, we don't know what your relationship with Lu Chengqian is. You're going to Southern Province, so of course the brothers should go together. It's just revenge for our mother. What's the big deal? It didn't matter to Xiao Fei, and it didn't matter to Jiang Minglang even more. After all, he had never received fatherly love since childhood, and didn't really have much respect for the word father. What's more, there is a cause and an effect. It's the end of the world. They don't care about big families or small families. To them, nothing was more important than their brothers. Du Qian's eyes warmed slightly, and he lowered his gaze, letting out a sigh of relief. Having lived in Yunqi village for over 2 years, it was impossible not to feel nostalgic for life there. Besides, Jijian, Lung Hanyu were waiting for him at home. Originally, he planned to remain single for life, living with Gigi and Uncle Dong like this. It would be nice for the three of them to be together. But Miss Lang had repeatedly hinted at this, and he couldn't just pretend not to understand. Besides, letting a girl take the initiative all the time was neither righteous nor manly. So before leaving this time, he told Miss Lung that once he dealt with his own affairs, if he could return alive, he'd be with her. At first, he really wanted to go alone, mainly because Bai Li was going to give birth to her second child soon, and old Jiang had to be home before then. So, he didn't think Jiang Minglang would prioritize his affairs over Bai Li's, and accompany him on his journey south. Yes, he had underestimated his position in the hearts of old Jiang and his brothers. As soon as he proposed coming to the southwest, old Jiang had probably guessed his intentions. So, since he agreed, he already made plans to accompany him. But doing so might mean she wouldn't be able to return home before Bai Li gave birth. Bai Li, now being missed by Du Qian, had been very busy recently. With her birth date approaching and Jiang Minglang away, she should have stayed quietly in Yunqi village. But she hadn't. Ever since Zheng Mei was attacked on her way here, there had been unrest outside Yunqi village. Although Bai Li had heard about these things, she didn't ask much because Jiang Minglang was at home. Unexpectedly, just a few days after Jiang Minglang left, Bai Xingye returned with a group of men to provoke him. Although the man had been killed, Bai Li had been successfully angered. Perhaps pregnant women tend to overthink things and have a stronger sense of crisis. She felt that Pingcheng was now a vulnerable target, so anyone from outside wanted to take advantage. Perhaps some had already heard that Jiang Minglang was away and were taking the opportunity to test the waters, hoping to take him down. She rubbed her belly and squinted toward the north. Her due date was only 2 months away. If she wanted a quiet and peaceful birth, wouldn't she have to clean up the area thoroughly beforehand? She acted immediately. The next morning, she had Bai Yang drive, Xiao Xuan accompany them, and then she brought Qiqi and Gigi, as well as Xiaowu and Fengbao, and they headed to the base commander's office. When base commander Ouyang heard that she was going out to suppress bandits, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. No, you're still going out with such a big belly. If something happens to this girl while Jiang Minglang's away, will he even be able to survive? But before he could even say no, Bai Li frowned and analyzed the situation with him. There are too many people outside watching Pingcheng lately. If they remain passive, they appear easy prey. So, they need to change from being passive to being proactive. From now on, it would be best to conduct a major sweep within a 500-mile radius around Pingcheng. That way, she have peace of mind when she gives birth, right? She assured Base Captain Ouyang that although she would go along, she would stay in the car and would never put herself in danger. Chapter 280. For other pregnancies, the later they get, the less active they become. They rather lie down than sit, and stand than sit. Bai Li, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. She lost the sleepiness of the early and middle stages, and in the later stages, she actually felt a sense of suffocation, as if she had too much energy and nowhere to vent it. This suffocation kept her busy, and she wanted to do something. So, the sweep around Pingcheng was intended to release her excess energy, and show those who were eyeing them that they could fight back. On her first day out, Base Commander Ouyang had originally assigned her a 50-man escort. Seeing this, Bai Li felt a headache and cut most of it, leaving her with only 20. She knew that if she didn't bring anyone with her, Base Commander Ouyang would definitely not let her go. After all, according to her own wishes, she only had Bai Yang, the accompanying Dr. Xushuang, Qiqi and Gigi, plus Xiwu and Fengbao. However, no matter how capable Qiqi and Gigi were, they were still children in the eyes of others, not even human beings. As for Xiaowu and Fengbao Baijun, they were even more negligible. So, generally speaking, of the people she was taking out, only Baiyang could barely serve as a guard, a normal person. The captain of Commander Ouyang's guard team, standing at the city gate, watched them go away, and was very confused. He couldn't help but ask Kong Erbao, who was guarding the gate, "What's going on between you and Shi Jiaxu? Your sister-in-law went out, and neither of you followed?" Kong Erbao raised his hand, and touched his hat. There was a bald spot on the top. It was because he had accidentally stepped on the tail of the 2 little black phoenixes yesterday while playing with them, which angered their father and almost chopped him off. Since arriving at Baigua Garden, this white black phoenix has enjoyed good food and drink, its powers rapidly increasing. Now, after its transformation, it's almost as tall as him. Crucially, its beak and claws are powerful, and its body is incredibly agile. Even he couldn't dodge its attacks. Who could understand this? He, once ranked in the top 200 in the military competition, couldn't even defeat a bird. Besides, by June, Xiao's firepower is unmatched by just any fire type, let alone Chi-Chi and Gigi. With them following his sister-in-law, Bai Yang wouldn't even have a chance. So, after hearing the captain's words, Connor Bao glanced at him with a look of idiocy, thinking, what the hell do you know? Those 20 of you following me are already a nuisance, so where are you going? The moment he felt his energy surge again, Bailey split the green ivy on the roof into 20 pieces, then slithered away, like 20 snakes in different directions. The first stop of the sweep was naturally Anqing, adjacent to Pingcheng. Although Lu Su's team and the patrols from the management office had been diligently cleaning up and maintaining the city since the policy was issued 3 months earlier, and they had also been working to create suitable living and farming areas in the surrounding land for the survivors, who had come to seek refuge there. However, being outside Pingcheng, without the surrounding high walls and heavy stone gates, the survivors felt less safe and less at home. Consequently, hidden quarters of the city, hidden from view by Lu Su's team and patrols, contained hidden chaos. For example, less than 5 miles out of the city, Bailey had Bai Yang turn left off the highway and follow the path west for about 10 kilometers, finally stopping at the entrance to a new rural village adjacent to Anqing. Bai Yang, take a few people into the village and resolve the situation before leaving. Bailey didn't get out of the car. After all, the scene was too disturbing for Xiao Shuang and the children to be there. Although she didn't understand what her sister was trying to resolve, Bai Yang didn't ask any further questions. After pulling over, she and a few others followed a stalk of green ivy into the village. The soldiers from the escort team looked curiously at the stalk of green ivy scurrying forward, leading the way. They couldn't help but pat Bai Yang on the shoulder and whispered, "Can your sister-in-law really see everything this green ivy goes?" Not wanting to scare anyone, Bai Yang said vaguely, "She only see it if it's within a certain distance and there's something unusual. And she only get a rough idea, not a clear picture." "That's impressive too." The young soldier, clearly not giving it much thought, said with envy, "I'm also a wood type, but no matter what I do, I can't reach your level. I can only randomly toss a handful of seeds to trigger an attack. It's a fraction slower." Bai Yang thought he was talking about a fraction slower. It was really slow, and she patted his shoulder sympathetically. "Don't feel so bad about yourself. After all, not every wood type person can be like my sister. Take Ningen, who lives next door to our Yunchi village. He's only been able to grow peonies, nothing else. He's even worse than you." "How could that be? I know Brother Ning. His peonies are amazing. They can mutate and eat mosquitoes. He's much more powerful than me." Bai Yang was very fond of the young warrior before him. He was so humble. Humility fosters progress. It seemed he had a lot of room for improvement. However, when they were led by Lu Luo to the gate of a house in the innermost corner of the village, and when they pushed the gate open and walked in, the sounds of men laughing, women screaming, and some unspeakable noises emanated from inside. Their faces immediately darkened. After kicking open the tightly closed main room door with a clang, Bai Yang, the young wood warrior, who had been chatting with him all the way, threw a handful of seeds with a grim expression. The seeds quickly sprouted and grew, developing into vines resembling green ivy in the blink of an eye, completely binding the man. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. Bai Yang, He stared at the rapidly growing plants for several seconds, then turned his head and looked at the young wood warrior with a sullen gaze. "Is this what you call slow by a hair? And you envy Ningen, saying he's better than you?" Bai Yang dared to say that if Ningen were here, he would definitely give this guy a beating. This is Versailles. After all, what Ningen envied most was the combat capabilities of other wood warriors. While his peony was no longer purely ornamental as before, its mutated form had excellent mosquito-repellent properties. However, it was useless in combat. You can't just give someone a pot of mosquito-killing peonies during a fight and have them surrender, right? So even though his peonies could mutate, he still considered his superpowers useless. But this bastard. Once we're done here, we have to ask his name, then tell Ningen he come and deal with him. Show off. Bai Yang contacted Lu Su. Currently, Anqing security was under his jurisdiction. Even if they killed all these scumbags now, they still had to tell him. As for the village's current temporary chief, he ran over breathlessly just as Bai Yang and the others were about to leave. Bai Yang had no intention of chatting with him, as Lu Su had also arrived. They ignored the rest of the matter, and simply left the village and returned to the car. But the moment they left the village, countless green ivy vines climbed up the walls of every household, their roots digging into the soil beneath the walls, as if ready to set up camp once again. "Sister-in-law, you're amazing." The young soldier gazed at the green ivy with shining eyes once again, admiring it, leaving Bai Yang speechless. But the plants this boy had nurtured from seeds had a peculiar characteristic. When he gave up nurturing them and severed his connection with them, they would immediately wither and lose their vitality, becoming limp, withered branches. Unlike his sister, even if she nurtured green ivy here and left it alone after she left, it would still thrive, even mutating into living organisms. Just like the mutated green ivy that had blossomed on the walls of Yunqi village. Let's go to the next spot. Bailey closed her eyes and sensed the direction. This time, it was farther, seemingly out of Anqing's territory. Thanks to the little one in her belly, she had so much energy that some of the green ivy she had just released had already traveled nearly 60 miles, exceeding the distance she had previously managed. But now, it seemed like the end wasn't here yet. Even earlier the next day, the effects of the drugs had worn off, and the captured psychics and ordinary people had almost all regained their mobility. Aside from Sangda, the others drove the guards' cars and left together, consciously avoiding the stored supplies. After all, they had saved their lives, so the supplies naturally belonged to them. Jiang Minglang and the others didn't say anything. Although they had brought a lot of stuff with them when they set out, after all, so many days had passed, and the mission was still unfinished, so restocking along the way was essential. But they didn't take everything, they only took a small portion, leaving Sang Er to load the rest into the pickup truck as usual. After studying the map again and reviewing the route, Sangda drove the pickup this time, with Sang Er in the passenger seat, and Huang Lu and Xiao He Lian in the back. The road wasn't easy to navigate, but that wasn't a problem for Zhang Xiaoda. At least he could drive smoothly through it. What shocked everyone was that after a day of driving, they hadn't encountered a single person. The further southwest you go, the fewer people there are on the road. Yesterday afternoon, when we interrogated the two guard leaders, we heard them talk about competing to capture people. At the time, we weren't too impressed, but now, are they going to wipe out all the survivors in the southwest? After that, no one spoke again, their hearts heavy and depressed, as if they were the only humans left in this vast, desolate land. Until sunset, as they passed a remote mountain village, they spotted a few shrunken zombies wandering around the village entrance. Sang Er had previously mentioned that the southwest's terrain is complex, with some villages nestled in the mountains or far from other human settlements. In these situations, zombies initially infected by the virus might be left behind. For example, the ones in front, with their stiff gait and withered faces, were instantly recognizable as veterans from the early days of the apocalypse. They walked unsteadily, ready to pounce at the sound of a car, but they only made it a dozen meters. Shi pricked his ears and whispered, "There are people in the village. If I heard correctly, there should only be one household." One household, and several zombies. When the car stopped, Lao Sheng and Zhao Kong got out to investigate. Unaware of their specific circumstances, they passed these primitive, old zombies without touching them. Though their skin and bones were shrunken, it was clear they were already elderly when they became infected. As a result, their movements appeared even more clumsy and stiff, with only the hoarse sounds in their throats, resembling those of normal zombies. This made them easy to kill, so Lao Sheng and Zhao Kong didn't rush. When the car stopped and became silent, the zombies immediately seemed to have lost their target, circling aimlessly. Is it because they couldn't smell human? Had they not evolved at all? The group sat in the car, watching silently as the zombies lost their target, circling a few more times, and then dispersing and wandering around the village entrance again. Soon after, Lao Sheng and Zhao Kong emerged from the village, still ignoring the zombies as they passed. "Boss, there's a family of 4 living in the village, parents and a pair of children. 2 of the zombies roaming the village entrance are their elders, and the other 3 are their uncles. We didn't kill them partly because they were family members, and partly to confuse others, so they avoid the area and not enter the village when they saw the zombies." Luckily, Old Sheng and Zhao Kong left the zombies alone. Although they were zombies, they were also someone else's protective shield. This also proves that humans are less trustworthy than zombies. That family of 4 must have experienced something before, so they chose to live in the village with a few zombies rather than go to the so-called survivor base. The car quickly drove away. As the zombies swayed and chased the car, Old Sheng and Zhao Kong made noises behind them, luring them back to the village entrance. Those people probably wouldn't want a zombie like this, so they just keep it. The family had worked so hard to maintain a balance, and there was no need for them to upset it. As dusk fell, they barely made it out of the winding mountain road and into a small town. They spent the night there, and set out again the next morning. At noon, they finally saw a decent-looking county town still standing. As they approached, they heard the sounds of fighting inside. They parked the car, turned off the engine, and it was Lao Sheng and Zhao Kong who went to investigate. When they returned half an hour later, the two groups fighting inside had been either knocked unconscious or killed. It's gangs fighting gangs. 2 of the other 5 arresting gangs fought over 3 psychics, and they both claimed they were the first to capture them. What the hell? Lao Sheng and Zhao Kong were furious the moment they heard the details. It was hard to find anyone alive here, and they were still trying to capture people. Outnumbered by 2 against 13, they quickly killed 8, leaving 5 alive. If they could trace a base nearby, they would certainly destroy it. If it were too far away, they wouldn't take a detour. After all, if the root cause wasn't eliminated, destroying one so-called base would only open another. So they had to hurry, find that secret base as soon as possible, and destroy those lunatics and the drug they were researching, mixed with the blood of so-called zombies and superpowered beings.